these clubs just field as many teams as possible? Well, the answer's a little complicated, but the technical term is that it's expensive. Hey, anyone got a euro? I'm trying to buy an esports team. I just need a couple million. Anyways, here's a copyright-free version of Wonderfall. I said, well, maybe I'm gonna buy an esports team, baby. And after that, I'm gonna buy a laundromat. Is that, But does it actually work? Let's say that the results are mixed. For example, in 2024, Twisted Minds qualified 12 teams for EWC, but 7 of them didn't even register a single point. And not one of those teams found a tournament win, which, if my math is correct, that leads us to, and the same number of wins my grandma had that year. Now, in 2025, Virtus Pro registered 18 teams, and because I'm such a huge supporter of esports, I pledged that for every win they got, I would rescue a cat from an animal shelter. No meow meows were saved that year. I would have been better off pledging to Verstappen sim racing. I mean, look at these guys. Specialized sniper clubs. 1 shot, 1 kill. That's gotta be better, right? Well, sort of. In 2025, Twisted Minds doubled down on EWC, bringing 14 teams, but 8 of them didn't register a single point. However, they were able to move up into the standings to 4th place. With millions of people from around the world tuning into this year's Esports World Cup, the pressure of winning is at an all-time high, but the threat of losing, even higher. So who's gonna be taking home the World Cup this year? Do any of us even still have jobs after this? Have the KC fans already found my hotel? Find out the answer to all these questions and more at the Esports World Cup.
Hola a todos, mi amigos. It is time for a podcasto. Welcome, everybody. You guys taught me those fantastic words, and we are here for a South America flavor podcast. Welcome, my friends. Our only objective is to try to not talk about Dota 2 as long as possible. How are we all doing today?
I'm doing great. I love doing podcasts with you guys. It's a first-time experience, but it felt like I've done this 1 million times.
Okay.
I'm okay. I slept very little. I haven't had coffee. But yeah, I never done a podcast, so let's see what it looks like.
Okay, good.
Where you can live?
What?
In how much minutes we can live?
How much minutes can we leave? We're not leaving until you have a good time. So be prepared to be here for the rest of the day, okay? Focus up. How are you?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for a first podcast as well.
First podcasters, fantastic. Let's start on a topic that's very normal to podcasts, all right? Paranormal activity, okay? Do you believe in ghosts, guys? Let's start off. Who believes in the do you believe in anything paranormal? We're gonna start here. Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, aliens, anything. Do you believe in anything?
In Brazil, we had a thing that's like, in a place there had aliens at 1985. And
you know the year and the date? What happened?
yeah,
Tell us the tale.
and basically they had a lot of people in the city that saw the alien from Varginha.
Oh.
And that's like a mythological thing there.
Hey.
And people visit the city, and the city is like all thematic with aliens and all this stuff. In Brazil, we have a lot of cases like that, but I'm not sure if it's how true is that.
How do you feel about that? Do you believe?
Yeah, and it's all about the American government that they're hiding.
Okay, well that's not aliens. That's just conspiracy insane person stuff.
No, that's aliens.
Okay,
You're wrong.
fair enough. All right. Tomato,
The paranormal is like ghosts and aliens. Right?
anything. You believe in anything out of this immortal realm?
I don't, but sometimes I like to. Like, it's fun. I feel like it's good. Like, I feel like life without some sort of this is kind of boring, no? Like,
Yeah.
Like, I like those bad documentaries, you know, the ones where they're like, in 1985,
Yeah.
there was an incident, and like, those are fun, right?
Right.
And then for ghosts,
don't have to go through all of the different paranormal things, but
I don't know. I mean, with alien, I feel like you have to believe to an extent, right? But with ghosts, it's like I feel like ghosts is not the same. You know, like aliens are kind of cool, they're fun, but the ghosts are like kind of boring. It's like, did you just move? Do you see that? It's like so silly, no? But the aliens are actually like, I think aliens I like to believe in, but I don't. So.
you're more of a scientific guy, you know, like there's a chance out there, right?
Yeah. In the U.S. government backyard, you know.
What is it always the U.S. government? Why do we always default
true,
to that?
it's true.
Okay, sure. KJ, have you ever had a paranormal experience? Did you ever see a ghost, dude?
I don't see them, but I can hear for sure.
What? What does that mean?
Just kidding. The only ghost I think I've experienced is like when you're alone at home and you turn off your light and you need to run to your bedroom. So
Oh, yeah.
after you go to the kitchen, so devil doesn't kill you. Besides that, haven't had many experiences.
No. What was
Voices.
the most scared you've ever been? Doesn't have to be paranormal.
Scared I've ever been.
Yeah, you ever thought you were going to die? What happened?
I wouldn't say I thought I was gonna die, but maybe falling off a tree.
You fell off a tree
Many times.
many times. Tell us the tale. What are you doing scampering up trees?
Well, just at a break in school, there's a tree, you're young, and you think, oh, I'm gonna climb up the tree.
Metaphorical. Was there anything up the tree you were trying to grasp?
Not really. It was just cool to play up there.
Not really. You're just doing it.
What about reptilians? You know?
Reptilian lizard men.
Yes. You look like one of them, right? Like they normally don't have hair in their head.
The mask does fit a lot easier if you don't have the hair. It's
Yeah.
always the hair that looks weird. Have you seen those videos where like they're looking at people's necklines and they're like, why does it look like that? You know, those old people. Do you think that would actually change anything? Like if TI happens, Gabe Newell walks out and then while he's walking, he trips and he stands up and his mask falls off and he's and then he puts it back on. Do you think the world actually changes if they prove lizard men are real?
I don't think the world will change. Like people like to find reasons to make war, right? Or discriminate. So like some type of person. So I think the world will change.
Okay. All right. This is a big question. And I put this for you, Tomato.
Sure.
If there's one pro player in the Dota 2 scene, if I told you one of them is a lizard
We're not
man.
gonna talk about Dota?
No, I'm just saying, this is not about the game. This is not about esports.
Oh, other subject.
This is about people that we know.
Lizard gaming.
We're allowed to talk a little bit about Dota. There's one person, one pro player, and I told you there is a lizard man among us. Who is it?
I see. I think Nisha for sure. Yeah, like have you seen this guy's focus? Like have you seen Nisha when he's like in the game, like how he looks? He does not look very human to me. Like no offense, of course, but like
Yeah, of course, we
like
like Nisha. Yeah.
this guy, like I was looking at a picture of him, like some tournament, and the way he looked, I'm like, this guy is, you know what I mean? Like he's got not human powers. Like I've never seen someone so focused. And I don't know, suddenly he got like all buff from the gym. Like I also feel like, when did he get so buff, you know? Yeah, I think it'd be Nisha. And he's just too good, no? Like I feel like he's among us, you know? It's like he's cheating.
Yeah.
We're gonna play against them tomorrow.
Good luck. Good luck.
Don't put
Do it for humanity, you know?
Ter un poco de leche. Ter un poco de leche.
He's left-handed, isn't he? Because like I was looking, like was watching a game in the camera,
Oh yeah,
and his hand was like,
yeah. Like how many left-handed players you know?
He's the only one in Dota, I think.
It's literally just Nisha. This guy does not play a bop, right? He's like mysterious. Like no one knows what he does on his like rest time, right? Like suddenly, like Blitz take him to the gym 1 month. He's like huge now, right? He doesn't say a word. He just sits down. He stares at his thing with his left hand, you know, like whatever mouse, and he just goes 10-0 puck every tournament. I mean, yeah, you know.
I feel it. I agree. He's definitely in my top 3. You gentlemen agree?
Look, normally I play against him, and I can say Nisha is a lizard.
Okay, done. It's the mystery solved. That's scary. That's terrifying. Do you feel like you would be able to fight a lizard man in real life and win? Like, let's say Nisha's walking down the hallway, you see him, he trips, his tail pops out, and then he puts it back in, and he makes eye contact with you. Are you going to be able to win that fight?
why would I have to fight? I can just say, I will keep your secret. That's fine.
You think that's okay? He's just gonna be chill with that?
Man, imagine if you see that and then you go to people, he's a lizard.
Yeah.
He is a f***ing lizard. Like, your career is over, no?
What do you mean?
You're gonna look like a crazy man. No one's gonna believe you. Yeah, true.
There's been a lot crazier guys in Dota that have survived
Yes,
than him
Timado.
and running around saying he's a lizard. All
Your
right?
career is over, Timado. You see what you did?
I'm
He's a lizard.
Oh, yeah. I'm posting it right now, but someone had to do it.
No, but from a carry, it's fine, right? Like, he thinks people are lizard, but he's a good carry. Hire him, you know? But like for a support, it's like, this guy is a support. He's supposed to use his brain, and he thinks people are lizards.
He's replaceable.
Yeah.
I think that'd get you more jobs on teams, personally. You know, that's flavor.
He's a lizard.
Okay.
He's a lizard.
Fantastic.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. House for bar from blow the house down.
Do you notice like the generational gap? Because you have like some of the youngest to like oldest players, right?
I mean, sort of. Like, because we have like, so we call them the youngs and the olds. So it's like.
Wait, who's like in the middle then?
Skitter's in the middle because he's like an old, but he acts like a young.
Okay.
So it's like Maori and then Amar are the youngs. And then it's like me, Crit, and Snay were the olds. And Skitter's like, he should be an old, but
Okay.
he hasn't developed properly.
All right.
But yeah, there's a little bit of that. I'm not sure. It's just like, I don't even think it's a bad thing. It's just stressful sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all.
Do you feel like you can relate or like connect as easily with the olds or the youngs? Like, or like, it doesn't matter. You probably must have learned to do both, but
I mean, we've been a team for quite a while. I mean, not as long as Liquid, but like, so I think our flow is like pretty good at this point, but there's definitely some times where like Crit will say something and we'll just be like, oh yeah, it's been like this for 10 years. And Amar's like, huh? I don't think so. Like, cause honestly, Dota, like, it's weird, but like the heroes that countered heroes in like 2012, they still countered them. Like, it's always the same. Like, I can't remember who said it, but like sometimes, like if they don't know what counters something in the meta, they're like, oh, it's FNG said like, oh, I'll look back in 2015 and this is what was good for Shadow Fiend. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, well, guess I'll go look too. And same thing.
no, for sure. There is a lot of that. And, you know, like I was mentioning the relationship to playing. Like, obviously now some of you guys have been pro before and, or played Dota in general, and probably all of you guys have less time to play Dota. I could only assume. So when you watch, I mean, I guess two questions, but like when you watch your players, like first of all, do you learn more about your own selves when you were playing or who you are as a player? And how much of your playing identity goes into it? You know what I mean? Like, are you thinking about it? Or is it two different things? Like you're just being the coach right now and it has nothing to do with how you view their play style or whatever, their habits. How does that come into play? You've been a player for a while. I've been your coach actually.
Yeah.
I just remembered that.
Yeah.
So
Dude, you forgot too?
So basically, right, I do see myself in this team sometimes, like what would I do and stuff. And, you know, our team's famous for farming and I'm famous for being like really aggressive. So sometimes I feel like we're a little too passive. So I try to implement like hey guys, you know, it's time to fuck them up, guys. Time to slay together, guys. Enough farming. Chill out.
So do you feel like, and that comes from your own relationship to the game?
Exactly. Yeah. My feeling like something's up, guys. They're getting too much and, you know, something's funky.
You feel the itch?
Yeah, I feel like...
you refrain it at times? Or you just letting it in, like letting it happen?
I say it, but I say it in a more human way. Instead of, you know, saying like that, like these guys are animals. I'm like, guys, I think they're farming a little too much. Something like that.
Okay. That's a nice way to
There are
put it.
too many animals on the map.
Yeah, like, look at all this. These guys are too much, guys.
Yeah,
Down 10K, go trying to contest room. What kind of animal is this?
I don't remember you saying it this way back then. It's like, I think they're farming a little too much.
Yeah.
Just tone it down just a little bit.
I saw Neta recently with Midas Octarine on Abaddon. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every game. Midas, Blink, Octarine.
You guys have both had Neta. I guess actually
Neta
all three
too.
of us. Yeah, all three of us have had Neta. We've had the Neta
I
experience.
think I work well with him
We know
because
where
we
he's going
balance it
next.
out.
Then we know where he's going next, I guess.
He does the.
Welcome that.
Welcome.
Thank you, DM.
Thank you, DM.
Sorry, I shouldn't break the news. But what about you guys? Like, how much of the player is in the coach? What do you guys think?
For me, the problem is I get too excited by watching 9 class gameplay. So I always get low priority because I'm like, I'm going to play Slark 4. I'm ready. And then I just get flamed. Oh, now I learned TB. I just go and try to sunder people and then I fail.
Then reports?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the problem. But I'd say especially me and 9 class in the sense we do really well together because I like the unconventional ideas. Like the crazier it sounds, the more likely I'm trying to make it work. So sometimes I'm like, I want to try Arc Warden 4 to see if it works. And if it works, I'm going to tell him in this sense. So yeah, I'm getting to the crazy ideas. It's cool, but low priority is not that cool.
He should play them for you by the sound of it, but okay.
I don't think I necessarily play less pubs as a coach. I think it just depends what your role is as coach. Because I think for my team, I'm more in charge of our Dota identity than probably most teams. But it just depends on the meta, and a lot of times I've adjusted based on player feedback. We'll steal something from Paravision. And it's oh, let's adjust it to play more like this, or we'll see how Liquid for me how they team fight or something. We'll look at that and we'll just always want to do that. And I don't know, for me, you guys were talking about pubs aren't real Dota, but from our team it's sort of opposite. We think what happens in pubs is the most important, and how we play the game is that is real Dota to us. So it's you can even see even in how we approach as coaches, it'll be a bit different. It's not either side's necessarily wrong, it's just our mentality is different.
Yeah, which also makes for different teams and different approaches.
Yeah, I think that's just how it goes, because again, no coaches really know what other coaches or teams, how they operate, right?
Yeah.
The only thing that we definitely know is how Net operates, 3 of us. And then,
Coming soon?
And soon to be you. So that's all we got. Yeah.
Do you feel sharing?
Yeah, we can tell you. All 3 of us can tell you beforehand, but that's it.
You know what's really funny? I remember after TI, I asked you about Neta, you gave me info, and then you asked me about Neta, so I passed you info.
Good.
Hey, I need some info.
He's very smart about the game. Very smart. Yeah, that's all I got. I can't say more than that, but they know.
Midas? Octarine?
Radiance? Radiance is high.
There was no Radiance this time, but
Yeah.
Midas, Octarine,
Ancient stacks.
Refresher.
Ancient stacks. Yeah. Word cloud must be ancient stacks. If you get to say how many things Neta says, it's got to be near the top.
It is good.
I
Call
mean,
Midas Wave, stack Midas Camp.
for me, I only play mid. I've never played any other roles in Dota, and so I know mid heroes still. I still play the game sometimes. I play party. Actually, I just started grinding with Zai. He's back on the party unranked, so you might catch us if you guys want to unranked. And I always play mobile heroes. So the pucks, the storms, that type. And so, like Curtis said, the matchups are pretty cyclical. The stuff that annoyed me back then is still annoying now. And so that part is pretty easy for me to understand. And so it's pretty easy for me to talk to Nisha about mid heroes and things that we see. Sometimes he's a little bit stubborn because he's way better than me. And I just have to kind of work at it. But that's the only thing identity-wise. Because I was a very passive player as a pro. Whereas my team is, they're, especially I think Boxy embodies our team a lot. He just boxes. He's in there to fight. So in that way, it's a bit different. But in the mid-hero pool, I think it's by far the most influence. I had a question.
Yeah.
For you as well. What was your favorite moment as a coach? What's the moment that you think about the most, that you were this was peak?
Good question. I mean, the obvious ones would be the wins, I guess, or the the moments that.
Yeah.
Because I also realized that some of the memories that you get are also kind of built from the content that's out there. They're not entirely your own. That makes sense. So maybe these are the most vivid ones, but the ones I'm the most proud of are probably the bouncing back moments, whether when the team was really in trouble or they were really hardship, and they were because I think, yeah, now that there's distance with things, I can look back and say, well, that was really, maybe that was the win. Actually, that's when the win was decided, or these kind of moments. So I remember some rough boot camps or really rough sequences. At the moment, we didn't realize what was going on, but later on, we were okay, well, this is probably, if it happened at any time, then it was that day or that night or whatever. So, yeah, that would probably be it. What about you guys? Obviously, it's an ongoing journey for you guys, but is there a moment?
Actually, I can remember like the distinct moment is when, like you said, the rough times. Like when you overcome the rough times boot camp, people are beefing. You solve that beef, and we come back from like a huge like group stage into like winning the event. That's like probably like where you help settle the beef, get them outside, make them shake their hands, talk about it. Then you see the fruit of your labor. I think that's like one of the best times of coaching.
No, that really resonated with me. Like when you overcome the tough times, something good. I remember there's a time doing a TI-11. Like we worked really hard for this tournament. We came in and we felt like there was a lot of pressure on us. The stuff we're trying to avoid. We actually lost a group stage game to you guys, TSM, and our team was just like, like we were like so mad. And Saxa just stood up and he just made a speech that like sort of encapsulated everything we had worked on in boot camp. Like, guys, like why is there pressure on us? Like this is what we know, what we worked on, the work's already done. We just have to like calm down, do everything. It was like everything we had talked about as a team together with myself as coach. And that actually made me really happy because after that the team was able to like get into the right mentality, and it was like a good tournament for us from there on. But like just seeing like the work that we put in come together like that, and then having someone else do the actual job for me where they were able to make the speech and like rally everyone, that was really nice.
What about you, Steve? Is there like a moment that,
Moment that I remember a lot is like TI in Seattle. We did top 8 with Nouns. We beat TSM somehow. We were the best in 18. When during the season, we were like the 3rd NA team, so we struggled to qualify. Till like last major, we managed to qualify, and then like being top NA team, this was really like good experience, gratifying. And then when we entered the arena, like everyone was chanting for us. We were like Team USA in the USA. It was an amazing moment. I was telling Blitz, it's sad it lasts like 40 minutes. It's like we lost twice to Gladiators in 20 minutes, something like 30 to 40 minutes. That's how it lasts. But still, it was one of the best days, even with the loss. Because I feel like it's about what everyone talk about, like all the struggles you had. Because like we changed player after the last major. Like our position, our carry became our position 5. We put Hector in the team. It was like a full year struggling to build a team. And then like this top 8 meant a lot. Like the first LAN we attended, we won, which was the Bangkok one. It was amazing, yes. But it's like, we just started, we win. We didn't go through like hard times together. Then it didn't feel like, let's say, as good as a top 8 where we struggle a full year.
All right, past the Versailles onto Montmartre, and here. It's supposed to be right here. Did they feed me the wrong information? There's no way I'm letting them keep me out. Tonight's the night of the Esports World Cup opening ceremony, and I still haven't gotten my invitation yet. Something about not wanting a repeat of previous events. But I'm not gonna let something as silly as an approved guest list stop me from hitting that red carpet. I'm finding a way in. Time to crush some carpet. This is yours. You speak to me, this is yours. Please. If I don't speak to at least 3 people, I get deported. I was told that in order to come to the red carpet or the orange carpet, you gotta be wearing red or orange. What is this?
I'm not on the red carpet.
Pan down,
yes.
Pan down.
Okay.
Pan down. What color is this carpet?
I know.
I can't let you borrow this because I have a black shirt underneath.
I think we'll both get in trouble if that happens.
Yeah. I am the red carpet. I am the red carpet. Does France even have good karaoke?
We do actually. Are you a good singer?
Oh, Champs-Elysees, ba-da-da-da-da. Did you just get in, or have you been here for a bit?
I just flew in today, and then it was straight to the gala dinner, and then I came here.
The gala dinner, what did you eat?
I don't know. I don't really remember. It was very French, but it was nice.
KC fans are freaking crazy and rabid. How did you train them to be like that?
They try to be like me when I'm casting a game.
I've seen them go after some LCS casters too.
Yeah, we hate you guys now.
I love your hair.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Can we get a full spin, a full fit check? Ooh.
That's the vegan buffalo.
Okay, wait, hold up, back up.
Why?
How do you even get a vegan buffalo? What is vegan buffalo?
Okay, I'm a vegetarian. I'm really into the cause for animals.
Of course.
And when I saw that they have done a buffalo vegan, I was like, I'm gonna have 10 of this.
I'm hearing a rumor that you two are basically on standby in case any of the players on any of these teams get tired. Is that true?
Yeah. Chunks for FIFA and me for any team shooter. I think we're getting called now.
You're getting called onto stage right now. Quick, what game?
Valorant.
Valorant.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were doing FIFA.
No, I'm Valorant, you're doing FIFA.
Oh, we're switching roles. Oh, dude, that's how good we are.
Have you been to Paris before?
Yeah, I've been here for Champs, so it's my second time, and I also understand French, and I have French family, so it's nice to be here.
J'aime le croissant.
Ouais, je l'aime beaucoup.
J'aime beaucoup. Okay, you've been practicing. You're practicing, or you've been watching a lot of Emily in Paris?
I've been practicing and watching.
Sounds like the show is just getting started, so let's get. Let me in. Let me in.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Bonjour, my friends. If you paid attention to what I was doing last week, it was a lot of coffee drinking, a lot of pastry eating, not a great deal to do with the Dota. Thankfully, I did have this guy to help me out. Kevin, let me know what went down last week.
There's a lot of Dota matches. We start off with 24 teams total. 8 of them have already been eliminated. And of those groups, the top 4 that top their group and go all the way to playoffs, we've got P-Vision, we've got Yandex, we've got Falcons, and surprisingly, Enigma Galaxy also made it through. Really, really good performance for them.
Crazy stuff. And those teams are already guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. But today, we have the survival stage starting.
Yes, survival stage includes the other 12 teams remaining. They've got 2 days of matches, and 8 of those 12 are getting eliminated. So it's a big moment in the tournament.
Damn, only 4 teams can make it through. Let's start with EWC 2026 Dota Week 2.
A very good morning. It is survival time for the teams here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris and it's the second stage of the tournament. The survival stage is gonna be brutal. We got a lot to talk about. We got some eliminations upcoming. We got some advancements upcoming to tomorrow, because you don't survive with just one series. You gotta survive two. I also got two people sitting next to me. They survived the first week just fine. I'm here with Seb and Lacoste. Seb, how are you doing?
I'm great. I did more than surviving. I enjoyed it. I don't feel like I was a threat or anything. Doing great. Super excited for this week. I think usually this is when it starts getting very interesting. You know, like when tournament life is on the line. This is my jam.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good as well, Shiver. You know, I got the chance to explore Paris yesterday. I don't know, like teams had a day off as well. I'm pretty sure that they focused on different things, but really enjoyed it. My first time in Paris, and Dota has been amazing. And now it's gonna come down to survival stage.
What was the highlight? Gotta ask. Highlight of exploring Paris.
I gotta say, Eiffel Tower. It was closed all around because of the celebration day that was preparing for today, and. It looked like from the distance, it looked very tiny. Then we got very close. We took the boat ride for an hour and it looked amazing. It looked much better. Different color than I would have expected it to be and what I've seen on the pictures.
Oh, very special. Of course, were fireworks yesterday as well. A lot's going on for France. They have the World Cup today. But there is a World Cup that's at play here as well. And that was this play last week as well, last Sunday. You might have not been able to catch any of the games. I don't know. I don't know what you were doing maybe, but if you didn't catch them, that's okay. We got you covered. We had two series on this stream that could both, in their own right, be considered grand finals, Seb, starting with P-Vision versus Team Spirit.
Yeah, that was an absolute banger. I think both these teams actually showcase also how close they are in terms of play, because it was a very, very close series. We had Team Spirit really put a stop to P-Vision's domination and remind everybody that they're not impressed. You know, they are Team Spirit at the end of the day and nothing is out of reach for them. And you know, P-Vision were able to strike back. It's going to be interesting because these are two of the favorites here, I would say. Spirit's obviously the title defender, so everybody's looking at them. And P-Vision is coming in hot. Like, they have shown a level of play that's very, very scary for whoever is going to try to stop them.
Yeah, and P-Vision winning that series, the second game, they only need to win one game, so they tied. And P-Vision winning that one game was enough for them to claim top spot in the group, whereas Team Spirit, will see them in action tomorrow in the survival stage. And then the series we had after that, we had 1W versus Yandex. Lacoste, this was another series that could be a grand finals.
It definitely could. I mean, they shared the same amount of points. They were 7-1 prior to this series, and it looked like kind of like both teams can potentially take it. The first game, it was a bit of a stompy one. Yandex, they got a better draft overall and better execution. And in the second game, I really like the sequence of what happened in that one, especially draft-wise, because they managed to take the PL for themselves and then steal the Earthshaker on top of that, knowing that it could potentially beat a counter. It did go on for an hour, but a very, very close series.
Yeah, a super close series, and one step closer, of course, for the teams that won there to be taking the championship coming Sunday, because top 8 is only the start for those teams. And of course, some of the teams that you saw are not even top 8 yet. Now, we did over the weekend as well, had some other action going on. We had two different titles finishing. We have two new champions added to the mix. Starting off with Valorant, they had their finals, and 100 Thieves was able to beat NRG, and that was quite the happening. 100 Thieves now with the 1,000 club championship points on the leaderboard for the club championship, so that is very cool. And keep in mind, you have to win at least one in order to be eligible to be first place to begin with. And there you see Apex. It is unlimited. They won the match point and they take the crown. That happened over on the other stage, and another extra 1,000 points for the leaderboards as we can start shape. I mean, it's just a couple titles finished so far, but you know, it's getting there, and that is cool to see. Seb,
yeah,
where are you?
It's very early stage in a sense, so you know, it's kind of like your first day of groups or something. So you know, I think if you're Navi, for instance, or 100 Thieves, I've been there. It feels good. You know, you look at the scoreboard and you're like, yeah, number one. You know, there's like something very positive about it, but it's going to be a marathon. So nothing, everything is very, very much up in the air. Nobody should get out of themselves.
Yeah, I think there's like, on average, 3 games, different titles per week that finish Lacoste. So, I mean, we were like, what, week 1 just finished?
It's a good way to start for these orgs, like orgs that have multiple teams and that are competing in multiple titles, but also starting with the W, like getting that potential championship as well. It's very interesting, and it makes it easier. I think it relieves some pressure from like the other squads that they are competing in with their own orgs, because you already have that guaranteed title.
Yeah, and we can also take a look at our bracket and see what's coming in the survival stage, because a couple of these teams, you know, if you're in the survival stage, you don't get any points yet. You need to be top 8 for that. And there's quite a few names on this list that definitely want some points. Most notably, I would imagine actually Team Liquid. They have come second years in a row, and they really want to get some points out of their Dota squad, let me tell you that. They could really use those. But this is our survival bracket. We are going to see today 4 teams eliminated, Lacoste. 4.
Yeah, from now on, it's just going to be single elim. It's going to be painful. I think teams had a little bit of extra time to prepare for this, and looking at the matchups and looking what's going to happen to them potentially in round 2, it's looking scary, because you have to go through BB Team, 1Dub, Team Spirit, Aurora. All of these 4 teams, like, they got second in the group, but these teams are also top contenders to take the whole thing.
I think if you're Liquid or Extreme, you're like, no, thank you. You know, it's like, can I go like backwards? Oh, and back up or something? Like, how can we work this bracket differently? Because I don't want to move forward. It's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be so scary for all teams. Single elimination as well is like, yeah, there is no second chances, and a lot of these teams in the past have relied on those second chances. This is what's coming your way today. So you saw that there's on the round 1, there's 4 series. We split them up over 2 different streams. So you're watching stream A. There's also stream B going on. Make sure you check that out. But right here, you're in the right place for LGD versus Mouse, and starting the day with Liquid versus Extreme Gaming. And well, I chose this time around.
What did you choose, Fever?
I think it's pretty obvious which series I chose
Obvious to you.
for the Sony story of the day. Come on, you can't choose me.
I hope it's the second one.
I hope it's the Liquid Extreme.
Of course it is.
I'm messing with you. I agree. We're on the same page here. Great minds think alike. We would have made the exact same choice, which is why we're here sitting together.
Yeah, what
exactly
happened to democracy, Shiver? Like, we were choosing and you were not happy with our choices, so you
No,
decided to...
this is fine, because I thought we were aligned, so I'm like...
You're in France, you're in Paris. We don't like being, overruled. Like, the people don't not enjoy when there's somebody making all the calls. Just watch out.
Let's start it over. Hey guys, there's 2 series today.
Yes.
Which would you like to see as the Sony story of the day?
I'd go with... let's go with Liquid Extreme, Shiver.
And how about you? Just to make sure that we get every opinion.
It sounds great to me. Liquid Extreme.
Great, glad to
There
have
we
that
go.
sorted
Done the
out.
proper way.
I'm glad we had that sorted out. We're also going to take a look at what's happening in the Dota so far, because of course we're at the halfway point, and we have a couple of things that seemingly have been figured out a little bit in terms of heroes, picks and bans, and we can take a look at some of the most picked heroes and see how that is updated. Because, for example, Shadow Fiend, that was in this list just a couple of days ago, is gone. I think the cool one to see there is the Bane. I don't think, Seth, that was on my bingo card to be one of the most picked heroes.
Yeah, I mean, everything makes sense. I think to me the one that makes the least sense is maybe the Wind Ranger, because and I guess we have the Wind Ranger here too, but that's definitely the feeling we've had watching the games, where it didn't feel like the hero had a lot of success. Earth Spirit, very dominant hero. Hoodwink, I think 58% win rate for being the most picked is a lot. Like, I've been enough in these tournaments, like these numbers, I'm quite familiar with the numbers now. This is a big win rate, so
I don't know why people stop picking. Like, we haven't really seen it much on the games that we covered. Like, it has been picked a lot, but nothing really changed. There were some, like, smaller nerfs to the hero, but other than that, the hero looks extremely good. And I think, like, we also have to check the most banned heroes, because these are gonna stick out the most. Like, I think the one that has a big question mark for me is this Puck. That has been banned a lot. That win rate is atrocious.
It's very bad. It's very bad, and it's been banned a lot. So yeah, maybe like lingering like a read from another patch or another way to play the game, like from a few weeks old, that's maybe outdated. So perhaps this is like an adjustment teams are going to make. Where they don't feel like they need to ban the puck. And again, like sometimes that's the thing with Dota, it's like cycles in the sense that maybe puck is as good as it used to be, but now certain heroes are, getting higher priority. Earthspit, for instance, natural puck counter, good lane, built-in silence. So perhaps, the cycle has now moved and puck doesn't require a ban anymore.
Yeah, I think maybe that's something the team should definitely consider. And people only let it through when they've already can counter it as well. So that's another thing to factor in there. But let's focus our attention on the first series of the day, though, because we have a lot at stake. Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming, part of the reason why this is the story of the day is because for both of these teams, well, one of them is going to exit. No doubt, that's the format. But for both of these teams, exiting here is not just, oh, that's unfortunate. It's actually so subpar compared to what they were expecting coming into this event, Lacoste, because they would be eliminated bottom 16.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be. Like, it comes down to the format and also, like, maybe slightly underperforming, especially for Liquid. Extreme Gaming, there's still a lot on the line for them. TI being in China, in Shanghai this year. It's a lot of pressure on this team to perform, them being the best Chinese team as well. Like, Vici Gaming, they're still doing okay, but, that from the Chinese, from the fans' perspective, it does feel like Extreme Gaming, they are the big dogs. They are the ones that need to be able to punch back against these European squads that did secure, like 8 out of 8 are coming up from Europe. So yeah, we need that little bit of extra diversity.
We really do. I think for both teams, very important to take this victory, as mentioned, focusing on Team Liquid first. This is a squad that has generally struggled a little bit in group stages and have shown that they're a bit on the up towards the end of the group stages, and it's of course very good coming into this series. But let's find out what Nisha had to say about it.
I think for the groups, we performed okay. I think obviously we aimed for first place and we were kind of disappointed. Had some talks, but in the end I think the better teams deserved the first spot, and we're gonna try to show what we've got in the playoffs.
He's all in. He's all in. He's going back in. He's gonna get both these kills.
I think we're gonna try to keep playing what we kind of practiced and just kind of try to get better. I think we're facing Extreme into Spirit, which should be a nice matchup. I think we played some scrims. It was kind of close, and it's not super scary, but also they're a good team, so confidence boost if we beat them. And I think we will play Yandex, which is a favorite kinda, or up there in the top 4, I guess. So yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Survival stage is kinda scary, but I think kinda good as well if we get through it. One loss and you're out is kinda in there. At the same time, I was kinda happy we didn't get first place because I think we still need to improve a bit throughout the tournament. So just gotta get it done.
Nisha is already talking about facing Yandex. That's a couple steps ahead there as they're going up against Extreme first. And Extreme is not a team to slouch on. Extreme is a very strong team, and they have also powering up throughout this group stage and throughout the year as well, as we're going to check out their road to EWC.
Extreme Gaming has been a powerhouse of Chinese Dota for many years, and they remain that way to this day with their current roster of Ame, Nothing to Say, XXS, FY, and Xnova, which was built in the last few months of 2025. While Extreme Gaming is an incredibly strong team, it would be considered by most to be the strongest team in China by a fairly large margin. They do struggle against the top teams on a global scale.
Knock him out! Extreme Gaming! Even with the extra lives, they have nothing on Yandex!
They have a large amount of top 5 finishes, but you'd have to go back multiple years to see big tournament wins for the team. Their road to the Esports World Cup 2026 was more spread out than almost any other qualifying team. With no tournament wins to speak of, the majority of their points instead came from getting top 4 in Dream League Season 27, Dream League Season 28, and even ESL 1 Birmingham 2026. Will Extreme Gaming finally manage to break free from their pattern of getting barely within reach but not quite making it to the end? Tune in and find out here, the Esports World Cup 2026.
There's so much to unpack with this best of 3 series coming our way, and I actually want to start with something that Nisha touched upon, Seb. He's happy that he's in the survival stage, and this could also be the case for Extreme Gaming, because he feels like he wants to play more. He feels like they're still figuring it out. How do you feel about that view on a tournament progression for a team?
I think you must. It's always scary to sit out and have the other teams play like 2 best of 3s and gather a lot of experience. It's like best of 3s, you know, you're just more involved, right? When you're like part of the competition, like you're watching the games more closely out of it, and you just sit out and you have to watch, and eventually you meet them, especially in a single elim format where you could just get caught off guard by, because like watching and playing is just different. Like you get much more conclusions. So I understand where he's coming from. I think it makes sense that you want to get as much like playtime as possible, and anyway you're gonna have to beat every single team here if you want to take it home. So in that sense, having to face them, you know, now or having to play extra games should not be a worry. But I have to say that usually pre-game interviews, you don't get much from them, or I mean, I don't know, like this one really changed my mind on Liquid, because he seemed so confident, even though he didn't want to sound confident, but he's like, I don't know, he didn't, it's just like, you know, Spirit just went out of the window too. He's talking about Yandex, and I'm like, there's Spirit on the way, there's like Extreme, and he's telling you, yeah, Yandex, they're top 4, but I think we can do it. You're like, maybe he's confident because he knows it's just going to be a smooth sailing. I don't know.
And I think his gameplay definitely shows it, because we've seen him being just... I mean, he like showed the best performances so far from Liquid, because we talked about whether it's going to be Nisha Prime showing up, maybe it's Nisha who didn't play pubs. It was definitely Nisha Prime, especially that game on Ember Spirit that he did solo carried the game against Aurora, where everybody else was kind of like, yeah, somebody has to do it, and he really stepped it up.
He did, and Team Liquid also has a history of course, doing well if they're in a long tournament. Thinking back to before they won TI, there was a TI where there was the last chance qualifier, and they went all the way to the top 3, which was, of course, a lot of games in like a span of, 3 weeks? So they maybe thrive on this one. On the other side, it's Extreme Gaming. And I think also, Lacoste, for them it might be good, because relatively recent coach swap definitely seems to have impacted them coming into this, and more games than would also help.
This is still a super strong squad. It just feels like some things weren't really clicking for them. I feel like this team can do so much more. Like the numbers are not showing how strong this team are, but they have some good ideas. We talked about maybe some of the issues that they need to fix with like how slow they played. I think this is going to be the biggest issue, again, coming up against Liquid, who can be extremely fast team. So I want to see if this is going to be the adjustment that they need to bring to the table.
Like, this is a pivotal moment for Extreme. Like, I think you have players like FY or Ame. I don't want to say it's going to be their last ride, but it could be, in a sense. I think these players have thought about retired, or maybe even retired and came back, which is an awful thing to do. Don't try that at home.
Do that?
No, don't try this at home. It is very bad. But either way, like, I think they don't take this for granted. You know, they want to get some results. There's pressure on their shoulders in that sense. TI is in China, so the whole Chinese scene, and they're notoriously known for applying some sort of pressure on their teams. Like, they really want the home teams to perform. So again, this is very crucial for Extreme.
It is for both teams crucial, and we're all hoping that extra pressure for the teams will lead to the best Dota they've played this week. But before we get to talk more about the Dota 2, we gotta get this series started properly on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup Dota Edition, baby! We are back. We took a day off to gather our strength to bring you the greatest Dota you've ever seen. It's Elimination Day. How we all doing out there? Oh, we are alive and well Milo here in Paris. Good to see. How you doing, Milos?
Honestly, it was a great day. Yesterday, we got to relax for a bit, as you're saying, but something was missing. We weren't here either practicing or getting into heavy Dota because we've had a full week last time. Woo! All group stage, 12-hour days minimum because we're enjoying so much of what's going on. Big stories. We had to say goodbye to a bunch of teams, and we got to see some of their keys being crushed, and that's kind of the big thing over here. Doors open and your opponent's hopes come crashing down. And we're going to continue doing that today because we're starting off with our survival stage. And
that's right.
It's kind of in the name at that point.
It is. Today we're playing the survival bracket. Every single game that you see will be a elimination game. We're going to send a lot of boys home and talk about our first 2 teams coming out here today. Fun little fact from Knoxville on Twitter: the most amount of competitive games ever played is going to be on this stage coming up. 23,000 competitive games between all these teams. So let's get this party started. We're going to bring out your first team of the day. You guys ready? Let's hear it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out Team Liquid. Team Liquid is a team that likes to grief the group stage so they can learn. You can't learn unless you lose. A lot of teams coming in here thinking that they can destroy. We're going to find out today if Liquid has learned those lessons and they're ready to survive against a powerful opponent. I, for one, am ready to ride that wave with them. I think they could do it.
I don't want to call it copium or anything else here, Slap. We're going to leave it till the game actually starts off because from now on, it's all BO3s on this. So let's welcome their opponents to the stage. They're Extreme Gaming! Hell yeah, brothers and sisters. They clinched 4th in Group A, and they were up against the wall still. That's all behind them now as they reset for this survival stage. An important moment to decide who plays Team Spirit after this. That's going to be crazy. Now, the question is always, can the uncrowned king crush the Seahorse Uprising? Well, my friends, only time will tell. The generals have gathered in their masses.
All right, fantastic, guys. Well, we have one hell of a show to start things off. Gentlemen, are you ready? All right, we got a nod. You ready? Please put those keys in their receptacles. Get to your stations, but most importantly, I want to see that handshake. This might be a risky handshake here.
I don't know. This one will go regardless. Only one. Hey! Only one team will survive from this slag. So best of 3 to see who gets their key crushed and who moves on. Our panel, are you ready? Take it away.
Flex and Milos shared some stats on stage. I would like to share some stats as well. It's scary stats, actually mostly scary for Extreme Gaming, because in the last 10 times that these 2 teams faced each other, one head and shoulders above the rest. There's been 1 tie, and that's nice. And then there's been 1 series win for Extreme.
Yeah, during Dream League.
Other 8.
Dream League Season 29, they got that dub, but other than that, they haven't looked good. But you know what? Stats sometimes lie, Shiver. We saw it in Enigma Galaxy series against Team Liquid, where nobody beat Enigma Galaxy 16 or 17 times in a row. And if they can do it, I believe so can Extreme Gaming.
Guys, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can take your stats back. This is Extreme Gaming. This is your TI finalists. Where were Liquid in the last TI finals? I don't know. So they can keep winning.
I know. Do you want to know?
I don't want to know. All I know is like
9/13th.
Right. So I saw Extreme. I saw Falcons. That was the money time. Whatever happens in the season doesn't matter anymore. This is a World Cup. This is survival stage. This is single elim. You have players like Ame, you have players like FY, all of them. I would name the 5 players. They're here to play and they can take down any team. So, I'm not impressed with your stat.
That's all good. I I just want to focus on the action anyway. That's normally much more impressive, and we talked about the pressure already. I want to talk about some of the lanes that we want to see do well, because I know there's been a lot of discussion when it comes to Team Liquid regarding the offlane. And when it comes to Extreme Gaming, we have seen the offlane also. They XSS popped off, especially on a Snapfire earlier last week. I want to focus on that again. What do we want to see? Or maybe there's something that you just really don't want to see, Lacan.
I don't want to see Rubik straight away. I feel like Rubik in current meta just doesn't feel as good. There was one game where they opened up with Rubik on 9. I think in this current meta, there are multiple heroes who are much, much stronger than Rubik, and that was their downfall. I think it was against the BB team where they got crushed in 20 minutes. And also, maybe don't go too greedy from the offlane. I think the combination as well, because NTS, he looked pretty good in most of the games that he played. When he was the one when they were playing against Gamer Legion on Nature's Prophet, where he was solo kind of handedly bringing the game back in the first 20 minutes after the other two lanes they did lose. So I want to see something like more lane oriented, because they will need it against Liquid.
The key of the draft for both teams, in my opinion, like on one side, Liquid finding their groove with the offlane. I think with the 3 and the 4, the player combination, as in the player-hero combination, how do Boxy and Ace, like what kind of plan do they build for themselves? I think this has been off for Liquid since the beginning of the tournament. As we were saying earlier, like Nisha, he's been popping off, Mick is there, you know, Tofu, I feel, and they need so much from Boxy and Ace, like they're so important to their success. That is one thing. And on Extreme side, to me, is mostly the support and mid hero pairings, which I think have been very, very lackluster and has essentially disallowed them to play these games and at a pace that
Sam, just say it. Just say which hero you don't want to see.
I mean, I agree. I 100% agree with the Rubik. I think, again, it's like, it's not only just Rubik. It's like,
there's one more.
There's Mirana, you know? Because you have to think of, what are we going to see? We're going to see Ember. We're going to see Earth Spirit on Liquid. You know, these heroes are like topping the meta right now. You pick a casual Mirana, and it's like you give up every single rune. Like, they need to find a way to enable Nothing to Say, I think, is really important, because that's how Dota's played right now. You enable your mid laner so that he can enable the side lanes afterwards. Like, this is a give and take. If he gets the runes, if he has good levels, if he is allowed to push the mid wave, then he's gonna rotate, fight for the side lanes, and they haven't done it at all so far.
I wanna throw a hero you guys' way. We saw it coming. We saw it last Sunday. Wow. We saw it last Wednesday. We might have actually also seen it Wednesday. We saw it Sunday. Wow, English is so hard. Lina. We saw Watson play it on the safe lane. And well, of course we've seen it on the mid lane as well. So, as a flex, is only Watson able to play Lina?
No, I mean, Watson is a hero specialist. It's like if he can make the hero work, maybe not many others can, but it does feel like a potentially good flex between 1 and 2. From the mid lane as well, we've seen different builds with either like spellcasting build. We've also seen GPK with the Treads, BKB, Satanic, Daedalus, Hydra's Breath type of a build, so more of a scaling build. From the safe lane, I believe we saw Mjolnir on Watson, and this hero has insanely high win rate. It kind of fits the meta because we're in the range meta still from the carry role, because like all of these position 5s, these melee 5s feel good to play with Lina anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong hero. Actually, I don't know if you recall, but I think Extreme was the first Lina we've seen. I think in the first series they picked Lina for Nothing to Say, and we criticized a little bit the pick because of the synergy with the supports again and with the other side laners. So it didn't. I think they lost that game and it didn't feel as good as it could have. But that's maybe a good sign that they were like, you know, ahead of the pack and had the right read on which heroes were going to be on the uprise.
Yeah, with the focus that we already want to see the Nothing to Say set up for success, and the emphasis we put on Nisha playing very well and having a very good tournament. Do you want them to draft also supports that are just extra heavy on the rotation, so earlier on than normal, maybe Nothing to Say can get a little bit help so we can get a leg up there?
I want them to pick their supports based on what Nothing to Say is gonna play and what Nisha is going to play also. Like, this is what I want from Extreme Gaming supports. I don't care about this Rubik versus Bane. Like, this is just a bait. Like, at this point, it's just hurting them so much. I hope they came to that conclusion, because really this is what happened in these games. So if they can enable their mid laner and also make sure that they keep Nisha in check, because we've seen what happens when he's not. He just runs away with the game. then, because I actually think that XXS and Ame are two of the most talented side laners in the world. Like, they are so good, these two. But they need the game to be stable. And it hasn't been the case, really.
Yeah, XXS, I mean, I've been a big fan of this guy for forever. Like, I always put him in my top 3 offlaners because he has been so stable, and he can definitely, like, be the clutch guy for the team. Maybe the meta doesn't really suit him that well. Like, he's a hero specialist as well on certain heroes. Maybe, again, we're going back to, like, the position 4, position 5, like, what they're picking, and I also gotta say that Xnoa, his hero pool hasn't really impressed me this tournament because he only exclusively played range heroes compared to like the pairings that we've seen with the melee plus position 1 carry that is range most of the time. Even though Kaori has been bringing out like some of the old classics with the warlocks, with potentially, you know, Jakiros, which did look good. I feel like maybe he needs to expand his little hero pool a little bit more just to make sure that Ame also has a slightly easier laning stage.
Yeah, 100%. And as we see the draft, you know, it's opened. We are going to get SF on Liquid, which is something they're super happy with. This is like a Liquid classic. Mickey extremely comfortable on the hero. And Liquid is a team that strategizes in a sense that they always try to build on top of, you know, what the hero wants and kind of set the key heroes of their draft for success. So SF is a perfect Dota hero for that, you know.
I bet you're happy to see the Mirana being banned, so you don't have to think about her.
Yes.
But
yes.
are you not worried about the Darkseer, who has proven to be the strongest counter to Shadow Fiend?
It's very, very strong. It's not so good in the lane. Like we've seen Darkseer, like 33, also going to jungle straight away, making sure that he is getting something out of the lane, because lane can be a bit more difficult. And they have multiple heroes that they can pair with this Darkseer in the lane. Like if we think about the Tusk King, for example, that's FY right there. But also another one that I would probably give maybe slight priority to is potentially picking up Spirit Breaker. I think this is one of the better counters in the current meta against Shadow Fiend whenever you have a laning partner. But for now, it's just going to be Hoodwink.
Just pick the highest winning heroes. Like, you don't have to...
They check the numbers.
Yes, easy. Check the numbers and comply. So that's good. I'm looking at the Liquid bans and I'm like, there must have been a lot of scrims going on. Like, we're missing inside information here. Because this Senking ban, this Mirana ban, you're like, what is going on? Because these heroes have either not been successful or not seen at all. We haven't seen the Senking on stream, but perhaps it was picked in some other games. So very interesting. They let the Clockwork through, which obviously is one of the top heroes of the tournament, even though it's... I think the win rate, we've shown it earlier, it's a little bit below 50%, but this is a hero that's first picked almost every game. So in that sense, it's only normal that it's going to be... It's playing versus counters every game. And despite that, it's maintaining like a 50% win rate, which actually is pretty impressive. And of course, the Nisha Ember. Like, how can you skip that step if you're Liquid? It's pretty blind though. Like, it could get countered by... They only banned Lina. Huskar has been banned by Extreme, but we should expect nothing to say to pick a favorable counter.
Yeah, there are certain counters. Like we've seen good amount of Necrophos as well, even though some teams feel like it is a counter. Some teams we felt like, even in interviews after, saying that it's not a bad matchup. You're going to be losing the lane. I believe it was Nisha who can, like, you can still play the lane, drag the creep wave into enemy triangle and get a good amount of farm. And also you are a Spirit Vessel buyer, but potentially a pick that, again, can be flexed to 3 different roles right now. Not as much. Like you can have 2 different roles because they already picked Darkseer, but I gotta say, I've been very impressed by Earthshaker. This could also be...
That's a nothing to say classic. It could be FY, but...
Could be, probably not.
I'd be quite surprised, yeah. I think like Shaker Darkseer lane is not what it used to be, especially versus the Clockwork 5. So to me, this looks like the answer to the Ember mid. It's a good matchup for Shaker, I dare to say. I don't know how good it is anymore, in a sense, because I think Ember is like very, very buffed and Shaker has been nerfed for a while now. We'll have to see how it goes. Obviously, nothing to say thinks it's good, and amazing combo with Darkseer, that goes without saying. You know, if we go back to Shaker meta, you know, Mandarin, Falcons, TI, Shaker meta is stack triangle and protect the stacks. Like, so that, you're gonna look at that. I'm a little bit worried on the Darkseer Hoodwink Lake, because if they have a rough one, if the safe lane of Liquid is very strong, it might allow Tofu to wander, place deep ops. It might also allow Mickey to even connect and try to contest the stacks. So the early laning execution from Extreme, especially on the offlane, is going to be important so that FY has space to stack and to protect the stacks.
Yeah. So yeah, their support duo will be the Hoodwink and the Wyvern coming out. We'll see how active they can be in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Wyvern pick in a sense. Like, it's good against SF, but not good against Ember. But hopefully, if Shaker has a good enough game, these three heroes are going to be strong enough to match the Ember pace in the early game. Like, again, you want to picture in your head, you want to think of these three heroes fighting versus Ember Clock +1 for the runes, for the stacks, for aggressive positions on the map. I guess Wyvern, Hoodwink, Shaker does the job. What do you think, Lacoste?
Yeah, it looks like it's quite a lot of team fight, and also the early game should be okay on paper. I'm just wondering how much Darkseer is going to be able to get out of this lane, because it's not an easy lane for him by any means. And if Shaker's off to a good start, if you're the one like maybe getting a better rotation, getting the kill on Ember Spirit, getting level 6, your supports are stacking in the meantime, this could be a pretty good Shaker game. Other than like it has been pretty bad through Dota like history. You are playing against Clockwork, which is super annoying for you to play against.
Can you buy Ags, or is it not the build?
I've seen good amount of Ags, yeah. Like we've seen,
like a counter to
we've seen
Clock.
Shaker only 2 times so far in the tournament. He didn't lose yet, but
I mean, I have to say, Liquid are selecting the meta heroes. Like, I think these are the heroes that have been some of the heroes that have been the most successful, in my opinion. Like Centaur has looked very good, very good, very good. There's like a bunch of different builds. I think the hero's laning presence is very solid. It scales greatly into the late game. Ember, obviously, we've mentioned that. SF, Clock. These are like top 4 of the top heroes this tournament.
Yeah.
So they did their homework. You know, Liquid is, I guess, playoff mode.
Yeah, they did. They did choose ones with better win rates.
maybe that's why Nisha was so confident in the pre-game interview.
He's like, we opened the stats. We know now. We have the knowledge.
Yeah. The only question with that is, are they on the meta on the right time? Because obviously last week this was very good. Maybe Extreme Gaming is one step ahead and is seeing something in the heroes that they have that maybe is not as obvious yet.
Yeah, they'll have to showcase it. I mean, just from a hero composition, I feel like Liquid is in a pretty decent spot right now. There's some pressure on their last pick, in my opinion, but Boxy, I think, has a lot of cool options. I just want to see like a nice hero pairing, basically, with Clock Ember, because this is like a little bit lackluster. You need some follow-up on Ember's aggression.
Like follow-up in terms of disable, follow-up in terms of damage?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, both.
All of the above.
all of the above. Exactly.
Yeah,
so I don't know what you're thinking for Boxy, but...
I was thinking Willow, it got banned. I'm thinking maybe Coddle, potentially Lion that can come out if they feel like they need slightly more control. I'm okay with Coddle, maybe
Coddle
slightly more,
good.
because you have like the combination. It's probably one of the best, if not the best hero pairing with Coddle, except for Pango. So it feels really nice to play. You also don't know the matchup, so you're going to be showing up the wave relatively easy with the Centaur plus Keeper of the Light.
Coddle is banned, by the way.
Coddle is banned, never mind, Shiver.
Banned, okay. Yeah, what else is there? Is Kai an option? I mean, it's not the best versus Darkseer, but it's very good in early game against Shaker.
It's a good Ruby game.
It's a decent one.
But I think it wouldn't be first pick, so that surely is better than, you know, what you think.
Clock, Ember, Rubik, I think they lack damage, if I'm honest. I feel like Wyvern Embrace is too strong.
Okay.
Early game. Like, they actually are not going to kill heroes. But, I mean, we'll have to see. They have the Stampede also to help them. I like Sky for some reason. I feel like it's a good Sky game. Like, they need more magic damage in the early game. Because, again, you want to think of Centaur and SF as like, they're not going to get involved that early. I'm talking first 10 to 15 minutes. So, again, it's going to come down to this Clock Ember. Like, can they go and contest stacks? Or are they going to let Shaker... get huge. Again, the last pick is on Extreme side, so they will secure themselves a win condition. It's a first pick SF, so Liquid is gonna be, I'm quoting that, but on a timer in a sense. We're gonna see an Ame hero that will win the game eventually. Yeah. So you want to be able to bring the heat to Extreme if you're Liquid. And Boxy hero has... Okay, so they're actually gonna...
do Clock 4 and Witch Doctor 5.
It's a 5 Witch Doctor. Interesting. I mean, very good against the Wyvern save, because obviously Maledict, and you still, keep them in place. You want overwhelming amount of magic damage is always good. This hero has looked really good, right?
It looks very, very good. Like with the heal and with a bit of a newer build where you skip the cask, you get it at level 3. Sometimes even level 4, so you're playing off your heal and Maledict early on. And Clinks, this hero, I've been pretty impressed with how well this hero scales. It's another orb block hero in the lane. Like we've seen good amount of Draw Rangers, of course. Like we've seen some Vipers from time to time. It's very difficult to lane against these heroes. And this hero is a bit more like deceptively tanky compared to other heroes, especially if you have Wyvern with the Fairy Fire, with the Wand, with the Death Pact. Not the easiest hero to kill.
But why Clinks over a Drow Ranger, for example?
I think it's more active. I think this hero also sieges the high ground better. We've seen teams with Drow Rangers also struggling if you don't have Aegis to go for buildings. Clinks is a bit of a different type of a hero. It's also more active hero that likes to get involved early on, and I think that's the type of a hero they needed.
And much more tanky too. Like you think of the Liquid lineup, Ember, Clock, Centaur, they're gonna be running at you. Like they will be jumping this draw, trying to kill her. Clinks doesn't care. Like we've seen the Axe build too, where it's like you want to enter, like jump and enter the fight, be my guest. You know, you use the Aghanim Scepter ability, and all of a sudden they have to run away, like because it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. So I like the Clinks pickup. I'm trying to think, is this Witch Doctor SF like a bit weaker than Clock SF? Like, is it better for Hoodwink and Darkseer? I have the feeling that Darkseer's gonna get more out of this lane. So in my opinion, kind of a good news for Extreme that they don't have to run into the Clock safe lane. But at the same time, I understand the adjustment for Liquid. Like you see, this Wyvern Clinks is so much for us. It's a very toxic lane. So their plan is just going to be to be pulling waves. Like Boxy's going to pull waves, Ace is just going to chill, farm between towers, and Boxy's going to do Boxy things. I think we could expect him to even play through the safe lane at some point. Like as soon as Ace gets his first region item, for instance, then Boxy's just going to TP safe lane or gate and play around SF and try to bully the Darkseer and fight for the stacks in the Extreme Gaming Triangle.
So do we have an overall favorite in these two drafts? Because you guys are saying good stuff about both teams. We got great Darkseer, Hoodwink lane, yay. We got Ember Spear doing well, yay.
One of the better Extreme drafts I've seen.
I'm going to say I like them more. I'll give them maybe like 7.5% chance more to win this game compared to some
7.5.
7.5. Yeah,
yes, but he's a very precise expert. Like he did the math actually.
We're all studio experts here.
I mean, I agree. Extreme, very cool draft, one of the better ones. I'd give them 8.5% extra chance. I mean, I did the math. I think you're
I missed that 1%.
But and Liquid, solid as usual.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned it. This is very much a meta draft. Like this is a lineup where you see it and it makes sense. It comes together. The same thing can be said for Extreme Gaming if you think about it maybe a little bit more, and the numbers are not yet there to back it up, but potentially Extreme Gaming will make those numbers go up with this game one. Keep in mind, this is a best of 3. Let's see who starts this series with a leg up, a win up. We're heading over to Cap and SVG for game 1.
Liquid versus Extreme, a matchup that is full of prestige and age. This is a matchup full of players that have been through Dota for years and years and years. And, well, in this matchup, anyway, we're going to see fresh Liquid, fresh Extreme, a little bit different rosters than, say, their peaks of winning TI and being TI finalists in the hands of Extreme. But they've been kind of rough lately. And now they have to go through the gauntlet of this survival phase and to make it through the playoffs in the first place. I mean, Avery, they have to win this, and then they have to go match up against Spirit after this.
Going to be a tough road to those finals for both of these squads, though I do think both these squads have shown they can be one of those teams that makes the run. They have that kind of history of, you know, gaining a little experience, gaining a little momentum, one series, one game at a time, and finding their oomph in a tournament overall. So I'm not going to count either of these out. In fact, I'd probably give them the dark horse status of the tournament from this survival stage.
As in, whatever team makes it through here is likely to have a lot of momentum.
Exactly. If one of these makes it, they're going to be a strong competitor. You just got to get over that hump. So we'll see who comes out on top of this series. Excited to get a BO3 after all those BO2s as well. If it goes to game 3, could be very spicy.
Get a definitive answer of who's actually better as a team right now.
And we have a very cool draft game 1. XG going back to their roots. Strong team fight. Team fight controlling hero for NTS, XXS with a lane counter pick and some scale. This is kind of their archetype that has worked for them, particularly in their TI run. And then you get like that last pick for Ame, and he can kind of have his choice of whatever comfort hero he wants. If he gets an option to play the Clinks, he will usually play the Clinks. He loves that hero. Nobody knows why, but he loves it.
So both teams have had to improve on some way. Which team do you think has done a better job drafting for themselves now compared to the groups?
This Liquid draft tells me they sat down, they looked at what heroes were working for them, which are converting the games to wins instead of just maybe looking good, and they went that direction, particularly this Ember Centaur. I think both Ember and Centaur have looked like S-tier picks this event, and they got 2 premier cores, and that was with the first pick Shadow Fiend.
Yes.
Which obviously, yeah, Shadow Fiend's going to do Shadow things, but to me it's the other 2 cores. They got some premier picks here. I almost don't even really care what the supports play on Liquid as long as they're feeling it and can make moves. I think that's when they shine. I think Liquid is a team where I don't need to see Boxy on a particular hero. I don't need to see Tofu on a particular hero. I just need to see them making moves, playing fast, connecting to plays. If they feel like they have those options available, 9 times out of 10, they're going to convert on those in a successful manner. They just have to be able to get that opportunity.
The panel talked about something similar in that Liquid is drafting much more to the meta for EWC. But is there, I feel like you would, if they were doing something completely original, you would be supporting them being like, hey, they're doing their own ideas instead of chasing the meta, right? Like, isn't this some of Liquid? Aren't they just chasing what's good right now, not necessarily leading it?
Maybe there's some argument in that. I don't think that's the worst thing to do in an elimination match like this when you're trying to build something, though.
Okay.
I also think maybe a lot of their own ideas just didn't work. Like, you're going to scrim with these things, you're going to play some series. If they fail, you have to make a call. Do we stick with them, or do we just try and move on and play more of the meta? And the meta looks pretty defined right now.
Sure.
So I don't mind this. Like, I don't look at any of these Liquid picks and be like, why are they picking this hero? And particularly this Nisha Ember. I feel like this is his best hero right now in terms of the hero-player meta combination overall. This is a really scary thing to give to Liquid. It can build so much momentum. It's rare he's going to lose the lane unless you really cheese pick him. And it enables their support duo. It enables the fast gameplay. It almost doesn't matter what happens to this guy in the first 10 minutes. He's going to bring that mid-game Liquid's way. You have to be prepared for that. And that's a big question in this game. One, especially for Extreme Gaming, do you have the tools to deal with this Ember? Because if he runs the gauntlet here, and then you have to go into that game too, and his ban priority goes up, you might not have all the bans to be able to deal with him. So this is a big moment for XG in this series in terms of dealing with this hero specifically. Do you have the staying power on the battlefield to do that? I like the Shaker pick. I like the Hoodwink, low cooldown stun against him. I think they have might have some damage follow-up problems in the early portion of that mid-game, but they do have a lot of scaling damage here, so it looks okay.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of weird meta to meta. Like, Ember Spirit's builds change so often. Right now, it's maxing out Flame Guard that some heroes are good against one version of Ember and not the others. Nisha is going to be ganked up, so not only do they counterpick him with the Earthshaker to get a lane-winning matchup, but now they're also moving both supports to shut down this Ember Spirit. I mean, I like it. As you said, we've seen these Ember Spirits just pop the hell off. It is definitely one of the heroes of the tournament, so anything that you can do to keep it down, I'm all for.
That's some serious hate. Nice timing, though. The 4-minute Water Rune, he's still level 4. You only have 2 points in the Flame Guard instead of potentially 3. It's when he's a little more susceptible to these early nukes. I like that rotation from XG.
Well, so what were you really doing in the side lanes? You're not probably going to beat this SF Witch Doctor lane, and the other lane, Centaur has already picked up his Helm of Iron Will, so it's about that time where Ace is going to be free farming. So, honestly, your best attention is going to be to that mid lane. Darkseer's just going to be jungling away at this point. XXS knows that he can't really play into the SF Witch Doctor, especially solo.
The Centaur can die down here if you want to bring the Hoodwink, as Liquid are going to try and leave Ace alone.
Courier.
Moxie roaming into mid, trying to get something done.
Got the bushwhack on him. Cogs pushing back, nothing to say. Ooh, managed to hit the stun on Nisha.
Stun.
Max range, and it gets the kill as a result. Nisha dead again.
That's a rough death. Still had only 2 points in the Flame Guard, trying to hold, or he got the skill point at the end, so he kind of dies a similar way twice to the Shaker counter pick, and now you're going to be level 6 on NTS. Way before the Ember, you have the chance to just all in with an Echo Slam here. We'll see if XG bring more numbers and look for the 3rd kill on the Ember in this early game.
Yeah, what do you do if you, like, Ember Spirit isn't going to go jungle, right, to get his level 6? So you kind of have to put yourself out there to potentially get all in again.
And he has to TV back into the lane. So you're very scared right now about this all-in potential. And we see Liquid bringing both supports towards the 6-minute power rune. Again, this is a lot of committal.
You get the right rune here for nothing to say, something like a haste rune or something. This could be dangerous. Boxy will protect it with the Cogs. The other side, it'll be an amp damage. Or sorry, Boxy grabs the amp damage.
Would have been a big rune for both these guys at the early game, but at least you take it away from NTS. Still wary of the 3 points in the Aftershock with the Echo Slam, all in the Ember here if the shield's down.
Tofu making a little jaunt there into the enemy triangle, seeing if they got too many stacks going on here.
Always wary about that injection for the Earthshaker.
There's that
the
Echo. Nisha is not going to die. In fact, nothing to say had that read a little off, but maybe they could still chase him down here. Vex Nova or the Bushwhack, slight dodge on the Bushwhack. The stun doesn't land either. Nisha's still making a run for it. He has a Fairy Fire, gets up to the high ground, can bottle hit. Stampede goes off, and nothing to say. Well, he could Fissure, but it's too late. The bottle heal has already gone off. Meanwhile, the Stampede extra movement speed to chase away XXS from that top lane. If they are going to put all this attention on the Ember Spirit, Mickey is doing a good job putting pressure elsewhere, almost taking this off-lane tower already and securing the Wisdom Shrine.
That's a huge win for Liquid. They keep the Ember alive, Echo on cooldown, win Wisdom Shrines. Just a miscommunication there from XG. Like, that should not be a kill they lose with both supports heading to mid, but they're late to the party when the Echo goes out.
Yep.
And then you get dragged in that committal. You're not fighting Wisdom Shrines against a weaker enemy mid, and now you lose your tier 1 off lane. Really strange sequence for Extreme Gaming considering they were stronger on the map and they lost every objective in that time period. Nice
it's just one of those clear mix of incentives, right? The support,
for sure.
They want their Wisdom Shrine. They think, oh, we got to protect that. Nothing to say. It's like, I want to kill Nisha again. Let's kill this guy.
I think his call was the correct one. I think it's okay to give up the Shrine if you get another Ember kill, but you needed to get 2 out of those 3 objectives, not 0 out of 3.
Right.
I think Liquid were kind of like, well, let's try and get something here, and they ended up getting it all. And it's great for them.
Oh, look at this move from Ame. And Fissure actually blocking him away, but Ame, he kind of wants him to be here. He said, I made this rotation, this power rune is supposed to be a bait for me, but...
Can definitely see the adjustment from Extreme Gaming in terms of prioritizing the mid lane, fighting for the runes, not just throwing NTS to the wolves. That was a huge deal in some of their other series.
Oh yeah, his like puck game, nothing to say.
That was brutal.
Nothing in that one.
So this is going to bode a lot better for them over the course of the series, just this macro adjustment.
It does mean our supports are going to be very low level on both sides. Even with double wisdoms being picked up for Liquid, Boxy is level 3.
Gave all that solo XP to the Centaur. So it'll pay off for Ace. He is fairly farmed. Level 7.5, Helm done. He's cruising here. There's another Echo for the big Ancient stack. Push NTS close to that Blink Dagger, is about 200 off.
I mean, it wasn't a super stacked Ancients, just because there was so much play in this triangle, they couldn't really stack it multiple times. We even saw the high ground ward being placed by FY to try and protect this area.
And the biggest story here is Mickey, absolute free farm, first pick Shadow Fiend. Empty lane up top, 80 last hits. He is pretty damn fat here. If he gets involved in this early game at all, which might be a possibility with Stampede and the Ember going in first, he can absolutely join a lot of these fights. They don't have a great answer for him here in the early game. You're kind of looking to scale into this SF with some of the Darkseer wall illusions, the Clink's late game. Maybe Wyvern lands a curse, but this spell's not too reliable nowadays. I would like to see Mickey get involved in some of these early kills. If Liquid can set up the fights and he can be the last man joining them, he should clean house.
Ame's got an interesting build. I know there's probably only 5 other Clinks players out there in the world that care about this, but there's been this weird, like, what do you build early on as Clinks? Do you build the Falcon Blade? Do you build a Soul Ring? Ame was a big proponent of the Soul Ring a couple months ago, but he's actually just gone double Sage's Mask. No item at all, just double Sage's Mask and rush the Deso.
The poor man's Soul Ring, some might say.
Very much so.
Sage Mask, probably the most efficient mana regen item in the game, and the one you don't mind selling back the most. So if he can get enough sustain out of this, I don't mind this build-up. Would like to also see him get involved in this game right when that Deso comes out. I don't like the Ame Clinks games where he gets Deso and he's just in the jungle for another 10 minutes.
Yeah. We've definitely seen Clinks' prioritize Aghanim Scepter, so it does feel like we're trying to utilize Clinks a bit more team fight. And there is so much team fight on Extreme Gaming. Vacuum Echo Slam is going to be brutal for Liquid if they don't play team fights correctly. Look at this bottom lane push. Ame's going to take this tower. And Liquid don't even try and put up a fight for it. They just say, whatever, we just farm.
I think Ace was strong enough to stand there. Maybe just worried about where this Shaker is off the map. NTS was in jungle for a while there.
Yeah, especially since he's got a lot of unreliable gold as he almost has the Ring of Taras complete, so.
Concede a little bit here. Make sure he gets that next round of items. Still just looking at this net worth chart. Nisha's not getting a lot here, man. He can't stand mid. He's not getting a lot of the jungle priority. He has an Urn with no charges, and now he's getting hunted by Ame.
Which is awkward because all the attention seems to be on the Clockwork right now. Now he's surrounded by 3 heroes, but they've already used their stuns from the Earthshaker, so Ame's just like, again, like, I've made a rotation, guys. I'm slowing down my Deso timing, but like nobody's really working with me here. Okay, they just blink Echo on Nisha, but again, no follow-up. Where is the coordination? Extreme Gaming, they gotta wake up. Maybe Ame can kill Boxy. At least he can't even get Boxy. Boxy gets around the tree and out of sight.
If Nisha ends up getting a kill out of this sequence, I don't know what to say.
This is just ridiculous at this point. Okay, they do manage to stop Tofu from getting that kill. Maybe Nisha still cleans it up, though. Flame Guard to run him down with the Shield Rune underneath tower. Ame tries to stop him, but Stampede makes it easy. No, Ame's gonna die. Triple raise, double kill for Nisha. Extreme Gaming. I mean, I don't even know what to say about this one. We talked about these teams not being in the best form, but this is the worst that Extreme has looked this tournament.
I don't know what that sequence was from them. If anything, I thought you maybe just echo Nisha when he runs down the hill. I think there was a solid chance he died. There's no hook shot or anything. Then you wait till everyone's out of range and then you go in. 2 of these Echo Slams just coordinated to 0% here. I also wonder, like, is this the Shaker build for the game? He's maxing Fissure over the Enchant Totem. I think he just kills the Ember there straight up if he has 3 points in the totem.
Oh yeah, that is very weird.
I don't like this build on the mid Ember at all, especially when you have Ion Shell for some extra magic damage anyway.
Yeah.
You want this core totem maxes. Like, you're gonna do so much damage, particularly to this Ember with the overwhelming physical burst. It's hard to deal with. So I think you just missed opportunities here for XG. Still in an okay position. This Ember is still suffering, but that was a big recovery for Nisha.
Well, the early towers are going down. Nice combo. Fissure, Bushwhack, and the finishing touch there, the Sharpshooter. Now Extreme Gaming are getting some coordination.
We'll see if the missed kills come back to bite him in this game, if this Ember manages to recover a little bit more here. It was also a great fight for Mickey. That's the exact type of thing you want to see out of him in this game. SF joining the tail end of these exchanges and just triple raise someone to death. Big gold injection for him. He's still running away with this game right now. In prime position to steal the mid game with some momentum.
All right, let's talk about Centaur. Centaur, what is this hero now? Because Ace, who is a very big Centaur player, he is starting to go this build where he just rushes hard. Is this hero no longer an initiator? Is it just like an off-lane farmer? Are we going to see 33 playing? I feel like this is a 33 build if I've ever seen one.
This is the farming, scaling Centaur build. If you want to have impact after 40 minutes, this is what you do. You're going to farm the fastest, you're going to be super high net worth, you're going to be a presence in the map. It's honestly not too bad in the team fights either. Makes your spells do a little more damage whenever you get that shard. You feel really good about scaling up as well. You just absorb a lot of spells. You just stampede in. Like, that's often more useful than I blink stun some dude for, 1.7 seconds or whatever.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's 2.2, but
What's scaled per level? Yeah, level 1's 1.6, 1.8.
Oh, I see.
It's a pretty bad stun. You have to put a bunch of points into it. It has a bad cast animation. Your damage follow-up's irrelevant. I prefer this build. Look at how farmed he is. You can't complain about that.
No, I certainly can't. Because Nisha may not be having the best game. He is way behind in net worth compared to all the cores in the game. It's certainly being made up by these 2 side laners. And I think Nisha, no doubt he understands that. He has to play with his 2 supports and try and make things happen. He's got 2 heroes that are going to farm. And, I mean, probably eventually win the game if they're able to free farm like this, right?
Not sure their scale is that much better, if at all. Wyvern Darkseer is going to scale really well in this game against the SF.
I mean, I guess I'm just thinking, isn't the 1-2 punch of Centaur SF, we've seen this so many times, the Cart SF, I feel like that's one of the most indomitable tools in the meta right now.
Sounds like you're just a Shaker hater.
Slight chains, FY, trying to sharpshooter his way out of there, but unfortunately does not get up to the high ground, finally The hits come in to finish the kill. Now, is Liquid able to do anything with this? Because there's plenty of Extreme members here, and I think no doubt they would defend their mid tower if a push came their way. So yeah, Liquid just break up and go farm again.
You need to be really careful forcing fights into XG if they're set up, because you're going to get wombo comboed on the return, and it's going to be quite nasty here. If you get cursed, if you get vacuumed into any of the shaker spells, the fight is pretty much over. Your only disruption in that sense is the clockwork. I think Boxy's role for Liquid as an initiator and counter initiator is super important here. He needs to get in there and disrupt the combo from XG. That means either, you know, finding shaker at the start of the fight, or just jumping in, placing a cogs, which makes it hard to get this nice vacuum echo combo going. He can be really disruptive here. Incredibly annoying hero to play into for these big team fight lineups.
What help a stack of three-man hookshot stun. They try and hit a Requiem off of it a little bit, and nailed the raise followed up. Okay, they do actually put together the damage. Mickey, pretty good read of that situation to Requiem from so far away to chain the stuns there. And then force-staffed himself forward to get in range of the raise. Nice vacuum wall, but unfortunately it's on a Centaur, not an SF, so Ace is going to be perfectly fine. He's going to TP away. And that gives him a good excuse to go farm some more.
Exactly. Put that heart to use.
Yep.
The other thing about this heart is you can push waves. Like, Ace is not afraid to shove out this bottom. Ame would love to go on him here. You just don't do enough damage.
Yeah,
what a hookshot find. Three-man hookshot.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Pretty nasty stuff. And you already have four-staff Kayayashi on Mickey. He's ready to join these fights and get quick Requiems off. More recovery for the Ember Spirit. That is the story here, right? 2 more kills going in Nisha's pocket. It's a bonus gold, some more vessel charges. Quite happy about that one.
And that comes from that early offlane tower that they took in the lane ward that got placed as a result of that. That sets all of that up, gives Boxy full information.
And they're going straight back to it. Should be another kill on XXS unless he can make something.
Nice little tumbler torque, get him inside the cogs, and hook shot just to make sure he can't escape.
Got his little Centaur too.
Yeah, that's right, an extra 100 gold.
Clockwork is going to be an issue in this game for Extreme. I feel like this hero's an issue every game, but particularly this one, their cores do not react well to getting hookshot battery cog. There's just not really a counterplay.
Yeah.
These heroes don't really want to buy 4-staff either. You're probably just looking at BKBs. But then even if you're stuck in cogs with this lineup, I feel like it debilitates a lot of your teamfight coordination as well.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I will say, I think the upside for them is that while that does debilitate them and everything, I think if they just kill the SF on the initiation, then all that muck afterwards doesn't really matter too much.
I don't think you're ever going to be able to initiate on him in this game. The only time you're going to see Mickey as a first point of contact in the fight is if he has Aegis.
Right.
In which case, he's kind of annoying to kill because you're going to have to commit some of your big AoE spells on a single target. That never feels that great. Maybe you can burst him down with the Clinks if he gets enough overwhelming damage, but that's a long way away. Clinks does scale very hard, but he kind of needs to get over the mid-game hump. At that point, I think the fight will become easier, but for now, I think it's just Liquid favored, and man, this SF is looking like a big problem. Already Hurricane Pike done. If they can put an Aegis on Mickey, it'd be huge in this game.
Not finding it. Their smoke breaks in Extreme Gaming. Do not catch Ace, which would have been a tough hero to get anyway. This was also a play call that they made where they were pulling Ame across the map to join them, because he still doesn't have any Deso charges yet.
Very slow game for this item in particular. He needs something to get going here.
Again, the double Sobi mass is supposed to be for him to get a faster Deso, and it hasn't paid off at all.
Well, there's a charge.
He finally gets a charge.
Boxy will sacrifice himself to deny that illusion rune.
I don't think an illusion rune is that important, but
he denied it.
You know, he got him.
Maybe not expecting XG to all be camping it there.
Sure.
As Roche coming top, XG probably just going to force the objective. Having issues getting the team fight they want, well, make Liquid come into you.
Well, this is going to be still very awkward because there is some very good high ground vision to play off of if you're Liquid.
Who goes in? I guess you can send the Centaur. He's just not that much of a damage threat right now. So you kind of ignore him a little bit if you're XG. And they're going to smoke. They're going to stop the Roche and look for the kill.
Do they have the damage to kill Centaur?
They do.
Bushwhack, pull him in. Requiem goes down, trying to force staff him away. It doesn't work. Now the vacuum back in, pulls in Tofu. Does not get the nab onto Mickey. So good read from Extreme Gaming. Trusting that they had enough to be able to kill that big tanky offlaner. And now the opening to take Roshan.
He doesn't have that much armor yet. It was a heads-up medallion by Ame, so you're melting, 6 armor off the Deso, another 4. Or no, 7. No, 4, sorry. So
yeah, what do you think
all
about
of his armor, basically, turning all the physical into pure damage there before he has Shivas or anything up?
It feels a little silly to go hard box. He's really trying for a hookshot steal. It's not going to happen. Nisha, no.
Just has
build
to
a heart, but not build like even just a basic plate mail afterwards. He went for the blink dagger.
Well, he's eyeing the plate mail now.
Yeah, of course. He's going to go the armor eventually. I'm saying, what do you think about him going for the blink dagger in the first place? It feels awkward.
Mixed. Depends on if you thought you were going to be able to get that smoke jump into a team fight, enable the SF, and then get Roche yourself. I think that was probably the game plan here for Liquid. They just got caught off guard and beat to the punch. Maybe underestimating the timings here for the Clinks relative to the SF. He's not that far behind. It's not as if Ame has had a slow farm game. He just hadn't found that many kills around the map.
Well, now Ame can be super aggressive with an Aegis and an Orchid. And pick up on Tofu here. Nice and easy.
These types of kills are big for Clinks, honestly. You gain so much momentum in the game. The extra levels are super nice. You get map control. You make parts of the map scarier for these Liquid supports to run into. It's a big deal.
It would have been all the sweeter, though, if he had caught the Ember Spirit.
Oh, sure, yeah. Beggars can't be choosers.
Revealing that Orchid, Nisha's going to have to play a lot more careful around the map, knowing the Clinks has this silence. He doesn't have a tool to deal with it for quite some time. They're going Nothing to Say here now. Nothing to Say has a shield rune, and he will be able to blink away because of that. They almost got through the shield rune in time, and if they did, he would have died there.
That was a little spooky. MTS flirting with danger. See if they just commit for the tier 2 push top. This is a fight Liquid could take. They don't have hook shot, so missing that kill mid is probably going to cost them this objective fight.
Yeah.
XG back off again, and they've been extremely conservative on these objective plays. Preferring to just take the fights.
Gate to Tormentor?
Yeah, I guess so. Better objective, safer objective.
Yeah, get them to go top, and then you know that Tormentor is free to take, especially since there's no offlane tier 1.
They have 2 shards already, so should go to one of the supports. Yep. Not the greatest shard anymore.
Yeah, that one's not amazing.
You get the cooldown, though. Kind of nice.
Well, how much are you using Cold Embrace in this game?
It's not the worst Cold Embrace game, I will say.
It's also not the best.
No, but I think it's very hard to get a game where you look at the spell and it's free to use nowadays. Like, this is honestly, as you can maybe block some of the physical damage coming out from this SF. It's okay against Centaur and if you're just stalling, but yeah, pretty mediocre.
Yeah, I feel like as the game goes on, Centaur's like, oh, that's a hero with my shard. I just double edge over and over again.
Usually what happens.
And I'm going to build a whole lot of strength off of it.
XG looking solid right now. Liquid's going to smoke, try and make a move.
Amp damage does give them clearance to take a 5 versus 6. Even the extra life may not be enough to contest an amp damage.
They do have the BKB on Mickey. That's a big timing here.
Yeah.
Not a lot of BKB control for Extreme Gaming, and it's a huge item in this SF Darkseer matchup.
A long smoke wraparound, but Extreme seem very well. They do hit the hook shot onto the high ground of X-Nova, but Ame, what a vacuum! And the curse goes off as well. Ace jumps over to the side trying to stop Ace here, and how have they not killed anybody in this mess of spells? Finally, the Witch Doctor goes down, but Ame has lost his Aegis, and Ace is going to set up on him. Mickey's ready to go. He's going to pop the BKB, Requiem point blank, and kill Ame a second time. How do you hit a combo like that? Was the curse Grief?
The curse was fine because it should set up for the Shaker, but Boxy disrupted the Shaker on the backside of the fight, so you can't get in there and stun them all and create space for the Clinks.
Hit the chains on Nothing to Say. Mickey did manage to reset. Now he's got a Hurricane Pike back up into place, so he was toying with seeing maybe he could join his team again, but nah. They call it quits here. They want to make sure Ace gets out, though. Ace taking a lot of damage to commit the Echo Slam and finish him off. And Mickey almost died in the back lines there. They hit him with the Fisher, hit him with the Echo Fly. Oh, what a dodge! Mickey with the heads up. Little move there that keeps him alive. Nothing to say is still looking at these low health heroes. Well, nothing is okay. Yeah, he just kills Tofu like that. Now pops BKB. Nisha right in the middle of all these low health supports. But Big Bad, nothing to say, is trying to finish him off with the enchant totems and gets the job done. Who cares if X Nova dies? Now they grab yet another hero. Boxy pulled back in by the vacuum, and Liquid bleeding out here.
They lost both supports twice as that fight gets extended so long. And that was with Ame doing effectively nothing. Like, he deals some damage here at the start of the fight, but he didn't get anything done with the 2 lives. Just all the Shaker with the Darkseer support cleaning house. If you don't kill Hoodwink, she wins these long fights. You get like 4 or 5 bushwhacks off. That's the game. So you get the hookshot here, you disrupt the Wyvern, and then Boxy, he's gonna run down, and he's just gonna nab the Shaker as he comes in. So you can't get in here for that Echo. There's just not any damage going on to Liquid in this curse. It's a teamfight setup spell in this game. Couldn't utilize it at the end. A little unfortunate for how good it looked. Liquid still pay a big price though. Mickey takes a lot of damage here. You lose the supports. You have to reset.
I mean, imagine Mickey dies off of that.
Oof. I mean, that's a 7 for 1 if he dies there?
Yeah, exactly.
Still ends up being effectively a 6 for 1. Pretty brutal for Liquid. Showing you the power of Shaker in this game. He's real strong.
Yeah, these constant enchant totem hits. I mean, Ember Spirit doesn't really match that damage right now. And nothing to say is well on his way to a refresher off of that.
This is where I love the cooldown synergy for XG. Like, I think heroes like Hoodwink and Shaker just work super well together.
Oh, what up?
Oh, okay. Nice little find. Well, let's also see if Ace can continue to find some team net worth here in terms of like a Crimson or Pipe or something.
What do you think he's going with this plate mail? Is it Shiva's? Is it a good Lotus game?
It's either Lotus or Shiva's, and Lotus is not doing anything for a year.
Yeah, it's not, so gotta
it might just be a casual one for now. I could see him going into a Pipe or Crimson before he finishes his plate mail into anything.
Okay. You're really big on the Crimson. You don't think Aghanim Scepter is worth investing into early? Isn't there really only one hero you're looking to keep alive in this fight, and that's the SF?
I don't like the Ags as much as Pipe. I think Pipe is better here against XG's team fight.
Okay.
Especially in this mid game.
And they do have some plenty of AoE stun, so it's not going to be the easiest to get in there to save the SF. Chances of you getting hit by a Fisher, Echo Slam, Vacuum, Bushwhack, Winter's Curse, like the list goes on.
It's tough. I also think you have to rely on Mickey's BKB a little bit in this game. Like, he has to be able to get in there, hit in this BKB, use it while other stuff is happening. Other heroes are getting disabled or controlled by the Clockwork and the Ember. You have backline jump in this lineup.
Okay, but what if he went his patented double heart?
I was looking at he's not going to do that. There's no way. This is not.
It's not the position, right?
This is not the game for it in my mind.
He bought out the Reaver. He's doing it. He's doing it. So Ace is the originator of this build. Shout out to Knoxville for this one. Apparently, he is the person to do this build the most. He was also the first person to do it all the way back in 2014.
You are very tanky. There's no denying that. Well, it's better than 1 heart, 2 hearts, I guess.
I just can't.
Oh, Mickey.
Gets away with a 4-staff initially. Extreme Gaming. They're going to keep chasing.
Awkward position for them.
Hook shot on nothing to say. He's got the BKB. Doesn't want to have to use it early here. Fisher goes out and does manage to get the blank way. No damage done. XXS just keeping some of these heroes back. Nisha making sure to threaten. Doesn't actually jump in. Throws out the Remnant. He needs to get to the Winter Wyvern and Hoodwink first thing every fight.
You want to find the XG backline, but you don't want to overextend.
Right.
Too far away from your damage to do it. You can end up in these situations where the rest of the lineup that's charging in, trying to take advantage of the backline jump, just gets comboed or killed by Clinks.
Speaking of the Clinks, with his shard, soon to be level 20, and a Daedalus on the way.
Scaling.
A lot of damage.
Starting to become a massive threat. These low armor heroes, particularly these liquid supports, they don't have I guess you have a Ghost Scepter on Tofu. That's about it, though. Worried for Boxy going into these fights. He might find that hook shot and then just get instantly ripped apart.
Yeah, Boxy's also going to buy a Ghost Scepter.
Need it here. We'll see if Ame goes for the Nullifier, or if he just doesn't care and tries to take down some bigger targets.
Well, I guess I'm just like double heart. You go in, don't extreme talk about this and just say whatever you do, don't go on the Centaur.
They can, yeah.
Right, like.
Dire are scanning.
We'll say if they do hit the Centaur, it is a lot of damage they're taking from Retaliate. That is for sure. It
well,
takes
you can get broken.
Talent. That's true.
There's a break in this game. Another reason I like it a little less here. Does have the armor now, though.
I mean, if they do let him complete out this build, right, where he gets the shard, maybe gets Shivas.
It can become oppressive. It's basically a damage test. If you ignore him and he has the shard and he starts getting 4 or 5 double edges off, the build comes online. If he gets controlled or the rest of his team dies too quickly, his build doesn't pay off. A little bit of a gamble in a game like this.
Smoke in from Liquid.
It's so tough to run in here.
Fight off of Roche. Spotted, nothing to say. Do manage to get that initiation.
Great
Trying to chain it,
staff.
put a 4-staff. Got him away from the swamp, and now the vacuum as a counterplay. Big hit from XXS that kills one. Meanwhile, you have Nisha committing his entire BKB, trying to finish off the Winter Wyvern. The Echo Slam bushwhack him. The BKB expires as they finish up the Winter Wyvern kill.
I thought he popped it there, but it was already running. Great snag from Extreme Gaming. That it's just not going to be an easy fight. Like, there's no way about it. Going into an XG high ground this game seems almost impossible with how many heroes can turn that initial go around.
Oh my god, point blank Requiem, he got nothing to say, just standing. Wait, he got the miss. He finally gets the kill, but he had to commit heavily for it. Now the stomp, their turnaround though. Oh, Hoodwink gets a couple of scurry dodges, finally goes down. And with their Death Requiem, they do kill Ame off of this one. I mean, even the whole team might not be able to fight up against this Centaur.
Definitely nothing you're doing against Ace in that situation. What a play from Mickey.
Why did nothing to say?
I think he just wanted to scout the high ground to stop any sort of contest coming through.
I guess so.
Just walk straight into 2,300 damage coming out from that SF.
I mean, it couldn't be more picture perfect for Mickey outside of the awkward way to finish, nothing to say. Had to commit the 4-snap BKB down to low ground, then misses a shot on FY. Slows his damage down considerably, but in the end, it works.
Might get the Roche here. Ace is chunking it down right now.
Yeah, I'll do it myself. Now he's got his shard. He didn't have it
you got to contest this if you're XG.
That.
You can't let Liquid take a Roshan without the Shadow Feed on
the wall's back up. Wall's back up. XXS could get something good here. He gets the Shivas, vacuum, pull him out of the pit. Roshan slow. They make the commitment. XXS tries to steal, but Nisha is too fast. XXS now trying to run away, but a beautiful death ward set up by Tofu. Too late on the Fissure to bail out your offlaner, and nothing to say. Might die for it as well. They're going to jump after both him and FY. They want to collect all the kills here. FY pushing him back with the Psychic Headband. Not good enough. Nothing to say. Being run down. Activates the BKB. Echo Slam. Turn around. Kills Nisha. Takes away the Aegis. But he gets tagged by damage. Good Winner's Curse. More damage coming in. No, nothing to say. Is able to blink away. He's good for now. A slight bit of recovery. Still terrible for Extreme Gaming, but at least they get that Aegis and nothing to say doesn't die.
That was Liquid making something out of nothing there. That should have been Roshan going XG's way, putting an Aegis on this Clinks. That is a Aegis that can potentially go high ground. And now you're left wondering, like, what the hell just happened in this fight? How did it go so wrong? And now this Centaur build, it's coming alive a little bit. He did some solid work there. Look at that DPS, 8,600.
Yeah, I feel like this little window where he doesn't have Shard is like kind of awkward, but now every item after this is going to be heavy impact. The Shard is incredibly good. Now when he gets overwhelming Blink, it's a nuke that is going off.
Oh, he scales. He absolutely scales in this game. There's no doubt about that. It's just it's one of those things. You don't have the Shard for that fight going high ground. You lose that fight. If you lose Roche there, this build's going to look a lot worse. But now that you salvaged it, you took Aegis away from XG, you have a lot more time to farm and scale up here, pushing toward 25 talent as well. I think you got over that rough patch.
Yeah, if he gets the Retaliate Aura, I mean, that's one of the things. Clinks doesn't very naturally build lifesteal early on. He's so reliant on his death packs, so that constant bit of damage for every hero that he hits is not going to feel good. He's trying to build up a BKB right now on Ame, then go back for the Bloodthorn.
Definitely needs at least another survivability item in this game. I don't think you can itemize just pure damage here if you're Ame. Wyvern can only bail you out of so much.
Nothing to say, didn't go the refresher. He got an Octarine for just more spam of these spells, but now he will try and build the refresher. I mean, there's still, no matter how far ahead Liquid gets though, and they're obviously only just now getting a net worth lead, very small one, Extreme Gaming pretty much always have the potential to put them in the dirt.
I like their timing right now though. They hit 25 on Mickey. First to 25 in this game, that is a beast of a talent there with the Shadow Rays applies attack damage. He's going to do so much DPS in the fight if Liquid can set it up for him.
Nice pick off here. Extreme Gaming setting up on high grounds. Boxy trying to clear the way. And now with the numbers advantage, they push out. Boxy has been a huge hindrance to their initiation, to their team fight. So him being out of the equation is actually pretty big. They'll get the additional kill on Tofu. Another minor actor down, but Liquid still up with all their cores.
Support solidarity.
Yes. Where one go, all go.
That's right. You know, I hate to say it, Austin, but...
I don't think you do, but go ahead.
No, I really hate it. You don't know what I'm saying. I really hate it, but I think this Clockwork needs Shard right now. If there were ever a game
he needs Jetpack.
I think this is the Jetpack game, because I think you just have to be as disruptive as possible.
Absolutely.
Right? Being able to like blink in cogs, fly away quickly, reset, get another round of disruptive spells off.
It almost sounds like it's not one of the worst shards in the game.
I'm being convinced. I'm being convinced. Yeah. You know what convinced me? Some of those crit games. He made it look really good.
Okay. So me and Insania telling you that Jetpack is amazing made no impact whatsoever, but crit.
Yeah, he's slowly converting me.
Okay.
I'm a semi-believer.
All right, Falcons, just keep drafting Clockwork for me. Eventually, Avery will see the light.
Basically, I'm saying I think if Boxy can get in a round of spells, survive, and get in
Shiva's
another...
blink in. Finds a beautiful vacuum initiation. That's going to be them all dead, baby. Ace is going to take a lot of damage, but he still managed to stampede some distance away. He's got the Orchid. That's going to take a little bit more. And a blink, not quite up. Hits him with another Fissure. They've got him. They've got a bit of control. They've got a bit of damage. Another Bushwhack lands. I mean, there's just constant follow-up from this team. With the Octarine on Earthshaker, once you're in, there's not much of a way out unless you got a BKB.
These vacuums are nasty, man. You cannot get caught in them this game. Especially with the massive AoE on this spell now. Like, I go back to it every time. The fact that it has a 75 talent, the fact you're always going to get another 75 from Shiva's, the AoE on these vacuums, it's broken. It's way too broken. So you pretty much have to start fights on your terms if you're Liquid. If you just get caught out, it's a done deal. And that's not even bursting the Centaur. Like, he lives through it. You're not going to be able to turn that engagement even if your other cores are there. Power of this teamfight combo lineup. And there's an Ags for the Darkseer. XXS gets to complete this item off the back of that. Another big threat for this SF. That's the extra scale you want in this matchup. XG, they're getting to the late game items here. You had that 25 timing on Mickey, and you haven't been able to use it for anything yet. Feels a little sad for him. I mean, you go in there, you triple raise someone with this Daedalus, they're probably just gone. But the tankier Extreme Gaming get, the harder it's going to be to find these little connections. BKB, done for Ame. Pendulum online. He's a tanky boy now.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you talk about the tank, then Pendulum, a tier 4 item. I mean, there are 2 tier 4 items that are so clearly broken. And it's Pendulum, and it's the other one that Darkseer has, Conjurer's Catalyst. We'll see if Earthshaker, did he not get it?
Well, hold on now there. You gotta keep Bubble in the conversation. Let's not...
Yeah, Bubble got nerfed a little bit.
But did it get
also,
nerfed
I don't think anything's broken if it takes you extending the game for another hour.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah, careful there, Liquid. You never know when XXS is going to jump in with his Giga Vacuum.
To potentially double Echo Slam now. You have to respect the refresher on it.
They have to go on blind. Hit the Shivas, trying to find these heroes. Doesn't really see the vacuum opportunity, holds it for now. Centaur goes in. Ace, Ame, he's gonna back away. Ooh, that's taking a lot of damage though. Hit him with the hook shot from behind. Where did Boxy come from? Can he get inside the cogs too? Up in 1 more second. He's sticking on top of him. The force staff separates Ame. Mickey got put inside of the wall, and he's trying to deal with his own illusion. He'll clear it out, no problem. He got that done. Xnova, he'll be run down by Nisha, and Ace is still on top of Ame. Ame has no way out. He's dead as well. The mobility of this lineup between Ace just being a wrecking ball that runs into Extreme and Nisha playing the outskirts, constantly able to catch up with this Aghanim Scepter. They just do not let Ame escape. Oh, so close for an extra kill. But either way, they got the big kill. Ame is out of here, which means all the damage is gone from Extreme Gaming, and they can take some objectives.
Just can't stand their ground. Once the team fight starts to collapse, Liquid do an amazing job not clumping anywhere. There was no clear vacuum combo at any point in that fight, and that is the exact type of fight they want. They want the Ember going in deep with the Ags. They want Centaur running at somebody else. Clockwork is disrupting. Great positioning from Boxy. He did so much work to bait the initial go, reset, find another initiation on the Clinks as you're trying to retreat. Mickey just gets to lay in some damage. That's the type of formation you want here if you're Liquid. Multiple points of attack, a lot of chaos, not a single target for XG to kind of, okay, we're going to go on this guy and bait Liquid in.
Oh, look at Ace. He's positioning himself to chip away at these tier 4s, saying, you know, you guys lose another fight like this, we might go throw. X6 so Echo Slam off the vacuum. Mickey is gone, and that's a refresher. What a combo from Extreme. They didn't need Ame at all. They can take that Centaur down, and a winner's curse, stopping 2 TPs to collect 2 more kills. You cannot mess with the positioning here. Extreme Gaming have one of the deadliest team fight combos in the game, and they put it together without their carry to stop the assault on their base. Their barracks both go down to nothing, but stay alive.
Sick execution there. No BKBs go off, no way to bail you out of this situation. It was perfectly timed. You have BKB Satanic on Mickey. He's probably thinking, there's no way I die here. Unless Earthshaker has some other plans. Even get the 2-man curse on the backside. Beautiful execution from Extreme Gaming. The fights have gone better when Ame's dead. No way around it. Like, and part of it, I think, is Liquid. They're a little asleep at the wheel there, right? Like that.
Yeah, where's the hook shot to stop? Was it up? If so, like, or if not, like, should you be making that push in the first place?
I just think you have to instantly be ready for that Blinken.
Almost caught Nisha there. 1 lane at barracks turns to 2. You lost heroes. You didn't have buybacks, and Ame came up shortly after they won that fight. I mean, it's the perfect opportunity. Clinks is going to take 2 lanes of barracks. They'll probably back up after that because Roshan has the potential to be up.
Boxy pulled the mid wave. It'll kick back door in no matter what. What a team fight win for them, though. This game was starting to look scary with how fat this Shadow Fiend is, but now you have a Hex on Hoodwink, you have 25s coming out soon. You also win a fight like that, it's gonna give you time for this refresher to come back up, because they were dead for so long and you took their base. It's already only 25 seconds here for NTS. See if this Aegis goes their way after fighting so long, so hard for it. Boxy.
Trying for the hook shot initiation. Boxy's not gonna get this opening against Extreme. They swarm the area. Making sure there's many bodies as possible to stop.
That's refresher shard Roche too, right? Yeah.
You got Cheese, Banner.
But you could potentially give this to the Darkseer if you really just want to ruin Liquid's day in the team fight.
Yeah, he's got an empty slot for it. Drops his boots because...
I wouldn't mind it. Double wall, double back is incredibly nasty. The second Mickey does not have BKB in this game, he will just get evaporated. So poses a lot of threat here.
Yeah, it's beginning to feel like Liquid always have to make the initiation. If they give the opportunity for Extreme to make the jump, I mean, frankly, they just don't have the builds to stop it. If you had BKB Ags on Centaur, I think it's a different story, right? Even when he gets Ags, it's like, what's the point? There are too many stuns, AoE stuns to stop you. You have to get BKB as well to ensure you can actually use the Ags. So he thought about Ags. Now he's going, okay, I'm back to the overwhelming blink.
The biggest issue is it's not that easy to convert on your disable here. If you go in with the Ember, you go in with the Clockwork, your damage follow-up is either the SF or I guess Centaur, you know, how Ace is playing him. But if you go in and you all focus the same target and you clump, you get punished. So you kind of have to send multiple groups of heroes at different targets in these team fights and just make it chaotic, or let the Ember create space. But you really have to watch your spacing, and this is where the Wyvern's annoying in this game. It's not that the curse is going to kill you, it's what happens after you get caught in the curse.
Right.
So you're looking for X-Nova, you're looking for NTS. Those are the two big heroes you want to find at the start of the fight, or at least get vision on, so that Mickey can go in with confidence that he's not going to get wombo comboed. If he gets vacuumed, but he still has items up, it's fine. If he gets vacuumed into stuns, as we saw in that base push, it's fight over. And they did end up passing that refresher shard to XXS, so you get caught in anything here, it's just going to be wombo combo for days.
Yeah, I don't know if... Because the AoE, the vacuum, is so big, like, do you really want to be waiting on your high ground? I feel like this triangle positioning is maybe the best spot to be. XXS, he gets the scan and only hits the Echo Slam on one. The Tofu, yeah, Eontis easily deals with that one. Got off a really good Maledict. Nisha's in prime position to chase down heroes now, having used that combination. Nice vacuum wall, though. That holds back much of Liquid. It means that Mickey has to deal with his illusion. It's only Nisha who can make this chase, but he does manage to get NTS in the end. Now he's going to go after the support, see if they can pick up.
Ame in trouble.
Ame, yeah, he just can't deal with Ace. That's going to be one life down. Scythe of Ice gets used with the illusion rune on SF. SF is going to be in some trouble. Mickey, he's in trouble. Satanic help keeping him alive. Enough lifesteal. He forces Ame to be out instead. Extreme Gaming tried to go for the turnaround, but now it's back to retreat. Full retreat from them. X-Nova, no, the Winter's Curse doesn't save him. XXS has to get away from the Death Ward. Missed hook shot on the side. Buyback's going to be used. Extreme Gaming resetting here because they have a fresh round of spells if they want it. Don't forget about those refreshers.
They bought NTS and he couldn't find anything. Still holding the refresher, there's just no opening. They used a refresher shard on the Darkseer as well. That's the type of fight Liquid are looking for. Very chaotic, multiple points of contact. Nobody's able to burst this SF down.
Well, I mean, what was that jump, though? I mean, you hit one-man vacuum. That's fine. XXS he's the one who creates the vision. But what about NTS Echo Slam on a Witch Doctor?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he sees here. He definitely is not seeing what we're seeing.
He definitely didn't see Eontis, that's for sure.
But even if you kill Doctor there, it's a hero with buyback. There's just no way sacrificing your positioning, again, on a target that's different from what the Darkseer went on. That's what's creating multiple points of entry here for Liquid. He's kind of gifting them that. You have to buy back supports.
No, that was a missed hook shot, right, from Boxy. That was his reaction.
Not happy he missed that.
I was about to say, I was like, what was there to be sad about that team fight?
Well, again, they did buy both supports, and that does mean a lot here.
Sure.
Like this Clockwork, it's not one of those games where you see some crazy single play from the Clock, but him just existing in the fight is very annoying for Extreme Gaming.
Extreme Gaming, a bit of a setback, but I mean, it's a major setback to be sure, but they can still get back on course. They're still up in net worth. They're still up 2 lanes at Barracks. They still have all this team fight potential. None of it has gone away. It's really up to Liquid to keep, you know, making sure they never mess up their position. A nice opening here, maybe. FY. Quick little kill, and Ame hit by the stomp. What a vacuum, though. Hits 3. Get her curse onto Illusion. That one doesn't really matter. Still, Ame's in trouble. These Daedalus, it's a Daedalus hit. It finished them off. He dies.
Where's the turnaround? Is there any regroup here for XG? Another fight where who are you focusing and how do you get this Clinks involved?
Yeah, why is Ame the second person in the fight and not one of your 2 stunning initiators?
Liquid just catching them off guard, just running at them. This Ember is starting to do a lot of work in this game, become a big problem.
That's right, Nisha. Cogs, all they have to do is keep XXS, keep damage on him, make sure he can't get a blink away. He hit the hook shot on the slighted Ember Spirit instead of XXS. So somehow,
get him out here?
XXS actually has a chance to be able to get away. They can follow the smoke cloud. But I mean, even if he dies at this point, this is time. You had 55 seconds on Ame.
Yeah, you lost a lot of window to get some building damage or get the lanes in.
Blink TP away. The Liquid, they're going to get practically nothing for this.
Big win for XXS here, as he will salvage an otherwise disastrous situation for Extreme Gaming. I feel like that's been the MO of this game. The fights have just been awkward, even the ones they win. Unless you get that big wombo combo, it's looked real strange in terms of what are you trying to accomplish here.
And that wombo combo is going to be harder and harder to hit every single time your blink daggers are put on cooldown. And Nisha is trying to get Shivas, which with Ember Spirit, you know, it's a lot different when you have the mobility of both Remnants and Slight. The Shiva's just hits the entire area.
He's an issue. He's just going in, and there's no real casual spell you can throw on him unless FY can connect with Hex or the Bushwhack here.
Yeah, they have to stun him and nullifier him.
Another great catch from Boxy.
Yeah. FY just keeps on trying to probe the areas here, and he's met with death. Level 20 Witch Doctor. Got 1% target max health Voodoo Restoration. So the Voodoo Restoration is actually back to doing something again.
Pretty nice on this, what is it, 6,000 HP center on average?
Yeah.
An extra heart for him, as if he needed it.
I mean, every single double edge gives him like 30 strength or something.
I like these Aeon Discs as well. I think this is a great Aeon Disc game for Liquid. It's not just about the combo break, it's the status resistance. It's a really annoying item for the Winner's Curse to be thrown out on. We've seen a couple this game where Xnova, he gets like 2 or 3 heroes, but he threw it on a status resist target from the disc wearing off, and it lasts for half a second.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. I mean, that was my impact. Very hard to land some good curses here if he has to be the one starting it. I think Liquid are finding solutions here in the late game. It's not looking too rough for him anymore.
It's all about, I mean, so much of late game pro Dota, right, is about theory crafting and itemization. You have to be able
100%.
to play out the team fights in your mind and say, okay, there's so many items in Dota 2, right? There is an answer somewhere in this shop.
Or an answer in terms of how you take the fight. I think that's what separates, for example, Falcons from a lot of teams here. Their late game team fighting, it's very coordinated, very designed. They understand when to commit and when not to overcommit. And I think that's something XG are going to have to pull out here. I don't think you can just full send it on the first vacuum or expect it to necessarily land, right? If you catch 2 or 3 heroes in the vacuum, sure, you go in with the shaker. But if XXS goes in, he catches 1 or 2 in, like, or there's a Witch Doctor standing in front of you, you have to be patient. You can't just throw the whole sink at him. You have to let the fight develop, keep your formation, and maybe try and bait Liquid into you. We just haven't seen that happen yet. Liquid very disciplined in this game.
Speaking of discipline, you're going to need buyback discipline in this game. Make sure you always have buyback and know when to pull the trigger on it. That's one of the problems of Extreme's position right now. Is still 2 minutes on buyback for nothing to say. While Liquid are maintaining, 3 buybacks on their course. SF is going to buy an Ag Synth here while still holding buyback. He had 9,000 gold in the bank. They're going to spot it.
He has no nullifier,
goes off and goes after as well. Blink in. They immediately found nothing to say. That was Boxy's target. Stops the initiation. They still manage to hit a vacuum, though. Mickey is going to deal with his illusions, but the fight is so split up. Ame is so far out here, and Nisha is just sticking onto him like glue. They're going to cold embrace him, but now that just means the SF is slowly making his way, and he's going to provide the damage that will kill Ame. Nothing to do about that one. Nisha is just a nuisance, man.
Again, what do you throw into December to deal with him as he's just corralling your team out of the fight?
Nope. Managed to get the curse. Not that it matters. Too many heroes are around here. Nothing is going to stop Xnova's, or everything is going to stop Xnova's Blink Dagger.
And where did the big spells go? There was no multi-hero vacuum that kind of stabilized the fight. It was another Echo Slam on a single Witch Doctor target just to try and salvage something. There's just no clear focus. Great spellcasting from the Liquid supports this game. I mean, they have a lot of deaths, but that's the nature of this one, right? You have to go in and just create some space, create some chaos. Wasted so much time. Even the barrage, the strafe, Searing Arrow, plus I think some of the Skeleton Walk went onto the Witch Doctor as he popped the shard. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 spells from Ame he commits to try and hit his Witch Doctor, and he dodged all of it. And you're just losing value there. It's like all these little exchanges are just not favorable for you. And this is going to be an Aegis going into Mickey's hands. He is a massive problem in this game. Refresher shard for Liquid. We'll see who opts to take it here. Not as good for their lineup, but
no doubt.
Could be nice for the... I could see double Stampede potentially.
I mean, just give it to Ember Spirit.
Yeah,
he doesn't
I guess
have
the
a
Remnants. Remnants are too good here.
It's very easy for him to slot it in as a 7th item.
I will say,
Remnants, put it in.
Going high ground's a very different beast this game for Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid's been in this position before, and then they threw it away on their mid lane push. So I do wonder what the I would love to hear their comms right now, just like, do we go high ground? How do we hit high ground? Because last time it was like, it wasn't the worst positioning from Liquid. It was a 2-man vacuum between Centaur SF, but it was more than enough with the all-in damage from Earthshaker double echo. So
the biggest difference is you can't create that sort of chaotic fight where multiple people are getting attacked when you're going into XG's high ground. They will always have a formation that can cover each other and kind of back up into the base.
Yeah.
Like, okay, let's say you try and dive in super deep with the Ember like we've seen every fight. Well, you're just going into tier 4s. You're going into the fountain. There's a cap here. There's a limit you're going to go up against, and then the fight will collapse. So,
yeah. I feel like there'd be many teams, Falcons, 1W off the top of my head, who would almost say, like, maybe we don't hit high ground.
Just farm for 50k net worth lead. Yeah, it's an option. You can also just drop banner and put ace here. And
yeah. There is the retaliate that can kill the tier 3. They are going to try and Echo Slam kill him. Refresher, another Echo Slam, only getting down to about half. Pull back in with the vacuum. They still have a chance, though, with another Fisher holding him into place. Ace is almost dead, but he's not quite. They used everything, man. They used double Echo. Clinks hit him with all of his damage. They popped wall vacuum, and it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, you had Mickey. Mickey's just got free clearance.
Well,
they just said, okay, go ahead, Mickey. Take the entire base if you want, I guess.
You tried to all in, and it didn't succeed. There's also an argument, even if you got him and he buys, you're still in this situation.
Yeah, it's still a position where Mickey is like, okay, I have 2 lives. And you don't have multiple ultimates that were the big threat to me.
This is going to be multiple lanes for sure. Do you have a buyback on the Shaker? You're missing a lot of spells.
There is that low cooldown on the wall, so they'll get this lane of barracks, but for the next one, they'll at least have wall up. And another 30 seconds until Echo Slam is back up if NTS feels pressured to buy. Which, if I'm Liquid, I'm definitely trying to get that out of him.
I think you have to go past the Centaur here if you're
I mean, the Centaur's going to stay inside the base, and they see that it's an opportunity to try and go him on a second time. Clinks does do enough damage.
Okay, he died. Got absolutely chunked by the Bloodthorn, yeah.
Yeah, it was a Bloodthorn. There was no Dispel this time around. Something that Ace was, he was feeling that pain before. It's why he built up the Lotus in the first place.
Surprised he didn't get the Lotus off.
1,500 damage.
Some serious chain stun. He got hexed into Bushwhack, into Punch, into Vacuum, into Aftershock. Yeah, throw it all at him. Guaranteed that Bloodthorn will proc. Was there no other Dispel available for Liquid? I guess not, right? They don't have another Lotus Orb.
Yeah, that might be something that the game goes late enough. Supports get something. FY. Hook shot at Foxy. He's jumped pretty far out here by himself.
He'll throw away a gem there.
Yeah, that... What? Huh?
Just feeling himself,
He's feeling far too much of himself, that is for sure.
Well, Liquid throw a little bit away on that high ground push. They do get 2 lanes. It's not unsuccessful by any means. But the buybacks are revitalized here for everybody in the game except the Shaker who committed to turn that Centaur kill.
It is Silver Edge. I saw a Demon Edge picked up, and I thought for a second there Mickey was saying it's Divine Time. Completes the Silver Edge. Will Extreme go straight to the high ground to get these buybacks to be used?
This is a risky push.
It is very risky. Ame makes it a little bit easier with the Ags. Burning Army, point blank Requiem though!
No
and
BKB.
They were prepared for that one, and Ame doesn't use the BKB fast enough.
He's gonna buy. They're
He's gonna buy back now. Beautiful Bushwhack catching the 2 of them. Echo Slam's gonna be put to use here, but they really do much damage. They can still keep heroes here. The 2 supports will die. The Ember Spirit has free reign to get out, though Tofu's not dead yet. Eon Disc, Ghost Scepter, it actually gets him away, surprisingly enough. That is a dieback on Boxy, so it is actually Liquid in a 4 versus 5.
They might push with this, given how annoying the Clockwork's been, even without the Ame buy.
How did Ame let that happen to? I mean, it's a level 30 SF with Kaya, Yasha Kaya, so he had the cast speed reduction, but still.
It's a lot of magic burst. Maybe you're thinking he gets cursed there and you can survive and turn it around. Just too much overwhelming damage. See Liquid setting up on the side. They are ready for XG to commit. Will they?
Got the Scythe initiation on the Ember Spirit. A 2-man vacuum on the side. If they can kill the Ember while the others are held in place, XXS takes huge chunks of damage. Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse, trying to bail out.
That should kill him.
Tofu is definitely going to die to this Winter's Curse, though. That's a dieback on the 2 supports, so now it's a 5 versus 3.
They're going to buy the Darks here. You have to send it here. These supports have been way too annoying in this game. There's no Aeon.
Mickey.
He's trying to make something happen. They do have a gem on the Hoodwink.
XXS trying to keep him honest here. Blinks in Shivas. Racks are being assaulted here. Megas is not the end of the game. They may get it. Ember Spirit spots the Winter Wyvern. He's going to jump in. Here comes that Requiem. But Ame got off the BKB this time around, and a world of difference it makes. No damage done to the Clinks. They're going to deal with the banner. The Ember Spirit, the Echo Slam off the banner.
Pretty
they
good.
have a refresh. They can keep him down. Yeah, that's Mickey dead. And Ace, he's going to take a lot of damage trying to crawl his way out of here with the Bushwhacks and the Vacuums constantly pulling in the heroes. There is no way out.
Liquid, they have buybacks on the Ember and the Centaur.
It's going to be Megas. But
You have to
Extreme, no,
commit.
that's not the end of the game. They push to tier 4s, get these buybacks out of them. What do they do when the buybacks are used, though? Are they going to keep it going?
You have to full send it here.
Plenty
You still have an
damage.
Echo.
Hook shot makes the initiation, and here comes the TP right behind Ame. Ame's in a bad spot, instantly using
Three
the
heroes
Eagle Slam.
done.
3 heroes controlled up with the Vacuum. Controlled
But
with
Ame's
the
dead.
Bushwhack. It breaks it through, but Ame still dies. Then the damage is gone now for Extreme. 2 minutes dead with no buyback. 60-minute items are up. There are so many options to be played here. Liquid, though, first things first, get as many heroes as you can. Try and catch some more Extreme Gaming pickoffs. Hook shot onto the creeps. That's going to whiff. And it looks like the rest of Extreme are away. So Boxy and Ace couldn't find anything else. What do you do as Liquid here? You're probably not strong enough to just go to the high ground. This looks like they're just going to have to play for tier 5s.
You have to just get the lanes out, try and deward, get your neutral items. It's almost fortunate in a way that the one core that died back there was the Ember, because that killed the chase potential for Liquid. You weren't able to clean up any heroes at the tail end of this. And he died because his Aeon got popped very early in this fight. Huge Echo Slam finds from Entias. These are not vacuum setups. These are just him going in, finding the connection.
Those final shots that followed him after he rendered it, I guess he had no slice to disjoint.
He's just running out of spells. And again, here, he just gets chain stun. No Aeon disc to pop. He gets Bloodthorn by Ame. His last will before he dies. He's like, I'm taking you with me, brother. I will Bloodthorn you.
From hell's heart, I stab at thee. Liquid are actually going to have some attention put to this
they're gonna
final
look for the
lane of barracks.
Megas.
Maybe they could get the Megas.
There's a glyph here.
Ace is saying, I can do it. Everybody else is going to play to the back now. Extreme Gaming, they can play. They can make this an even game. They can say, okay, you get the Megas, or maybe we could just stall for 30 seconds, but...
They got doubled. Book of the Dead. That's pretty nice in this situation. Maybe not the optimal item for the heroes, but it's going to do some work here, installing up this push. They're sending Necrobooks down mid right now. This is a lot of base pressure on Liquid, and you just can't put the SF up here to take the buildings quickly.
Yeah. It's
That'll
not
be-
going to be fast enough. And
Oh, you're
now
gonna
this
get caught.
awkward position. Fisher, they're going to pop the Stampede, but the Vacuum is there. Pull him back in, and I think Tofu, he's just going to tell Ace to run. Wait, no, Boxy actually goes back in. Ace is still holding around. I mean, Mickey is not here, so...
Double Echo for the Doctor.
Yeah, that is one hell of a commitment. And Tofu is perfectly fine. The Crawlers, they managed to stop Ace's initiation with the overwhelming blink. He was going to go after, nothing to say. Mickey was just about to join them. Here comes Ame, though. Puts the damage out. The Requiem, high ground. He hits a lot of heroes with that one. The Winter's Curse to saw him, though, and it pulled in Ace. Now they're going to be comboed up. Hook shot, though. It stops the follow-up stuns out from the Earthshaker. They kill. Another Vacuum goes off. Refresher pop by X6S trying to get off the wall. He needs the wall. He needs the Vacuum. He needs it now. And he gets it off towards the end. But there's no follow through. Mickey, he kills XXS and he's able to get away from these illusions. And we are back to a position where Liquid have the advantage, but they are having to battle through mega creeps to take advantage of this.
At least Boots of Travel to in Mickey's back pocket. He can clear some creeps and join a fight if you want to look for something here. You got some big buybacks out of XG.
There's also tier 5s for every single one of these heroes
Stygian
except
too.
for Mickey available. So
yeah, he needs... They need a little bit more here in terms of the control. Like, these heroes are kiting them out a little bit too much. His fights are getting way too chaotic, and if you just run into a fight like that with Stygian 2 on this Clinks, you're going to get absolutely shredded. Like, he is now the highest DPS hero in this game. A lot of the advantage for Liquid has come from some sick positioning from this Shadow Fiend. Like, these Requiem jumps have been game salvaging. The one on the base defense, the one there, you're picking up some big kills on the back of the fight. But it still feels like Ember is the most important piece of the puzzle here. If Nisha goes down, XG can kite the fights out a lot more. If Nisha's up, you're not kiting the fight. You're getting hookshotted, you're getting Remnant chained.
And we saw the time that he died, it was because he didn't have those remnants. If he gets 30 remnant recharge restore time, it just becomes too hard to deal with it. It's just, he jumps to the back line. He has, you know, a couple remnants he expends there to threaten the Winter Wyvern to try and kill the Hoodwink.
There's a Roche on the field, by the way. Liquid did not feel comfortable forcing it, even without the Darkseer. Pretty interesting here. They might have had a moment to do that. Again, how much does Roche matter at this point in the game when everybody's 6-slotted?
Yeah.
It becomes a little less enticing.
Yeah, Aegis is not the best.
I think it's honestly nice for Ame still, just because he has been focused so heavily. It buys time for your teamfight combo to maybe land.
Yeah.
There's something.
He's looking at some finishing items here. Scotty, swap out the treads, pick up a Scotty. That'll make him significantly tankier. That'll pull him over 4,000 HP. Does that matter, though, when SF, if you catch the Clinks, SF is dealing like 1,500 damage crits. So.
Not really. I don't think it's saving you in that situation. Again, maybe it buys you time to get the combo off, like one more hit.
I mean, thanks to the multi-shot, the slow is very effective.
True. I think the biggest thing you can do as Ame in this game is just get in the fight, set up your army, and let it go to work.
Yeah.
And then even if you die, you're still doing so much damage with this Stygian pickup. But man, the Ghost Scepters have been annoying. The Aeon Discs have been annoying. The switcheroo from the Witch Doctor. It's so hard to kill these two Liquid supports. Even with Nullifier Hexes, it just doesn't... I guess there's Stampede on top of it too. There's a lot of Interrupt here.
He's almost level 25 on the Witch Doctor.
Interesting 25 talents.
I mean, you're a 5, so what would you go in here? Would you go Paralyzing Cast Bounces? The opportunity from that?
I think so. I don't think the Death Ward damage
I don't think so
is
either.
too convincing for me here.
Again, so many AoE stuns.
Yeah, you're not playing that style of game. I don't know if you're channeling anything here.
Tofu's mostly been playing off of Aeon Disc, Ghost Scepter, blink in with Voodoo Restoration, and keep Centaur alive. I feel like that's what I've seen him do in most of these fights.
The cast bounces are also a little extra wave clear, which you just lost a tier 4 to Necrobook.
So. Boxy's going to be throwing some cogs into the mix, actually kicks the Clinks out of the pit. I mean, Roshan is important more so just because it's an opportunity. It's some sort of crazy team fight. We're going to line out the Burning Army. Shiva's trying to keep these heroes back, not let them go inside the pit where Heist! Perfect timing! Could he grab the Aegis, though? It's still on the ground. Ame is almost dead. Finally, the Aegis get dropped up, and they go for the grab, and Ame gets it, sure. But what a stun there from Ace, knocking up so many heroes. Mickey finally joins in with his bots too, and they've got Ame stuck inside the pit. He's currently trying to grab items. He pots a refresher shard. Meanwhile, they're wrapping around from the side. They spotted X-Nova.
Mickey from the back.
He's gonna go try and kill X-Nova. Didn't finish him off, didn't get a crit. Got Winter's Curse, held in place by the Bushwhack. Meanwhile, inside the pit, there is still Ame, still being held in place. He finally lost his Aegis. He got the kill, now trying to get up. The SF is dead, and Ame's almost back into play, and the December Spirit is almost dead. Quick little refresher. Now the cogs trying to keep these heroes back, but it's not good. Ame's just doing too much damage. Even the Centaur is dying to him, and they don't have buybacks on these heroes. Ace fighting for his life, but the Bloodthorn will burst him down in the end. Liquid trying to push it too much. Buyback on 1, 18 seconds until the other 2 can come back into play.
Well, look at the thrown HP. It took so much damage there.
Yeah, they can just all in for it. Ame's just going to go for it now. The Glyph, they have the opportunity. Stall up Ame here. Ame chased away. They couldn't get the initiation. The buybacks, 3 seconds left.
So close on those
and the skeletons. Ame, he knows all he has to do is kite around Mickey. All he has to do is not die to the SF right now. He dodges that initiation.
You just go. They have no glyph.
Now they reset. Go all in for the throne. All they have to do is get past these Liquid heroes, get around them, but Ace is making that difficult with his overwhelming blink. Now Nisha, he jumps to the back line, but a Bushwhack grabbed him. The vacuum on 3, and the combo once again. Ame and the rest of Extreme will prove they can outfight you and take your throne afterwards.
What a late game performance from Extreme Gaming. That has been their wheelhouse. When it works well. They drafted for it. They played for it. Some missteps along the way, some sick plays from Liquid. But at some point, the overwhelming AoE is just inevitable. You can just park this Clinks in the pit, and like nobody wants to man fight him. Then if you clump, you get punished. You're trying to pick off the backside of the fight. I honestly think Liquid overperformed in a lot of those team fights because they're just so chaotic. It's very hard to continue to plow through all these big ults and keep track of it and keep track of who has an Aeon Disc up, who's checking this Earthshaker on the backside, not getting vacuum, not getting cursed. It's a lot to think about. They really isolated this Clinks a lot of times and gave themselves openings. It's just so hard to go high ground in that game. Like, that is the ultimate problem they ran into. Every time they went high ground or they're trying to siege, you can put the center up there, but you're too afraid to put anybody else. And the one time they did, they got mega punished for it.
Yep.
And that's part of the strength of this lineup for XG is they're happy scaling from a defensive standpoint. Very close game down the stretch there. If you get a couple more Roshans, you get a couple more kills, those buybacks were coming up. That last team fight can look a lot different, but ultimately it will go XG's way. And I guess they're feeling pretty good about the game plan coming together.
Yeah, I guess it comes together in the end. I mean, we started the story of this series was that these are two teams that are not in peak form right now and trying to get there. And I think you saw that play out in the game because, I mean, it was hella entertaining, that's for sure. Some throws on both sides, some sloppy misplays, some sick-ass plays at the same time. I mean, we saw the full gambit of the best of Liquid and the worst of Extreme and the best of Extreme and the worst of Liquid at times. And results, one hell of a game one.
Just one of those sloppy games. I think looking at the end game score screen, I feel like Ame got absolutely decimated every fight, but he still ends this game with 120,000 hero damage, double mid-gaze. It did not feel like he doubled mid-gaze damage in that game. I mean, part of that's like Bloodthorn procs and the Burning Armor and Stygian's like...
Yeah, the Centaur gives you a healthy boost of damage. That's
definitely tanks some DPS here. He received 240,000. The next highest was like 100, so... That build paid off for Ace. He just couldn't close it out here. And man, sick vacuums from XXS. I think at some point it became almost impossible to get the vacuums because Liquid were just so spread out.
Yeah, they were fighting over 3 different screens.
Exactly. It's like, how do you get a clump in this game? It's almost impossible. He still found some sick openings. And man, what a game one. Excited to see what these teams bring for game 2. And you got to respect this Ember Spirit. Yeah, you beat it. But man, you beat it barely.
Yeah, maybe you got to put some respect on this Nothing to Say Earthshaker as the response as Extreme Gaming take game 1.
What an absolute treat we get for our first game of the day. Over an hour long here between Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming, with the latter coming out on top. And me slightly hoping that we'll see the distance here with this best of 3, but Extreme Gaming making a good case for themselves. This game, Lacoste, we already ended the draft saying Extreme Gaming looking very solid with their draft coming into this. It played out really nice.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't a clean execution by any means, but they made all the right adjustments, I would say, from the start. And you can definitely feel that a lot of work was put into this kind of a draft, addressing some of the issues that they did have in the early stages of the tournament. But this one, they completely slapped. And I think the Liquid, they did not respect the big AoE wombo combo that they had in this one.
Yeah, they did not.
I mean, the big stage, you know, elimination games, Shaker comes. It's always the case. I feel like
it's August. It's July.
It's that time of the year, you know. He's on vacation the entire year, and then July, August kicks in, and Shaker's here as usual. You know, you get the big Aqua Slam vacuums. It was an incredible game. I think like so many crazy plays on both sides. Like this was one of the most entertaining game I've watched, I think, all tournament so far, and we're just getting started with the survival stage. The numbers are wild. 240,000 damage taken. It was said by the caster. We don't say it here by Ace. I don't think I've ever seen such a number.
It feels broken. Like the second heart does feel like it's broken, and also just the casual plate mail that's gonna get him through like these early stages of the game or like mid stages of the game, depending what we're talking about. And it also feels like I was checking the numbers. He was healing for 250, 260 per second without Witch Doctor, because Witch Doctor also had level 20 talent. This is 50 base heal plus 1% of his max HP, which is
crazy
like
combo,
60.
Actually.
He had 6,000 damage, so he's healing pretty much for 400 per second almost.
They broke the game with some of these items and numbers, and the damage dealt by Ame also, like 120k damage on this Clinks. It's absolutely crazy. Like these are some very late game numbers.
They really are, and this game, it was very back and forth. What do we think was the deciding factor in the end that made Extreme come out on top?
I think they were focusing supports heavily, seeing that every single time they want to take them out. Like there was one fight where they initiated, like he Echo slammed him twice. Like he's like, Aeon this, Ghost Scepter, this very annoying shard. I'm just gonna go for him. Like I'm really sick of this Witch Doctor. I'm really sick of the other support as well. Making sure that we are taking a bit of a longer fight. Clockwork, how many times we've seen Boxy initiate onto Ame, because like he felt like even through the BKB, like we're talking about the later stages of the game, with the refreshes and everything, you only have one BKB, and this is why like some of these late game fights are so chaotic. You're seeing good amount of Aeon Disc as well being picked up, so that you have that extra bit of protection that you need.
And it's also like in late game, if you think about Liquid's lineup and their heroes, they kind of have one round of fighting in them, and Extreme, they can afford having very long and drawn out fights. Like this Clinks, in and out, and he has the skeletons, and Darcyr spells coming back off cooldown, same with Shakers. Whereas, for instance, this SF, once he clicked BKB and ulti, essentially, he's very susceptible. And the same can be said with Ember when the Iandis is on cooldown, because they have so many stuns and so much lockdown for him. So I think the late game was a little bit more favorable for Extreme. And obviously it came down to plays, right? But I think both teams had like amazing sequences, both in early and late game.
Yeah, let's go over the flow of the game a little bit, because this game started with a very even score in terms of the net worth. We had the slight lead for Team Liquid, but it was actually Extreme that made most moves in the early stage of the game. And Lacoste, you picked out a couple of those.
Yeah, we wanted to see NTS play with the two supports. We wanted to see them focus slightly more on the mid, and this is exactly what they did. This is the time where NTS, prior to 4 minutes, both of one of the supports, and also because XXS at the time, he was jungling. This is the rotation that you kind of don't expect him to come. He's here, and Misha's like, what the hell, man? This is not supposed to happen. We should not have 3 heroes in the mid lane. And the other clips are also going to be showing pretty similar, rotations coming out from, playing around NTS, making sure that he's having a good time. And they are bringing in numbers again. Tofu slightly, 1 second too late maybe to this engagement, but also getting another kill. And also just making sure that every single time, just bring the numbers, make sure that NTS is the one controlling the runes. This is not going to result in a kill. And I think in this engagement, Extreme Gaming wanted to take the trade where they said, you know what, we're going to grab a kill on Ember one more time. Instead, they didn't get the kill. And they also were probably thinking, we are not going to be able to get the rune because you are playing against the free farm Shadow Fiend who took your tower pretty much. And you also have 2 supports rotating. Even with these 2 XP runes taken by Team Liquid, they still were not ahead in terms of the XP. So very good thing from Extreme Gaming. These are some of the issues that they definitely needed to fix early on, and they did.
Yeah, we wanted them to make the moves in the early stage. We talked a lot about that mid lane from both teams for this reason, and it's very cool that Extreme Gaming, they do exactly that. Unfortunately, Nisha on the receiving end of that. And then there were a bunch of moves that Extreme Gaming made, and they were good, and it looked like they were slowly building the momentum up. They pressured Team Liquid, and Team Liquid was just happily farming, and they did get a lot out of the map. And then at some point they decide, this is a good time to contest the Aegis.
Yeah, it was, there's a second portion of the game, which I think it was the complete turnaround. As you can see here with the net worth, Extreme were very much in the lead. They win the fight, they kill 3 heroes, and they go for Roche. But unfortunately for them, NTS has the not so great idea to walk uphill. Classic thing when you want to make sure nobody's contesting, but great presence of mind from Mickey, gets to kill the Shaker. This is a reminder of not going for high ground plays when you don't need it. And essentially this is a 2 versus 5 where both Mickey and Ace, they managed to kill 3 heroes, stop them from roshing, and they will actually secure the Roche for Team Liquid, which will result in a complete change of pace of the game, where it went from being completely dominated by Extreme and having them pretty much 8k, 9k gold lead with Aegis, to the game being even and Liquid bringing it back. And to me, that's always the mark of the greatest players out there. And you think of Mickey, they deliver when the stakes are at the highest. The pressure's there. They're playing an elimination series against Extreme, 2 versus 5. They somehow clutch it. You love to see it, honestly. I think you're gonna need that from every single player here in the survival stage. The players, the big names, the ones that we expect to perform, they're gonna have to clutch it.
Yeah, we want every player to step it up. Throughout last week, we've also been a little critical of Ace's performance, and I think this Centaur, Lacoste, he nailed it.
Yeah, it gives me a lot of hope. This is the second time that he did it. The build seems pretty insane. Even though he was fighting into a lane that it's kind of hard lane for him. He's playing with the double melee, but the build, it's working out. You're always going to get this Helm of the Dominator, making sure you're getting the farm, you're getting the Stampede value out of your creep, and also just not necessarily being the initiator. He's like, yep, I have a heart, and also I have a second heart, just in case this one fails. But it did feel amazing, especially once you pick up the shard. The damage, it gets pretty ridiculous. The slow, the tankiness, everything feels good, and definitely think we are going to be seeing a lot more of this build.
Yeah, and so it does double up the region.
Yes.
Basically. Why does that item work that way where no other item works that way?
I wish I had the answer for that question, Shiver. Valve software at, what is it, like gmail.com or what's the email? I'm not sure, but feel free.
No, I mean, it looks very good. I'm sure we're going to see it addressed one way or the other. If you were to change something about the drafts, is there anything you'd say, like, on hindsight, especially if a game goes 60 minutes, that hero didn't really deliver the way you wanted it to? And to be honest, I'm mostly wondering if the Witch Doctor lived up to the expectations coming into the late game.
I think in the late game, I think the Witch Doctor had a lot of impact because essentially there were lots of sequences where he just got the Maledict, and you could see also Liquid's communication, because all of a sudden they're like target focusing the hero that got hit by the Maledict because they know there's no way around it. You're gonna die no matter what. And it did have a lot of impact in late game. I think the mid game was a little bit tougher for the Witch Doctor, but it's kind of meant to be like that when you're on the losing end, especially because at the end of the day, it's a hero that needs to get close to the action to cast its spells, like whether it's Maledict or channeling the ulti. It was a tough Witch Doctor game, which again, nobody cares in a sense, because Witch Doctor, the position 5, you can't really tell your team, guys, it was a bad Witch Doctor game. People are going to be like, please, let the grown-ups speak here. We need to talk about the SFs and the Clinks of the world. But it was a tough Witch Doctor game. Like, he's playing versus Earthshaker versus Darkseer. It's really hard to get too close, and every time he did, he just died from AoE. So I do think the hero has a lot of potential, and on both teams, I think all the heroes were good and had a lot of impact, honestly. Like, this was a really high caliber game. I think they both played exceptionally well, but eventually it came down to, few moments of the game.
It could have gone either way.
It really could have.
Until some of the last moments of that game. It was a very cool game number 1 of this best of 3, and we said it at the start, and I will say it again for both of these teams. Getting eliminated in this spot is a massive disappointment, and one of these two teams will be eliminated at the end of this best of 3, and it's Team Liquid that is 1 game down. So we're going to see if they can step it up going into that second game soon. Before we check in with that second game, though, we're going to listen to XXS as he talks about how he feels about this matchup in particular.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, I'm here with the XXS of Extreme Gaming. I know you guys probably felt disappointed in your performance in the group stage, but you've got Liquid up next. It's a very difficult team. I'm curious how you think you'll fare.
那首先，你们在小组赛的发挥可能算是自己比较失望的吧但是你们下面的一个对手就是一个比较强劲的战队理亏战队了。那你们认为面对理亏战队，你们胜算有多少呢？5-5开吧。I'll say that we're 50-50 confidence in terms of facing Team Liquid.
Okay, great. You guys had a day off yesterday. I was curious what kind of improvements you worked on.
那昨天你们也休息了一天，你们有对你们的战术各个方面进行任何调整或者进步吗？
我觉得我们这2天进步挺多的，应该打得会比之前小组赛好很多。
I'll say this couple of days we've actually improved quite tremendously, at least in terms of our training. So I think you guys will see a much better performance up against Team Liquid.
That's great. Happy to hear that. I am curious how you feel as a player in stressful elimination stages like this. Obviously, you've been a pro very long, but I'm curious if you play better or worse when you're on elimination.
也想问一下，就是作为一个职业选手，就是在这种淘汰赛、这种回家局上面，是否压力会更大呢？以及你会就如何去应对这种压力，就是来促使你自己发挥得更好呢？
我觉得完全没有压力吧，就把自己能做的做到最好就好了。
Honestly, I'll say that I don't feel any pressure whatsoever at any stage of a game, even though it's an elimination series, and I'm just here to do my best and deliver my performance on the stage.
Happy to hear that. Very confident from XXS. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
We are getting ready for game number 2 of this elimination series in the survival stage between Team Liquid and Extreme Gaming. And Extreme Gaming just took game 1. And statistically speaking, that does not happen very often, as it normally has been Team Liquid. 8 out of 10 times they were victorious in the last 10 matches they played against each other. Can Team Liquid force out the tie to go to a game 3 is the question. We're heading into the draft very soon. We just heard from XSS that all he wants to do is his best. He got to play the Darkseer. It was his or their first pick, overall second pick. It worked out very well, especially if you're going to be in these late game situations. Probably not going to get his hands on it this time around if Team Liquid wants to get that Shadow Fiend again, but we already see that Shadow Fiend's banned, so we're going to have a completely different draft on our hands. Also because Team Liquid this time around is Radiant with Extreme Gaming Dire and Extreme Gaming with first pick Stolen Centaur straight away.
Yeah, this is also a classic one for XXS. This is one of his most played heroes. He plays it really well. He also does go for a bit of a different item build. He is one of the few ones who is not gonna say falling into a trap because it is working, but he also thinks outside of the box, whether he needs to go for hearts straight away or if he's gonna be picking up, you know, maybe a Lotus, maybe a Pipe, depending on the game. But after seeing what happened in the previous game, he probably got a little inspired as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this hero looks really strong right now. I think there's also like facets of the hero we haven't really seen, such as the Aghanim, which can really break games sometimes. It becomes really hard to play versus Centaur Ags because it's such a reliable save, and it's obviously much more than that. So many ways to play that hero, honestly. As well as the laning presence, you know, the farm speed. It's a hero that's pretty hard to stop, honestly. Like when you factor in max return, Stampede, early Helm of Dom to pull creep waves to himself. Just a very strong hero. Like what's good against Centaur, I think, from Liquid's pool is Witch Doctor, so we could see the same support duo. Maybe this is something that they don't want to run again, but because I'm trying to think what takes down this 6k HP, you know, like insane regen. Maledict does the job, but what else is there in Dota that can stop
I was thinking, like in the previous game, there was no Hydra's Breath on Clay. He wanted to pick up Eye of Scotty as his last item just to reduce that healing. That's also very good, but if you want to be dealing more damage, more percentage-based damage, this item is probably the best in the game to have the damage output against 6, 7, 8,000 HP Centaur.
6, 7, 100%. It's the best, one of the best damage output against like bags of HP, which is essentially also what's everything that Centaur brings to the table. We'll see the Kaz being first phase banned. To me, this is quite interesting. I think it was ignored, or am I mistaken with this one?
You are not mistaken with that one. I will double check to be sure. Completely ignored.
Interesting. So, you know, I mean, dynamics with first pick, second pick, maybe something that, I mean, I know Mickey has grown into being one of the best Kaz players out there. Like, he's been playing it a lot for Team Liquid with a lot of success. So understandable versus that. They do ban the Witch Doctor actually this time around. So same train of thought here. This is like one way to protect the Centaur and to also secure his ability to scale into the game.
Yeah, the hero looked very good. Like his healing numbers are through the roof, and also making sure that you have a stable laner. Like this is one of the stronger fives in terms of what it, like the zoning tool, the heal. It just feels very good. I would even compare him to Winter Wyvern because the hero is very obnoxious to play against. Both of them have basically a healing ability and ability that you can't really trade against.
Clock not the worst against Centaur in a sense. Like Cog is a really cool tool against Stampede. It's just really annoying having to stop and hit Cogs to get out. So. There it comes, the Mirana. To be fair, though, it's Tofu's one of his best heroes. I think he's Master T on the hero. Very famous for it when he was on Gaming Gladiator, playing in position 4. Now he plays in position 5. Luckily for Liquid, I think it's a better 5 than it's a 4, because it has at least like a decent laning presence in the early game. It was banned by Extreme first phase last game, so they respect his Mirana. So yeah, what do we know? If both teams thinks it's a good hero, then they are right and we are wrong.
But would you rather not have the Hoodwink? They ban out the Hoodwink, of course, to make
I would rather have anything else than Mirana, if you ask me. I would take a CM at this point.
This is maybe the chance that Mirana gets to prove you wrong. Who knows?
Yes.
I hope so. But I've seen too many games where the hero just does absolutely nothing. And, we had a little bit of a talk in the green room as well, like what could potentially be maybe the build. And SVG, he had a very interesting idea about, picking up the drums, treads, picking up the shard, maybe getting it from Tormentor, and then start to scale a little bit, getting the Crystallis and maybe a BKB later on, because the games are relatively long, instead of going for the Aghanim Scepter, like we've seen like Tranquil Boots, Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger. Sometimes it does feel lackluster. And I love this hero. I feel like the hero might not be the strongest one right now. It's not like, a couple of patches ago when Rubik and Hoodwink... Willow. Okay, yeah, Mirana is just like, no. It's straight up, no.
You start by saying, I hate this hero.
But I do like this. I love this support duo. I feel like, especially against these combos that are easily broken, where you need to relatively heavily commit, go with the Clockwork, with the Arrow. Ember Spirit is still available in the pool. I assume that's going to be the pairing for them, because it's relatively good. The backline jumper, it's a soft catch against the Stampede. Both of the supports don't really like to play against it.
Yeah, it's a good spirit game. Like you see the support duo like Willow and Ringmaster. You think of Ember. You think of Earth Spirit, for that matter. You think of Puck, which has fallen behind in terms of meta. But all these evasive, flashy mid heroes are pretty good. They're going to be contested by both teams. The one issue for Liquid, though, is that Extreme have 18 picks, so they could heavily punish it on the lane, so they have to cover certain angles. Alchemists.
Whoa. Alchemist Necrophos.
Wow, that's a strategy, I guess, coming out. Very interesting. So the Necro, what's pretty cool with it is that it could go mid, or it could go off lane with the Clockwork. Like, that's the lane that we've seen Falcons run a lot with great success. We've also seen... So this is like a page out of both Falcons and Nigma's book, right?
Yeah.
This could be Necro mid, which will shut down essentially Ember, Earth Spirit. Like, we've seen these matchups go really poorly.
But not Snapfires and Linas potentially that could come out. I feel like these mixed type of damage mid laners are going to be very good. Also, Necrophos, he is the counter to Centaur. Like, this is the counter because he just melts you all this HP that you do have. Also, this is a good option in terms of like getting the initiator or having the second initiator, and also the burst damage against Necrophos, seeing that they have no ways of saving this Necro because supports are really not good at doing so, at least not early on.
Yeah. Very interesting second phase by both teams. I think these are heroes that we really haven't seen that much come out, at least that early in the draft for Liquids. And then Sanking, to me, is the first Sanking I see this tournament. I assume it's a Sanking mid. It's a NTS classic. The matchup against Necro is pretty rough for Sanking, but at the same time, that hero is specialized in drawing lanes. Like, you have a sentry, if you win the sentry battle, you just push out the wave, you play it through stacks anyway, just like we've seen with the Shaker last game. So I wouldn't be too worried for Extreme if it came down to that matchup. On Liquid side, though, they have this Mirana Alk lane. It's not the best safe lane, I have to say. I think it's pretty weak, especially versus Centaur, which again is a very dominant offlaner, like on the lane, I mean. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I'm just afraid that Liquid space, this game compared to other games, is a little bit slower. Like, they have greedy heroes. And again, there's the question of double Radiance. Do you just buy it?
I think you just go for it.
You just go for it, right?
Yeah, it's too valuable to pass on. Maybe if you can find like the speed, maybe if you find like an opening for Necro to go for a bit of a different item build.
Yeah.
But then again, you're scaling. Like, if you don't go Radiance, you can't farm Ancients. It takes extremely long time, even with the Shard. They just don't die to it.
We see the Pango removed as well.
Was it Liquid that banned Sanking game 1?
Let me double check that. It was
they did,
in the second phase. They banned Sand King and Lina.
Okay, so they knew the Sanking was a menace. Interesting, because Extreme hasn't played Sanking so far this tournament.
They played it once against Power Rangers and they won.
Oh, okay, I missed these games. I see. Well, again, it's pretty devastating right now. Extreme's team fight. Like, you think of this Sanking jumping in, with all the AoE that's going to come from the Ringmaster, the Willow, the amount of damage, like, I don't think Liquid's heroes can really tank right now.
I have one hero. It's Muerta, potentially, for them if they want to run it.
For Extreme?
For Extreme, because you have, like, a lot of the times, it's sometimes in the games, in Necro, could also be okay-ish if they have enough magic damage and then you just kite through BKB and ulti and she dies to Reaper side. But you have Ringmaster box. They also picked Necrophos into Ringmaster, and these are not the heroes that also build into Nullifier. Like maybe one of them can if it's going to be double Radiance, disassemble it and get it, because you're definitely going to need it.
I mean, it would be a very good pick, the Muerta. I'm just worried a little bit about the lane, because I remember the Falcons game where they actually had exactly this lane, like Necro Clock against Muerta +1, and the Muerta just kept getting dove, because quite susceptible. Like, essentially, Necro position 3 just pushes the lane really hard into you, so you spend a lot of time under tower, which is usually something that range carries really dislike.
They just go back for the Clinks instead.
Yeah, looked very strong last game. I don't blame them. Like, he didn't have the best mid game in a sense, but besides that, like, the early game was very dominant. The late game scaling looked great also. Crazy damage numbers. Just a very good hero. Nullifier Buyer, as mentioned, also very good versus Necro. You're going to want that at some point.
Yeah, are you now happy to kit the Necro on the offlane, or would you still rather put it mid? Where are you going to put it?
It's not the easiest matchup versus the Clinks. Like, it's really heavy harass, but yeah, good question. I feel like Liquid lack a playmaker.
Playmaker, some Storm, some Puck.
Yeah.
Even though it's not that the Puck has pretty abysmal win rate, it could still be very good in this game, because there aren't really, like, sure, you have like double initiation, double stun, relatively good follow-up, but I feel like you could potentially get away with it. I just feel they need something to push through these early stages of the game. 100%. They need a hero that Clockwork and Mirana can play with.
Yeah, and they need to be contesting sacks, because I see this sanking, I think of sacks, like bunch of sacks on the Ancients. They need to be able to go there and make space for their Alk, really. And I'm just afraid that if they have Necro mid, okay, they go for that.
Yeah,
they go for the Dark Sphere. I mean, it was very dominant last game. There's a lot of pressure on what happens mid, like with the lane and with the ability for Nisha to push the issue, because they really need him to open up the map for them.
As a Necro?
As a Necro,
that's not
just by being
natural.
annoying. It's like just like by being where they don't want you, essentially.
Okay.
Like, think of him like he's just pushing the lane, then randomly running into the triangle, you know, forcing them to address his presence there. It's a good pairing with Clock and Mirana, I have to say. Necro brings a lot of damage. He's also frontlining for these heroes. Their lineup is cool. Like, again, both lineups are really cool and solid. A little bit greedy and slow on Liquid side, which is not what we're used from them. So maybe like a question mark there.
Yeah, I think they wanted to have somebody that builds into pipe in this game. We saw it in the previous game where XXS did pick it up on his Darkseer, because most of the damage that they have early on is going to be magical. From Sanking, you're going to be afraid of that. Dark Willow, some Ringmaster spells, so probably going to go that route and just try to out-sustain the damage, because if you go in with like a lot of these heroes with the Sanking, with the Willow and everything, if you don't get the kill, I feel like Liquid, they can easily reset with the regeneration coming through from Alchemist ulti, a couple of heals from Necro, and a pipe from Ace. It could work out really well for Liquid.
It's a good Sanking game, though. I have to say, like, I see this Necro Darkseer lineup, and I see the Sanking, and I feel like that's the X factor. Like, if Nothing to Say has a good game and he gets to his timings, you know, it's gonna be an Aghanim Sanking for sure, and he's gonna, you know, double down on his epicenter. He can just melt all these heroes. Like, at the end of the day, Alk and Necro are not very high strength gain heroes. They buy heart and whatnot, like Necro could, but they are very susceptible to Sanking Ags, especially the first, like, the early timing. Like, in the mid game, these heroes are going to die to Sanking.
We're gonna find out if Nothing to Say also this game will get a lot of help in the mid lane like he did last game. Let's see how game number 2 will play out, and if Team Liquid can keep their tournament dreams alive in Game 2 with Cap and SVG.
That's right, Team Liquid, they're going to put all their hopes in the Necrophos, the bright green hero, just like this Lenovo Legion laptop. This one's for you, Avery.
Ooh, very stylish. I need a new PC. As you know, my graphics card has been dying trying to run Dota.
I do know that.
So you need some real power to run it these days. Man, I hope they do a spring cleaning update. But otherwise, I will gladly accept this new laptop because I need one. Thank you. Thank you, Austin.
That's very good. Very good. All right, game 2, Liquid. Looking for a comeback. Extreme Gaming looking to just put Liquid in the ground and out of this tournament. Move on to their next opponent, who, reminder for everybody, the winner of this series has to play up against Team Spirit, who looks very good.
That is that's a nice opponent to have waiting for you, you know?
Yeah, that is a spooky one. I almost feel like if these teams don't show, in Extreme's case, if they don't show they're good enough and clean enough to be able to 2-0 this, then are they good enough to take on Team Spirit?
I also think if you're Spirit, you like the slower games where you just get to play your style, out team fight people. And that game 1 was sloppy. It was long. Yeah. Neither team convincingly won it. You know, I think Spirit's biggest weakness is like the old gaming style, the old Liquid style when they were winning TI. Like, we're going to run you over in 30. You don't get to go to that late game. That was not a game where that was convincing at all. So
yeah, Liquid's refusing to play that kind of style in this patch. I mean, we're seeing Ace just go for the greediest builds possible.
No auras, right?
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. We're not seeing the Crimsons. We're not seeing the Pipes. We're not seeing the early high ground. I think this is a lineup that could potentially do it on paper. You have Alk, you have Necrophos, you have Sustain, you have an Aura Fire in the Darkseer.
Is Ame dead? Ace didn't get inside of the cogs. If he had gotten inside of the cogs and they'd had a setup where they could have double Ion Shelled Ame for a little bit, he might have died there. But as it stands, he's going to be shoved out of lane. And look at Tofu. He's going to stick around if Ame thinks that he has free passage back to lane. Oh, wait. Tofu didn't? I thought for sure he was going to arrow him from the high ground, hit a bunch of right clicks on him with the Celestial Quiver, that extra bit of damage he's able to do, but no.
Don't want to let the Equilibrium get controlled bottom too much. Mickey not getting early CS with an Alk. This lane could get pushed in pretty quickly, so you have to be wary of that. All eyes on this mid, though. You have a Necrophos against a Sand King. This is a very one-sided matchup. I expect Nisha to absolutely free farm. He should dominate this lane. He's going to be very bad. It's a very strong Necro pick. It's great against the Centaur, great against the Sand King here. Not bad against the Clinks, honestly, because he doesn't want to buy early Nullifier. Liquid really punished this first pick Centaur. We saw the strength of it in game 1, but this is not going to be nearly as easy a game. A lot of good matchups here that Liquid can abuse.
Nothing to say, struggling already. This is getting a little rough. Oh, that was a nice hit.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, not at all.
There's no way you can win this matchup. It's impossible. You're just hoping you get some stacks in the jungle that you can fall back on. And
get the ward, get the ward, get the ward. Okay, you got it. Nothing to say. Can maybe play a bit of lane with Sandstorm. Meanwhile, they actually do manage to get the kill there, running down FY. Whoa, what was going on there?
Trying to die to neutrals, but took a lot of damage from this Mirana. A nice little pickup for Tofu. Abusing that Celestial Quiver. Never underestimate it.
He felt pressured to TP? Was he TPing mid?
I'm not sure where he was TPing.
Maybe they were trying to catch Boxy when he was going for the pull on creeps, which he has done, and will pull the creeps all the way back behind the tower, out of Ame's reach. Get a half pull as well.
Still got the Equilibrium bottom, so XXS, he's not going to suffer on this Centaur. Honestly, pretty nice start for him. The little linger top gave him a free wave, and it's kind of all you need in some of these Alk matchups.
Yeah, we've seen the MO for this these Centaur games. It's just literally the 4 position, draws as much tension as possible, tries to give as much experience as possible to Centaur. Centaur gets Helm of Iron Will, and then boom, you're free. The shackles are gone, and the 4 position can kind of do whatever they want.
Nothing to say, trying to survive through this Necrophos matchup. Doing fairly well early. You can get a couple more waves here, dodge a few more death pulses, he might be in the clear.
Yeah, at some point he just goes back to jungle, right?
Yep, 100%. You're looking for the level 3 Sandstorm, you're looking for 1 or 2 stacks, and you start going in there, you're very efficient. So it's not looking too bad for him. Playing quite well today. See what Liquid can make of this Darkseer. Now they have it in their hands. Not the same Wombo combo lineup.
No, not at all.
So very different style for Ace to play through here. But you do have a nice combo with the Clockwork in terms of playing faster on the map. You have a nice combination with Alchemist as you get an aura item up and he just runs in with his timing. Can be really overwhelming. Great surge target as well.
Nisha trying to bait a little bit. Nothing to say. Would love to get the kill, but 8 magic wand charges. Nisha may look like he is in danger of almost dying, but far from it.
I wonder if there's gank potential on this Necrophos. He is kind of low. I just don't think it's worth going for over just stacking consistently. If it backfires, it'll backfire real hard. At the same time, if you're Liquid, you have to expect to bring supports into this lane for the Reaper kill.
Yeah, I was thinking that...
He can't get it on his own.
I was thinking way more for Liquid to rotate into that lane, but instead, the full rotation up to top lane. With the Ion Shells, managed to get 2 heroes inside of the cogs. They have Blood Grenade on 2. Arrow to finish off at least X-Nova. Maybe Ame dies as well. Surge, Boxy, he wanted to commit for that kill, while Ace was trying to offer him a way out. In the end, Boxy sticks around too long and dies anyway, so support for support trade-off, which is fine for Extreme, as long as Ame is alive.
Deathpack doing a little bit of work in this lane. You have that Lotus still in your back pocket, so some HP for Ame to work with, as the arrow will not connect here. Free farm for Mickey. Creating a lot of space for this Alchemist right now while you're pressuring the Klings. Not a bad MO for Liquid, as you know mid lane's free no matter what. NTS forced into the jungle very early.
Yeah, I kind of expected Liquid to go for this like back laning they were doing with Darkseer, and then move the Clockwork into that mid lane, right? Cut the wave, then he rotates in. He either one stops the Sand King from hitting neutrals. Oh, Mickey almost dying there from the gank.
I expect Boxy to start scouting the Sand King more. Yeah, they're going to scan him here. He's going to run in with an Obs and a Sentry. So this is where you want to look for him, because now you have the Reaper online and you have the Catapult Wave mid. So you know NTS is going to be pressured to respond to this in the mid lane. He does have Epicenter available.
Yeah, there's turnaround potential here.
No, you got to be a little wary.
Tofu feeling like with the Glyph being used, he needs to stop this bottom lane push. With the arrow, he kills the Siege Wagon. And with the leaps, he should be fine. Pretty hard for Centaur Dark Willow to stop him from pulling waves.
This means NTS will get to kill his wave for free, though. That's a pretty big win for Extreme Gaming. Deal with the catapult timing, you're not getting Reapered here. You even have a chance at the Power Rune. He'll take it on X-Nova.
Got it on both sides. And damage for X-Nova.
Do they see Boxy here? He's going to kill a Curry. Now they see him. Annoying Clockwork that they will have to play against for the second time in a row.
Blocking out the Ancients.
You got to get vision on some of these stacks. Like, you know they're coming. You definitely want to contest them this game if you can. You have very good heroes to contest it, especially if you can get the Alk in there. Currently has a couple stacks of his own, though. Mickey farming very efficiently. So, NTS gets all this uncontested. It's a big win for him in this game.
Yeah, there's not much pressure on mid. Like, X-Nova is taking the wave with no contest. Liquid just playing again to farm.
It's surprising for me. Maybe I still have this old idea of the team that they want to like play through mid super fast, abuse runes, abuse a winning mid matchup. They haven't really looked for it at all.
I think that Liquid is kind of dead.
Oh, all right.
I think maybe it's the introduction of Tofu Ace. Maybe it's a bit of the patch. They feel like it's not the... You can't play that way anymore, but Boxy, he'll go for kind of a suicide contest here. Onto the Wisdom. Maybe Tofu can still get something out of this. X-Nova gets low, but needed 2 more hits probably from the Mirana. Not good enough.
Feels like XG are getting the little wins here.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they're not supposed to be doing this well in this early game. Like that's my gut read. So the fact that NTS is as farmed as he is, you get to sit Ame top with some solo XP. You never gave this Centaur up in the early game. 0 deaths. He's going to have a fast helm. Feels like all your cores are kind of chilling right now.
Amadam almost done for Ace.
Need some more golem camps for this Alchemist. That's what we need right now.
That's true.
Start stacking those golem creeps.
They do have incredible neutral farming, because even the supports can do it with Tofu.
They'll be able to hit a lot this game.
Clockwork can do it with Ion Shell put on him. So if they could just push lanes in all the time, Liquid will kind of out-farm you. Combination of both the Elk and Necro, plus the supports being able to do something. Boxy with his haste rune runs into the Skeleton Archers. Ame is going to retreat back through the gate here and pressure the Alchemist. Here comes that Epicenter. The chain stun allows the Epicenter to do full point-blank damage, and Ame is just here to take the tower.
Nice surprise move from Nothing to Say. They had no read on that at all, as the Necro's just been jungling. That's another reason I don't like Liquid giving up this pressure point mid in such a favorable matchup. Like, you're giving NTS some freedom to make some plays around the map that the Necrophos does have boots travel now. You can respond. but there's no response on a play like that. There's no turnaround potential. Your damage is a little low in this early game with the supports. You need Ion Shell in these plays to take those favorable skirmishes. You know, it's the kind of thing you wish you could like Ion Shell Boxy and TP him in somewhere and look for some sort of turnaround. That play happens too fast.
Look at Nisha. Pretty fearless, man.
He should be. He should be fearless in this game. He needs to play aggressive. He needs to take space away from Extreme Gaming and abuse his position.
I mean, this is a pretty insane blow to the economy.
Oh yeah, these are
taking this
double,
big of double stacks.
XG just not protecting this at all, and this is what you want to see out of Liquid. Stack contesting, take it away from the Sand King.
Ame's also doing kind of the same. He's not taking stacks, but he is trying to take some of Alec's farm, which is a nice idea.
He's taking the golems.
And the Reaper Scythe kill, not quite there.
Is there still a Death Pulse flying? No.
Yeah, it looks like it.
There is.
Oh, okay, it just disappeared.
That's what I thought. I'm like, I didn't see the Death Pulse connect.
Yeah, that was weird.
Centaur pressuring Alchemist.
Give it enough farm, and that matchup does start going the other way.
For sure,
right?
for sure.
Right now, Mickey with no Radiance, he is not a threat.
Really solid levels on Tofu. Where did he get all these levels from? It's almost level 7.
Oh, picked up the last hit on 2 different kills, so I don't remember the kills, but maybe he got solo experience for 1 or 2 of them.
Must have eaten one of the shrines here, yeah. Nah, he's a big boy. Could start farming up.
And Nisha is still taking those camps. They're no longer Lornoff camps, they're now Nisha camps.
Is that the official term for it?
Apparently.
Did Lornoff tell you that?
No.
Oh.
Don't think I've ever spoken to Lornoff in my life, so. Maybe Leno changed this tournament.
Yeah,
Don't think Galaxy is doing very well.
Oh, look at this, though. Liquid starting to take some of those top net worth positions is what we expected from the triple uber fast farming lineup. Maybe it's XG who should have been a little worried about contesting stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay. You couldn't really contest things until, you know, nothing.
Yeah,
Say was actually online. He had a bad lane. Now that you have Blink Dagger, though, it is about time to start amping up the tempo a little bit.
This is still the part of the game where you can kill the Necrophos. Yep. You bring supports behind the Sand King with a Stampede. That window will close pretty quickly in this game if you don't find those 1 or 2 cheeky kills. Kind of same with the Alchemist here.
Yeah.
And again, I would love to see Ace just go Ores this game. Get the pipe up. Potentially even a Lotus Orb. And just buff your other 2 cores. Make them invincible in that front line. You're going to cause XG a lot of problems.
It's already kind of looking like, though, this is going to be like a 3-headed Hydra problem for Extreme Gaming. You have one big playmaker that can kill a hero. It's kind of long cooldown. And it's not guaranteed. You really need some follow-up to it. He wants to use his epicenter somewhere. Is he going to kill the Alk, the Necro, or the Darkseer, who are all shoving lanes, who are all farming very efficiently, who are all working towards, you know, it's only going to get worse when you have double Radiance.
This is one of those games where, should you even go the Blink on the Sand King? Are those opportunities going to even be there? As he finds an opportunity. Oh, there you go. Quick little support pickup. We'll bring the supports into the game. Like, I think you want Blink on Sand King at some point in this game.
Ooh, tried to catch Ame, got him on the wall, but because of the Stampede, the slow does nothing to him. And he's able to run out, and that'll be Ame completing his Deso very soon. So, if they can get these epicenter pickoffs, and Ame's involved with them, they're going to get a pickoff without the Deso here.
Okay.
And Ace returned back to lane there, thinking
and the creep.
Be safe.
It felt like one of those games you weren't going to find these Blink kills, and then he just finds 2 of them. Pretty nice pickups for NTS. That will finish the Deso for the Clinks, as you mentioned, and now they're kind of cruising around the map. Now you have some damage to bring these big boys down before some of the tanky items come out. This is going to be a double Radiance lineup. That's a lot of investment in farm. You lose a little overlap in the fight, which means you're going to be susceptible for those 5 or so minutes where you're trying to use those Radiances to get the next set of items. That's when I would want to see XG strike if they're going to strike in this game.
Yeah, that's for me where the Blink Dagger is like, yeah, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, Radiance, high damage, but these heroes are going to be incredibly squishy. One good initiation, they're just gone. So,
Stampede definitely helps as well.
Yeah.
It's going to change the dynamic for the Clinks a lot. I think last game Liquid abused the fact that once you got on top of this Clinks, he was kind of just dead in the water. Like, he got hookshot cogged, some random stun lands. he has a pike, and that was his only disengage. Here, you can stampede him away. He can reset. Ame can then choose to either go back in or maybe dodge some more spells. That's going to be nice for him. I think last game he didn't really have that sort of support. I guess you could have surged him. That's not usually the best get out of jail card, though.
I mean, correct me if I'm not wrong here, but like Liquid haven't used Moonlight Shadow at all, right?
He had it very early too, potentially.
Yeah, that says so much about Liquid's like mindset for this game. Like no aggressive actions whatsoever. Just Nisha plays in their side of the jungle, trying to just win the farm battle. Tofu taking some camps here to win the farm battle.
They're just farming.
Anything to keep these cores in safe positions, successfully getting their radiances and farming with it. And Extreme, they got to be the ones to hunt things down. The onus is on them. With a pipe picked up for XXS, they are not to be trifled with when it comes to team fights. But Liquid's not going to take those team fights. That's where the pickoffs come into play. Nothing to say. Finally does get a pickoff with his epicenter. Kills the Alchemist. Being able to do that at the same time as taking mid tower, that's a nice bit of efficiency for Extreme.
Just feels like Liquid are saying, do whatever you want. We don't care.
Oh, and Ame's setting up for a third opportunity here. Ace is going to die off of Nothing to Say, TPing back, Burrow Strike, and once again, they got the Darkseer and his creep.
That's all Arcane Rune for the Sand King, by the way. So he has another epicenter in 50 seconds here.
That's sick. And
this feels too free for me. Like, it's not that you're falling behind, but there's just no pressure on the map. Liquid are conceding the entire first 20 minutes here and just banking on the fact that these three super farmers are eventually going to kick in and scale. Interesting approach. If XG continue to find big pickoffs, particularly through the Sand King, I think they're going to feel smooth about the momentum in this game. And it can quickly turn into, oh, suddenly we're taking Roshan because we killed one of your cores with this Deso Clean.
Ace caught inside the Bramble, Terrorize, and with Ame, both between the Strafe and the Burning Barrage. He doesn't actually use the Burning Barrage, but still, FY is able to run him down thanks to the Stampede, Shadow Realm, and Bedlam. It's got some decent heroes to utilize the Stampede.
They really do.
Sand King likes it a lot to keep close to heroes with Epicenter. Dark Willow sometimes has a problem closing that gap to actually use Bedlam.
Oh, you didn't see him there. Nice little hiding spot from FY. Wait till his TP's back up, and he's out of there. Very farmed, by the way, on this Dark Willow. Already has full Distiller, almost an entire Glimmer Cape. He's cruising in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think you can Roche already if you're XG. You have Pipe on Centaur. You have the Clinks damage. You got an Alpha Wolf as well off the Dom creep. They might be eyeing it up down here.
Yeah, they're not. Liquid's not going to contest you, and
yeah, I like this.
Ame has enough damage that it's not going to be too slow.
This is the downside of just farming if you're on the side of Liquid. You're going to concede some objectives here, maybe earlier than you would like.
Right, the problem may not be this Aegis. It's going to be the second Roshan is really fast. They can use that banner to go high ground, right? That's...
I don't know about that. I don't know if we're seeing that early to high ground, but...
yeah, it is extreme gaming.
Yeah. So they're going to stop it because of the rocket flare. They feel that Liquid are contesting. However, Liquid are not contesting. They're not contesting.
They're not going to contest. They will get the pick off on Tofu. At least they get something for their efforts, because I don't love that slowing down too much, but...
It's Deso charges. I think he's had more charges in this game than he had, going 40 minutes into that other one. Straight back into the Roche. Boxy, he gets found on the side. He gets the hook shot out. Okay, that's a green light to finish this one up.
There's definitely nothing stopping it now, and they might even kill Boxy. Xnova, well, he's got no daggers to slow down Boxy. Boxy's probably going to get enough distance. The wheel doesn't quite land, and the Cox doesn't push back FY. So now he's going to die underneath the wheel, and the Urn actually got taken away as well.
He's mega poor.
And Extreme keep on getting these little +1s to everything. Every Darkseer kill gets a Helmet Dom creep as well, getting that Courier pick off. It adds up, and it's keeping the net worth very even, despite the fact that it is a Necro Alchemist double Radiance lineup. Again, they should be out farming you on the enemy team, but Extreme, they're getting enough early kills, enough objectives taken. Put them in a good spot. Now with Aghanim Scepter done nice and early, Nisha.
Teleport canceled.
He's going to kill.
He
didn't actually get him the Strongman Potion. He's going to keep him alive a lot longer, and now Extreme Gaming are going to come and collect the kill. Yet another Deso charge, up to 8 for Ame.
Okay, maybe
Playing on the
Liquid
other
finds
side.
something.
Centaur trying to get a kill, and they will get him eventually here. Terrorize almost stops him in time. Boxy interrupts that one. Hook shot in. Cogs pushing back FY into an awkward spot here. Though I think there was enough TPs that they're afraid to keep fighting into Extreme, understandably so. They just back up the farm. Oh, wait. Ame. Oh, he spotted that unstable concoction pop. He knows he's under vision. The creep also spoils it. Not going to lose the Aegis here. Unicycle initiation. X-Nova misses the dagger.
Careful there, brother.
Yeah.
Nice play around the map. At least Liquid get one core kill in this early game. We're losing this Necro. This Necro, folks, is super high level, by the way. Because he's been purely farming, he was highest level by a couple. Level 15 there. That's a lot of XP swinging XG's way.
He really took that kill for granted. Was it the Shawl? I mean, it had to have been. That was a level 2 Reaper's Scythe. Just an extra bit of magic resistance makes the difference.
Oh, Glimmer Capes are going to be amazing for both teams in this game.
Yeah.
There's a lot of utility that can go a long way.
That is almost Nisha online. Not with the Glimmer Cape, with the Consecrated Ramp. Similar idea here.
We'll delay his BKB. I think it feels bad to just go straight BKB here. It's a very good BKB game. You have to think about the Alex
Trying to go for the epicenter kill. They wanted the Necro. Will have to content themselves with the Darkseer. Still got it. Terrorize pushing back some of these heroes. No immediate response. In fact, Alchemist is even going to call it quits here. Mickey says, that's just more time for me to farm. I don't want to join in some fight without a BKB being done, which it is just finishing up.
You have to fight on your timings as Alch. You can't get dragged in the fights you don't want to join or you're not ready to. He's very strong on the map. You got to remember, this is an Alchemist with potential Ion Surge plus Shell plus a Moonlight Shadow initiation. Some extra heal from the Necropos. He's got a lot of buffs behind him to play with right now. He's a tanky boy with that level 2 ultimate.
Liquid with their triple item pickup timing. All three of their cores are online for the early game. They're going to make their first real big offensive move to kill Ame, take away his Aegis. Counter initiation boxing. It's a beautiful Cogs, locking in 2 different heroes. Ame's about to come back up. Can the wheel stop? It got 2 on the wheel, and that's beautiful with the Stampede getting Ame out of there, away from the Alchemist. What a reset. Now Extreme still going to be chased down on some of these heroes, though, as the Alchemist keeps the Centaur within reach, constantly slowing him down. Extreme Gaming, this is going to be a good whip. Decent amount of damage. Maybe they think about coming back in with the Reaper Sight being popped. They finish off the Centaur. Boxy, the box saving XXS. They pop the vacuum wall, slowing down these heroes. Now a potion being used by X-Nova as well. Now they jump in for the Alchemist, though. And these heroes are so damn low. Liquid might still be able to finish them up. They run down one. XXS trapped in a corner. No way out here. It will be a third. Extreme Gaming did a good job of fighting back a little bit there. But ultimately, it's just Liquid a bit too strong in their timing will win the fight.
The irony is, the supports had such a good early game, they both had kill streaks there. So a little bonus gold going Liquid's way. Some of the streak went to Mickey, some went to Ace, and they get that big Centaur kill at the end. A decent gold exchange straight into Tormentor. Very nice sequence for Liquid. Power of the Alch BKB. You're just running at them the whole time, holding this BKB, daring you to commit for the turnaround. And there is no turnaround because you don't have Epicenter there. You used it on that mid kill. It was still on cooldown. We're going to see NTS come in on the second half of this fight. He gets a burrow here on the Clockwork. He has an amp damage, but with no Epicenter, they're just ignoring him. Like, yeah, whatever. You can sit on the side of the fight. We are going to implement the great strategy of walk at you.
Back-to-back pickoffs potentially. Oh, the Croaker interrupted things a bit there.
Another whiffed Epi.
Yeah, that is not great. Ame did also get the pickoff on Tofu with the reveal of the Orchid.
Something. Big wins for Liquid here, though, in the last few minutes. This is what their lineup wants to do. Hit these mid-game timings that are just unstoppable. Too much HP, too much regen. BKBs are super strong. You don't have that super scaling yet. These are the fights that are going to cause Extreme Gaming problems. And we'll see how this Roche lines up because they did it super early. This second one is going to be pretty quick here, and that could be really nice for Liquid in the end. They could be like, oh, thank you for accelerating this for us. We'll take a 25-minute banner Aegis and just run down a lane. There's potential for some fast pushes in this game.
Yeah, it requires to really feel confident about it. You got to finish up the BKB on Nisha. Right, the Clink's damage won't be so overwhelming. So if he can get to that BKB, maybe the Shivas can be done on Ace.
I could see it working out here. They already have Pipe, they already have Greaves. You can potentially get to AC on Alch.
Yeah, you put together the double armor items and
it'll be there. At the 30 minutes for sure, you win that Roche, you could have all these auras plus an Aegis plus a banner. And what are actually going to do with that? They have to just throw the Sand King Epicenter into that amount of HP?
Which I do think
spell not that strong.
It makes the decision making for Liquid very interesting here, right? Like they actually opted to smoke and make a play here. They moved to the Necrophos. Ooh, missed hook shot there from Boxy.
That was probably the easiest one to hit of the whole day, too.
That's true. And this kind of spoils everything here. All right, back to farming.
Definitely an awkward time to make that play when there's no objective to fall back on. Little sad about that, but this should get your Necrophos to the BKB.
But it does slow down both Ace and Mickey in getting their two very crucial armor items. I don't know, I just felt like the timing of that smoke was like, I feel like you look at that Roshan timer, you see 2 minutes till it potentially spawns, you say, okay, that's 2 minutes of farm. You know?
It's definitely a little awkward.
But
you always have Moonlight Shadow to create some extra smokes for you. That helps a little bit.
Yeah, that is true.
But that was
very high.
Some missed Radiance farming time, that's for sure.
High level Tofu, level 12. Every single time I look at this guy, he is clearing through some sort of camp with Starstorm.
So race to BKBs for Liquid, and honestly a race to level 20 for NTS here. I think that's the biggest teamfight upgrade for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah.
That Epicenter talent. Get BKB on him, you're level 20, suddenly maybe this Epicenter can just cut through some of the HP pools here, particularly if you can land some chain stuns. This is not the same ease of execution Wombo combo as their lineup in game 1, but it's still there. If you get caught in a 2 or 3 man stun by Centaur Sand King, it's going to get chained by the Dark Will, you can get chained into the Wheel of Wonder. There is a lot of potential chain stun follow-up you have to be careful of in this game.
It's funny, you talked about the difference of playstyle for both offlaners, right? Because XXS has just completed a heart, but he's not in the same position as Ace's Centaur because he's matched up against the Necro. So as much HP as you get, it's only half as effective against that Reaper Scythe. So he's not going to be able to just kind of like go in there and be like, oh, go on me. If you do, you lose the fight.
He has to play more for the team.
Yeah.
They committed a lot of counter picks to this first pick Centaur. So you just have to recognize that and not play too greedy, not play for yourself too much. Play through your other cores.
Knowing that, though, do you think the heart is still the right choice? Like, is it a necessity for this hero to scale?
This hero feels real bad without it, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair. He's going to be a bit of a faster Roshan, not that either team knows this. That does result in it being firmly on the Dire side, which is to Extreme Gaming's favor.
They're going to group up here and smoke. They have BKB on the Sand King, but he couldn't hit that level 20. Probably needed way more ancient stacking or something to get there this early in the game. However, Nisha, he gets his BKB and he is level 20, so get a nice talent for himself. Not as impactful, but a little cherry on top.
Tofu playing. Oh, what a backstab! The Mud Golem stops the TP here. He's going to Moonlight Shadow.
Nope, the Mud Golem
ran one direction, Moonlight Shadows, then runs the other direction, successfully juking out much of Extreme for now. Nothing to say, just throwing blind burrow strikes out there. Looks like Tofu is away, and look at the rest of Liquid. They are squaring up, and they're going to go straight for Ame. They had vision on him. They're going to hit Unstable Concoction, the wheel, the box. Maybe that can get Ame out of here alongside the Stampede. Force Staff over the cliff, and away he goes. Now he's so low. He can't really fight into this one. He has to just go for a desperate TP away, and he does manage to get it. BKBs were used. Okay. Extreme Gaming get out with only one support loss. Honestly, that's a win considering how it started.
That's a huge win. Well, the Reaper was being thrown. I mean, that's a dead Clinks 100% because the box was already used. And you somehow got him out of there with the power of the Hurricane Pike Force Staff. I do think there was an opportunity to maybe turn that. I don't know how well it worked out, but that's the type of scenario that Liquid have to be careful in. You're chasing after the BKBs are down. And of course, it all starts with the Mud Golem, the hero that actually needed. But he has no dust, so he can't see anything.
That is true.
You start on this Clinks every time you can.
Yeah.
Like, that is the best target to find. He gets barely bailed out here.
Two different fights that Xnova has had some clutch saves, and it's something Liquid are really going to have to start considering.
I think if you have the level 20 talent on Sand King, you might turn that.
Yeah.
BKB's down, you go in with all those epicenter pulses, you're going to do some serious work. But that timing was not there. Liquid know it. They're going to play very aggressive. Roche is available in the bottom pit here for another minute and a half before it switches sides. That is something that Extreme Gaming need to think about right now. Do you want to force the Roche again?
Foxy's hanging around. As long as he is alive and rocket flaring the pit, we saw how timid Extreme Gaming was about it earlier. Trying to make a move on this Necrophos. The team is not coming through the gate or anything.
Just trying to get a BKB or some response out of Liquid. They do get the Moonlight Shadow. Wasn't worth nothing here.
Yeah, they're going to use the remnants of this Moonlight Shadow to make a go on mid. Nothing to say. Arrow goes out. They spot him, but he's too far away. He's burrow struck. He's up to the high ground. Dangerous proposition. Even with knowing that Ame isn't here, knowing that he's top lane. Sand King.
I think the Liquid timing's better right now, but it will not be in a few minutes. This Clinks is close to full Daedalus. So if you give him a pick off here into Roche, this game is going to become a lot more difficult.
Yeah, full Daedalus combined with level 20 on Nothing to Say. That is a massive power spike for this team.
They're very close.
I think Liquid still look pretty good if they can get the initiation, but how do they get that initiation over the Sand King? They got to stop him from epicentering. They run into Tofu. That's very nice.
Is that enough to do Roche here?
Quick pick?
No, it's 15 seconds, so it's going to change sides no matter what.
Yeah, that will almost guarantee Tofu will be back up and able to play the Roshan fight. And that just means a few more seconds for Liquid's cores to farm. Level 20 on the Alk. BAT upgrade. Lotus Orb, Nisha, once that. I mean, you have to have Dispels against the Bloodthorn. Not that he has it yet, it's just the Orchid for now.
And we're going to see just how tanky this Liquid lineup is. They might just run into the Buzzsaw if they clump up into the Sand King spells. They can start on NTS, that sounds pretty nice. It's going to be hard for him to disengage and then reinitiate.
Combo is definitely not the same for Liquid off of the Darkseer as it was in game one. That is for sure. The best play is Vacuum Unstable Concoction, which very much could happen.
It's not the worst stun to throw into it because it tracks the guy.
Yep.
I wonder if there was any argument to go like Shiva's on this hero, this game for extra AoE, but it's probably way too minor of a value point to overlook the armor.
Plus, yeah, your whole team appreciates the AC armor.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
They really want to pick off into Roshan here.
Yeah, they are not finding it. Extreme Gaming are not even anywhere close to the pit.
They just
left the helmet
Warpine in the pit. They're going to scout this Roche the second it gets done. Boxing slowly killing it with battery.
Yeah, you got to kill this thing just to force Extreme Gaming not to play the map as much as they're doing right now.
They're farming a lot.
Oh, Nothing to Say blinked in there. Oh, got the Burrow Strike off before the Unstable Concoction, but Ace is there on the other side with the Vacuum. BKB has to be used by Nothing to Say. The Dark Willow, Glimmer Cape does not get off the Terrorize. So it's a pickoff, but not a core pickoff.
They're looking for Ame bottom. Oh, remember, he has no BKB here if he gets found on
Unstable
detection.
Concoction, Mickey hits him with the bash. Reaper side closing in, he's gone. Okay, now Liquid have the opening to go for Roshan while Ame is down. It's not totally free because, again, the Epicenter is very spooky.
You have BKBs, though. That's the biggest thing. If you have BKBs available, you can mana for these objectives. You're not going to get bursted before you're able to pop that, get the health regen going, and turn that fight around. Without Ame, you don't have the overwhelming physical to burst these targets, so I think this is absolutely the right call. I doubt we'll see XG contest this.
Yeah.
Way too difficult to make anything happen here.
Nothing to Say is already on the other side of the map. He's going to push in that wave, try and get his Shivas for the fight they're going to have to take against this Aegis. As I imagine, Liquid will start mounting up some pressure on objectives off of this.
Absolutely. Try and go high ground here. Your lineup's built for it. Give Aegis to the Necrophos. As the slots available, not too bad. And Banner as well. So high ground, wide open for Liquid. As long as you don't clump into the big AoE, the fight, it doesn't look that difficult. You're just kind of worried about some Klink's Daedalus hits going through.
Oh,
nice hook shot.
Nice blind hook shot there from Boxy. There almost followed up, but Xnova does get a bit of distance. Hit by the Unstable Concoction, and he's punched once by Mickey, twice to finish it off.
You have a wave up here as well. I'd be really tempted to just send it here.
Even just to like force them back. You don't have to like take full lane. You've got 4.5 minutes on Aegis, but well, man, Darkseer's already made his move to defend bottom. So it looks like they're taking this tier 2 and getting out. Again, corralling in the map as much as possible, trying to make it small. Extreme Gaming, it's their turn to try and dodge fights, rat out the map, and play off of pickoffs, which is where Clinks' specialty is, both the rat and the pickoff.
I'm a little worried for Liquid scale if the Sand King gets to, 25 dash or refresher. I think double epicenter going into this lineup. At that point, you're a little worried about your sustain.
Yeah, do you feel that way because the Ags for Liquid are not amazing? Necro is very good, but I feel like Darkseer in this game is pretty whatever. Mirana's going to build it herself anyway. Clockwork Ags, eh.
I guess that doesn't help too much.
Like, that's a big component for Alchemist lineups lately.
For sure.
Right? Ace does get spotted here, but he's baiting it out. He wants to take this fight. They're already going to make the jump. Necrophos in some trouble. He's going to lose Aegis here. Meanwhile, they're going on the Centaur. Managed to Abyssal Blade him during the Stampede. Let's see if Boxy can catch him. Hookshot over to the side with the arrow on Ame. Yeah, Tofu is killing him solo right now. He's running him down. Had to use the box epicenter, everything they can. And Tofu's going to make the leap away. And Ame is still going to be caught by an unstable concoction Reaper sight. Tofu, the hero of that fight. I mean, Liquid probably win that anyway, but they get the Clinks kill because of that arrow.
What a sick find from Tofu. He has the shard too. You look at the death summary for Ame, it's Mirana.
Yeah.
It's just 2,000 damage from Mirana with 9 quiver hits, 4 Starstorm procs, a max duration arrow. He had his number and punched it.
And look at the damage difference. Extreme did 2,000 more damage in this fight. But it was a very one-sided fight. Liquid's heroes are so tanky right now.
Ame just doesn't even see this arrow because you're looking to the right side of your screen right here.
Oh, he runs into it off the Stampede. He was resetting.
So much damage.
Back in real time, Boxy's already made his initiation. He said, any hero that shows up, we're making the go while Ame's dead. They saw Centaur and they went for it. Now Boxy's still trying to hold him back here. This Centaur is so tanky. Without the Reaper's Scythe, it's not an easy kill. Liquid will lose much of their momentum hitting this high ground now.
It's kind of a double-edged sword. Yeah, they have no epicenter, but you have no Reaper.
Yeah.
So just the fight gets really weird as neither team can really kill the big targets on the front line. Got to respect these big ultimates.
Nisha is level 25 at 36 minutes, though. This sustain is out of control. I mean, they have to get him first. Otherwise, these death pulses, it's just too much HP. Too much damage over time.
I think you just pull him Ags right now.
I think so, too, yeah.
Like, he's so beastly, so high level, so fast. He already has the heart. You pull him in Ags, it's doing a crap ton of damage. Him just existing in the fight will win you the fight at that point. And your options to all in him are just to throw all of your big AoE ultimates on the Necrophos, which means if he survives and that backfires, you're absolutely screwed in the 5-on-5 engagement.
Yes. At the same time, Liquid don't have any saves, really. They have Glimmer Cape for Boxy, but they have nothing hard save, which may be something they have to consider in the future.
Get a Wind Waker or something.
Yeah, Wind Waker on the supports. I mean, Tofu's gonna have the farm for it. Like, he is...
I think he is gonna go
12,000 net worth. Yeah, he's already built up Yules, so good choice.
Too good in this game. It's going to force even more Nullifier presence. They only have one potential Nullifier buyer in this game, and it is the Clinks, who's also trying to get to MKB and BKB. A couple of Conjurer's Catalyst. That is a insane Conjurer's Catalyst for NTS.
Oh, yeah. Imagine he rolls and he doesn't get it.
Well, he did get it here. He's very happy about that.
Meanwhile, Nisha, ooh, his options are terrible. My goodness. I mean, he would want Conjurer's Catalyst, right? But he also would love to have the pension, right? Anything that keeps him alive is worth its weight in gold.
I think the Rattle Cage, honestly, is a little underrated on these heroes that just tank a huge amount of damage.
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's going to be the focus. It's going to bounce back a lot of damage. He went for the idol. So, slow resistance is value. Evasion, very good.
I think him being able to gain the evasion against the Clinks, he also has Quicken, so he can go up to like 50% evasion here. Pretty nice.
Wow, that is a lot. Now, Ame already had the idea. He wanted to build MKB. He doesn't want to rely on Bloodthorn to be able to get through this, which is fair enough, but it's a long ways away. He's trying to finish off his BKB right now, and here comes the smoke of Liquid. making his way. They're going to crash into XXS, who was a high ground ward. Actually stomped in there. Hit a stomp.
Epi coming.
Here comes the epicenter. Going for ace. Take out that team fighter
so
and
much
get
damage.
the boxy kill as well. And look at Mickey went down to half health. Now here comes their turnaround. Nisho's going to start popping those death pulses, healing up the Alchemist.
They can't sustain it though.
No, they can't keep this up. With BKBs now being on cooldown, the hit from Nothing to Say, that damage was insane, and it was an arcane rune. So the epicenter is going to be back up very soon.
He had the basher for it, and that's the power of the Conjure's Catalyst. It just starts proccing on everybody there. A nasty amount of damage. If the Alk gets caught in that Wheel of Wonder, that fight is completely over for Liquid. They had to buy the clock. They lost the Darkseer. Yeah, you have these death pulses, but they're not coming out fast enough.
And especially with Ace so far forward here, blinking forward off the smoke break. And he is food. And again, no saves are even possible from these supports.
I mean, Mickey's lucky he doesn't get chain stun. That's very close. You're thinking about Reapering Centaur, but they're still the box. They're still Glimmers. It's not that straightforward. And that was with an Ags pool to the Necrophos. He had it going into that fight. A huge upgrade for Liquid. Not being able to run that over.
It does feel like this is going to be a persistent problem for Liquid. A combination of there's always going to be, I think, better initiation for Extreme Gaming, and Extreme Gaming also have the save advantage, where you do not. Until super late game, where you're able to itemize your way out of it, those are two massive advantages for Extreme.
Escape Act is super annoying in a game like this. Again, it forces you to buy the Nullifier. Does the Alchemist want to buy the Nullifier? It's like a broken record at this point. Nobody wants to buy this item. And if you don't, you're like, man, I wish I bought Nullifier.
Yeah.
He can disassemble Radiance here. It's very easy for Mickey to pick it up if he wants it. No one else on the team is likely going to buy it. I guess you could argue Mirana can get it too. Like, your options are either Wind Waker or Nullifier. It's kind of the strength this hero gives you. Her spells aren't that great, but she can farm a lot. She can buy some extra utility. Otherwise, yeah, you just have to deal with this Escape Act. Man, think about if Ringmaster ever gets an Ags in this game. And honestly, he has 3,000 gold. He's not that far from it.
That's true.
Double box would just be insanely debilitating. It means whoever you go on first gets boxed, and you have a backup one for the Reaper Scythe.
Yep.
At that point, the fight becomes really difficult to play.
Oh, also, just like even just a small little window means that Stampede BKB could go off, and you have not like Nullifier for sure interact anything with that. So it's going to have to be perfect for Liquid, that initiation. The one advantage I feel like Liquid will have is vision, presumably, as that's kind of what the Clockwork gives you.
And the Mirana.
And the Mirana with the Moonlight Shadow.
You should be able to find some nice vision angles.
So it's all about trying to break down Extreme Gaming. The reason that the last fight went so well for them, they were set up on a high ground ward.
For sure. Again, though, I'm just thinking about the scale. Like, the double box, the double epicenter with the 25.
Yeah.
It's spooky, man. It's really hard to play these kind of sustain lineups into the ultra late if you can't hit that mid-game timing. They're going to try and poke the Roshan here, force XG into them. You can potentially abuse buybacks on an outpost fight if you have them here on the side of Liquid and just wear through the ultimates. They only have the Necrophos right now, but the Alk could have his.
Extreme's going to see the Necro bottom lane and immediately make the push. But Necro has already TP'd to the tier 2. He's going to join his team up in the triangle area.
He has the big buyback here for Liquid. So even if you all in Nisha, that fight might not go your way. Get scouted here by Boxy. Annoying Clockwork as usual. What can you do about it? Absolutely nothing.
Again, every little bit of information, it's an instant decision from both teams to go for a smoke play. Liquid popped theirs off of Boxy, showing some of these heroes. Arrow comes out. Doesn't see anything, though.
Gonna send the Alchemist in. He's your initiator here.
Leading the charge.
What can Mickey find? He wants to find the Sand King or the Klink Smite. Just find the
King
Sand
would
King.
be beautiful, but he's already blinked away. Nothing to say. Very quick on that one. Unstable concoction, self-explosion, little courier, little Helmadom creep, Boxy trying to jetpack in, and they're pushing Extreme Gaming farther and farther back. Extreme Gaming's gonna smoke now, and they're not spotted by that rocket flare.
They maneuvered this pretty nicely.
Yeah, they really did. They're getting around Liquid.
Moonlight's out.
Liquid presumably have no idea where they are right now. They pushed up to the top of the map.
Oh, and look at this ward.
It's not there.
This ward is scouting right now on Dire side. There's no gem here.
This could be a beautiful opportunity for them to ramp back into their own jungle.
If they can
full
burst
circle back around to go for mid game. Here comes the stomp. They managed to get off the chemical range, but here comes the epicenter blowing him up inside of that epicenter. They got him, and once again, they'll get the +1 on the Boxy. And Liquid, they're going to have to BKB, nothing to say, hoping he could bash. Nah, he's not going to get that. Beautiful movement there from Extreme. Oh, managed to get the vision on him. Anything? No. Still
going to the pit.
Roshan, available for the taking for Extreme.
What a huge ward. That's why we see a lot of teams buy gem.
Yeah.
Like, you leave these wards up, you can pay a big price. Sick outmaneuver from XG. Like, they disengaged super well, got that smoke off just in time. They played around all the vision mechanics from Liquid and still had an advantage going into this fight. And the second you chain stun out there, it's too much damage. That's where you wish you had the escape pact, right? There's no bailout. You don't have the Wind Wakers yet.
Oh, look at this. Mana from heaven. They're going to take this Roshan, grab all the items, and then on their way,
juicy
and amp damage.
Real juicy here. Ame is peaking right now. Bloodthorn done, Daedalus done. He has all the Deso charges in the world. Now an amp damage on top of that.
Yeah, all that's left is him getting his 25, which he is so close to, but won't have just yet.
Did get to the Sand Kings though, and they got Refresher Shard. So NTS, he's not gonna have to buy Alpha Refresher. He just gets it gifted to him. This is accelerating that timing by a large margin. They're down 5 or 6K. It does not feel like it.
No, they are definitely the ones winning this game right now, and perhaps for, I don't know, for the rest of the game. You sound pretty doubtful of Liquid's late game here.
I just think it's going to be hard for them to all in heroes, and that's what their lineup has to do.
Yeah, more tools for Extreme Gaming in those team fights for sure.
You already have Ags on this Ringmaster. If they don't find X-Nova, worried about the Alk and Necro committing onto a target, because what happens is you go in with these heroes, you have to make a very quick call. Do I pop BKB or do I risk getting chain stun?
How does nobody on Liquid still not have detection? I mean, like, no gem, really. Like, you got to make sure you're not underneath these wards. Tofu spots the sentry up in their high ground. Here comes the wrap, though. They're going to quickly kill the Dark Willow. Box attempted. Spots X Nova. They're going to go for the Ringmaster. Here comes that Epicenter. Trying to blow up Nisha. Not as easy of a kill as it was that Alchemist from before. Man, still managed X Nova. They have to Reaper Scythe him just to make sure he goes down. Back to that Dark Willow, who bought back TP'd into that fight.
That's a dieback.
FY, that is not a great decision for him. A dieback. Very awkward.
They used a Refresher Shard too? Yeah, to refresh for an Epi that never got thrown out. Nice angles from Liquid. Finding multiple points of attack, that's what worked for them in the game one as well. Just trying to separate this big AoE team fight, and they're able to dodge most of the Epi damage with some nice sustained BKBs. Exactly what you're looking for. Now you have an opening. Still an Epicenter available because of that Refresher Shard. So you have to be wary with BKBs on cooldown, but you have a banner here.
A big wave that's really going to help Necrophos. Not going to be the fastest pusher, but with this many creeps,
it's pretty good.
Speed things up a little bit.
You have a gem now too on Boxy. Pretty nice.
It does mean the siege wagons will stay invulnerable when it comes to hitting the barracks.
Who wants to go up and start swinging though?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants to go up that hill.
It meant Liquid could have kept some sort of prolonged siege situation, but they say it's not worth it. Ultimately, the Dark Willow is only so much of the team fight of Extreme.
I think XG get baited by Tofu a little bit here. He gives a lot of information for Liquid in terms of the vision.
It's very different when like X Nova is one of the first heroes you see if you're Liquid, right?
Yes, you baited in the formation a little bit, which lets you jump this Ringmaster, and he has to double box himself, which is just a disaster for Extreme Gaming. Those cores are able to connect in the exact point of the fight they want to.
We also saw like it wasn't just a Burrow Strike Epicenter initiation at the top of the fight, right? It was on a fight that it was already going on. I think Nisha, for example, had already popped his Ghost Shroud before he got hit by the Burrow. So he dodged a lot of those stingers.
And there comes a little more scale. Another Ags pooled to the Darkseer this time.
What do you think about that?
They get a punch. It's either him or the Clockwork. I'd say his is the more powerful Ags.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
It's just nice having another stun.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the Illusion's doing a lot here, but just being able to stun somebody and especially chain stun them off a vac initiation, it makes the single target vac a lot more viable.
My question is, it's not who gets the Ags, but like, is the Ags better than you getting an upgraded Blink? Or, getting an upgraded Blink and swapping out phase boots, getting like true 6 slotted.
I think it's fine here.
Okay.
He can get Swift Blink into another item off of the boots sell.
Yep.
But I also think that's a little easier to do when we approach tier 5 neutral items. So maybe you're just kind of waiting for that overall timing as a whole. This game could go ultra late again.
Yeah, if you feel like it's going to go that way, better to give away the Ags early.
Yes.
Get the extra Greevil's Greed.
Still need an Ags on this Clinks. Waiting for that army. And we still need that refresher on the Sand King. Remember, he had the shard in the earlier fight, so he still needs to purchase it for himself. So still some big items to pick up for XG.
It's curious. Extreme Gamer are actually going to go for the fight, not wait for those items that they're so close to. But if they catch Liquid by surprise, they had a nice ward. Again, if another ward killed Liquid, they lost a team fight. Like, there are teams out there buying 20-minute gems.
They have a gem. They have a
okay.
gem.
Boxy just didn't see it. I got you.
He's had it for a bit here.
Okay. I love that he's still holding on to the quelling blade, just in case, he wants to chop down a tree and place one of those sneaky wards.
Nice reaction there.
There's the
tail
refresh.
end of, this was the tail end of the Aegis period for XG.
You're right.
They're trying to get something going with it, but Liquid, they're not going to bite. And they're sitting pretty on that Necrophos net worth. Very intimidating there. He has, of course, that entire difference is in his bank, sitting on 11,000 gold right now. Nisha, what do you want to buy? You got to decide here. Can't bring that gold into a game 3 if there is no game 3.
It's true. Wind Waker. It is funny, like, the Alchemist game, right? Net worth is very skewed. Talk about the late game as well. Like, how far up do you think Liquid has to be in order for this to be an even game?
Probably about where they are now.
Okay.
I'm not going to say 20,000. That sounds a little too much, but it's probably...
If you did say it is right now 50-50, so you're right on the money.
I think 15K is like the even mark. Because the thing is, I think a lot of their net worth is not translating to damage impact as directly as XG's can. Right. Now, a lot of that's execution dependent, like for sure. You can land some Reapers and stuff, but in theory, some of the counterplays there. Like, how much does this Necro net worth count for if he just gets bursted or chain stunned? There's no save for him. There's no Wind Wakers yet. That's my big concern. Wind Wakers come out, it gets a lot more dicey for Extreme Gaming.
Okay.
They already have a Nullifier on the Centaur, though, so they're kind of preemptively thinking about that, which I like. Block can come down to tier 5 neutral items, too. We get that Stygian on the Clinks again. That's a huge damage upgrade. Throw some more books out here. Bigger AoE. Could be pretty nasty.
What do you build? Like, super late Necro?
I think it's always the trouble is
like
not that obvious.
Is the Magic Divine ever good on this hero?
No.
It's not?
Maybe Hex, maybe Wind Waker. You can end up in these like mass Dispel builds where you have like Manta, Wind Waker, Octarine, and you're just permanently kiting in the fight.
I mean, pretty much everything is diminishing returns here on out for Nisha because he already has an Aghanim Scepter. Now he's sold his Lotus in order to complete out a Wind Waker.
He didn't sell it yet. Okay, he is planning to sell it.
Yeah, he's got it queued up.
Yeah, so that's the kind of thing. How much of it... Wind Waker is a way stronger item than Lotus Orb, but you're not gaining it in a vacuum here.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, okay, now what? Do you swap out your Radiance for something else? Again, it's every item is a trade-off at this point in time. You're not getting, as you said, the complete effectiveness in a vacuum.
You need Wind Waker in late game. That's all I know. This item is super broken in the late game. It's very hard to counter it with Nullifier, even though we talk about it a lot.
Level 25 for the Darkseer.
What's he going to take here? Usually you take the AoE Surge.
Yeah, most people do.
Seems pretty good with this kind of lineup. You could just Moonlight in a fight, pop that AoE Surge. Helps your initiation a lot.
The Alchemist is the one who definitely has the biggest room for growth right now compared to the gold he's got. Get that upgrade Blink. Still has another item. Could swap in over the phase boots.
Yeah, kitty.
He can cause the Clinks a lot of issues with Swift Blink Abyssal. You just get on top of Ame and start bashing him, chain stunning him. Then you have to make a call if you're boxing him or you're just trying to stampede him out.
And of course, Roshan, 30 seconds here.
I find it so interesting that Boxy, like, he's a Clockwork player, but he doesn't go for the early blink that we've seen Crit do.
I think he's just trying to survive in this game.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it happened in game 1, happened in game 2. It's just kind of built up survivability. We'll go for a later blink. Currently sitting in the pit, waiting for Roshan to spawn, but that information, is that really going to do anything for you? Are you strong enough to actually do something about it?
Neither team wants to force the Roche straight up. Need the team fight here into that objective.
Oh my god, Nisha's going to get a Helm of the Overlord. All right, they had, I mean, splitting up the map more and more. I don't know if he's thinking like the Golem is particularly valuable. It is a lot of HP this late into the game, but I
think he's trying to use his golden any way he can.
Yeah, for sure. An extra way for him to be able to utilize these slots. Mickey is going to buy out another Axe.
XG will have all their buybacks. That's a big deal here.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Mickey bought out like he did. Now, it's not going to take very long for him to get buyback gold. I'm just saying, this window where Roshan's up, he doesn't.
Now it will. He buys out another Ags.
Yeah, that's just
I thought he was going to save half the gold. He was only 100 off. Now he's 2,000 off.
Yeah.
Who's he? I mean, is this the Clockwork Ags, I guess? The Mirana
gave it back to the Mirana, so the refund, so he'll get Octarine. I mean, I can see it though. Tofu is almost level 25.
That is a big time.
That low cooldown Ags, triple arrow stuff, like, it's ridiculous.
It really is game winning.
You put so much threat out on the board that all of a sudden boxing people becomes a lot weirder. You might have to use an early box just because somebody hit a 4-second arrow.
It's really toxic to play against in the late game. And he's close. Arrows Roche, take that.
XXS holding on a buyback, but wants to get a BKB. Says now's the time.
This game is so weird. Like, nobody wants to go in first. Because you just feel bad things are going to happen to you.
Spot XXS. Mickey actually unstable concoction. Thinking an opportunity was going to present itself. More arrow, more Store Storm information. But Chemical Rage is going to go on cooldown pretty soon here. Got the hook shot initiation. Managed it with the vacuum on top of that. Reaper Scythe immediately put to use. The Undead's going to protect him for now, but X-Nova's not getting anything off. FY's going to get chased down as well, trying to get off the Terrorize, but the Bastion will be able to stop him. Ame putting damage on a Boxy. Glimmer keeps able to survive. Here comes that Epicenter. Mickey, a lot of damage. They'll burn him out over time a little bit more. They have to use another Epicenter. They didn't have enough. Mickey, oh, he finally goes down. Finally, it took a long time. The wheel caught Nisha in the end. No buyback here from the Alchemist because he bought that axe earlier.
FB2.
So Liquid now FB2 will kill the Darkseer as well.
But Nisha got out. He saved his BKB that entire time. Did not get bashed there. You have to remember, he can get bashed at any time.
Oh, true.
Somehow escapes. They got the Ringmaster first. That's a huge deal. They got double buyback, including that Sand King buyback out of Extreme Gaming. But will it be there, Roshan? That's the question here. No buyback on that Alchemist because he bought out for that Ags. Means you're going to be missing that big presence from Mickey. I don't think you can contest this without him. Maybe you go for a steal. You have a lot of vision. You have the Clockwork. You have Darkseer back. You have a Mirana who can leap in. Aeon Disc still available for Tofu.
And you know Boxy's going to go for it if he sees the opportunity.
Yeah, they're going to go for the
steal. They're going to get a lot of information. Tofu actually jumping inside the pit for a quick Starstorm. Then out. Jetpack still gets the Clockwork some distance in the trees. Hook shots over to the left, over to Nisha. He survives for now. XXS couldn't find his mark. Runs into Tofu. Actually hit the stomp. Nothing to say, could maybe follow that up with a Burrow Strike, but he declines the opportunity.
Ame was going to eat some creeps, trying to heal up here. Just gonna man up for the Roche. Somebody has to pick this up, though.
Jetpack, they're gonna get information. Can they make the steal here? Boxy makes a 4-staff in. Aegis on the ground. Can he get the grab? He grabbed it! They didn't want to go for it. Nothing to say, doesn't drop anything to grab that extra life. Now a hook shot away. No, Boxy actually misses the hook shot. So ultimately, you gave up the Aegis for 2 support kills. I feel like Extreme are perfectly fine with that.
It's one of those weird situations where, yeah, how much does the Aegis actually matter?
Yeah.
It does matter for the Clinks going high ground, but if you get kills that also let you go high ground, you can argue, like, maybe you're okay with that exchange, how annoying this Clockwork's been, because he doesn't have buy. He is off the map for 75 seconds. This Mirana also has no buy. Though that is gold base, they don't necessarily... Oh no, it is timer base. All right. No, it's gold base. Never mind.
Gold
so
base.
they don't know that.
And you have, you can make an easy push. You've got both Banner and Burning Army.
Oh, yeah.
And a Centaur. So this is going to be very easy for Extreme to poke. And unfortunately, there is this tier 2 bottom, so they could get 2 lanes off of this push if they really wanted to. Necropho's going to come back. He took the Wisdom Shrine, which got him to level 30, so the Reaper Scythe is doing a lot more damage. But doesn't matter when the Reaper Scythe aren't necessarily killing the Clinks. He's had to use them on supports most of these fights.
And that one went onto the Aeon disc. Didn't do anything.
Vacuum to stop the initiation on Nisha. They used Nullifier for that one. Unstable Concoction a little bit late to get a big AoE stun. Hits the Centaur, but they have to back out. Wheel plus Burning Barrage damage keeps them at bay.
That's BKB for the Alk.
They made the epicenter initiation. Got 2! Nothing to say. What a hit! Will it be enough? The Terrorize comes in. Nisha, he pops his BKB, but the Alchemist could not stay alive. The supports are almost back up now, but look at what everything that Liquid has expended. They've lost their Alchemist. They've used their BKBs. They can go for another push.
They used a lot. Still an epicenter available. They're going to pass Lotuses to NTS. He's going to regen his mana here, has a full other go. He just chain stunned the hell out of Mickey there.
That was super sick operating there for nothing to say.
And it's that high ground ward. They place the ops, they scout him. That ward does not get killed. Gives you the vision to go for this play. Still a glyph available for Liquid.
Another easy lane.
But yeah, they're not going to use it there. And now you have to think about Mega's Alk. Still no buyback available.
I mean, they could backdoor the tier 2. I'm pretty sure the Clinks has the damage.
Yes, they could. If they recognize it, which they should. But the question here is, if you're Extreme Gaming, are you assuming Mickey doesn't have buyback? There's kind of no way you assume it here. He's an Alchemist at 60 minutes. He has to have the gold, right?
Of course. But most of that gold is on Nisha. He actually had like 12,000 gold. Wind Waker dodging the stomp. Nullifier placed on the Clockwork, so he's likely to die here from the Bloodthorn. Vacuum counter initiation doesn't do much here. Again, it's only really catching the Centaur. Ame is managing to keep his distance. A Harpoon, even if they do get him, helps him reset his positioning.
As scary as these Vacs look, they're not doing anything.
No, they're not.
You have too many resets with Stampede plus double box.
It's really just like a momentary stun that stops the follow-up.
If you catch the Clinks, that's kind of the ideal. Like, you can suck him into the wall, probably forces him to pop BKB, and then maybe Alk can just jump him, trade BKB, stun bash him.
Think so? I mean, Ame is not so threatened by his... I think he just harpoon.
No, to me, well...
Or Hurricane Pikes, right?
Yeah, if he gets out of it. But at least then you're forcing some items out of him.
Sure.
I mean, what else is this wall really doing in this game?
Not a whole lot. It's just a big...
Oh, look at the smoke through the base.
Ooh, if they catch Mickey again, oh my god, he's slipping right past them. It made the jump onto the Necrophos instead. Nisha's chain stunned up for now, but the BKB is going to go off now. The Wind Waker. This is a little bit of trouble for Extreme Gaming. Can they get a Reaper Scythe kill somewhere in here? Box 1 gets used. X-Nova trying to chase away. Nothing to say.
Wait,
I think he blinked into an arrow. Oh, what an arrow from Tofu. Catches him as he makes the jump in, and now he's going to be the one to get a Reaper Scythe. X-Nova got chased away. They have to Stampede. Full retreat now. And Liquid, they need picks. They need more than just one hero. They need multiple. They're going to get FY off of this. Just one extra kill is not the worst. It is a gem laid down. But the fact is, they should know that the Sand King doesn't have buyback. An opportunity for Liquid. Opportunity and danger on the same, or two different sides of the same coin, though. If they go for that high ground push, they might just end the game on themselves if they lose it.
Power Mirana, you land those arrows, it changes the whole game. That was a devastating arrow for that Sand King to blink into, and now you have the multi-shot. That was before the triple arrow.
Right.
Now it's all not. I believe Nisha slotted in Lincolns for this play, and then Nullifier hit the Lincolns.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
And so he's Ghost Shrouded here, and you can't hit him. It was a surprise Lincoln slot onto the boots.
That's a crazy heads-up play.
Yeah,
that's the arrow. He blinked right into it.
Insanely clutch from the Liquid mid laner here. Look at the regen on this Alk. It's just stupid. It's just a battle of regen against overwhelming DPS from this Sand King. Man, that Lincoln's just completely caught Extreme Gaming off guard.
What happened in that one? Extreme Gaming have been winning so many fights. But a slip up. And now
that play could have completely caught Liquid off guard, though. They were not expecting that smoke through the top lane.
Yeah,
it was a good idea.
Initially, it did look like they weren't going to get anything for it, right? Like, even as Necro survived, everybody was getting out, and then Sand King blinked into that arrow, presenting the opportunity for Liquid. Now Liquid's going to get a fresh round of items. They're going to change up their item builds a little bit. We're seeing, Nisha is swapping in item after item. Again, diminishing returns on all this because he keeps selling some item to buy some other item. He's back up to 12,000 net worth on himself that is not being used. So 18,000 net worth lead is basically nothing because there's just so many heroes holding gold.
You get tier 5 neutrals, though. Triple Minotaur Horn.
And Divine Regalia is the choice for Tofu. Tofu said, I'm going to have to carry this game.
He should be able to keep it, right? Pretty rare he dies unless the game just implodes. Triple Minotaur Horn to deal with the Sand King damage, I kind of like. They did get the Stygian on Ame. He took lifesteal for it. Pretty interesting.
I can dig it.
My big question will be, is there an upgrade here for NTS? This Conjurer's Catalyst is pretty nasty. He could roll a set of items that aren't really that much better.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Right, if it's... do you think he should get the Stygian Desolator as well, if it's presented?
Yes.
And then should he get Divine
that is
Regalia?
A damage upgrade. You got Dazun. That's also interesting on this hero.
Yeah. I feel like there's 3 items that are an upgrade.
You got a pretty bad roll. I think it's either keep the Catalyst or take Dazun here. That's a lot of health chunk on this item now, 35%.
Yeah,
casting a lot of spells. You have Arcane Blink. I mean,
I feel like that AoE is still very effective because the way Liquid wants to play fights, right?
Yeah,
they want to stay so split, but that AoE increase is so massive.
He'll
that
take
he commits to it.
It's the right. You can't refuse Dazun on this hero. It's built for this hero. There's the last Axe Pool, I assume. Yeah, 4th. Going into that Clockwork.
All right, have we gone over? We got level 30 on the Clinks. I'm making sure we haven't missed anything, any big talent pickups.
Don't think so.
Or item changes.
Everybody's pretty much there. Xnova did take the Escape Act 25 talent, so that is now a strong Dispel and Flying, which is important in this game for the arrows. That actually does change boxing someone on an arrow.
And Tofu plays so aggressive off this. With the Xeon Disc, assuming he's always going to be able to get back out. They are not letting XXS take this outpost. And at some point, Liquid may jump in. Not necessarily on the Centaur.
You don't want to jump that guy. You need to find supports or the Clinks.
If Boxy, with his Aghanim Scepter, gives vision of the full area, right, he could spot the Ringmaster. They can make the go on him.
Ringmaster is public enemy number 1.
Yeah, Escape Act, strong Dispel.
You have to take it out.
Just too powerful. But how do you get to him with a 4-staff Glimmer Cape, Blink Dagger, Eon Disc, and him sitting way in the back?
It's really difficult. You need surprise angles or some like distraction on the front line while you take the wrap around.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you just kind of casually go past the Centaur. You know, like you're sitting on one side, you hook shot past him or something like that. The whole team has to get it up and around.
You could go on the Centaur and try and vacuum the fight behind him to catch the Ringmaster. Like use going on the Centaur as a bait to draw this backline in from Extreme Gaming. Sometimes that's a tactic that can give you some freedom in the fight. The thing is you have to worry about the lanes. You lost 2 lanes at Barracks. These are constantly pushing in. Someone has to go back. There's map advantage for XG right now. And all buybacks are available in this game except the Ringmaster, oddly enough.
Hey, we talked about like Necro can just bots too back into the fight. But if the fight has already been initiated,
it could be rough.
Yeah, it's very likely Extreme win it. Oh, arrow, it lands. And that kind of spoils the smoke play here.
These are so annoying.
Oh, he jumps. Oh, God, Nullifier and Stomp. Like, that is the one hero that could actually stop you if he hits the Stomp and Nullifier.
Is that an opening here for Liquid?
Yeah, spotted the Sand King, got the hook shot onto him, plus the vacuum. Everything they can. The Cogs didn't actually keep him inside there. He Burrow strikes away to the side. The Abyssal Blade him up. Stampede making a run for it. Necrophos just pushing into these heroes. Here comes the arrow.
Centaurs.
They're going to hit the Centaur.
Getting slain.
X-Nova's coming in. He's going to try and save him with the Nullifier's placed on him. It looks like he got his BKB first. X-Nova surrounded by heroes. They're really grouped up. The Reaper Scythe is going to be put to use. Lotus right back on Anisha, and XXS, he's still alive, hit the stomp. Ame's in trouble though. Ace caught him inside the vacuum. Ace, Ame's healing up. He's good for now. A bash lands on Ace, and that's going to be the death of him. The re-go from Mickey. Without a Chemical Rage, not so easy, but look at the damage there for the Starstorm, plus Nisha coming in. Huge heaps of magic damage. Bring down Ame.
They got the Sand King out. That's the only saving grace there for Extreme Gaming. Otherwise, the buyback from the Necrophos does its job here on the side of Liquid. Exchange for the Centaur buyback as well. Didn't honestly cost Liquid too much to power through this fight. They bring down the Necrophos. It just takes so much time. And that was with the Reaper not finishing this Centaur off. Had enough magic resistance. He popped BKB or Minotaur Horn at the end. And X-Nova, he almost whoopee cushioned over that clip. Might have made a difference in that fight. He's able to skirt out at the top, but then he gets hit by an arrow. These arrows are just insanely annoying.
Yeah, the Starstorm, like how much damage did Cleats take from these Starstorms? It's insane. Tofu backs out, then he's going to come back in with another round.
Late game Mirana's, it's something else with this talent. Like, it really is. It's incredibly difficult to play against. Maybe this hero's a liability in other stages of the game, but right now he is proving his worth in spades.
Now Liquid's going to take another Roshan. It's a 69-minute Roshan though. So again, the question is how much do these items actually do for you? The banner is very powerful. A refresher on one of these heroes could help. In fact, you need the refresher for Mickey.
Aegis for Nisha's nice because he does not have buyback right now. This is a great Aegis carrier, how tanky he is, how difficult he is to bring down.
But at the same time, that puts you into the enemy base where I feel like Extreme Gaming, like this formation setup, we talked about it for game 1, I think it's the same for game 2. You going into the enemy base here is very tough for Liquid.
It's really tough. There's only one epicenter available right now. That helps. But actually you're going to get everybody up. And you got to keep the buybacks in mind. They didn't expend a lot of buybacks to try and salvage that situation. Just cut their losses.
Just the one on the Sand King, which means...
the Centaur, yes.
Oh, yeah, Centaur, sorry. Which means, like, maybe it is worth going for that kill. It kind of worked out for them in that last fight anyway. In a way, it pulled X-Nova forward. I almost wonder if X-Nova just shouldn't... Is it crazy to say he shouldn't try and save Centaur?
If the Centaur has buyback, I think that argument's a lot more valid.
Yes, for sure. Because he put himself really forward.
Yeah,
I mean, he was throwing
awkward.
wheel whip in the fight. He wasn't playing necessarily a whole lot of box action there.
There is some comms in these types of situations of like, okay, I'm going to sit on the front line. I have buyback. If they go on me, don't overcommit with the Ringmaster. Maintain your position. We'll play the second half. It could be something to consider here on the side of X-Nova because you are that important. You know, getting 4 boxes off in a fight is not unrealistic at all when these fights go so long, and it's a big difference compared to 2. There is a courier slain for Ame.
Yeah, he was trying to get Divine Rapiers.
Interesting.
Which he bought double Demon Edge. 1 for MKB, 1 for Divine. Which is pretty insane. Banner's going to get dropped here. So here comes the Siege from Liquid. Big AoE. Deathpack can clear out the Siege Wagons, though, so...
That's pretty nice.
That is very efficient. The Sand King, he can still get Abyssal Blade, which, you know, adding in 1 more guaranteed stun.
He can also get Divine Rapier.
He can also get Divine Rapier, and he can also get Nullifier, which they do have a slight Nullifier problem. Like, having it on the Centaur, it's not easy for you to get that Nullifier on at the right time. Much easier for Sand King, Burrow, Nullifier, right? 1-2.
It's easier said than done, though. Like, it's always, you know, you don't just nullify this guy. He's leaping around. He's already wind waker. It gets really weird really quickly.
Sure.
I wouldn't mind it here. We haven't talked about it, but the Alp pulled all those Ags, so now he has like the insane Greevil's Greet, and he's completely 6-slotted now. He has Daedalus, Swift Blink, Abyssal, Nullifier. If he gets on top of Ame, he's going to shred.
We also have level 25 on Boxy. The team fights are kind of crazy with that. You have full vision of all heroes all the time. Backy back on 2 with the Unstable Concoction. Got the Antidote and FY. He's already forced himself away. A quick go, but no retreat. Ace got caught in the wheel. So he's going to have to BKB to get out of here. A lot more expended from Liquid than it was Extreme. Those BKBs are very important. Still poking at these tier 3. I mean, just keep throwing the arrows. Maybe eventually an opportunity presents itself.
It's just so hard to go high ground in these games. And there's just not a clear way to do it. You don't want to sit somebody up there. Especially with Necrophos Aegis, he's not taking the building, so it's kind of pointless to even test that.
I think Nisha is now going back on like, okay, now survivability isn't the problem. Maybe it's damage. Like maybe I just need to do more damage over time.
Right,
Overwhelming Blink Heart.
The way you do damage is you survive.
Right. It isn't enough this super late game, right?
It has to be. There's nothing else to pull out.
Well, he keeps swapping out items thinking there's going to be some magical build that will guarantee the win.
You gotta get moon shards.
Yeah, we still have moon shards to
gotta start pulling those moon shards.
Not that moon shards are terribly effective on their heroes. Really, Liquid don't do a whole lot of right-clicking at all, except for the Alk, who is going to buy himself one very soon.
Did anybody bobble in this game? We have only the one on FY. Took Feverish. Currently at 50% cooldown. Or 50% bonus on the cooldown reduction.
He took the Bedlam attack target. So, dude, I feel like everybody goes Terrorize impact damage.
Yeah.
When is he getting good Bedlam?
I don't know. Maybe he has other plans. He's going to blink in there and Bedlam someone to death.
Yeah, I mean, he went with the Bedlam. Maybe it was the commitment at the 15. He was like, well, I went the Bedlam damage. Now I have to get the attack targets one.
You could technically scale Bobble infinitely here.
Yeah, perma Bedlam?
At some point, well, you could take the damage amp too.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Bedlam will do 1,000 attack damage per second on multiple targets. That sounds pretty hype.
Could be. I mean, it really does seem like this game is in a stalemate.
I mean, XG like the late game.
They're both playing a stalemate where they're both sitting on their side their base. Both teams are AFK in their base right now. Both expecting that the enemy team is going to try and make a move. Like Liquid finally gave up their siege and are probably saying, okay, Extreme are going to go for a smoke out now.
It's just both teams sitting in the corner of the ring like, come on, bro. Come on. Come fight me. No, you come fight me.
Both Liquid and Extreme Gaming are counter punches, and now no punches are being thrown.
Yeah, you have to wonder what the comms are like right now. Don't worry. Let's bait them in, guys.
Both sitting at 2 lanes of barracks. Sorry, no. Liquid never took that bottom lane of barracks.
The thing is, all the buybacks are available. I think both teams were waiting for that one core that was on cooldown. They're going to come up the exact same time. There's no advantage to be gained here, really.
Yeah, Liquid had the better map state momentum, but their buyback is more crucial, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
So they give up that position.
Still Rack's advantage for XG. If they want to just kind of play the map game, look for some power runes, look for next Roshan if they feel like someone can use Aegis well. You start giving it to supports or something if you really want to. Hey, give it to the Ringmaster. X-Nova needs an Aegis in this game.
He might.
I'm not even kidding. I think it's potentially pretty good here.
Yeah, it does sound pretty sick. But when Extreme push outside of their base, fights are so much harder because of this clockwork.
Oh, he's a
With
menace.
the Ags rocket flare, he's spamming the entire map. He's getting vision of you all the time.
And
there's no way for X-Nova to just be able to be out of sight.
Twin hoof stomp.
Nice, but Extreme not really following that up. Still, if they get the BKB out of Mickey, that might be good enough. He Abyssal Blade Lotus Orb himself. What a vacuum, though! A 5-man vacuum is not going to be enough. A second wall gets used, but again, these illusions don't really do too much.
Nobody died.
And the epicenter, from nothing to say, kept Liquid away. Still, though, he's not going anywhere. He's arrowed up. He's arrowed for arrow. Now the hook shot. Landed on the central. Left side, they're going for X-Nova, and they got him inside the Reaper site. He's going to fall. Now Nisha pushing forward. Slowing down these heroes. Ame trying to turn back around. Got the nullifier onto Nisha. Pops BKB. Surge. He pulls him back in with a vacuum on XXS. Tofu still hunting for this kill into FY. Another Glimmer Cape. He dies.
You have to regroup.
Expended from Extreme, trying to get back to their base. Ace not letting Ame get back easy. Tofu goes in as well. Unable to get the Yule Scepter. Lincoln's blocks that one. The arrow's going to whiff.
Double buyback expended from XG. Liquid still everything available. Waiting for the Reaper only, pretty much. But the Darkseer spells are going to come up. The Mirana spells are going to come up. Roche could spawn in the next minute and a half. What a sick vacuum.
Nasty stuff from
that vacuum was so good, even though you had no follow-up, XG are just like, we need to get the hell out. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Panic.
Get me out of this fight. Stampede me to victory. And honestly, the MVPs of this game so far are the arrows.
Yes.
They don't have answers for this multi-shot arrow going through the fight. At some point, somebody gets arrowed, and then it's like, all right, that guy is going to die. And there's almost nothing you can do about it unless a box save comes through, which you're not going to be able to position for that every time.
Right. He's either getting pinged by rocket flares so he can't blink in, or he blinks in and they have full vision and full clearance to get him instead.
Just a nasty combination here. Boxy with the cheese stays alive. NTS is like, get me out of here. Tanks an arrow to the knee, and that'll end his Saiyan career in this fight.
No longer an adventurer. He'll stay inside the base to guard home.
He's going to have nightmares of arrows after this game. He really has been ruined. Just so much HP to get through.
I mean, the poke game with Mirana late game is just...
Yeah, it's something else.
You're playing a mini game of sorts where you're just... It's some sort of weird bullet hell where you're just always trying to micro your unit's positioning not to get hit by the thing that kills you.
It's the super low cooldown on the Tri-Arrow and the super low cooldown on Moonlight Shadow that makes this hero just such a menace.
I mean, FY is building for the Enchanter's Bauble. Because we saw when this happened with Tai Lung, the problem was not the cooldown, it was getting as many Mad Stones as he could.
It's tough to farm them up, yeah.
Which is where Hand of Midas helps you.
I don't know, get an Ags? Does it even do anything? Like, what even does anything to change the fight? More Wind Wakers, more Hexes? I guess you can get to a point where your spells have 0 cooldown, and you can just Gatling gun brambles on someone.
Chain terrorize people?
I don't know.
You get one terrorize, you blink after, and then terrorize again.
The future is an interesting place.
It could be. But the present Liquid are going to claim another Roshan again. We've gone ad nauseum about how these items aren't necessarily the most game-changing.
It's just dropping Helmet to Overload on the ground so you can pick stuff up.
Yeah.
Oh, is Mickey going to take his helm? Okay. Was that his helm? I don't even know whose helm that is.
Here comes the rocket flares, getting information.
Oh, no, Nisha wants his helm back. Okay, but he still has the golem creep here.
Yeah, big golem.
That's
19
value.
HP, 19% HP bonus. That.
Hell yeah.
Pretty significant.
They have all Aghanim Scepter upgrades, all Shard upgrades, everything eaten. Moon Shard on the Alchemist.
All right, if Ace hits the right kind of vacuum, Mickey could make the coolest play. Fallen Sky Unstable Concoction combo.
Oh yeah, that sounds juicy right here.
And here we are. All this power and a 500 HP tower just being whittled away. 43 damage a hit from range creeps. You think there should be some sort of like ultra item coming out of Roshan? Roshan like number 7 or 8 gives you... I don't even know what.
I don't want to reward that.
I don't know if you want to go in any deeper than you already are, Nisha. They make their jump vacuum. Oh, he got the clicks! And Bex Nova couldn't get off the box in time.
So fast.
He died instantly. Okay.
That was convincing. That was very convincing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You just got rocket flared? I don't even know what that is. I feel like that's a bug death summary or something. Well, that's 2 buybacks down. Only 1 available for Extreme Gaming here, as Liquid are grinding out the win. Oh, they see the Klink's Courier with the Divine on it, disassembled, but you can still stop it getting there. Yeah. You have enough leaps.
Tofu's on the ride. He's going to find it. Klinks does manage to get off. Good micro there. Got off the shield. Now it's off the map.
I don't think you can do anything about this.
There's a little area next to the base where it comes off of that high ground area. Look at it. They're trying to find it with the rocket flares and a ranged hit.
So this is a mini game right here.
Oh my god, it's spotted.
Yeah, you can't kill it. Once it's on the side of the map, it's impossible. I don't think there's anything.
Yeah,
maybe like Sniper or something. Yeah. It goes over the abyss.
Oh, it does. Okay. Well, Divine Rapier done. It doesn't really change anything if Ame gets caught in another insane vacuum unstable concoction. Xnova has played this game extremely well. I think that was the only time where you could really say, like, oh no. Because I think he boxed the Centaur who was nullified and he didn't get a box off on Ame at all.
Don't think he got anything. I think it was just too fast.
And the damage was
They're going to take a smoke fight with no buys available effectively.
Trying to get some sort of positioning. The Necrophos, he pops right into the base. Arrow, Shiva's getting a lot of information, but they may not know. Nothing to say. He's looking for this epicenter initiation. Terrorize went out. Nothing to follow it.
how do you kill anybody in this game anymore as XG? I just don't see it.
There's that jump with the nullifier, a little pick off. Now the epicenter initiation though. Hit Ace with the nullifier, but he still got off the BKB and he makes a run for it. The refresh, he burrow struck out of there. Mickey's almost dead. The Wind Waker saves him. Ame's trying to set up though with the Burning Barrage. They didn't get him. I thought the Burning Barrage would get the kill surely, but it doesn't. And now,
so many skellies.
He's healing up. He's got the block of cheese. The shield is back up. The Chemical Rage in 13 seconds. And all the meanwhile, Nisha is on the front lines, hitting the barracks, 50 damage a shot.
You got to do something here. If you're Extreme Gaming, last epicenter.
Got a nullifier onto Nisha. He doesn't really care and waits it out. Managed to get that vacuum. Go for the Centaur kill. Here comes that second epicenter.
It has to be enough.
This Darkseer once again, and this time it'll do it. No escape from the epicenter this time around. Necrophos does manage to get the blank away. X-Nova couldn't quite get it. Meanwhile, the arrow comes through the Starstorm. That's a dieback. And without that team fight, Extreme Gaming are going to have to do it off their single target damage, and it almost does. The Wind Waker cannot save Nisha here. Does have a buyback though.
Will he commit it? Or Liquid just going to back off?
Is Megas worth it to buy back here? Are you willing to push the throne?
The Marana right clicks.
Arrow trying to vacuum him back into one of these arrows. Unstable Concoction got the nullifier on him. There goes the box though. Force staffed in. X-Nova got pushed in somehow. Who did that?
He went in.
Who was that?
No, I think he just went in.
X-Nova, you insane madman. He almost kills himself by doing that. There's no way he intended that, right? It is a blade on the Centaur. The Centaur is no longer the tanky hero that he once was. He managed to get the vacuum back onto X-Nova. X-Nova making a run for it. He doesn't have box charges anymore. That's going to be Megas.
They have to find kills here.
Do they push it forward? A buyback used on Nothing to Say. 2 minutes on the Centaur. A 4 versus 5. Extreme Gaming. Can they make the hold? That is a 4 versus 4 now. And arrow lands on Ame. Liquid. Do not jump back in for it. Maybe they still will. McKay, he thinks it's an opportunity. Unstable Concoction got the BKB out of Clinks. BKB on cooldown for 90 seconds. That is still a window to be utilized, maybe.
Just trying to take buildings here. The team is retreating.
The tier 4s are gone. The throne is now exposed with no glyph on Extreme. They don't have the best building hitters.
Is Liquid going to wait for the Darkseer to be up here? Still block a cheese running. If you get BKBs, can you all in throne? It might be close. There's that Abyssal and the chain stun from the Sand King.
He's just trying to build a new item, man. He's trying to get a 10th item. Maybe the double hearts can combine or something. He's I don't know what this is.
Such a point as too much gold? I feel like we are at that point if it exists. I will say we joked about the Bedlam attack targets, but it's honestly pretty nice for clearing out the Necrobook units.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if he foresaw this scenario, but my God, he knows about defending the throne.
It's another round of Madstones to be gotten too.
Look at how farm this Marana is, dude. Hell yeah. This is the bottom of every Pata player's dreams. Level 30, Divine Regalia.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow is almost up every single fight.
Dire's Ancient is under.
When was the last time he even died in this game? I can't even remember.
It's been a minute. It's been a while.
I think if XG could start the fight with anybody dead in this game, it might be the bottom. Just take the arrows out of the fight, and we'll deal with the rest. But it's impossible. You'll never find Tofu in this game.
No, there's no reason to ever be in danger when the arrows are, in a way, your win condition. They set it up so much. That and the vacuum unstable concoction. Those are the two ways that Liquid...
You can also vac them into the arrow. It's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, that is what's...
really annoying. And then you're forcing the Ringmaster to sacrifice his positioning. Liquid do have buyback advantage right now. They also have a 66k gold advantage. I don't know how much that counts for this late into the game, but it is there.
Dota Plus still says it's a 93-7 game. Heavily favoring Liquid, I guess, off of the Mega Creeps.
For sure.
But
they're pretty advantaged here.
You do see that Extreme Gaming don't have the best heroes to clear it out, as you said. It's like Bedlam is actually helping them quite a bit, but between the Creeps always pushing in and the Rocket Flares always hitting them,
There is no move for Extreme to make.
Nope.
They can't ever catch you unawares. I think that's where that smoke up to the top part of the map earlier came from, because there was just like,
I think
they was desperately trying to find some way to get an opening.
They need some crazy creative angle to ever do that, and I think they're just going to resolve themselves to defending the throne. Their glyph is coming up in another minute here. They will have the Clinks buy and the Centaur buy. Liquid are losing a bit of this window. However, if they never want to try and all in it without Necrophos buyback, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's like you could win the game right now, but
a Divine Rapier Marana, a Magic Rapier.
Yeah, I mean, buy all of those. Hold your Octarine, your Aeon Disc, and then buy 4 Divine Rapiers.
So this is a 700 damage Starstorm hit that gets, you're potentially getting hit by 4 or whatever nonsense.
I mean, the wave instantly dies every single time.
This is pretty beastly right here.
And okay, how far out? Okay, never mind. Sorry, I thought every banner, maybe they should do this. Every banner expands, but it caps out at 1,200. So they'll have yet another banner to put into Extreme Gaming's base to start the assault.
Very good. Very good here. They're also just deciding what neutral creeps they want with these DOMs. I don't know if there's anything that breaks this game. Time Warp Aura is good. Ace currently has a Harpy Stormcrafter, which still has the night vision, as far as I'm aware.
Extreme Gaming, reminder what was set up here. This is the survival phase. Whoever loses this series is out of EWC. The winner has the pleasure of going up against Team Spirit to try and make it to playoffs. Extreme Gaming, if they make the comeback, will get the 2-0. And what a comeback it would be. From Knoxville, he says, if Extreme Gaming managed to win this, this will be at least the second biggest net worth comeback of all time. And you know who made the biggest comeback of all time, Avery? Team Liquid.
Damn, when was that?
Team Liquid against ITB at the TI-10 Western European qualifiers. Into the breach.
Well, they're always involved in these games. That seems their fate.
Indeed, indeed.
Double Divine for Ame. That is worth mentioning here. He will have his buyback available, but if he goes down, that's just such a big damage loss. Another block of cheese is available for Liquid. They still have Aegis for 4 minutes here, and they put a Harpy Stormcrafter on the cliff bottom as a permanent ward. So he's just surveying the domain.
I like it, I like it. As if they didn't already know Extreme's every
what does that vision
move.
even do?
Like, do you even need any extra vision mechanics? But Liquid is...
In case the 9 rocket flares in the 50-second Marana ult didn't scout them, that Stormcrafter might do the job.
I mean, this is the kind of shit you have to do when you have a lineup that simply does not scale with Divine Rapiers.
Okay, they're sending Tofu in.
Here comes the arrows. XXS does manage to dodge it. Banner is out there holding the creeps. Here comes the Yule set up onto that arrow. Didn't throw out the arrow, threw out the Unstable Concoction. BKB commitment. There's the box. It's enough. Meanwhile, the epicenter initiation was beautiful.
They got the Marana.
Yeah, that's right, the Marana.
That's
Tofu
huge.
Flew too close to the sun.
Oh, no.
Lost his life and the Divine Rapier, which nobody has the slots to pick it up. Finally, XXS says, okay, I got it.
Does he even want that? What does that even do for him?
No, I think it's purely just to take it away.
Yeah, but you could have given it to somebody.
I don't think anybody...
Nobody wants it, I guess.
Nobody wants to be in the position to pick that up, right? The risk is too high to go there to grab it. And nothing to say. I mean, he's had so many sick initiations throughout this game.
And gets that Nullifier connection on the Marana, too.
Yeah.
I think you would take Divine on Sand King, but he needs Nullifier too badly in this game. Having extra damage doesn't do anything if you can't connect it here.
A 92-minute game on our hands. The network getting clawed back a little bit. We still have some heroes without level 30. FY is being spotted by the Rocket Flares. He's both trying to get his level 30 and his Mad Stones.
He's farming up that bauble.
Get those Mad Stones.
I mean, these spells are getting pretty low cooldown, I'm not gonna lie. It's
30-second Terrorize, 30-second cooldown Terrorize.
I'm looking at
8-second Bramble.
Next round, will he have permanent Shadow Realm? He's at 6.5 duration for a 7.7 second.
I think he
cooldown.
will have it next. Yeah.
So
it's going to be like a 0.1 difference or something.
You have to hit him with an AoE stun if he's your target.
Yeah, you do have arrow.
Which they do have plenty of those, no doubt. But then you hit him, but he has Aeon Disc, and you can't nullifier him while he's in the Shadow Realm. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, man. Sure.
Do you know anything that's going on?
You keep theory crafting how to kill a Dark Willow as if that has any relevance on this late game. Like, has FY done anything in the last 30 minutes? Not to fault him, but like, his hero's spells are not that relevant here.
Okay, well, you say that now, but in another 30 minutes, okay, Dark Willow will be the problem.
All right, they're scouting. They're sending the arrows in. Ame is just getting chunked.
Yeah, look at all the damage he's taking. Just trying to do the physical. He's almost setting up the box. He's trying to get back down. He's dead. That's going to be a buyback. He was in the Divine Rapier's on the deck.
He's got to get to him. He's got to pick him up.
He's got to pick him back up. The glyph hasn't been used yet. Oh, but look at all the damage. They have to use the glyph now. Here comes the epicenter initiation. Managed to get on the Alchemist. Alchemist's almost dead. Another Pistol Blade. Where's the rest of his team? Man, it's just nothing to say. Did all the damage while Necrophos got caught in Extreme Gaming's trap. Man,
no
it's not the extra epicenter. BKB's going to get used.
No
and here
glyph.
comes the Alchemist. Here it comes. Fallen Sky.
He got stunned.
Hits the throne. Hits the stun. More damage. They got it. Liquid. 93-minute victory, and we're going to a game 3.
I don't know how do we always end up in these series with Liquid where it just becomes some complete late game shit fest, but time and time again, they go the distance, and man, they are a scary late game team. They get to push it there, taking Extreme to the max. You know, the funny thing is, like, at a certain point, some of these heroes that aren't supposed to be such late game powerhouses start to do almost nothing.
Yep.
And the heroes that are like complete trash become the hero, like the true heroes.
Yep.
It's like, you know, this Piranha is MVP in the late game, right? The clockwork rocket flares. Like, you can't deal with the rocket flares. Ahmed, this last fight, he's just dying to 800 damage Starstorms, nuking him down. Your Necrophos is getting chain stunned and obliterated. Your Alp's barely all in the throne. It's always the supporting cast that gets the job done in the end. And
well, this game, the supporting cast of both sides did a lot. It's the legendary matchup. I mean, two organizations that have been around, two teams that are full of players that have been here since the dawn of Dota, basically. And, well, these two old dogs refuse to die. They will push each other to game 3.
only 5 Reaper stacks on the Necrophos.
Only 5? That was how tough a time.
Yes,
he
that's
could
what I'm
not
saying.
get a Reaper scythe kill to save
And it's
his
not on
life.
him, it's the Ringmaster counter. Did a lot of work in this game. The amount of saves as you go into these late game scenarios, it's just hard to like connect the Reaper anyway. You're just spamming death balls, hoping for the best. And there's some saying in, you know, like, veteran experience counts for a lot in the late game.
Yeah.
You better hope you have the better veterans in this matchup, because game 3, I don't know what game 3 is going to bring, but you have to expect some scale. Might be on the menu.
Dare I say, Avery,
if I'm one of these coaches,
it might just be another long game.
If I'm leaving, if I'm going backstage, I'm saying, like, give me Spectre, give me Faceless Void, give me something that has a guaranteed late game punch, because I don't want to try and like win these 90-minute battles with having to land a Reaper.
One side's going to first pick Zeus, and they're going to be like, oh god, they're going to Tai Lung us, guys.
Effect.
The only answer to the Tai Lung play is Spectre. To instantly global kill him.
The Bauble Spectre. You think I'm joking, but I legit think we might see some really weird draft where, like, neither team is confident about tempoing out a game. It's one or the other.
Yes,
right?
it's either that or
absolutely
a
one or
team
the other.
completely tries to overwhelm you
Yeah, it's
by
going to be a
surprise.
15-minute game or a 100-minute game. And you have to flip the coin and decide which it's going to be and try and draft for that. And just hope you win that debut. I will say, I think NTS had a ridiculous game. And he had a very nice game 1. He's kind of cooking today. Yep. If I'm XG, I'm kind of looking to him, and I think it's the same. The mid laners for both teams. If I'm Liquid, like, what does Nisha want to play in a game 3, especially if it goes late? Because I think he did run into some issues on this Necro. It's just how the hero works. It's not an Ember, it's not a Storm, it's not a traditional late game Nisha powerhouse. You might want to go back to one of those for this pivotal game 3.
Well, whatever's about to happen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure it's going to be a crazy game 3 to close out this series. But first, we got to go back to the panel to break down a 90-minute game. Good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's going to be a pleasure breaking this one down, or at least attempting to, as we do have game 1, 70 minutes, game 2, 90 minutes. I hope everybody's ready for a game 3. 2 hours sounds about right?
I mean, I'll be fine. I'm just hoping the players will be, because these games must be exhausting to play. Like, so much pressure, and in such a high pressure environment, right? I'm thinking of Liquid, like their tournament life on the line for 90 minutes and they hold tight. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's insane. Like in an hour and a half long game, like you need to keep your focus and find a way, because these teams, they have been in multiple of these situations, but every game is kind of different. Like with all these changes in Dota, with the neutral items, with the changes to tier 5 neutral items, how they work with the enchantments and everything, trying to find a way how to potentially close out the game as well. And you can see them trying, like with the Helm of the Overlords, Necro Books, all these shenanigans, bots to try to go for some kind of a play on the other side, but it just didn't pay off. And every single time we see Mega Creeps, it's just got like, there's almost no coming back from Megas.
Now, there's one thing I want to touch upon first. Did Tofu change your mind on the Mirana? Because he did make it look good. You gotta agree with that.
Towards the later stage of the game, yes, like Moonlight Shadow, you know, triple arrow, like Aghanims, like all the damage, like it is very. At the beginning, I'm still not sure. I have to say that
at the beginning of this game, which was like first 40 minutes, or beginning in general?
I mean, I don't know. The lane was pretty tough. Centaur was having the freest time of his life, and I think it's related to the Mirana. I don't know. Like, yes, okay, he slightly changed my mind, but I'm okay with them not picking it again. Let's put it this way.
That's fair enough. All right, so where do we want to start with breaking this down? Because it was a crazy game. I think one of the key points that we saw from Team Liquid, we heard SPG say it already, Nisha had a really tough time on his Necrophos, only 5 Reaper Scythe stacks.
If you look at the score, it doesn't seem like he had that bad of a time. 2 deaths in a 90-minute game. Like, you're basically dying every 45 minutes, which is still sounds pretty good, yeah, when you think about it this way. But also, yeah, playing against Sanking, getting zoned out, playing against the double nullifier. Ame did pick up one, XXS did pick up, let's call it early nullifier on a Centaur in this one. And also playing against the bots, which was one of the biggest issues, knowing that he can't really go and kill off the guy. How many times we've seen like the card save, the box save, the stampede with the box just running out of the fight multiple times. I like the adjustments that we've seen from Extreme Gaming, though. I do like the 1-2 punch that they've been pulling with their mid laner, playing around him and making like multiple moves at the same time, understanding the timings early on, playing with an early Deso, playing with this Centaur pipe. And I don't know how you feel about it, Seb, but I do feel that this meta right now is slightly evolving, getting the Guardian Greaves on your position 4, maybe even 5, and then picking up an early pipe from the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, these teams, like, I think, like, when they're on and the players are really stepping up is the feeling I'm getting. Like, yeah, I'm thinking of NTS, you know, you mentioned the Ringmaster. I think X-Nova was super on point with the Spellcasting this game. And I don't think we've seen quite that level of play in the group stage from that team. Like, they're rising up to the challenge, so you love to see it. Obviously, same can be said about Liquid. So when these players are, like, on, I think they can shape the meta. Like, one series can really start shaping the meta for the tournament. So that is obviously, no, these games are very long. I think other teams don't physically have the time to watch the replay. That's like one advantage to it. Like, can get studied if you play 3 hours games, you know. It's like we literally don't have time. We need to play too. But no, on a more serious note, yeah, I like the itemization. I like the adjustments. I think both teams are picking up steam at the same time, unfortunately, for each other in a sense, because only one will advance, right?
Only one will advance. The question is who adapts better in this series. But within both games that we've watched so far, both teams had many times to come out on top. And I do want to, again, focus a little bit on Ace, because I think both the Centaur in Game 1 and now the Darkseer, Lacoste, we saw some great moments coming out from him with some vacuums that were incredibly on point.
Yeah, they didn't really have like the big wombo combo like Extreme Gaming did in game number 1, but he did pull in quite a lot of weight in the previous game with the really nice vacuum walls, with the itemization, like lower cooldown, upgrading his blink to Arcane Blink, making sure that he can, you know, get the value out of the punch on lower cooldown. It feels like Ace, some of the issues that we've said, not him in general, but just maybe the offlane issue that didn't really work out in the group stage for Team Liquid. They definitely shaped it up, and they feel like they're on another level right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think like the adjustments that we were hoping for from both teams, they came in. Like it's not happening, and we get to see these teams like play the game. I think, yeah, of course, you know, they're exchanging punches at the beginning of the game, and one team gets ahead and one not. But it doesn't feel like one team doesn't get to enter the game, and we get to see the strat, the lineup come together. It's super cool to see. Like this tanking, we haven't seen it before. I think it was super good this game. Like it did a lot of work in NTS's hand. Now the ban from Liquid in the first game starts.
It makes sense.
It makes sense now. You know, I get it.
The question is, why does it take so long for both of these games to close out a game, or for both of these teams to close out a game? Because it was so back and forth. So obviously for both teams, things are going wrong as well.
Single a limb. Like you know that with just one bad move, especially for Liquid with the situations they were in this second game, is they don't want to rush anything. They have Alchemist, so they can give out as many Ags as possible. They can get the Moon Shards. They can buy a lot of stuff like infinite gems, keep stacking them in the base because they have the infinite influx of the gold that Alchemist is getting. And at one point, they were ahead for like almost 75,000 gold, and it's almost impossible not to win the game with that gold lead.
But we did also saw the gold lead go back down to at least 50, and you know
it's just a 25k gold swing, nothing serious.
Yeah, you know, that's
manageable.
Potatoes. I also want to focus on Xnova. I think he played a fantastic Ringmaster. Of course, not on the winning side at the end of the game, but he also was playing his heart out.
Yeah, he's been rather quiet. I feel in the group stage for Extreme, like not that he had a poor performance or anything like that, but this is a guy that can really, you know, step up. And I think in this game he really did. Like we got to see like his spellcasting was really on point. You know, early game presence, all of it. So looking forward to see what he can bring. Like he has certain heroes that are very suited for these kind of, you know, high intensity games that go the long way. I'm thinking of his Phoenix, for instance, or amongst others. So excited to see. Like you love to see when every player steps up for these kinds of occasions. I think that's what both these teams really needed it. So now it's going to come down to the draft, most likely in game 3. Like it's going to be very, very important. I think both teams are probably feeling confident, and they now both know that they can take the series away. So in that sense, we're going to get a great game 3. I think there's no doubt about that.
So we heard, I think Cap said that this next game is either going to be 15 or like 2 hours, you know, a late game.
Yeah, I don't know if Extreme Gaming can close out the game in 15 minutes. They can call GG in 20 minutes, as we've seen against BB Team earlier in the group stage. But I think I'm getting more and more confidence in this team, and I would even give them the slight edge because they were like slightly more creative than Liquid in this one, I would say, especially with the picks that they did have, and also with some of the execution in the early game. Like I feel like this is not the team that we've seen in the group stage. This is not your Extreme Gaming that if you look at who they played against, like they dropped the game against Rune Eaters, they beat Gamer Legion, but these games are also like very, very close. So I feel like they really stepped it up, and they are on another level at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of focus for that other level. Feels like it's in the mid lane with Nothing to Say also stepping it up, played a fantastic Sand King game. Also makes me think that we already know that Extreme Gaming, they focus heavily on trying to slow down Nisha's game, especially in that first game they played. Surely Liquid's going to return the favor also. You got to slow down Nothing to Say a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, you say that, but he actually played like a pretty tough matchup. So that was him like playing from behind a little bit, like being on the defensive, because Sand King versus Necro is a really tough matchup for Sand King. And thankfully he had some stacks and he was able to come back, but it kind of leaves you wondering like what happens if he's playing the better matchup, and if he's like he gets the tools to impact the game like early on, because that was like there was very little room for mistake, I think, in this game, like for him, because up until a point anyway, they had this blink epi, and that was really their only way back into certain sequences or team fights, and I think he utilized it perfectly. So I'm looking forward to see what he can achieve in the next game. Like he has a very wide hero pool. We've seen him play heroes that other mid laners aren't really looking at. Like Sand King is an example. You know, he's famously known for his Pangolier. He's tried Lina. Obviously, he plays all the spirits. So he could bring a lot to the table in Game 3.
Yeah, he really could. And I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of the game we just watched. I mean, 90 minutes, what can you do? We're, of course, getting nearer to game number 3, getting started. But before we get started, there's something we haven't talked that much about in this post-game, which was the carry rule. But that's okay, because we're going to listen to a carry right now. This was a couple of hours ago before the series. We're going to listen to Mickey.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hey, I'm here with Mickey of Team Liquid. You guys are in the survival stage of the tournament now, which means you lose, you're out. Are you guys feeling the pressure?
No, not really. I think we're very confident. We had a team talk before, so hopefully things go as we talked. So.
Do you guys ever feel a lot of pressure as a team? Like, do you play worse or better in these kinds of moments?
I think usually we like the pressure. I think people like when the games like matter more instead of like the studio games, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we enjoy when the stakes are high.
And I feel like historically you guys do kind of okay in group stage, and then the later stuff is really where you pull off some crazy streaks, right? So like you've warmed up now, right?
No. I mean, we'll see what happens. We're not sure if we're like 100% peak performance yet, but I think we're working to get there.
Okay, that's a good place to be. What's your pre-match routine like on game days? I'm curious about this because nobody knows what it's like to be a pro player except for like 150 you guys. So like, do you have like a playlist? I've seen Quinn at tournaments. He's like headphones on, stares at the ground, doesn't talk to anybody. What do you like?
I'm more a chill guy. You know, I like to go eat with my team and just sit and chill before the game. Play maybe some overthrow to warm up some mechanics.
How much of that conversation is like about Dota?
Not much. I think we like to take it chill before the game, and we just
lower the
if
stress.
If there is some draft questions that my captain wants me to answer, and I'll just give him that. But
make sure you're on the right page.
Usually I'm the chill guy, and the drafters are working, so I'm just vibing.
You're just there to sit down and play your game. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you guys think you're gonna have XG's number this morning? Because they're a very good team. It's like you're the top seed of this elimination thing. They're the bottom seed, but what do you think about them?
I think it will be a tough matchup. Historically, we have done well against them, but I think in this tournament it's going to be a bit different because it's a new patch or like different patch. So it'll be a fun matchup, and hope we both play to our potentials.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
Winners of the international, Team Liquid, are about to face off against TI finalists Extreme Gaming. And you'd be forgiven to think that this is Clash of the Giants, but Avery, both of these teams have been kind of relegated to the midfield recently.
Who's responsible for that?
Some would say Zhao 8. Some would say perhaps for Liquid the loss of KP. Perhaps the changing of both rosters have left them weaker.
I know I was talking to both these teams yesterday. They had some very interesting things to say. Morale was a bit mixed. I'd say they were in the middle of the pack. Wasn't super high, wasn't super low. There's definitely some teams that are struggling a lot more. I asked Liquid, are they going to make one of those runs? I asked Blitz. Yeah. Because if they get over that one little hump, they just fly through the bracket. He was optimistic. Now, he has shattered his ankle in a freak stairway accident, as we all know. I don't know how much that hurts their odds, but he was still optimistic about their chances. XG, on the other hand, I asked Ame, why did he dye his hair blue? Do you know?
I do not. To be like Kez?
I said, which hair would you want to win TI with? Yeah. He said Terrorblade. So I said, did you dye your hair to be like the Terrorblade Arcana gem? He said, no.
No.
I dyed it for my boy Somnus.
Really?
Because Somnus's blue hair brought them luck. And so now he's going to dye his hair to bring him luck.
Okay.
Perhaps it will bring him luck against the Blue Horse today.
Oh, that's actually a good point. Blue on blue action. We're going to see it today, very soon.
Mickey said it. The players of Team Liquid like it when the stakes are high. And the stakes are definitely very high for this best of 3. You're watching the survival stage here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and one of these two teams will be eliminated after this one. It's Team Liquid or Extreme Gaming. It's 1-1, and if the first 2 games are anything to go off, we are having a great Game 3 coming our way, but a lot will be decided in the draft already. Quick question, actually, Seb. Have you noticed an advantage that the teams get from being at the first pick or second pick? I feel like it's somewhat even, but maybe you think differently.
No, I think it depends on team heroes, like rating and priority. I would say that I still favor first pick a little bit, in a sense. Like, I think some of these heroes are must bans, and when it's the case, like every time it's been like that, then first pick is strong. I'm thinking, when you're second pick, you have to ban Treant, you have to ban Lone Druid for most teams, you have to ban SF perhaps. There's a lot of keepers. Like you're gonna play versus clock, or they can decide whether they want the clock or if they want, you name it, like first pick or spirit or whatever they fancy. Like I feel like first pick is very strong. When you have first pick, you also have 18 pick, which is also a very strong pick. We've seen like it's hard to deal with because often on 18 you see both supports, so you have very deadly like mid laner picks. And I don't think we've seen as much value on 24. Like
we've seen a couple of games, I would say, where PL, where like you just PL and you're like, okay, I think Liquid experienced that against Aurora, and there wasn't really much they could have done about it because the draft wasn't really made to deal with PL. But other than that, I do have to agree with the first pick overall, and I want to see, how XG is going to be approaching this issue, because this is the team that historically under different banner, like this team during LGD time as well, under different coach as well, Zhao 8, he has been known to, cook completely different draft. We are seeing a bit of a, maybe not the same type of a drafting with maps at the moment, because they are picking some of the same heroes as well. But coming into this third game, a lot of the times these teams, they would fall back to some like really, really old school type of heroes, like maybe just late game TBs, Faceless Voids, these type of heroes. And Shiver, I heard you laughing about something.
I saw Seb's face when he saw the draft.
Listen. I have to say, like at some points, I'm gonna have to take my words back, because if these teams think because if we're sitting here thinking it's a bad hero and they think it's that good that they should first pick it, well, then they are right and we're wrong about it. So at this point, I'm just open-minded to be proven otherwise. Maybe it is very good, and maybe to be fair, we've seen it mostly on 4 so far.
Yes.
And
who is the odd one out, so to say.
Right, and he's had wins mostly with Mirana 5. So maybe
Mirana 5 definitely feels much stronger, because a lot of the times from position 4 you also want to be getting something else, something a little bit more maneuverable, something with a little bit more scaling damage. Even though she scaled insanely well in the previous game, she was the second highest damage dealing hero on the team, having this Conjurer's Catalyst, Divine Regalia, Divine Rapier at the time, and like the vision game is pretty strong with this hero, like having a low cooldown, short cooldown on that ulti, in terms of, especially with Octarine Core providing vision for the team, triple arrow on top of that, pairing him up with the Clockwork on top of it, with the Aghanim Scepter with all of these rockets, canceling the blink daggers and providing vision of the area, makes the team fights in the late game very difficult to approach.
Yeah, we got a bit of a different opening, of course, with the Mirana and the Hoodwink there as well. We also have Extreme Gaming with first pick, and so far in this series, it's actually been the team that has second pick that comes out on top, so maybe there's a bit of a different dynamic with these two teams.
Yeah,
the Necro and the Alk being banned out, a bit of respect from previous game, don't want to deal with that anymore.
I mean, they just dealt with it for 90 minutes straight. I don't blame them. It's like, I need a break at this point, I can't get Reapered anymore. Ember Spirit comes out pretty early for Liquid. They had the possibility to do so earlier. I mean, one reasoning could be that the Necro is out, so that's like one of the toughest meta matchups we've seen for Ember. That will not be a possibility for Extreme. So we'll see what they want to counter this Ember with. Knowing that Hoodwink already is kind of weak against Ember, so they need the mid hero and the position 5 most likely to fill that void.
Ooh, a Largo joins.
This could be the mid. This could be mid Largo.
I think it's a really good matchup against Ember. Actually, I'm quite surprised we don't see it more personally. I think it could also be support, but I think very few teams are running this hero on support. It's only like a pub thing.
This doesn't strike me as XXS hero. I'm sure he can play it, but during the last Blast Slam, he didn't play it. He didn't play it so far at EWC. And we've seen them utilize Largo from the mid lane against Lina, or was it the other way around?
Where did I see it?
No, it was their game where they played Lina and they were playing against Largo, and that Largo almost solo killed Lina twice. So maybe they think this matchup against potentially melee mid laners is going to be much better.
Yeah.
And also seeing that there is no Doom, maybe utilizing that part, seeing that you're not going to be... Because Largo teams are very, very good. I think Aurora is the best Largo team that we see. They play it from the off lane, but also some teams ran it from the mid lane, and okay, so that's going to shift priority.
Yeah, it was the matchup in the first game. Turned out pretty well, for nothing to say. He had a really good Really good lane, really good performance. He did get a lot of help from his supports, to be fair.
They figured out also what NTS stands for in that first game. Nicely timed slams. He was definitely on point with them.
He really was. I think he was an impressive... Honestly, he's played 2 incredible games so far. Going back to his classic, I mean, at the end of the day, he was in TI finals in a TI where the meta was very much about Shaker and Sand King mid. So just going back to the old, you know, like what worked for you. Yeah. Don't divert too much. Create the meta. Will it be enough though? Hoodwink Shaker against Ember +1. I think also Nisha's gonna learn from the first game. Definitely the kind of player to adapt very well to what's presented to him. So I'm sure Liquid is going to reassess what didn't work as well in the early game of game 1 and try to balance the matchup better.
Ooh.
Okay. This is very similar to the draft they had against Aurora, where they had a really rough start, but they were able to win the game nonetheless. I think they had Tiny, Mirana, and Earth Spirit. Maybe this is
they had all 4
at this point.
Yes.
They had Ember too?
Yes.
They had all 4. Okay, wow. It's a really good Largo Dane, though I have to say. I think the repositioning from the Lick is amazing versus Chainstun, and there's lots of spells to dispel, like Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, Vessel Buyers.
Are we surprised? I mean, I know Centaur was on the losing side of both games we've watched so far, but it's ignored so far. I thought it was still a very strong hero.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the hero that Liquid is going to be looking for. Horses in their logo. This is a horse, so it makes quite a lot of sense. It's also a bit of a say, like we've seen different builds now in Centaur. We saw like Ace completely dominating with the double heart. We saw Pipe approach in the previous one. So it feels like the hero still feels like super strong in this current meta. I also want to see how they're going to be approaching this, because Largo is not a traditional like pipe buyer. Like we are seeing offlaners prioritizing the item from the offlane, so thinking that there's quite a lot of magic damage. Pretty much all the damage that they have early on is going to be magical on Team Liquid, and a lot of damage on side of Extreme Gaming as well.
I would like to see Ame's hero here. I think that's how you get the value from that pick, like the closing pick into a banning phase. I wonder what he's looking at. Well, he's gonna lane versus an Earth Spirit, so most likely a weak lane and a pull wave approach from Liquid. So he's very free to pick whatever he wants, like in terms of like carry matchup maybe, thinking of how he wants to counter Tiny. We've seen some Naxes. Okay, he goes for the Draw Ranger. Classic pick at this point. Pretty good matchup versus Tiny. When you stop dying to him, the combo, the games become pretty much unplayable for Tiny, like, because it's really hard to tank up against the draw and just hard to disengage. Very late game oriented lineup, like Shaker draw, like the scaling is going to be crazy on Extreme side.
Yeah, I feel like if this game goes late, then there's no doubt who comes out on top. That's a little scary for Team Liquid, especially thinking about how the other 2 games went.
Yeah.
Can they go for an offlaner that would really set a tempo high, that they could end earlier and focus really on not going late?
I don't think so. With Earth Spirit in the lane, this is not a strong lane, especially if you remove Darkshire, and they are gonna do it. So
Centaur probably gonna get banned.
Most likely. I feel like Earth Spirit is one of the weaker position fours that we are seeing right now. Boxy, in an interview after they won that game, he talked about how the team let him farm for a good 10 minutes until a point where he got a BKB, he got a nullifier as well, making sure that they let him play the game, because this hero, like it from position, like even once you're playing the position 4 Earth Spirit, it still feels like you are getting quite a lot of farm on the hero because you're using 2 spells to push out the waves. You can go for an extra wave, try to put maybe extra bit of a pressure, and go for some kind of a vision play where they are revealing heroes and then you're getting out of trouble.
It's really funny how Clock is just ignored all of a sudden. Like it was first picked, and now both teams don't want to have anything to do with it.
You don't think Extreme might still want it? They're looking for a 5 for Nova.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I was trying to think what are the 5s available. Definitely a possibility. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty good, if anything. Like Shaker is gonna love somebody creating situations for him, like starting the fight and giving him a little bit more freedom to pick his jump. The Lycan ban is pretty good. Like we actually didn't mention this hero, but one of the classic counters to draw. So that means Centaur is through the pool. I'm not sure if it necessarily fits Liquid's lineup. I feel like they could use a little bit more damage because they already have like a lot of control.
Yeah, I'm just for position 5 from Extreme or Liquid.
Position 5 for Extreme.
I was looking at his most played heroes. We've seen a good amount of disruptors getting picked. Either that, maybe some like Lich if they feel like they need the follow-up damage. Okay, so it is going to be Largo support.
It is a Largo 5. Okay, interesting. Or 4 for that matter. We're not sure yet, but I would say most likely 5. Like it's laning versus Earth Spirit, so pretty chill. Also acts like a front line for the draw on the lane. Interesting.
That's why they left Centaur in the pool. They didn't ban it out. They banned Lycan, which is still a very good ban, but also seeing the lineup that they had against Aurora, it would be the exact same lineup that they ran. So
Hoodwink Centaur lane, very solid, very strong, a lot of damage. Like level 2 power spike is pretty crazy. Mirana would die from full HP actually. So Tofu's gonna have to play his hand.
Does it change your opinion on the laning composition that Drow Largo is still going to beat whatever Earth Spirit is going to be mixed up with?
I think so. Unless there's like a niche pick that's...
What about some...
We're not
just thinking some Enigma potentially that could come out just to match the team fight that they have and also to pull the lane back because Earth Spirit +1 melee, they can't really lane that well against, because this is a super strong lane, like you're just gonna get clicked. And we've seen teams approach in similar fashion where they can't really like lane, so they go back to some creep cutting, Lycans. We've seen a good amount of Enigma as well from the off lane.
It's pretty solid. I think it lanes really well with Earth Spirit. I don't know if the lane is that easy against Draw Largo. I see angles for both to win the lane, but definitely Eidolons are gonna die to these heroes eventually. But fits their lineup, fits the scaling also. I guess it will give them a win condition. They go for the Timber Saw. It's a really good Timber game, to be fair. Like besides the draw, like if think of the draw getting jumped also or having to reposition, then the Timber is gonna reign supreme in team fights. I just think the lane is not the easiest for Timber against draw. It's not the easiest matchup, but you know, if they manipulate the creep waves well enough and Ace gets an early level 3, he could definitely run away with a very solid laning phase.
It's 4 melee heroes against Centaur, Drow, Earthshaker, and these are all 3 cores pretty much, so not going to be as easy. Frog Stomp, I think you're going to be getting quite a lot of value. Hoodwink, Break Mechanic, going to be good against Timber to try to burst him down. Liquid, it looks like quite a lot of damage. They don't have much tower damage other than Tiny, which is going to come online relatively quickly, but Timbersaw and Ember, you can't really make any kind of tower plays, especially early on. So usually high ground is going to be solely through Mickey if it comes to that point, but I think I'm going to give slight edge again to Extreme Gaming.
I like the Timber in the sense that it's kind of a counter to Largo because the burst damage is so intense that this like long fights doesn't really work anymore, and there's like so many stuns on Liquid side that whoever tanks an arrow or an avalanche with like Ember Timber, they will just explode. So I think Liquid is like, well, it's a very enabling, Mirana enabling draft. Like Moonlight Shadow is going to be very scary to play against when you play versus Tiny Timber because like all it takes is half a second and you just die. And in that sense, playing the map versus Earthspit Mirana is not going to be fun for Extreme. So it's going to come down to execution on their side. If they can have a solid start to the game and group up before Liquid's heroes, get their items. Because I think once Tiny and Timber get online, once they get hard to kill and they have enough damage to like burst heroes down, it's pretty tough to play for Extreme in my opinion.
Is this game going to last as long as the other two?
Well, that is an impossible question to answer. For the players' sake, I hope not. And for ours, well, I hope yes, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we're going to grab some popcorns, get hydrated, because it seems like with the game number 1 and game number 2, we're also going to be having a long game number 3.
I'm looking forward to it, and we're going to have a blast, especially with the voices of Cap and SPG.
Too kind, Shiver, that's right. We're here for Game 3 of Extreme Gaming, and Liquid, the series has been a full banger so far, and all we hope is we get a suiting climax here in Game 3. But the drafts have changed, Avery. Has the momentum, has the tempo of the game changed? Are we going to see a 60, 80, 90-minute fest, or is this just going to be some good old-fashioned early to 20 to 30-minute brawl? Because that's what it looks like to me.
There's a lot of brawling in this game. Could be another sloppy one. I think the series, if you ask both teams, have we played clean Dota, they'd probably say no. It's been a messy series overall.
And it's going to start real messy with Mickey's blood all over the ground. He is going to give up.
Who do you give it to?
The first one, and that is to Ame.
I think there's an argument you give it to Centaur there for like faster helm, because then you can accelerate the game.
And
but if Ame wants it, he's going to take it. You can't refuse him.
Nothing to say he wasn't there for the kill, which obviously mid laners usually won, and yet he still found something. He found Boxy's courier, which I didn't see.
An early sacrifice to the blood gods.
I guess so. There was already enough blood on the deck, but apparently they needed just a little bit more.
Boxy's courier has a rough life, being thrown to the wolves. This could be a very bloody game. This is a lineup from Liquid that we saw them play.
Ooh, Tofu with the Quelling Blade, not to be caught unawares.
We saw them play this exact type of lineup the other day with the tiny Earth Spirit Mirana Ember combination. It was a different offlaner for Ace, but functions is going to be the exact same here. That is a huge amount of chain stun, huge amount of pick-off potential, big threat across the map very quickly with the mobility here. Could be difficult to shove the waves out. That was the biggest issue in the game. You just couldn't get the lanes in, as Ame's going to take an arrow to the knee, but he will still get through the gate here. So that's a concern for XG. Like, how do you play the map? How do you not feed bad kills and then just have that momentum build really quickly? Lanes don't really matter for this kind of draft for Liquid. They just need levels. They just need to get to the part of the game where they can start rolling on people. Tiny can enter the game. If you get Blink Dagger on Tiny, you get Shadow Blade on Tiny, you get a Vessel on Ember, you're just running at people. This game can snowball really quickly. So if you're XG, you need to get as much out of the laning phase as you can, slow this lineup down as much as possible, and get the lanes in safely. I think this is a game you definitely want Helmet Dominator on Centaur just for the lane pressure, so you don't have to show. And you want to get really fat on this Drow so you can start to have a presence in this game outside of just being a meat body to get rolled on. Because there's a lot of heroes that just roll in from this Liquid squad.
Yeah, you say lanes won't matter as much for Liquid, and it's a good thing too, because aren't they set up to lose all 3 lanes potentially? Not by like a massive amount, but I feel like every single one has an edge for Extreme.
For sure, it's a pull lane top with the double melee against the Drow. The Shaker's going to win mid against the Ember. NTS had a nice time in that in game 1. And the Centaur should do completely fine down here against the Mirana support. So I do expect XG to have a better time here in the first 10 minutes. But again, I don't think this Liquid draft really cares too much. They just want to get levels. If anything, I think they'd be happy trading some net worth to win the Wisdom Shrine exchange. Just pump these heroes up. If they can play through Ember, this draft will look great. And we saw what the Nisha Ember can do.
This is annoying, man. Quelling Blade plus Tree Throw for Mickey. A Quelling Blade on the Mirana. Like, they're just going to cover each other. Unless you get both in a Bushwhack, the Bushwhack's never going to last for long.
Start with Centaur Stun, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's another option. I like seeing the Shaker come back. I think NTS performed on it pretty well in that game 1, and it was a solid answer to the Ember. He had a good time with it. And they didn't end up winning that game, so I guess you could say, you know, why fix what's not broken here?
I would say Nisha had, it was rough for him in that Ember Spirit game. He started off in a position where he's losing lane against the Earthshaker, and I think he did what he could on the hero, but ultimately wasn't able to accomplish much of what he wanted to, which is assassinating those supports.
He eventually got there. It's just
easier time in
delayed.
this game.
Maybe. Largo's a weird hero for December to play into. So if you get at least to one item and you're a little tanky, it's a very hard support to assassinate with the constant dispels and how tanky you can be. I do like the Largo into the Ember matchup. The Hoodwink you should be able to catch. As nimble as Hoodwink is, Ember is one of those heroes that can just slice him down. You have infinite chase. And having a pretty good time here in the second half of this early laning phase. Winning the regen trade, at least, even if NTS is winning the CS battle.
Yeah, I wonder what changed, because we saw it in the first half of the laning phase. He was doing a lot of harassment to nothing to say, and did what he could, and then the bottle comes in and everything changed. Now Nisha is keeping up the pressure post-bottle.
NTS committed a decent amount of the echo hits into some extra denies, which is why his CS is looking hot, but that does mean Nisha got some favorable trades out of it. If he gets the 4-minute water rune, he'll be safe here. Nisha might call for this to get denied. You could rotate a support over and try and take this away from NTS. It would be a big victory. Or you can glyph and dive him here. I don't know if you can snag this kill, though. You just don't have the resources for it.
Well, another wave is coming in. Here comes the Hoodwink, though. Trying to secure that water rune. Nisha might still be able to take it. He doesn't want to take that 1v2. Might slight steal it. Ooh. Steals it away from nothing to say.
That's huge.
And he's going to get the one on the other side, too.
Nisha Dota. You got to go to base now if you're NTS, so.
Yeah.
He'll miss maybe a half to most of that wave. Big setback, especially since you pulled FY. It's like, feels bad.
You got the experience lead off of all these denies, but now it's going to go back to even, right?
Should. 3-level experience lead for XG, but I mean, it's lane phase, so what does that really mean? Continuing to pull waves top. They've done a decent time dodging Ame up here, who did have that first blood gold. Very fast treads for him. And he is quite scary against these melee heroes. If you end up in a chase down situation, you're just dead. So you need to be careful that you don't waste the Timber Chain, waste the roll in a bad situation, feed an extra kill up here. And look towards that 6-minute power rune. It's going to be a big one for these two mid laners.
And same goes for the Wisdom Shrine soon after, right? Ember Spirit is very good at playing on the enemy side, so it's something Extreme Gamer going to have to play around here.
Now there's that chase
down. Finally, Boxy will be punished for all this lane pulling. You knew it was going to happen eventually.
I felt someone was going to die up here at some point. Like, you have an early boots on the Larg, you have the early treads on the Drought, too much early gold injection, and just too easy to run these heroes down. You're not worried about any sort of threat turning that play around. Strong start for the lanes here for Extreme Gaming. Not as good on this mid as the game one. I think that's something Liquid can look to play around a little bit more, because they got bodied in that mid lane.
Avalanche into roll into arrow. Nice chain stun combination. So you kill Boxy. Well, guess what? That's an opportunity for Boxy to rotate to another lane. Gets the kill on bottom, and now him and Tofu can make the move to the power runes in 20 seconds. There's that catchy lick counterplay.
Surprised they had enough damage for that. Tiny getting the job done here. Some extra nuke power. FY getting stacks up, looking for contest. They're going to contest top as well. Everybody wants this rune, and you're not going to take it a second time, NTS. Knew what was coming.
Nisha, who's still level 6. Fisher's going to block him out. He activates the Flame Guard now. He's got a Fairy Fire, but man, he's just been body blocked so heavily, the physical damage might be the end of him. Another Enchant Totem, trying to dodge away from that one, get hit by the stun, and there's the finishing blow. On the other side, the two supports did play up against FY in a 1v2, so they got that support kill, but obviously much better for Extreme Gaming.
Oh yeah, especially since it was a regen. You just come back to full here. At least you got the Remnant out, I guess. You can just Remnant back in. Yeah. Saves Nisha some time, but not what he was looking for on that exchange. And FY did get the stacks up on the triangle. So you could have this nice epicenter, or not an Echo Slam. Still thinking about Sand King here. Oh, or you can use it to steal some stacks potentially.
Yeah, and Nisha now has to clean up this mid wave, which means a free opportunity for Extreme Gaming to go.
He still has TP though.
Take the Wisdom Shrine. Yeah, he can be here. Liquid are going to spot it early. Ace on the run. Bushwhack pulls him back in. And a Fisher chain stun. He's going to try and Timber Chain with their Echo Slam to ensure it's now on the other side. They do have a 2v1, the two supports, but XXS is a tanky hero to bring down. Extreme Gaming can get both here. XXS by himself was staying alive against the two, but with the rotations coming through, Extreme Gaming
almost got the lick. That's a big win for XG. I think that was the biggest objective for me. For Liquid in this early game.
Right.
I talked about the importance of the XP, the levels on these heroes. They get neither. That just really, really slows down your entry into this mid game.
Yeah, the best support to get level 6 in this game has got to be Hoodwink, right? That's a game changer.
Oh yeah, you get a fast sharpshooter in here. You're going to start bringing some of these cores down. That slows the game down even further. Stacks are still going to be built up here. So all eyes on maybe 8 and 10 minute power rune. Try and get something good for this Ember. Haste or an amp damage or something that you can run into this Shaker with. If you let Nothing to Say get some cheeky kills with this Echo Slam and he gets to reset the cooldown for free, not going to feel good about it.
Well played. An early Bushwhack stops him from being able to go for the Slight Steal. And then they also killed the Flame Guard, and now they're going to clear through the stack. Ooh. Easy for Nothing to Say.
That feels pretty nice. As Liquid supports, they're just watching it happen. I mean, they have almost no firepower right here. A very greedy support duo in some ways.
For sure.
Like, you need a lot of time to come online with this support duo. It will pay off eventually, but you're going to pay a big price in these early skirmishes. You're just food.
Catchy lick, now the Fisher. And Boxy kicks away, rolls out. Blood Grenade is taking him down, though. Tango will out-heal it barely.
Space created.
Nisha's doing the same of trying to steal stacks on the other side with this Flame Guard, but...
Look at the pressure going to Ace, though. Ame, so farm, so high level. He's just tanking the tower. They're threatening to backstab Ace once again. This is a dead tier 1 at 9 minutes. They're going to glyph it. Okay, sure, but it's still dead here.
Yeah, this is great. It's before the Timber Saw is like a solo threat with his Chakram.
Yeah, it feels really nice to set him back like this because then you just can't enter the lane. You take his tower. He's not the greatest jungler. Like, this isn't the hero you want to jungle with. He can. But you want to be running at opponents. You want to be killing them with your ultimate.
Ame is relentless.
Look at him go.
He's gonna go, you farming over here, Ace, huh? You got any stacks? What's going on?
I like the idea. Continue to punish him. He's the lowest net worth core in this game. Doesn't have an easy way back into it because some of the stacks have to go to the Ember Spirit here.
Radiant are scanning.
Just got to farm under your tier 2. This frees up some space for XG to get in the triangle. They can rotate Ame into mid if they really want to look for some early team fights. And where's the Shaker? He's very close to Blink. Has Echo Slam back available. Maybe they wait a couple extra 100 gold on NTS. Gives you a big opening on this mid lane. Ame's going to hang around. Look for a 10-minute power rune. This is costing him a little time here. Could pay off.
Nisha activates his shield rune. It gets quickly catchy lick. Now he gets silenced up. Uh-oh. Nisha, he has a remnant out, and he only needs a moment to be able to jump away to it. And that is where Mickey and Tofu, they were set up. They catch nothing to say at the same time as Nisha comes back in for some much-needed experience and finish off those phase boots.
Now, what a turnaround. Just getting up that cliff meant all the difference there. And then you're able to burst the Shaker down before he pops that big wand, Fairy Fire. Still a couple hundred off the Blink. Nice turnaround from Liquid. Gets to hold this mid lane. If you lose heroes there, you can just lose this tower off the catapult timing. Or at least it's going to take a lot of damage. At least you get the arrow here for free. And you get some experience for your supports. Super important here. Look at all the deep vision. Tofu's trying to free up this camp, but they got some nice wards around top that Ame can continue to play aggressively around. And the stacks are still being built up a little bit here.
And we've heard the players talk about the safe lane dominance. Now off laners currently have a hard time being able to play lane so often. And we're seeing some teams really trying to exploit that more and more, right? Extend that laning phase, extend that safe lane dominance.
If you're extracting an advantage, why lead it there?
Yeah. Those kind of aggressive wards are designed to do just that. But at some point, you have to stop and think about the other side here, and that's what Ame's going to do.
Are they actually going to bring the Shaker bottom? He has his Blink going
Ame
into
from the high ground.
He's still tanky, though.
He has a lot of armor, and Ame is in kind of a no man's land. A pullback geomagnetic grip plus
What
nice
a
fissure block. That is beautiful.
They have no detection.
Still Moonlight Shadow for a while here. The fissure's going to expire before the Moonlight Shadow does. So Extreme Gaming get nothing for that. I can't believe that Liquid just not even blinking at these moves. No attempt to try and almost got it off the catchy lick. Now the catchy lick has been used. Nisha's like, okay, well, now Flame Guard and my haste rune can go uninterrupted. The problem is damage over time. A little tough to kill Largo quickly. They do manage to get in the end, but the Echo Slam response. Now the Bushwhack. Beautiful stuff. Nisha, though, survives. He had enough HP and a remnant out.
And a haste rune. If he was ever at risk of dying there. Nice turnaround kill from NTS. You get that bottom tower for free anyway off of the cool Ame gate rotation, but that's a lot of recovery time for Liquid. I think they won that exchange overall. The Timber got the push out top. The Tiny didn't die. You got this Largo kill mid. You trade your Mirana, but whatever, right? If you're trading Mirana in the early game, you're kind of fine with that. This is going to progress the Ember towards either the Vessel or it looks like an early Kaya here for Nisha. Doesn't feel like this is the greatest Vessel game into the early Largo Dispel.
That is fair. If you're already struggling with Dispels, why give even more incentives for that spell?
I also just don't think there's the greatest Vessel targets here. Like, yeah, it's good against the high HP pool and the strength heroes, but you don't need it to kill the Shaker. Got to play off the chains. More points in chains will also make this game a lot easier. Gives you more time to just land some follow-up stuns. The arrow, the threat across the map goes up considerably. Liquid evened out this laning phase a lot. I think XG could have found some more openings and run away with it, but instead, this game has plateaued.
Ace trying to recover his farm, but it's going to continue to be a bit of a tough game for him because Ame went Yasha and then rushing the Ags. So we're going to see those early hypothermia Frost Arrow stacks that
helps a little bit.
Negates the health restoration from Timber.
Mega fat. I mean, this has got to be his dream, right?
Yeah.
I get to play Drow Ranger, uncontested, absolute free farm, kills and first blood on top of it. What more can you ask for?
Apparently a mid tower. That's what he wants. He's happy.
Daring. This is
give it to him.
A very dangerous move when you're playing against the roll kick, the Tiny, the chain stump potential into the arrow.
Between the leaps and the geomagnetic grip, It's very tough to lock down any of these heroes, in particular the Mirana.
They get the D ward at least. That's something here as they're sieging this mid tower.
And full control of the area leading to the mid tower off of Helmet Dom Creep, tanking it up. Name delivering the damage. Okay, so all 3 tier 1 towers out. Extreme Gaming still holding all 3 of their tier 1 towers.
A lot of space to work with.
And yet Liquid are still up in net worth. Playing the map more efficiently. If Extreme Gaming, though, off of these objectives being taken, can close the map out, hold that 60-40 split of the map.
Well, here comes Liquid, though. They have their blink done on the Tiny, ready to rock and roll. Moonlight Shadow gives you a free smoke. They're just going to try and probably send it straight into the triangle here where they know some stacks are being built up.
Got to scan on to...
That dissuaded them.
Okay. On the high ground, yeah, they don't want to stumble into that.
The risk of going in there is if NTS is doing big stacks and you jump into him and he just echoes you, you basically get insta-gibbed.
Sure, yeah.
It's a double-edged sword.
I can see it. You go for the Centaur instead, but he's got this Warpine Raider that really protects him because it could tank the arrow. It can't just slight chains the arrow.
It's a big deal in a game like this. Again, you have to find cheeky ways to be able to shove these waves without feeding the bad kills. I will say I don't think Extreme Gaming's lineup uses these towers being down the best. The Drow has to continue to farm in safer spots. It's not like a really aggressive carry that's going to, you know, I'm pushing in your tier 2 top.
Yeah.
Like some Chaos Knight wants to or something.
I think Centaur uses it decently well, but that's just because he shoves the lane in so much, but this helps.
Okay with Dom. I think the thing is with Timber in this game, he can die.
And again, make a jump in initiation, and Geomagnetic Grip is there to save. You can definitely see Liquid is already planned out a very reactive game, and it's Extreme, where we're the ones who are going to be making more moves. Is that good for them, though? Right now, the Drow Ranger is so close to an item that helps him farm even faster in the Aghanim Scepter.
I don't know if they're making moves this game. I think this is a farm game for XG.
Yeah, okay, so another 90-minute game. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're in for the long haul here. Now, this game could accelerate at around the 30-minute mark for Liquid, like we saw in that other game where they played this pretty much exact lineup. That game was also clunky to start because the supports needed the levels to get going, but then once it started going, that game accelerated quite quickly.
Yeah.
So do not count that type of play style out. If Liquid get one pickoff in this game, it opens up a lot. You can just chain that into pickoffs across the map. Suddenly you get a team wipe into a Tormentor, some nonsense like this.
And they do have plenty of pickoff threat. They could do slight chains into arrow. They could do avalanche initiation into arrow. Timbersaw himself can sometimes get solo kills.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta get some combo breaks in this game if you're XG. That's what I'm thinking about long term. Not necessarily like full Wind Waker Aeon disc. I think it's too early to think about that, but
some early glimmers and force staffs.
Yeah, like Glimmer is pretty nice, force staff's nice. The Lick replacement is super nice in this game to dodge follow-up stuns. A Gust Interrupt, like if you're taking the fight and Ame can join you, just being able to Gust Interrupt, Hurricane Pike somebody else. All these little things can make a huge difference against these chain stun lineups, especially when you show to push out waves. Like Ame shows mid, he pushes this wave out, X-Nova's right there. If he gets jumped, you're going to lick him out. You can take that fight.
Look at the stack. An amp damage showing on Nisha right now. Extreme Gaming are super stacked in this mid lane. Nothing to say, might try and follow this up.
Oh, he
but
got
here comes
the
the avalanche
Largo.
initiation with a toss between the two of them. There is the bushwhack to stop this Tiny with the Echo Send. They throw everything they have at this carry, and he's still not dead. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming have lost two, and Nisha has a free game to play. He's going to run down more. The Magnetize, yeah, and the Boulder. That'll finish off another one. And Ace spots XXS, and Fisher slows him down. XXS, I think he's away. So 1 for 3 exchange, baiting out the Ember Spirit, and Extreme Gaming did kind of bite it down on that one. Mickey getting a free wraparound through the left-hand side thanks to a big smoke. They smoked on the bottom side of the map and wrapped all the way around to hit him from that angle.
Really nice entry for him. That's a bait by both teams. XG are ready to lick this Drought out of danger, but Mickey, he makes an excellent play. Find the Largo, toss him into the same chain stun, get 2 for 1. Does pay a price with his life, which is big, slows this game down. But as you said, free fight for Nisha, you're always going to clean up here. The Ember will always give you that +1 kill. Delayed the Ags coming out as it got finished. Wall, Ame was dead. There goes his perfect Drow game.
What's interesting is they didn't quite manage to get this tower for it, but Liquid is still looking for pickoffs around this area.
And here's where it can snowball.
That one.
Like, you start bleeding, and Liquid can just open up these wounds. Exacerbate your problems. The Largo can only babysit so many heroes in this game. And as we saw, that's not also a guarantee. Stampede can only bail you out of a little bit here. Like, you can't Stampede for someone who's chains. You need Lotus Orbs, you need Glimmer Capes in this game. This is where the game is really going to slow down for Extreme Gaming. I expect to see Liquid build a net worth lead here. The threat across the map's a lot higher. You have Mirana pushing out waves, farming the extra jungle camps. Did you just not see? Okay.
Oh, Mickey, he went around. If he had just gone down the ramp, he would have run right into the Earth Shaker, which would have been a dream pickup, because now the next stop is like picking off Extreme Gaming heroes and not letting them get to BKBs, right?
For sure. You want to abuse the fact that XG are not as mobile around.
He came back. He went through the gate, then he came back. And now Mickey finally shows himself, sees the opportunity, and only needs a little bit, a momentary pause for them to be able to get that kill.
And one turns into two, even turns into more. Suddenly Boxy's on a killing spree. The map is starting to feel a lot smaller. Great vision out right now for Liquid as well. This is the scariest point in this game for Extreme Game. They cannot afford to bleed too many kills in this time period. And it's very easy to bleed kills against this lineup. Another great rotation. They're going to find some heroes, force a Stampede.
Stampede will run, but the arrow, beautiful setup right up the staircase. And Timber Chain to finish him off. Now XXS has already used his Stampede. If they can get close enough, slight chains, can they get close enough? They do. Now with the follow-up damage of the Timber Saw, it's made pretty easy. FY can do nothing to stop it. All he has is one more tree to the Whirling Death, and now FY is going to die as well. Harpoon tossed back in. Mickey, you already see Mickey with this Harpoon Blink Dagger build. You know what he wants to do. He wants to toss heroes back, pick them off one at a time.
XG not respecting what's happening around the map right now. Getting caught in the Liquid chase down. This is exactly what happened in the previous game they played this lineup. You cannot bleed bad kills. Liquid are going to run the entire map. This lineup has infinite chase, infinite stun, infinite catch. Yeah, this could have just been like, I lose on my Shaker top, yeah, that sucks, whatever. Instead, you effectively get a team wipe here, and it's straight into that 20-minute Tormentor.
It's accelerating the game so much, this Shadow Blade is almost done for the Tiny after he just completed Harpoon.
He's a massive threat in this game. The Timber's top network. After the roughest laning phase, just like that, let's give Ace a little space. He'll farm his way back quickly.
Now he is still susceptible to this damage until he gets the Shivas.
This is a wild smoke.
Deep into it. Off of the Tormentor being taken. Now, not to go for the Timber Saw.
You're bringing Ame into the smoke. You better make it connect on something.
Damn straight. Mickey,
that's the best target.
That's a much easier kill for sure. He may have some armor. They do have the stuns. Apparently not enough to be able to stop him from harpooning away, getting some distance. Finally, they'll finish him off. But this took a long time to get the kill. And Liquid are throwing all their heroes around here. The arrow lands onto Ame off the chains. Fisher tries to stop these two, but they're caught. There's too many Liquid heroes surrounding them. Ame, they pop the Stampede, but Ace is there. Blinks in, Whirling Death to finish the job.
I think you had to instantly TP out of that kill.
Yeah.
Again, you have to respect the map mobility, the chase down potential from this lineup. You cannot expect Liquid to just sit on their heels here and do nothing about their Tiny going down. It is a nice hero to pick up off the map. You delay the Shadow Blade, buys you a little space to push the waves out, but you're losing your Drow. So who's actually pushing these waves out? Not the heroes you want. You need Dispels. This is the biggest thing right now, to deal with the chains. You can at least reposition a little bit and maybe turn some of these fights around. Manta, Lotus Orb, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff. You have to find a way to get there. They have a single Force Staff right now in terms of total Dispel and utility.
Yeah, even like the pickoff game is pretty intense, but now a level 18 Timber Saw, level 3 Chakram with Blink Shivas. Every fight is just him going deep into Extreme Gaming side, popping that Shivas, tagging heroes, stopping Blink Daggers, getting vision for the follow-up. That's going to be rough to play.
I think conceptually this is the game Shaker struggles in, because you're just not going to get that straight 5-on-5 fight you want with the Echo Slam.
Yeah, they've got 4 hyper-mobile heroes.
Yes. It's really difficult to get a clump in this game. It's very difficult to get the fight you want with Vision against Mirana ult. It's just a pick-off oriented game. Shaker doesn't offer you that much single target DPS this early on.
Yeah, it may be like really early if he had played off of the Blink Dagger and Chant Totem kills, then maybe that could snowball. But at this point, he just has to get BKB. Same goes with Ame.
They can just dive him here if they want.
It's getting behind the tier 2. They're gonna run right into him. And got the silence on X-Nova too. Beautifully played by Boxy. Even if he does catch a lick and heal, it's not enough to save the Drow Ranger, but they made that kill that much quicker that now they can run down the Frog as well. Underneath the tier 3s, Nisha collects.
No response from XG. They're starting to recognize the situation here, which is like, if we get going on, just try and get the other lanes out. The situation is rough right now as Liquid just soaking all the farm up off the map. A very early BKB on the Ember guarantees you dives. Kind of look for anything, anywhere. I still do not understand how Ace is so fat in this game. But man, he is almost level 20 now. Great Timber game too. You're only really worried about the Drow, but you have displacement spells to throw this Drow into the Buzzsaw. Pretty surprised that Ame skipped Manta here. Feels like you need it. Just for some of the Ghost Shove and the Dispel. Feels really good here. I mean, the Dispel against the Earth Spirit's nice too. It's going to go straight BKB. It's going to be a while to get there.
If they get to that BKB window, though, a lot of the damage goes out the window for Liquid during that timing,
It
right?
does.
It's like they have a ton of magic damage.
Assuming you get the team fight. Like,
Right, you're afraid that it's
BKB.
never going to be a 5-on-5. It's always going to be some sort of Liquid pick-off.
You're never going to be able to start the fight on your terms. In theory, you're going to be afraid of showing on the waves. BKB doesn't necessarily help you shove the map because you're afraid of the 100-0 chain stun.
Right.
Would help you just force a Roshan or something if you have the confidence to do that.
Yeah, right now with 11,000 net worth leads, definitely feels like Roche is more for Liquids to take.
For sure. They're eyeing it up. They might just do it here.
I do think that Liquid is maybe a similar problem to the past. I don't know how willing they are to go get high ground against Extreme if they're up as 5. Now, that's easily solved by the fact that they have so many ways to get pickoffs.
Pickoffs are the high ground for them with this lineup.
Right.
You squeeze the map so hard that eventually you get 1 or 2 kills, you go high ground, it's easy. You have tanky-ass heroes too. This is a very tanky lineup. They don't have sustain, but they have insane just raw HP pools.
Is there any way that you, like, he hasn't completed Hurricane Pike. Are you holding that to go Hydra's Breath and have your eggs for, like, double up on the anti-tank?
It's pretty all in.
Yeah.
You have very little survivability at that point. Maybe he thinks he needs the damage in this game.
Maybe that's why he gets BKB. He's playing more for a stand to deliver style.
It's possible. I mean, look at these heroes. You're going to need damage from somebody. Quick smoke. This could land.
Yeah, hoping to catch something on the waves clashing together while simultaneously meeting Ame. Ame does get jumped here. Tried to hit him with the avalanche, but a force staff got away for the arrow. And now Liquid are a little bit outnumbered for now. They need this fast kill on Mickey as fast as they can get it anyway.
He just won't die.
Running down in the trees, and they finally get him, but that's just the Aegis. And now they have to retreat. It's a stampede. Everybody out for themselves. Ame gets spotted. They got him on the avalanche. Boxy rolled past him, and Mickey delivers the stun that will kill the carry of Extreme Gaming.
It's the last guy you want to lose in that scenario.
Yeah.
All it costs you is a tiny Aegis, which, again, you're probably not forcing high ground with that anyway, so who cares?
And Liquid playing faster and faster, picking up the tempo now, going through the gate, seeing if they can catch on the other side of the map. Nothing to say, knows when to play conservatively, though.
You can just park this Timber alone. He controls so much real estate right now. Ace just sniped him.
Oh, nasty.
1,000 damage instantly. A little extra from the Stormcrafter. Beautiful kill right there on that squirrel in his base. This shows you how little Liquid fear the XG threat right now.
Ace runs him over. Makes roadkill out of FY.
There's another 4-staff. It's a little something here.
Use as many as you can get. Octarine level 22. Timbersaw almost hitting that 20k net worth mark. Man. And he's going to get it very quickly off of being able to play solo on this side of the map. He's just grabbing a bunch of creeps. Meanwhile, Liquid are hitting the tier 2. Totally unafraid of Extreme Gaming.
And XG are afraid to get out on the map.
Yeah.
They don't have the vision anymore. They don't have the lane control. The second you show, you have to get the hell out of there. You just don't know where these Liquid cores are. I mean, they have 3 heroes sitting in their base right now. And we're 30 minutes in. Effectively 5. If you count this Drow running back to the base as in the base. There's a defensive BKB. This map is entirely the Liquids right now. If XG don't break this hold, they are going to fall massively behind.
And you said it early. Extreme Gaming had to get a lot off the laning phase and snowball that. And while they did get a lead off the laning phase, they weren't able to snowball it very effectively. Liquid draw things out until they hit their window, and now they're steamrolling the game. And they will have the net worth lead until Extreme Gaming basically wins 1 or 2 big team fights. We'll see if that ever comes to fruition.
They're gonna get Ame BKB and probably just smoke out and hope that they can land this on something.
Yeah, you can't be locked inside your base at 30 minutes, right? That's just, you'll just be out-farmed.
Quick smoke across the map. They're gonna send the Tiny in. Should find something here.
Yeah, spots Largo. Hit the stomp. On to Tofu. Unfortunately, the multi-shot had already been used, and FY misses the sharpshooter. XXS is made a whole lot squishier by the presence of Ace. They're going to keep chasing after him. He's low enough, makes the commitment. Nisha got him. Now spots FY here as well. Tier 3s are no defense. The Drow Ranger is no defense. Liquid. They seem unstoppable at this point.
They're just breaking him this game. Look, he's just sitting outside their fountain. It's like, respawn faster, please, so I can kill you again. That'd be very nice, thank you. When you're scanning enemy fountain, you know you're in a pretty good position. 30-minute high ground. No Aegis, no problem. They get the glyph. What is the teamfight response here? They're trying to get a refresher on the Shaker?
Yeah, they're giving up the lane to get this refresher.
Is that even going to be enough damage? I guess if it buys enough time for the Drow to sit there and hit some people.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost more about the chain stun. Just allow the Drow Ranger. And if you do manage to kill that one person, they've got maxed out hypothermia stacks, then the burst of damage that happens off of that.
Still needs more gold, though. That is a tier 3 gone. That's a glyph gone. They are all TPing top to kick NTS out of here. He still needs another 400 gold. The chase is insane. You might have to BKB TP here.
Oh, Boxy. Oh, if he got over that cliff there, that might have been enough to make it nothing to say uses BKB. It still is. BKB used. Mission success for Liquid.
Amp damage sitting in the bottom river as well.
Look at Tofu just immediately leaping to this point, knowing Extreme Gaming, okay, they saw heroes in the top left part of the map. They are going to try and push out to this triangle, and that might be an opportunity. Maybe an opportunity for a pick off an aggressive 4-step into Mickey. That was super sick, Tofu.
Just controlling so much space on his own. Actually, you do not want to go up that high ground. Once more, I think they've been stuck in their base for at least 10 minutes now.
Yeah, basically.
They don't have the heroes to push the waves. I think this was always going to be the problem draft-wise in this game if you did not gain a big enough lead. So now you're all in on this Earthshaker refresher. Just send it. You can't even get the gold. He's farmed like 1 camp in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with this kind of playstyle is you're all in when you hit that timing. But if Liquid just control the map for another 10 minutes, you're so starved. I mean, we've seen this happen with Falcons so many times. Some team is locked inside the base. They go all in for some sort of big item, big play. And if Falcons just never give them the opportunity.
Exactly. You don't have to ever give this Shaker a chance to echo slam your entire squad. You're continuing to build a net worth lead here. This is very efficient.
So Extreme Gaming, they have to take a risk. They have to go out there at some point with this refresher. Level 20 as well with the echo damage. It is a big burst of damage. Is it enough to deal with the Timbersaw or the Tiny by itself? Definitely not.
This Timbersaw's a heart and 4,600 HP, you. I don't. You could echo him twice. I don't think he's gonna feel it.
Here comes that smoke. It would have been perfectly timed 5 seconds earlier. Could have maybe gotten here with a Tormentor with some of these heroes already low. Would have been beautiful. As it stands, Tormentor is going to die. They're going to get some heals up. Liquid don't go anywhere. Nobody TPs away.
Showed Ame
up, and they're going to smoke themselves. They chase. Extreme Gaming. They retreat. Back up to the high ground. They know the positioning is so important here. Anything that could give Nothing to Say an advantage. They try and take the outpost, but they get hit by a two-man avalanche immediately from Mickey. It doesn't even matter if you hit the Echo Slam at this point in time. Ame is almost already dead with his BKB. A Harpoon pulling back in X-Nova, and they're still going to chase after this. Drow range of the BKB expires, and Boxy kicks him to death.
Liquid just dismantling them in this game 3. Not
no
even
way
close.
out, FY. All the way back behind your throne. The tier 3s haven't even been claimed yet, and what is Nothing to Say to do, man? And the way that started was just so terrible. I thought they knew that Liquid was chasing after them, but they clearly did not.
There's a lot of little... If that's your one big opportunity to try and swing the momentum in this game, one, you showed the Drow clearing the wave, which they could have seen, and then you're double-clicking the outpost, which is telegraphing a lot of info. You're just assuming they're not going to notice this. You got scanned regardless. They're always going to jump in there. You can always just jump, pop BKBs. What are you afraid of in terms of that turnaround? And catching Drow is just too easy.
Well, you got a flamethrower, a Timber Saw, level 25.
He's a monster this game.
Mid lane of Barracks down. I mean, at this point, as epic as Game 1 and Game 2 are, this is going to be Extreme Gaming going out of EWC with a whimper.
They have a gem up now, at least. How many smokes do they even have left? They have one on the Largo. That looks like about it. Your best chance right now as XG is if Liquid force the high ground and somehow just botch that move and clump terribly. That would require a lot here. You always have that geomagnetic grip to bail you out of trouble anyway.
I'm surprised Liquid aren't just chilling a little bit longer. Get the AC
timber up
on Mickey.
Again, as long as you don't clump, I don't think it's too scary.
That's true.
You can't show the Drow to harass anybody. You're just going to get rolled on, chained, tossed in, arrowed. Not that slow, to be honest.
Nothing to Say. You be waiting for the rest of this game to find perfect Blink Echo.
Death by flamethrower.
Even just that Remnant is just annoying for Extreme.
There's BKB on the Centaur. They got the triple BKB.
There's jump forward on Ame. Forced to use the BKB already. Now, Nisha did jump in, but they couldn't get the gust on him fast enough. So he didn't even have to expend his BKB.
Ame is just so terrified with these. If I don't instant BKB, I'm going to get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah. I'm surprised Nothing to Say didn't try for the Fissure on the Ember Spirit. Right? Like, you had to punish Nisha one way or the other there. Whether it was hitting the Gust and forcing him to BKB, or maybe getting the Fissure, follow-up Echo Slam, try and burst him down, something.
Here's the real question. You have to smoke and contest this Roshan.
Well, you're already kind of too late to the party here. Especially if they're going to wrap the long way around, because if they go straight through, Nisha's here to block it, but they go all the way around, they're going to be too slow to get to the Roshan in time.
They're not even confident.
Aegis is already going to be here.
No BKB on Ame, no team fight. That is an easy Aegis for Liquid. They're going to get some more wards on top of it. Give the Aegis to the Tiny. He can go up the high ground now. And there's only one lane left.
Yeah, just get the AC with an Aegis. They can't kill you very quickly. You're going to kill the buildings pretty damn quickly. And you have an extra life to back it all up. And you have Geomagnetic Grip with the pull, the shard he has.
Of course. Always Boxy waiting in the wings.
Yeah,
Something goes wrong.
We saw it early game, but like mid to late game is where Boxy makes that super broken. He goes, he pulls you, then he kicks you back. So it's like, they're dealing with two different kind of displacements here. They're dealing with Tiny offensively displacing heroes, and then you've got Boxy defensively displacing heroes, which is not the kind of game Drow Ranger wants to play.
Not without an Aegis, that's for sure.
No, definitely not.
Not 10,000 behind this Timber Saw.
And 30,000 behind Team Liquid as a whole.
There's your AC. probably the last item you were waiting for in this game. He has an amp damage in the bottle as well. This Tiny is smacking hard. Send down that top lane, force XG to team fight you. If you don't give him the clump, it looks almost impossible to win the team fight.
An early 6-slotted Timbersaw and an AC Tiny timing with 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis is going to be one of the biggest power spikes of Team Liquid. Extreme Gaming going to have to find a way to hold here. Somehow the Guts timing was pretty good. He didn't want to use the BKB on Ame, and he won't have to yet. Catchy Look helps him get out. So they got something, and the Echo Slam is going to be put onto the Tiny here with the Fisher hitting many of the backline heroes to refresh, and it finishes off the Tiny 1. But they need more heroes off of that because that was just the Aegis. They expended every bit of Nothing to Say's kit twice, and they got an Aegis. That's, I mean, they got Tofu too, but of the other real threats in this game, Nisha and Ace, they are pretty much untouched.
Unable to capitalize with the other damage sources. Might be enough to hold the high ground here.
Here comes Nisha. Oh, what a jump there with the Remnant. That's double support kills. And now Ame is almost dead off of Mickey's jump through. Nisha, very happy with that jump. He's going to get a buyback, at least one out of Extreme Gaming, and they're going to take this full lane. I mean, there's nothing they could really do to stop it. Nothing to say. He doesn't have the BKB, so he's being tagged by damage. He can't really get the blink in. Not that he has an Echo Slam anyway. Somehow XXS manages to hit a stomp onto the Ember Spirit. Couldn't get the immediate follow-up. And whether it's the flamethrower or it's the tiny hits, one way or the other, got the toss back onto Ame. He forced fast forward as best as he can. And a catchy lick to try and deliver him to safety. But the Barracks, they can't do the same kind of retreat. Nor can this Earthshaker. Once he's in, he's dead without his BKB. The buildings will not stay standing for long. Mickey with another beautiful toss back into the Avalanche off the buybacks. This is their only hope. They've got the hypothermia stacks onto Mickey. Building up, and got the BKB. Turns back around and smacks down Ame.
Too tanky.
And that's it. Extreme Gaming are out.
Oh, what a series.
Team Liquid will hold on. Survive just a bit more in this survival stage of EWC.
I think this is Team Liquid in a nutshell. They can have a rough tournament. They can have a rough meta. They're trying to figure out their hero pools, trying to figure out the draft. But when the lights are brightest, they just turn up as players. They make big plays. They make clutch plays. They're always that little HP ahead, little team fight ahead. One little clutch play here from Mika, and all of a sudden you're winning a series that might be the start of a pretty long bracket run here for them, right? And they gain some momentum. They're a scary team to face these elimination matches. I don't even care how bad the meta is. They just seem to have some clutch gene when it matters. And that said, I think XG had a rough road of it. All right, they started to figure a little bit out in this series, especially that game one. I think they played around NTS the best of any game we've seen. But ultimately, they just couldn't put it together for this event. And it does leave a lot of questions like, what is this XG squad going to look like when it comes to TI in Shanghai? Because they can't put it together here at EWC. You don't have a lot of time to figure that out for the rest of the season.
And the next round is going to be super fun to watch because, I mean, would you agree with me to say that Liquid and Team Spirit are the two teams that have the highest variance and highest ceiling sometimes when it comes to this playmaking in-game? As you said, I feel like both those squads are teams that just can turn it on, right? And be the 100%. TI champs that they've been in the past.
100%. Spirit definitely showing better form right now. And that goes without saying. They're the scarier team. But I think Liquid has the potential to play the fastest of maybe any team here.
Yeah.
Like, no other team is going to play this style of draft in this way, where you're just running around the map, chain killing everybody. Maybe LGD would. I think that's the other team that comes to mind. Right, some classic SA Dota.
Yeah.
But I think Spirit or Liquid, when they play like this, are a real threat to Spirit in terms of the strategical matchup. But they're going to have to come with some S-tier gameplay because it's hard for me to imagine Spirit falling in the same way XG do in this game. Like, they're better at stabilizing the map, split pushing the lane. So I think Liquid are going to have to think about, yeah, this strategy worked for them. How far can we push this strategy? What else are we going to have to show to go deeper in this tournament? But if they can start to develop some of these heroes, make up big threats, they got a decent shot.
What a way to be able to close out that game. Nisha popping off the Ember Spirit and taking that double support kill. And, well, we can go to the man himself on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Team Liquid and Nisha. Come on. What an incredible performance. I would like to personally thank you for that incredible series. It was very fun to watch. Was it fun to play?
The first game, I guess, but the second game, definitely not.
What? What do you mean that was the best game that we've seen in a long time? Did you guys enjoy game two? Yeah. What do you remember about game one? I don't recall anything about that game.
Barely anything. I think it just went to 50 minutes. And I just remember a really game which I sucked, and that's it.
Well, yeah, you always got to think about what you can improve on. But let's talk a little bit about that game, too. That was absolutely insane. 95 minutes long. How much net worth lead do you think you had in game 2?
Maybe 40, but it's like in items that don't even like do anything. I had like Dominator in my backpack, Shiva in my backpack, so many items, but you cannot use them, so it comes down to like team fights, I guess.
Indeed. In one point, Tofu had a 12,000 gold as your support. You guys were 75k ahead.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, he said he cannot farm anything more. Yeah. And then I look, he has Aeon Disc, Travels, and Gem. Like, hello?
Yeah, it certainly came through. But anyway, that was such an incredible game. You guys perform under pressure really, really well. Elimination series, super long. Game 2, you go all out. Then game 3, it's just like a stomp. What do you think happened? Did you break them with that long game where you guys just had more energy, more used to these high-stress scenarios? What was that about?
I think we just adjusted the strategy a bit more. I think it was kind of easier to play. I had save behind me, and we kind of scaled better into the late game. So I was just like kind of looking and waiting for the game to end. I did nothing. Tiny and Timber carried the game, and yeah, I just played a bit.
Yeah, you can lie as much as you want in these interviews to say you did nothing, but I think you would, and the audience would agree. I mean, a pretty big part of this game, am I right? There we go. Sorry, Nisha. You can't escape that kind of stuff. So, you're on the verge of death, coach, Mr. Blitz. How do you think he's going to be doing? Is he still going to be alive here after this series? Because it was scary to watch. That guy's already extremely injured, right?
Yeah, he's injured, he's sick, and everything at once. And it's so hot in this country, so it's very rough.
All right, fantastic. Well, you had an incredible series. It was really, really fun. But I do think it is time for us to stop the fun and potentially get down to business. If I could get the team to join us up on the stage, because we have some business here to do. Here at EWC.
Trophy or what?
No, you don't get the trophy yet. You're not done. You got a long way to go. Here at EWC, we do have a tradition, my friends, and that is the following ceremony. It is time to say goodbye to your enemies in a very poetic way. Please hobble on up here, Mr. Blitz. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, it is time for us to feed the Crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, please walk this way as we begin the destruction of extreme gaming. And here we are. We are opening up. Open the doors and reveal our baby who hungers for the key! Gentlemen, approach the Crusher! Now, one of you will be able to crush us. Who would like to do it? Is anyone excited to destroy the key of extreme gaming? Anybody want? Any volunteers? Who's the most sadistic among you? Mickey? No? Blitz? You want Blitz? Blitz, step up to the key master. There you are. Stand there. There's the lever. Within this, my friends, gather around, get in the shot. Watch your opponents be crushed. That's too close. Stand back. Here it comes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end for Extreme. Yes! Be crushed and be added to you. Well done! Extreme Gaming is broken and Team Liquid lives on. It's like water pressure, like a high-pressure water cannon, except it's steel and a solid, but use your imagination. And there it is. The Crush Keys. Please, Mr. Keymaster, show it to the team and then show it to the stream, if you will. Let them see it all. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of Extreme Gaming and the continuation of Liquid! Thank you for a great series, guys. It was a pleasure. And we'll throw it back to the desk for some more Dota 2 action.
Thank you very much, Slacks, and congratulations, Team Liquid, for surviving another day here in our survival stage. We got, of course, they're not out of survival yet. Tomorrow still for them. But boy, oh boy, what a series this was. We're going to break this game down here with the Cost and Seb. So this game was a lot less close than the other two, though.
It was. Sorry, I'm still shaken by this key destruction. Like, it hit different. Losing hits different. Like, it's It's rough.
Flax was a little too excited for it.
And it's like they take kind of the symbol of their tournament life and then they just crush it. And yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's what happens
Part
when
of
you
life.
lose.
You win some,
Yeah.
you lose some, and you get your keys crushed.
It's what happens when you lose in survival. I mean, it was a much more convincing game from Liquid. And I have to admit, I think they made the Miranda look really well, like really good. Like, would you?
Gotta agree. Miranda, her stocks definitely going up. Absolutely.
As a 5.
As a 5, yeah. As a 4, still don't want to see too much of her, but it got the job done because she had so many setups, and I really like that Boxy also optimized to go for a bit of a different tech instead of going for the damage BKB like he did in that one earlier series that they played almost the exact same draft against Aurora. This time around, he picks up the shard early on, and he just pulls his allies, whoever gets initiated on, out of the grip, like out of the stun, out of the pretty much anything that they throw at them. Boxy was in a really good spot to pull them out of trouble.
No, they looked really comfortable running the strategy. I think, well, we've mentioned that this is like a lineup that they run before, like in the group stage, and with great success also in a sense because they had a really rough laning phase back then, and they were able to win the game anyway. And this time around, they have a much better start, and it came online much quicker. These are the kind of heroes that I guess it's their comfort zone in a way. Like they can be really aggressive. Like any pairing. Any duo of heroes can, bring the heat, kill heroes around the map. Liquid they're really good at playing the map, and at applying pressure on your opponents. And I think this is something that Extreme, we've seen them falter to it.
Yeah.
They had a much better showing this series, but perhaps, the pressure of the elimination game, like the no room for mistakes, I think they kind of, they looked a little bit more shaky in this game. But again, Liquid applied an insane amount of pressure on them.
Yeah, and we also saw the adaptation from game to game, and potentially Extreme Gaming adapted just wrongly in Liquid 5-hatted it and was already prepared for the adaptation that Extreme Gaming did.
Yeah, I feel like they ran out of steam a little bit. Their steam was probably up still because they played a game on Steam, but I mean, they didn't have enough in this third game because the second game was so long, the first game was also long. It felt like Liquid, they just had so much more. They had the energy and everything, and once they started running at them, they didn't have enough to punch back, which, maybe in these high-pressure situations, Liquid overall is just a better team because they have, on the other side, you also have quite a lot of experience, but recently from what we've seen, Extreme Gaming, they kind of don't work too well, knowing that what's on the line and knowing that TI's in Shanghai again, that everybody's watching, you gotta perform, and maybe it gets a little under their skin.
Yeah, that pressure might get to you, and especially after 2 of those very long games we saw at the start of the series, Game 3, they just could not make it happen. But they did still have some moves earlier on, but the moment that the mid-game begins, Lacoste, you want to take us to that moment? Because Team Liquid, they were just, okay, kicking into gear, we're going.
Yeah, it's how Team Liquid plays. We have these sacrificial carries that we like to talk about. Mickey definitely being one of them, and his Tiny, once he gets online, a lot of the situations where he just picks up a Blink Dagger, and a really nice wraparound coming out from Team Liquid where he goes in, finds the 2-man avalanche plus the toss. The Fisher, it looks good, but damage has already been done. Okay, immediately. Marana with the arrow, of course, MVP of this whole series, most definitely, no jokes. And then you have the rest of the follow-up. You see the Killer Instinct kicking in, Nisha with the rest of the team, making sure that they have very good chase potential, and as soon as they kill 1 or 2 heroes, immediately they're going to be able to go for more. And of course, Shiver, we have to show something else. This is peak Mirana, Moonlight Shadow, praise the Moon of Mene. Look at this arrow coming in and making sure that that's not just going to grant them the 1 kill. And Tofu has been very good on this Mirana, with the arrow coming out from behind, or not even completing the animation as well, and so many heroes in this game that she can really play with, and all of this because they have very good chase potential. Once you start running with this type of a draft, enemy team, they can't really they can't out-cheat, they can't run away. And on top of that, they're also going to be getting the XP rune as well. And at this point of the game kind of already feels over because the timing that they did have, maybe some of the early moves that Extreme Gaming did have, it just completely nullified.
Yeah, and Lacoste, it seems like you've been kind of hit by democracy here because you call Tofu the MVP of this series. And don't get me wrong, he played really well. I don't want to take anything away from him, but democracy struck and Tofu did not win the MVP. It was Ace that won the MVP, Seb.
Yeah. Yes, and I shall represent democracy by myself. That's my version of it. No, I mean, I think, okay, you can make an argument for many of the Liquid players. I think Mickey could be in that conversation too, Boxy, like obviously Nisha. But I think Ace, he's had a rough group stage, and in this game, I mean, in this whole series, he played like, he really stepped up his game, and I think in this game in particular, it was like a very, very dominant Timbersaw game. We've seen him play, the Centaur with a great build, the Darkseer, massive impact on the game, and yeah, the Timbersaw to me was really like the cherry on the cake, where innovative build too, Facebook's Timber, you don't see that often. I think they seem to have picked up like a lot of... they seem to be more on the same page, him and Boxy, on how they want to approach the game, like how they select their heroes, how they complement each other, how they play the laning phase, and how they scale into the game. I think Ace has always been like a farm-oriented player. I think he's very confident in his ability to like scale to his micro, also how good he is at clicking his buttons and how he can scale into the game. And I think we've really seen it this series. And what I like is his ability to also connect with his team and use what's happening in the game while maintaining like a really high net worth. This Timber was so
he was, farm. And
it was crazy.
His Timber is not what he's really known for. This is not his, like you think of Ace, it's not like you're gonna be, oh yeah, his Timber. His Timber is sub 50% win rate in his professional career, but in this one, he definitely delivered. Sometimes, you might need to throw in a couple of games where you lose, but in this one, understanding, like you talked about the automation, the phase boots, you're playing against a Drow Ranger, having extra bit of armor and maneuverability in the team fights, it feels really good. And Ace, I feel like him and Boxy found what they were looking for, something that has been missing in the group stage, and now they're kind of ready. They're kind of ready to make this, and I'm not going to say lower bracket run because it is single elimed, so they have to go through survival, and in the playoffs, again, single elimination. So I feel like Team Liquid definitely powered up.
Yeah, they really did. We already heard before the series even began, Nisha was not talking about Extreme Gaming. He was not talking about Liquid. He was talking about Yandex later down the line, already in his head, making it past that survival stage. But by beating Extreme Gaming, which was very hard fought, and potentially this was exactly what they needed to be starting that run, they will now, tomorrow, go up against Team Spirit. And I think that's going to be a very good series. But we're not done yet today. We have still got a series coming your way. Our first series now done, elimination complete. One more elimination on the line on this stream with LGD versus Mouse as our upcoming series. Seb, some wise words on this series, please.
Words, but wise, I don't know, you'll have to tell me. I do have words for that series. I mean, LGD, I think they started off really strong. I think everybody kind of expected them to be one of the top teams here. They're very entertaining to watch. They have a very innovative way to draft. Also, I think they play heroes that other teams don't. We've seen like Pudges and whatnot. It's always fun to see them play. I think they had a rougher end to the group stage in a sense. Like they had a couple losses that probably they didn't expect, and I think they fell short against like the strongest strongest teams here, which you could argue are Yandex and 1W. So they're probably looking to prove themselves again, like make sure that they are a little bit above the pack. As for Mouse, I think it's been, I mean, we didn't get to see them play as much on the stream, but I think it's been a little bit shaky. Like it's one of the teams that we know their potential, and we know they can definitely turn into one of the top teams here, but
and they also play Pudge.
Yeah, they play well. I don't know if that's a good news for them, but no, I mean, I'll always love myself a bit of Pudge, but I think they have more work to do on finding their identity. So I'm really looking forward to see how they put that day off to use and what version of themselves they're going to show today.
Well, we are going to see that very soon because we are going to get the teams ready on stage. But before we get there, we are first going to check in with Chris, who has a conversation with Slacks about some of his confessions.
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
This is Slack's Confessions, and I am not sure what to expect from it, frankly. I've been given some questions to ask you of some of your history around your esports career, and this is going to go one of two ways. Either we'll never work again, or it'll be a really good content piece, so let's find out which one it's going to be.
Before this starts, I'd like to apologize. The allegations, you guys will see the tweet longer after this one, okay? The allegations are not true, and I would like to apologize for them ahead of time. Go ahead.
Do you think you should get more credit for the Blink Witch Doctor build?
Absolutely. Do I think? I thought these were going to be hard questions. These pro players don't know shit, all right? Listen, I was in a car one time with Mid One. No, it was No One, actually. And I was telling them about my Battle Hunger axe back in the day. You go back in the day, 0% of people got Battle Hunger first on axe. I talked to him about it. He understands it. Boom. What do we see? Battle Hunger axe next time. Last Dream League, which is part of EWC, nobody playing Witch Doctor. I get coached by 2 pros. I show them, here's my Witch Doctor build. Blink first. Team Liquid now doing Witch Doctor. They're hacks. Absolutely. Not even a question. Yes.
So some would say you're passionate about this?
No, I'm not. This is me not passionate. Everyone knows the pro players are hacks and just watch my stream, but go ahead.
Yeah. Something about Gree I've been asked.
The Gree.
Yeah.
I'll tell you all about this, baby.
You can tell me.
Any Witch Doctor that uses a Gree is a coward. It doesn't give you any money, hardly. It just grows in money. If you finish the game with the Gree, the emotional damage is harder than anything else. Never cash OG Witch Doctor play. We never hit that Gree. We never hit the gritty, as I call it.
The Grizzy, yeah.
The gritty, the Grizzy, the L of it, baby.
Yeah, no, we'll go with that. Tell me about the Loathsome Dung Eater.
The Loathsome Dung Eater, all right? This is the name of the Warlock Golem, all right, back in the day. That's my personal name for my personal Warlock Golem. I bought the name tags. You can still buy them, $2.99 in this shop. Thank you, Valve Software. I get $1 every time someone buys one.
Excellent.
You can summon the Loathsome Dung Eater from the little poop circle, and it comes out and they explode. That's all you need to know.
It says that you call them poop boys.
The poop boys, that's right. Warlock's slow. Gork calls it the soup. I ain't never seen no soup like that. All right, it looks like a swirling toilet. The Loathsome Dung Eaters come out and they attack. This is the easiest AMA I've ever done.
Okay.
Where's the allegations?
I don't know. Well, one of the allegations was something you said in Chinese once upon a time. I've been told not to talk.
I'll tell it. I don't give a shit.
I've been told I might get wrong. Does Kuroki still hate you for the winner's bus comment?
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. For those of you who don't know, it was TI, Team Liquid. I was running around trying to get some information, and I approached a fan, and I said, hey, how's Liquid doing? And they're like, they won, they're great. So, got on the bus later, long day, 16-hour day, get on the bus, and I see all of Team Liquid there, and I walk in the bus.
Oh, no.
And I say, boys, I must be on the winner's bus, baby. I sit down next to Purge, and his face, I've never seen anything like it. He looks at me, he's like, what is wrong with you? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, they just got 2-0. They got eliminated. They're done. And I look back, and the entire team is just the angriest I've ever seen. Because I really gave it like I'm on the winner's bus. It was bad. So I think he forgave me, though. Kuro has grown a lot since back then.
I can understand if you didn't forgive you, though. That's pretty damning. Why don't you like eating cheese?
Can't tell that one on story. You can't tell that one. Visceral story that I'm not allowed to share. But yeah, that one will go in the bank just because this is a kid's stream. This is for children.
This is for children. Okay, well, we're skipping by that one. Why are there so many Reddit threads about how toxic you are?
Because people are noobs. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? You want me to say they're right? You ever eat at a restaurant and have a delicious meal and go, oh, let me write a Reddit thread about that. How yummy. Everybody has a great time with me. 99% of people have a great time with me. Now, I make mistakes, okay?
We all do.
My number one rule,
we all do.
Never flame someone that you think is smart enough to be able to write a Reddit thread. Now, sometimes I get that wrong. A few of them get through the net. But I got to say, to anyone out there that I flamed and made a Reddit thread, I apologize. I am open. I'm trying to change my ways. I went through some dark times. Send me a DM. Let's get some tickets for Dark Carnival. Let's co-op bots. I'm ready to forgive if you are.
That shows real growth.
If you can open up the game and send a request, I'm sure I saw a lot of misplays, a lot of misclicks, but if you can manage to do that, I will accept.
Okay, we'll see if they can manage.
If you could go back in time, what would you change about Moonduck?
I would fire Purge immediately. The second he walked in that door, I would let him go. What a goddamn mistake, dude. Just absolutely.
He's a lovely guy.
You would think so. That's what I thought. Okay? That's right. I could have been the top of the tippity top. I could have been your boss. I could have been the boss of this place. If it wasn't for Purge Gamers and his goddamn weatherman. All right? Every day.
How do you think EWC would be different if you were in charge?
We would have been out of business a long time ago. So I'm happy that didn't work out. I wouldn't change a thing, actually. I love being here. Thank you.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you.
Thank God. Well, Slacks, thank you very much. We have some games to watch now, but yeah, no, that was something. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure we have plenty more confessions that we can get from Slacks, but let's probably get back to the serious stuff instead.
None of it was true. None of it was true.
The serious stuff is here with elimination once more. We got LGD and Mouse for Dota 2 at Esports World Cup live from Paris, and a best of 3 to decide which one can stay and which one will have to go. And I think we're starting a little bit here with LGD, I think, Lacoste, because this is a team that comes from the group of death.
Yeah, this is a team that has been through all of it pretty much, but also managing to punch back. This is the team that nobody can really roll over. A lot of the times you will see this team like have very even games, maybe some even longer games as well. But a team that has a relatively unique playstyle as well. We did mention some of the heroes that they do play, and I think this matchup in particular is going to be in favor of LGD, just because I would say Mouse has almost similar playstyle to P-Time, who, you know, if we go back to TI qualifiers, they got 3-0'd, because this is a very chaotic team. Like, I think both Mouse, maybe Mouse more on slightly strategic side, but I feel like a team like LGD, who is more stable, like just seeing the players and everything, the achievements, especially the guy that we're seeing on screen, I'd say Yuma, especially last TI, he was my top 3 carries in that tournament. This guy definitely goes under a lot of people's radars, where he does, like, he would not get mentioned, but very stable carry, a carry that is going to be carrying the games pretty much single-handedly.
I gotta point out also that maybe on the side of LGD, Tai Long is on a little bit of a high, because in the 1v1 mid, Seb, he smashed that.
Yeah, he's amazing. I think this guy is really he's made a name for himself in a very short amount of time. I suffered his talent firsthand, because we, like, OG had a series versus him, and he had losing matchup both games and came out on top both games, like pure 1v1, nobody getting involved. Like, this guy he's the kind of player that can make the difference out of nowhere just by himself. So Mouse is gonna have to keep him, you know, on the radar, because in a single elim situation, you know, all of a sudden you lose a lane you're not supposed to, the game is harder than it should be, and you're on the losing side of things, so they have to watch out for this guy.
They really, really do. For LGD, this is a team to watch out for. They came 3rd in Group D, and Tai Long, the youngest player here in Paris for Dota 2, winning that 1v1 mid might have been enough to get his confidence back on track here on the main stage. Let's find out how LGD got to this EWC to begin with.
In the history of Dota, LGD has consistently been among the top of Chinese Dota. Until now. Not because they're no longer at the top, they're just at the top of South America instead. This current iteration of LGD formed when the org picked up the South American roster of Heroic, Yuma, Tai Lung, Whisper, Theorlacor, and KJ. Since the team didn't have enough points to qualify to EWC directly, their road to EWC involved playing in the qualifier for their last chance to make it. Since LGD was already in Europe to play another tournament, they decided to play on hard mode through the Western Europe qualifier instead, which they managed very easily, only dropping one single map against Navi in the process.
Massive congratulations to them as well. They will be going to play at EWC 2026.
Clearly, despite lacking the points to directly qualify, LGD has earned their spot to be here. And with very strong results in the past few months, they're definitely a top team to look out for here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
They've been the first team from South America to have been in a grand finals of a Tier 1 event. That was the most recent tournament they played as well, so the expectations are high for LGD coming into this one. But the main question for me is, Lacoste, how could they make this jump? What caused them to go from, we're steadily top 8, top 6 here and there, if they're doing well, to boom, grand finals?
I mean, it's been like years of grinding pretty much for all of these players that maybe have never won tournaments, but they've been in the scene for a really long time with a combination of new blood coming into the scene. Like you get some new fresh ideas, you get a new kid on the block that is going to be kind of carrying as well from the mid lane. I think you need to have that confidence as well, because in these type of teams, you have a lot of old school players, like Whisper. He's been known, you had him on the team as well. He's been known that this has been one of the best offlaners in the world. He has been the best South American offlaner for a really long time, and also the stability that he brings to the table. Has very interesting hero pool. He also did switch to mid lane because he was playing the offlane heroes from the mid lane, collected some of the XP there, returned to the offlane where he kind of belongs, but also expanding his hero pool a little bit.
Yeah, Whisper has been doing really well for the squad. Player that always gets mentioned also when we're talking about LGD, well, two actually, it's the safe lane with Yuma and KJ. They've also been stepping it up, Seb.
Yeah, they have, and these are two players that now they have a lot of habits. They've been playing together that lane for a really long time. They're a laning duo that's very comfortable with each other, and I think it gives that team a lot of stability because they have these, I don't want to call them hit or miss because it's more like hit, and eventually miss. But Tai Long and Whisper, these are very, it's hard to know what to expect from them. They're gonna go for the winning plays. They're risk takers essentially, and it pays off very often. But I think having that safe lane that is stable. Yuma is a very structured player, obviously very talented, very explosive too, and he can just take games and carry them. But he knows exactly how he wants the game to be played, what are his timings. So he brings a lot of structure from the carry position, which is not often the case. And I feel like he basically allows Tai Long and Whisper to have a little bit more freedom in how they want to play the game, whether they want to be playing very aggressively or more on the farmy side of things. So I think that dynamic fits them really well.
Yeah, when you're talking about structure, I want to focus on their opponents here because Mouse actually in interviews have said that the structure, for example, in drafting isn't really there, or rather people are saying what they like to play, which is very different from what a lot of other players do here at this tournament. So I'm curious how they feel about this upcoming matchup. Let's hear from Crystalis.
Hello, I'm here with Crystalis from Team Mouse. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic.
Great. You've been sitting around with your team, waiting for the matches to come up. How's your vibe right now?
Very bored, mainly.
Well, I mean, if you don't get to play Dota, I suppose, so that's the fun part of the day.
Yeah, or anything else much really. We have to sit in a chair and wait for the next series to end. Hopefully it's a 2-0. If it's not, then we're going to wait an extra hour. But we'll see.
That's tournament Dota sometimes. You guys went 4-6 in your group, a little underperforming. I'm sure you guys are a little disappointed. You're up for elimination. What's your EWC journey been like so far?
If anything, we're not even that disappointed because we sucked way harder in the TI quals and before that too. So right now it's actually going kind of decent. We have a chance. This is up from before for sure.
That's true. I mean, you're not eliminated yet. You definitely could do it. I spoke to Mid1 early in the tournament. It was coming off of a loss, and he said that you guys were sometimes not on the same page in your game. How do you solve that problem as a pro team? It seems very difficult to make sure everybody plays as a cohesive unit.
I would love if someone could answer that for me because I also don't know. Otherwise, you'd probably be doing better.
I was hoping you would know the answer. That's too bad. Okay, so it's not my fault when we lose our pubs. It'll be the same for me. All right. What's your prep like for LGD right now? Are you guys ready for the Huskar? Is there any other weird cheese stuff that you're gonna have to play against?
Do you want me to reveal all my strats before we play?
You could allude to them. You could tell me how confident you are. The fact that you're not confident.
I mean, the thing is, I'm the same as always. I play 3 heroes, and if those are banned, it's over.
Razor, Monkey. Who's the third? No, you don't have to tell me.
My Huskar is amazing.
Well,
and my Bloodseeker.
Okay, so the Huskar's up for contention, is what you're saying. Maybe you're gonna pick it first. Show him who the real Huskar player is.
Of course, there is for sure a Huskar def. Depending on the two of us.
Can you talk to me about Huskar safe lane versus Huskar mid? What are the major differences? Obviously less levels, but you could dumpster some certain offlane heroes.
It's the same thing. You tilt the enemy hero against you more than anything else in the world, and then he doesn't want to play anymore, and then you win on accident.
Okay, and hopefully he disconnects early. All right.
Yeah, that's the plan.
That's a good strategy to have. All right, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and I hope you don't have to wait too much longer for your upcoming match.
I hope so too. Thank you.
Oh, this hits different. I know when this interview was recorded. It was recorded before Game 2 of Liquid vs. Extremes, the game that lasted 90 minutes. So he did have to wait a lot longer for his game to start, and hopefully it doesn't affect it too much. It seems like it's an upbeat mood anyway, Seb. You know, it's almost going in no expectations.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm comparing this interview to the Nisha interview where he's like already almost talking about the grand finals and how he's planning to celebrate after he gets the trophy, and here's like, yeah, I don't really know how to fix being on the same page and whatnot. So hopefully they fix it. I think Crystal is also very known for being a funny guy, especially in interviews. So don't take all his words, you know, like.
Oh yeah, they're falling apart. They're disbanding as we speak right now.
Yeah,
like they have a major quarrel in the fight. It's not happening.
I'm sure he
It's
has
not
5 heroes.
Yeah.
He has more. When I was checking his hero pool, I had to double, triple check kind of that the heroes that he has been playing, that this is from this tournament actually, not from like 6 months ago or something, because I think he has the weirdest hero pool from the carry world.
Share with the group.
Yep, we have Phantom Lancer, the only one who has lost with it, even though every single other PL did win. He has 1 loss on Bloodseeker. He has Razor, Monkey King. He does have Bristleback, Dragon Knight, and and the Bloodseeker. I don't know if we mentioned this.
Yeah. All right. I mean, some of these heroes are like signature for him at this point. Maybe they started off with him trying to fit in, and then realize that, hey, I just want to play my heroes. He is part of the, you know, infamous creep wave stack, which, you know, the golden rule is like hero specialists, play your heroes, and make them meta. So, I mean, we've seen other teams maybe get a page out of his book in a sense. Like we've seen BB team play the Bloodseeker too with great success. So, you know, perhaps some interesting ideas that are gonna eventually get conveyed to other teams.
Yeah, and Crystal, I mean, he cancelled his Dota Plus subscription, so you can't even see if he's Grandmaster anymore.
Yeah, but we know. We've seen him around enough. We know what he plays.
Interestingly enough, when Mouse played against P-Vision during the group stage, one of the strategies that Puppy had against his former teammate Crystallis was all 7 bans were targeting Crystallis. So he has at least 7 heroes, and that's when he played DK, by the way.
That's how you fix conflicts between ex-teammates. It's like you just settle it with targeting them with the bans, making them have a reader of time.
I'm just wondering, like, because you talked about Bloodseeker, and BB Team also mentioned it in an interview that they adjusted the item build on the Bloodseeker, so I assume they got inspired by Crystallis as well. Maybe they kind of called out that, you know, some things need to be fixed, but also getting the right ideas, maybe just like not having the completely right idea, but the ideas that they have could definitely be improved. But other than that, cool ideas that other teams are also starting to copy.
Do you think it's going to be very important for any team facing Mouse to shut down, in particular, Crystallis like P-Vision did? Or do you want LGD to focus elsewhere on this match?
No, I personally don't think you have to tunnel vision Crystallis in particular. I think they have very capable players that, you know, I think of Yamich, for instance. He's been very known for also certain, like, very limited hero pool, even though he obviously can play much more, but they've just had so much success with some of these heroes. Like, I'm thinking about his Tusk, you know, his Nyx Assassin, or certain melee heroes, which they just seemed completely unstoppable when they got their hands on these kind of heroes. To me, one of the big question will be around mid one, like what kind of mid one are we getting? Because I think when mid one is like on, he's really hard to stop. I think he usually raises to the stakes of big events, and, you know, single elim, you know, usually like mid one at TI, EWC, single elim. I think this is where we could really see him shine. I think he's super important for that team in terms of like setting up the pace of the game and the tempo. And again, I think it's a really good patch for mid laners like Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit. These heroes are very dominant, and he's very comfortable in those. So.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. The way that they won that one Wallachia was pretty crazy. Nobody expected them, big underdogs, but they also play their own style, and they are staying true to their own style, like even here at EWC. And one thing I liked about mid one is, I think I was covering some qualifier games as well, and dude, he buys back 7 minutes in, and then buys back again at like 15 minutes, and they win the fight off of that, and they win the game off of that on Storm Spirit, which is, you're not going to be seeing any other players do the same kind of a thing.
You're not. It's also interesting to note that mid one is our oldest mid laner here at EWC, whereas Tai Lung is, of course, the youngest mid laner, youngest player. So there's a 13-year difference in between the mid lane. That's a large number. We're going to see if that has any implications in the upcoming best of 3. So we're going to have LGD and Mouse fighting to survive here in the survival stage. And for that, we're going to head over to the stage.
Thank you very much, Sheever. Did you know that there's 33 years of difference between me and Slacks? I'll have you try to figure out how that goes. But let's go back to our previous game because that aged us an extra 43 years in Game 2. Team Liquid pushing it to past 90 minutes and earning the win to take it to 3 and close it out.
I don't play Dota to know numbers, okay? I don't even know what armor does, but I will say, game go that long, game got be good. 95 minutes is absolutely crazy. The entire time of that series was peak cinema Dota, baby. That is what I am after in this world.
You set him up, you knock him down. Game 3 went out, and now we move to our second series of the day. Still, of course, in survival. Woo! So let's see who is the fittest for this one. Our first team joining us on the stage, LGD Gaming! Hell yeah, coming in at third place from Group D. You can feel it on here. It went down to a Shadow Fiend 1v1 with Tai Lung. The youngest mid in the game, saving the day. In the next few hours, this will be the biggest test for our elite South American squad. They've seen the main stage success before. Is survival in their books. Serious.
That's some serious stuff. I mean, this is a very serious team. Talk about a scrappy team. Talk about a team that will pull out anything that they need to survive. The crowd loves them, and I love watching them too. However, another scrappy team is up against them, my friend. A team that you should absolutely not underestimate. May I welcome to the stage, Team Mouse! Just the mouse you can't get rid of, you know? It's like going to America on the Mayflower, baby. You can't get rid of these rats! They are here, they are fighting and running. You think they're weakest? That's when they bite you with the plague, baby. This team is incredible for their ability to take off games from what they think are stronger teams and their just inability to die. This is going to be one heck of a match here for you where both teams are sure to pick out some crazy stops and some heroes you might not have seen in quite some time.
I'm telling you, somebody's going to be squeaking through this game, and I don't know if it's the mice or the LGDs on the other side.
Damn, I'm going to be squealing about this game. Sweet! I can't wait.
Friends, take your spots. Let's go. Mouse, LGD, place your keys, take your seats, and remember to shake hands before this one.
Oh, yeah, they better shake hands. I want to
spit in the hand and go.
No, no spitting. Be nice, Panther. There we go. All smiles. All right. Well, this match is about to begin, so I hope you guys are all ready. Let's throw it over to our panel to see what they have to say.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. LGD and Mounds, I want to talk about the playstyle they've been showcasing so far. It feels like it's pretty mixed in terms of how they play, Seb.
It is, in terms of like, success that they find, but I think the playstyle is a guarantee in the sense that we're going to get explosive games, action-packed. I think both teams are very aggressive, looking to, get ground as early as possible in the game. And they don't back up from fights.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking it's probably going to be a brawl coming this way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This is going to be one of those games where nobody's going to back down. Like we've seen something similar a few days ago where we had like 20 kills in 10 minutes. And I think we're going to be seeing the same thing in this one. Like we draw a lot of attention to the mid lane, but some of the teams also drew attention through the Twin Gates where we had like 8 heroes fighting. And I think the same thing is going to happen in this series because both of these teams are pretty chaotic. I would say LGD more controlled chaos compared to the other side where it's just like go, go, go kind of a style of Dota that is working out for Mouse. And I feel like with the players that they have, with the coach, I feel like everything is going to stay the same because these type of players, they kind of thrive in that environment.
Yeah, and we saw Marcy in the crowd. Do you think that we'll see a Marcy in the game?
Marcy players, Yamich is a Marcy player for sure. On LGD's side, Marcy player, I don't think so. I mean, when Marcy position 1 was a thing, I'm sure Yuma has played it a couple times, but quite unlikely. I don't know if this hero is very, very good right now.
You know what Yuma has not played yet? And what I kind of was expecting, at least
Meepo.
one of the games. Yeah, a Meepo. Why not?
Everybody knows that when you play versus him, you have to think of Meepo. Like, obviously, he's won a lot of games with that hero. It's sort of a cheesy pick right now. In the sense, I don't think the hero is good enough to just be picked like that. It has to be a good Meepo game, and it has to, exploit weaknesses of the opponent's draft. So we'll have to see. I mean, he's been big on the Laundred. I think he lost 2 games on Laundred, actually, but it was against Yandex, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, I'm sure they're gonna have some readjustments in the draft and hero priority, more importantly. We'll have to see. I think both teams have very wide hero pools. I think it's the same for Mouse, where obviously Crystalis, we talked about his pool as being a little bit niche. The same could be said about mid one. Like with mid one, you never know what you're getting. You could get like a tiny mid one game, you could get a tanker mid, or you could get your classic Amber, Storm, you name it. Teams have Monkey King players, you know, on both sides. There's a bunch of crazy picks that we could see. I think I'm ready to be surprised, basically.
Yeah, definitely interesting hero pools, like from all the roles, pretty much, mostly mid, some offlane crazy stuff like Pudge, of course, coming out. But Yamich, his hero pool is exclusively position for melee heroes, except for Grimstroke, that also a lot of teams don't want to touch. So it's going to be interesting to see, because Boom, he also has relatively small hero pool. It also could come down to him playing hero like Viper. They only played it one time, didn't find much success. This hero looks atrocious so far. I believe he is sitting at 1 win and 9 losses, so 10% win rate on the hero. And also playing maybe more range-oriented offlaners like a Batrider as well, something that also Whisper could try to throw in. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a different hero pools. These teams definitely don't play what we call meta, even though like meta is definitely evolving as tournament goes on, but we're going to have to see.
Heavy focus on the LGD specialties already from Mouse's side. If you look at the bans like Beastmaster, Enigma, and Batrider, these are first phase bans we don't see that often, but against LGD it makes a lot of sense. And with the Enigma being banned, could it be like a setup for Laundred? I'm wondering. I don't know if Crystalis is that much of a Laundred fan though. We'll have to see.
This leaves a lot of strong heroes in the pool. Like this leaves Earth Spirit, which has been one of the most contested heroes of the tournament. It leaves Keeper of the Light. It leaves Clockwork, Shadow Fiend, Drow Ranger. All of these good things are left in the pool because Mouse, as you said, they heavily focused the offlane. Not so much even the offlane, because LGD, they also played Beastmaster from the mid lane. It looked very good. You go for the same build. We saw, I think, one of the Eastern European teams as well go for the carry Beastmaster, still going for the same build. So flexible pick in a sense, and it is going to be Lone Druid for them.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, they set it up with the bans. These are 3 good heroes against Lone Druid, so I think kind of telegraphed. I mean, in the sense that I'm sure LGD knew exactly what they were getting into, so we'll see what answer, you know, they were preparing for the Lone Druid. They banned AA, which is very uncommon. So what could it be? Perhaps Necro or Huskar? Like they're a big Huskar team, sure. And you know we saw Crystalis mentioning it.
There it is.
There it is. So they set this one up. So honestly, like both teams should know what's happening. I mean, Enigma has been a pretty common answer for Lone Druid. So first phase ban Enigma means Lone Druid is coming, and first phase ban AA means Huskar is coming. So both teams got what they wanted from this opener, and we'll see which idea is superior.
Do you think there's a chance that they potentially run this Lone Druid in the mid lane? Against Huskar, basically 2 heroes. This is something that people do against Huskar in the mid lane, try to outnumber him.
No, it's actually, it doesn't sound like a bad matchup, actually, now that I think about it. It sounds like a really good matchup, actually. We'll have to see, because I saw Tai Long win Huskar versus Sniper matchup, so maybe he doesn't care, and he can handle the Lone Druid also, but that would mean that mid one would play Lone Druid, which I'm not sure it's part of his kit.
Anything is doable if you're brave enough, at least that first game, and then you have to see.
I mean, if you don't care about the result, it's always doable. You know, you could just like go there and feed your brains out and just lose the game. But you know, you did what was required.
Yeah, feed your bears out in this one, maybe.
If you can't play Ancient Operation, are there any other heroes that are like especially good against a Huskar?
I think a lot of heroes are pretty good against Huskar. Like usually summon heroes are the best, but Beast is out already. Enigma is out. Lone Druid is pretty decent in my opinion. Lycan is amazing against Huskar. What else could you have? It mostly is about also the lane matchup, which is why Lacoste was mentioning, like, already, taking a more innovative approach and try to shut him down, because Crystalis said it best. It's like you play versus Huskar, you can't touch creeps literally from the beginning. You don't want to play the game, you just want out. So that's just what Huskar does. It's like he essentially deletes a core from the game.
One thing that you can do in this matchup is, we talked about Marcy, we saw it in the crowd as well. It's a specialty for Mouse. This is something that Yamich plays. You can manipulate the creep waves with the Flying Courier early on if you're playing the unfavorable matchup against Huskar.
Interesting, actually. I didn't think of that. I have to put some thoughts into it now. I'll say in my thoughts.
Probably not gonna be, but maybe some braver teams would be able to pull. I mean, I'm not gonna say. I'm probably gonna say that Mouse is probably one of the more brave teams out there, because the way they play, they stick their own ideas, and maybe something like crazier can't even happen, because they don't strike me as a team that's just gonna be going for, let's call it, normal stuff.
Yeah, isn't Primal Beast also a mid hero that can like take the creep wave into the jungle and basically jungle, or is that kind of not an option here?
I mean, he can, but a lot of things can go wrong. Like Primal Beast versus Huskar is like you really can never show on the lane. It's like a horrible matchup.
Worse than the Lone Druid.
It's way worse. Okay. It's like one of the worst. It's like melee hero against Huskar. Almost any melee hero is like you just can't lane from the get-go. So if for some reason the support is free to mess with you trying to manipulate creep waves, then you're just starving.
Yeah.
Heroes that I think are pretty okay against Huskar, like Necro has been, it's a big meta hero. It's always been good against Huskar. You also have Undying, which I think is pretty good, especially with the new build where it's all about like sustaining, because if Huskar ever get hit by the Undying ulti, he will just die to any other hero, focusing him down. And the Soul Rip build, like Sustain, essentially is good against Huskar. At the end of the day, he might be hard to kill. He's damage over time and still good target damage. So if you have a lot of Sustain, it becomes easier. That's actually interesting. I was wondering when we would see that, like the Jakiro versus Clock, because Clock has been one of the highest contested hero, like highly contested heroes, and we've seen some Jakiro. The double attack against Cog is super handy.
It's very nice. It's also 4-head strategy. If this is going to be two heroes laning against, you need to kill pretty much 4 of them. You have Bear, you have his summon, you have double-headed Jakiro in this lane, and Yamich Tusk is gonna come out. It's one of his classics. It's one of his overall best, probably most successful hero. This is how they won that Valakia that we did mention early on. It's a hero that I think at the time he had 80% win rate in the tournament, being the Tusk spammer, giving you that like soft reset as well with the snowball. Tag team gonna be super efficient against Huskar throughout the whole game. Extra bit of a damage because you get it for the Bear, you get it for the Lone Druid himself as well.
Quick question, because you guys are talking about the double attack of Jakiro being good against Clock, but overall, Clockwork has always been a counter to Jakiro because the battery assault will interrupt anything Jakiro even wants to do. Does that cancel each other out? Like, what wins? What counters what?
I mean, in the game, they don't really interact with each other. I mean, Clock probably has the upper hand, but one of the biggest issues about Clock is this Cog spell. It is really,
it's not okay.
It's not okay. It's really hard to play against it, and he kind of damage control lanes that no other hero could really, fix, or dominates them. So it's mainly his laning presence that you need to address, I think, if you want to like deal with Clock. And if you're happy with Jakiro as a hero, well, that's like a, one stone to 2 birds. You're damage controlling what Clock will do, and you're also getting yourself like a good hero. I like the combination of heroes from Mouse. I think it's a good mix of like physical damage. They have AoE, they have control, they have magic damage. Like it's a strong looking draft already. That is an interesting pick because Darkseer into Lone Druid is quite surprising to me. Lone Druid used to be one of the best heroes against Darkseer on lane because he doesn't suffer the iron shells, because the Bear is just tanking the damage and you can just resummon, and you can also just chase the Darkseer down. Like, you have a lot of ways to root him. A very dangerous lane for Darkseer, but at the same time, we've seen these Darkseer players, they don't even come to the lane.
What lane?
When they don't want.
What lane are we talking about?
Yes.
This
I'm jungling. So unless there's like a bounty hunter in Invis scouting me, I'm good to go. Okay, sure, fair enough. If you're not gonna lane, then Darkseer is a good pick. Maybe that's the reasoning actually here. It's like Lone Druid, Jakiro, yeah, I'm not going there.
I mean, the reason why we are seeing some of these heroes go to jungle is their fours are trying to soak up some of the damage if the lane is not strong, but this is a strong killer lane, whether this is going to be Jakiro with the Lone Druid or if it's going to be Jakiro with, if it's going to be Lone Druid with the Tusk, you still have ways of killing the heroes. And Wyvern, I would say very good pickup here, making sure that against Lone Druid, against Tusk tag team, you can always have something. And, we've seen heroes also dying, even though it's not as good as it was before. It depends whether you have Aghanim Scepter or not. We saw also Lone Druid, the hero, walking out of the range, breaking the Winter's Curse as well because he's too far away. And this is going to be the counter. I believe you mentioned the Sniper versus Huskar matchup. And even though they have some ways of closing the gap with the Darkseer, Ion Surge on top of that, Clockwork with the hook shot, Sniper, he can still defend himself against it.
Yeah, this is mainly shut down the Huskar. Don't give him the early game advantage he wants. Traditionally a very good matchup for Sniper. We had Yopaj on OG play this matchup against Tailong Huskar. He actually lost the lane to the Huskar, so we'll have to see if this was just like a Connor, a poor performance basically, or if the matchup has changed, because it's also a possibility. Both heroes are very different from what they used to be. So we have to see, maybe the Sniper against Huskar is a bait, or maybe it works wonders. Either way, I'm still, I'm looking at the lineup from LGD. I think it's very well-rounded. It's going to be very hard to, at some point this Huskar is going to stop dying. As soon as, they have this Wyvern, maybe a Blink Dagger on the Wyvern or not, the Curse plus the Cold Embrace, it's going to be very hard to kill this Huskar. So the team fight is going to be heavily in LGD's favor, in my opinion. And Mouse, they're going to try to play the cat and mouse game, buy some time to get the Lone Druid Aghanims, play the long game, play the split push. And right now I have to say that LGD, they don't really have ways to siege buildings effectively. So I'd like to see a pick maybe on Yuma that allows them, if they get an early advantage from lanes and maybe an early Roche, to take objectives.
Yeah, they get overall last pick, so they get to see what kind of offlaner Yuma would be up against as well, as that is seemingly the last pick we're needing for Mouse, the offlaner for Boom. We already have a couple of bans on the board with now the Necrophos as well as the Shadow Fiend.
Very good Necro ban. I mean, they have all the physical damage, so you wouldn't be able to even hit him at all, almost. And then you have Winter Wyvern behind him, you have Huskar. I want to see one small item on Sniper. I just want to see Casual Orb of Frost. Yes, you need to be able to reduce the damage, the healing coming out from Wyvern and from Huskar. And it's also very good with their Shrapnel, sometimes just to keep him inside of the Shrapnel, gives you that extra bit of a hit as well. So, because we've seen healing being kind of OP at the moment in meta, there aren't many ways of stopping that healing other than Spirit Vessel, and they are going to be removing some of the, I would say, casual offlaner, something that Mouse has been playing in the recent 6 months or so, and that's going to be Tidehunter, that's going to be Centaur. So mostly looking for some kind of a team fight that's going to tie this lineup together.
I want to see Spectre for LGD. I think
thinking the same.
It's a really good hero for them. Great combination with Darkseer. It's amazing versus Sniper. Really good versus Lone Druid. Every time you actually use Hound for a fight, you might also just get a free kill on this Lone Druid hero if he's out on the map.
Is there an offlaner that would prevent
a lot? I mean, I say a lot. Spectre's laning presence is actually much better than what it used to be. But the thing is, when I see Centaur Tide bans, these are not anti-Spectre bans. I actually think both of them are pretty bad against Spectre on the lane nowadays. So we'll have to see. Their mind is probably somewhere else. At the same time, they're gonna wait to see the offlaner. This could be a good reason to pick Spectre. Actually, I think the lane is pretty fine. Underlord is always a threat of dying because of how intense Spectre right clicks damage output is in the early game, especially. It's a really good lane with Wyvern also. Spectre always enjoys the protection from Wyvern. We'll see what route they want to go. It's pretty slow. That's the only issue. It depends on their read on the mid matchup, because if Huskar is shut down, you can't afford to pick something too greedy. If they think the mid lane is fine, then they have more freedom.
Yeah, right now they don't really have any playmakers in the team. A lot of the times, Huskar, he loves to farm. Darkseer, he loves to farm, gets his Helm creep and run around. The supports, they need levels to be able to make some kind of move. So not going to be a fast draft from LGD Gaming by any means, unless they can find a way how to speed things up. And it's going to be Ursa, which is a hero that usually we don't see. I feel like this hero, like you talked about, the lineup lacking some of the tower damage as well, building damage. Ursa also doesn't provide you with any, but it's very good at some of these skirmishy team fights and also benefits quite a lot from heal from Winter Wyvern. This is not a hero that is strong level 1, level 2, and this is why we've seen quite a lot of Warlock plus Ursas in the recent times. But yeah, another jumper, another hero that can match the bear on the other side. So we're going to have to see which bear is stronger.
Is it enough to fix the activity issue on the side of LGD when you said like Huskar wants to farm, Darkseer wants to farm?
Yeah, I think so. This is like 2-item hero. You get Battle Fury, you get Blink Dagger. Plus also you have ways to increase his damage in the fight. So this has been the old school duo with the Darkseer. So you have Surge to reset the fight, maybe get in, get out, extra bit of the damage coming out from Ion Shell to be able to stick on the target.
And the shard I think is amazing. Like the slow on the shard, you Surge the Ursa, nobody can run away from him. It's very, very powerful combo.
Do we lean one way or the other after seeing the draft coming out for both of these teams?
Hard call. I feel like both drafts are very solid in my opinion. What do you think, Lacoste?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I feel like they might be getting quite a lot of value out of this Underlord because they have save, they have ways of potentially kiting the Ursa, Sniper Shard, the shards from Tusk as well, like the Root, the Fear. A lot of these cheap spells that Ursa doesn't really like to play against, but I would give a slight edge to LGD Gaming, seeing that this type of a draft, like this is the lineup that needs to kill Roshan. This is Ursa, Huskar, like you want to be getting hands on that. So between 15 and 20 minutes, you expect them to play very aggressive, try to go for smoke, double smoke, find a pick off, and then turn that into Roche.
And maybe one thing to mention too is that since the Darkseer is going to be jungling, maybe this will free, like, we maybe cannot think of lanes as honest, you know, matchups, because maybe the Clock's gonna get a lot of space to mess with the mid lane, perhaps get angles on the Sniper. Maybe the Jakiro will have access to the Twin Gate really early and attack the Ursa on his lane and change the matchup versus Underlord. So we'll have to see, because I do feel like it's hard to enter bot lane against Lone Druid and Jakiro. So a lot of early movement from supports to be expected.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one for us, the viewer, to watch. A lot of movement, a lot of activity, a lot of excitement, and extra excitement, of course, from Sunsfan and Kezu.
Welcome to the survival stage. 1v1, except in this case it's a 5v5. It's Mouse versus LGD. Loser goes home. Kezu.
That's damn right. This is an important game for both teams.
Wait, hold on. We've got the lights are being turned down.
This time, you're actually not lying for once. KJ did call out that the light situation, of course, is a little bit too much for them to handle.
Oh, look at him. Look at KJ looking up. Yeah, okay.
He is on the screen.
Not acceptable.
I thought you liked him being on screen.
I do, actually. He's very attractive young guy. Yeah, you talked about his entrance into the stage here.
Yeah, I liked seeing some personality. You know, they had some choreography of like who's gonna give over the key.
It's a nice change. I'm used to Dota players just being completely dead inside. You see nothing in their eyes. All they do is play Dota. They don't even shower, for God's sake.
Okay, that's maybe a little bit. You should single some people out instead of saying that no one does it. It is true though. There is some, of course.
No one smells really good. Actually,
he does smell really
very good.
But you know, the eSport gamer events, there's a little bit of a smell sometimes, of course. But back to reality, we are in the game.
We are, and we got some cool ass picks. We have a Sniper, we have a Huskar, we have so many
cool ass picks, and you mentioned Huskar first.
Well, yeah. We don't get to cast this. We haven't gotten to cast Huskar. Okay. Huskar is cool because it's kind of like this, you're gambling a bit. It's like you're going to win early and then just snowball, or you're just going to get dumpstered and lose.
Well, I don't respect this hero at all. He is good for like speeding up the game, and you know what you're getting. Like you said, there's like a snowball one way or the other. And obviously also it's the type of hero where you can in a way also kind of see how the mid game goes, right? You want to get the first Aegis and play quickly, but let's see if the bear is in some first blood action here. As Mouse were, of course, smoked up. We'll get a courier kill somewhere as the Olacor killed it down bottom.
Yeah, so talk to me about... Well, let's just start with the lanes. We can start slow, all right? We can just... Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of action this game, especially with LGD and the lineup they picked and the fact that they are very aggressive by nature anyway. How... So for Huskar...
Do you have brain lag there?
Just having a little brain lag. It's okay. Yeah. See a little shenanigans here on the top side. Is my perception of Huskar incorrect that you need to win the lane hard or this hero is just bad?
It's close. It's definitely something you want to do, and there's only very few heroes that don't allow that to happen. I do think that Sniper is one of them, but even these matchups, I've seen Huskar kind of, you know, they are able to dumpster it. If you get boots early, which is something we did see. I believe I saw this matchup, this tournament already, and the Huskar killed the Sniper in a 1v1.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember who played it. Honestly, it may have been Tai Lung against like Yopaj, or I don't have the full memory, but it is something like that. But Huskar definitely wants to play from ahead. He wants to have an early Aegis, but the hero also has scaling. Like nowadays, it's not like this one-way type of guy, so it's what you want, but it's also playable if not.
Okay. Well, at the very least for LGD, they do have some late game in terms of the... We've seen a lot of Darkseer have huge impact in this tournament so far. What do you think this hero provides for them?
I mean, just provides good team fighting, and it's also, you want to play with killers. You have Clockwork, you have Ursa. Like, Ursa Darkseer together in the late game is kind of crazy, or rather so in the mid game, you know, speeding people up. Ursa wants to go and play with an Aegis, same with the Huskar. You surge them up, you allow them to be aggressive. So I do think Huskar, the Darkseer gives them quite a lot. But he is playing against Lone Druid. This used to be one of like the biggest counters. Obviously nowadays you can get an illusion off the bear, but it's a type of matchup you don't see that often.
Is an illusion bear good?
I mean, it does have okay stats. I don't think it's like insane. And I think the way it works also because, so the bear counts as a hero, which means you can only get an illusion either of the hero or of the bear. You can't have both separately.
Right.
So you actually need to use some skill to get the bear because you don't want the hero. As Theo
so does that mean Dark Portrait works on the bear now too? Because I feel like since he was turned into a quote-unquote hero, it's like not everything actually applies though. It's like a case-by-case basis.
It should also work. Like Monkey King gets Jingu, Slark gets Essence Shift, so you know you can play around with that. But yeah, we can see that now the boots are available on Tai Lung. You saw mid one as well. You know, he has the triple slippers. They talked about the Orb of Frost, which is super good against Huskar. Yeah. Want to slow down his HP regen. Technically, it's like a lot of damage for the Sniper in this matchup.
Yeah, it goes for the 2 in Berserker's Blood to start things up because of all the harassment coming out from mid one. And we'll see if there's any rotations at any point from LGD to try to capitalize on what Huskar provides in the early game. And we got Wyvern and Clockwork, both technically speaking pretty good at ganking, but it is a sniper who's going to be keeping the range pretty high.
It's you could look for something in like the nighttime, I think, where the Clock can potentially move over into the mid lane, you know, with a, I would say like a smoke even. Other than that, it's pretty hard. But yeah, this is absolutely the build that you have to go for. You do see mid one. He is, of course, the counter pick to the Huskar. And like I said, there are only very few heroes that are actually able to do this where, you know, he's not winning the lane, but being able to draw it and kind of hold is pretty good.
Yeah, Yuma getting harassed, going to get Cold Embrace outside of the Firestorm, so not taking that percentage-based damage anymore. I mean, historically, Ursa versus Underlord is good for Ursa. Is that still the case, or have things changed?
No, it's definitely still the case. Underlord can apply quite a bit of pressure early on. You have way higher damage. I mean, Ursa level 1 and 2 is kind of a bot hero, I'm not gonna lie. You know, whereas Underlord, he's received a lot of buffs throughout time. You know, the pit deals damage, Firestorm is good, your early damage is good. But now that they're starting to get levels on LGD, I do think this lane is very, very difficult for them to play.
Tai Lung, is he gonna actually go for a gank here, or is he... Well, he's going to run into Yamich, who is getting blocked a bit. Slowed now by KJ, and going for the extra damage from Tai Lung, the TP, but will be fine. So a little bit of wasted time there. That leaves mid one to his own devices, the mid lane, pressuring the tier 1 all by his lonesome.
I mean, especially so. Like, going for the 0-2-2 build, doing very well. Kind of pushing Tai Lung, you know, into the jungle. Now you can get some levels in the Shrapnel to also, you know, help yourself recover, have some gank ability. So I'm also quite happy, I would say, you know, with this type of mid lane that mid one is getting here.
And back he comes. So it's going to be the first item. Armlet, of course, as per norm for the Huskar players. And what do you go after that? Is this a... I mean, I've seen Blink, you go Ags like third item, something like that?
Yeah, there are different builds for Huskar, and I always like seeing a Blink early, but I don't see it that often from the players. I think there's a lot of... There's like Boots of Travels, there's like Sanjin Yasha. Ags is something you want later. Obviously, you also need to kind of play with a BKB against this Radiant draft as well. And then play, you know, with your early Aegises, which they absolutely need to get in this game. You're playing Ursa Huskar. If you're not getting early Aegises, you are in a really bad spot.
Yeah, that's very true. Theolacor showing off that battery assault. Very good skill. Yuma gets first blood as a result, as Tai Lung dies shortly after, so very close to first blood going the way of Mouse. At the very least for them, they do get the mid laner.
1 second,
as mid one. Is he actually dead here? Pops the Fairy Fire, will survive, but now gets brought into a lot of action with a couple of support heroes. KJ and Theolacor finish the job that Tai Lung started there.
Almost a good return play by Yamich, and a nice try on the snowball also to delay all of this early damage. But you can see, that both supports are kind of freed up to farm. I mean, I would say it's more so the Clockwork, who's allowed to move around and farm, because if you're leaving this Underlord like this is kind of what's bound to happen.
Oh yeah, Battery Assault continue, can barely get off that pit and just gets brought back into the cogs. You can see those Fury Swipes go to work. This is why Ursa is so good against Strength Heroes. It's completely decimates them if left alone.
It's very difficult for Boom to play that type of area on his own. Like if he doesn't see them, that's very nice.
AJ, question is he going to actually pay the price here? Panto gets the dual breath off with a nice cog onto 2. Tai Lung joining the party, pounding upon. Oh, they get the snowball off the last moment onto the Winter Wyvern. Mid one is going to burn though, as Yuma somehow gets the last hit there. Even the Ursa coming out. Very early rotation for the position 1 on LGD.
These are the type of moves that I really, really love. You have the sniper who's the counter pick into the Husker. If you can bring any numbers on these early moves to actually push your Husker to be stronger, to fight into the counter pick, and on top of all of this, get a kill on mid one, that's very, very huge for you.
And Boom, desperately wanting this solo XP. The 7-minute Wisdom Shrine's about to pop as well, as LGD putting himself in pretty good spot to be able to steal it. As Yamich only level 3 right now on the Tusk. As they're just going to get this for free. So Theolacore not even pressured at this point. 3 members of LGD get that easily. On the other side, they're trying to get their own as the TP comes out. So they're going to get both from LGD's side. As Chrysalis' Bear is going to be in a world of hurt. Theolacore might pay the price eventually. Boom is completely out of mana, but we'll have the move speed, and the last right click does the job.
Oh, not done yet.
Denied creeps? No. Whisper gets the last hit there. I haven't really talked about him yet. And I feel like he has been kind of the story of LGD in a lot of these, especially the games that they're behind early. Feels like he gets on track and then brings them back in the games for so many scenarios.
Now, for sure, we all kind of know Whisper is he's very much a joker, and I think most of the time, like in a very positive sense. Like this guy just busts out very good performances, even when he's left in kind of a bad situation. He does quite a lot. So mid one was able to take down the mid tier 1, which does matter. I would say it matters perhaps a little bit less, because usually when you get to do this, you get to move around a lot. You get every active rune on like your Storm, your Ember. Of course, Sniper, not the best at using early runes, still very good for them, but they did lose the double Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah. Tai Lung now under the cover of tier 2. As you can see, Mouse kind of invading the jungle a bit to see how many stacks are there. Not really that many to speak of.
I do like the early vision though from Mouse. Like if you look at it, very aggressive wards, bottom lane ward, one in the Dire Ancients, now the deep one here as well, and you have Underlord level 6 available for later.
First life break of the game for Panto. He's dead to rights. Eventually will pops a Fairy Fire, but not going to survive. Mid one in the meantime getting chased by Yuma. Be able to kill the Courier, and he's just dead.
That's not worth it.
Yeah, not nearly the same value of life there. There's a double kill now from Tai Lung, so 3 dead from Mouse. LGD kind of caught with their pants down in the enemy jungle. Not sure what the plan was.
No, that really hurts, because as I pointed out too, I really like their vision. They had an aggressive one in the jungle, but then Panto gets kind of caught off guard. He dies, then mid one is the secondary guy, and then Yamich as well. Boom Force out of the top lane is, yeah, so even though after you take the mid tier 1, like dropping all this pressure, it hurts a lot.
Yeah, the supports are suffering in the levels as a result of the Wisdom Shrine as well. As smoke now comes out from LGD. I mean, at the very least, Boom did catch up in terms of his leveling, but another life break for Panto and another death for the Twin-Headed Dragon. So 2K lead for LGD, and typically speaking, this is very good news for Huskar lineups.
Yeah.
Now the question is, can they pressure Chrysalis?
Oh, they can. They don't have any TP.
Gonna jump on him with the Bear, slow down as Tai Lung. No, thought he was gonna go for it, but looks like the Bear should be able to finish it. Life break will get the slow and the kill. So Mouse bleeding a lot here. 10-2 for LGD as they keep the pressure on, as the tier 1 looks to be theirs as well.
No, LGD are going for like a lot of small plays into one another. You know, you get the triple kill mid and you see them respawn. You know Sniper TP mid, you know Tusk TP somewhere else. So it's so easy for them to smoke up into this bottom area. Even if Chrysalis dodges his move, his tower will die. But obviously on top of that, they also killed him. 3k gold lead. Yuma goes back to the top area, so they're able to hold this tier 1, at least for now.
Yeah, the tower's pretty healthy still, and it's not really that fearsome of a trio right now to be able to push that tower with the level 4 supports.
And this is a little bit of like the other stuff. So yeah, you have this first pick Lone Druid, which mind you, we've seen it a few times and it's not looked very good. So then you pick the Huskar, you're kind of forced in a way, like not really to pick Sniper, but there aren't that many options. Sniper, Lone Druid together are very greedy. Like Sniper doesn't really move around. We all know that Lone Druid is not a hero for like 20 minutes.
I mean, I feel like this is a pub thing. I only see this in pubs. Lone Druid Sniper game.
Yeah, it's just sometimes specific drafts call for a specific answer, so we'll have to see how Mouse kind of whittle through this, because as well for Underlord, he's a follow-up hero. He's not going to gate first and set you up with like an 8-toss. You need a really good game for that. He laned into an Ursa and a Clockwork ganking him, so you cannot expect Boom to start any fights for you either.
It's interesting that you say that, because he's actually going first item Aghanim Scepter. Usually this is the second or a third. I love this, because it feels like they just don't have any initiation whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, if I'm playing against these Dire heroes, you're not building auras against Ursa. Fuzzy Bear just swipes right through them. Pipe is useless. Even Crimson, the Fury swipes just kind of stack up. So going for something bigger and better with the Ags, I honestly don't mind it. I think it's quite good because Mouse, they need to farm. They need to sit back, relax, get some items, and see if they can weather the storm here.
Will LGD let them do that, though? It's the Elder Core getting chased now by the Bear. Assassinate coming for him. The Bear eventually catches up with the help of the Ice Path, so nice hookshot on the high ground, though. Whisper keeping his ally safe. Looks like he's going to be just fine, as long as he can avoid the shrapnel. Will be cold embraced and be able to stick around for potential aggression now on LGD's side. So just, I mean, Mouse can't even kill the support in that case. That is not a good sign at all.
No, that hurts. And going back, to the double Wisdom Shrine, like Panto, only level 5. Maybe if you have the ult there, you probably get that kill. That's also 12-minute Battle Fury on the Ursa. LGD very, very happy with the trajectory of this early game right now.
Whisper, use a surge, looking to maybe get initiation off here. Cold Embrace on the Centaur. Is they're going to turn this around onto Panta with the first ball of the game, and now the Chrysalis' Bear looks like he'll fall.
Oh yeah, free gold, we like those.
245, not too shabby.
Not too bad. Whisper, he will absolutely take that.
The lead continues to grow now.
Yeah, who's building the Helm of the Overlord? We'll see what he can get done with that later. And we heard also Seb on the panel talk about the Darkseer Shard, which is very good. When you have a lot of people moving in with the surge, leaving the trail around with the slows, super, super powerful.
Yep, true. You talked about the Battle Fury. That's going to amplify the Ursa's farm quite a bit. And the question really remains, when can Mouse start fighting? Like Aghanim Scepter for Underlord is like the bare minimum. Obviously the Blink Dagger is being the focus for Yamich, who's 1700 into that now, so that's good news.
Yeah, I would say it's Yamich's Blink that you just pointed out, and then trying to split up LGD a little bit on the map, I think would be a good starter, because Crystallis, the way Lone Druid plays nowadays is that he wants to split the map, he wants to get his items and play some 1+1 kill combo. So I think for now, there's absolutely just going to keep farming. It's on LGD to keep up the pressure. Probably also take a first Roche. I think this nighttime minutes 15 to 20, they can really look to speed it all up. Because, yeah, at the moment, if Mouse go for a play, I don't think they have the most damage. You need to Blink, you need Panto's ult, and then they can start cooking somewhere.
So Dragonlance and Orb of Corrosion right now onto the Sniper. And what's the status on the Burr? Do we have Maelstrom yet?
We do. He's trying to close into his Mjolnir, still a little bit away. And I think mid one is probably going for a similar build. Like, I haven't really seen that many other builds on Sniper. You can either go Maelstrom or like Specialist Array into a Hydra's Breath. I don't really know where.
Stop teasing me with.
Dude, I love this item. I don't know if he can really do it in this game because it's quite greedy. Because the only problem with Hydra's Breath also is that you're not building a Pike. Like, you're turning your Dragonlance into something aggressive. And in this game, I think you need Grenade and Pike and probably a Silver Edge later.
Feels like you need to be 7-slotted.
Yep. Well, this is good though.
Like
we have
a very scary lineup.
We have some community farming going on. When you can't really make aggressive plays, you gotta go for the farm. You gotta stack up some stuff. Yamich should be close to his Blink.
Bad news for Mouse is Blink Dagger now up for Yuma, which would, to me, indicate that they actually want to start pushing their lead.
Oh yeah,
a little bit more. And they have the Dragonlance Armlet for the Huskar, still going for that Hurricane Pike.
This is troublesome, Shannon.
Darkseer 400 from Shard.
It's not just a top net with Ursa, as we hear a hookah shot.
Yep, Life Break to follow up. That's a dead Tusk. Oh, nice Macro Pyre, though, into the punch. Huskar getting really low, actually burns to the ground. A huge kill for Mouse. They desperately needed that. Again, they have the Clockwork as well. And now you can see Whisper on the run. The curse is going to save his life. Actually, the Lone Druid might pay the ultimate price here as well to his own Bear. He does get killed off. That is unreal.
that was a very needed turn because that looked really good for Mouse. Like this entire fight, Yuma wasn't there. They kind of got to take this 4v5 fight, but honestly, that curse really salvaged that one.
Did Boom walk into that like way after and get him killed?
I feel like at the end he kind of did. We'll see the end here. As you know, there's a good gate behind to make use of this. That was even without the blink dagger on Yamich. So of course we'll keep our eyes on
right here. First, look at Boom, and yes, he does. Oh my God! That is so unfortunate, but really good for the viewership here. We enjoy that,
and for us, yeah.
Yamich, ooh, that is rough.
Yeah, because honestly, that was pretty good until the very end, which I'm sure we'll be referencing a few times.
Yeah. Very unfortunate for Mouse. They saw a little glimmer of hope and then kind of gets brought back down to planet Earth as the first Roche being contested here. Well, not contested, rather being taken by LGD. I don't think it's going to be contested at all from Mouse.
Yeah, I don't think
they don't really have. I mean, they have shrapnel for a little bit of vision in the pit, but I feel like you just can't fight in here right now.
It's really difficult. I think what Mouse need is their only conditions to fight is either A, you split up LGD, or B, you kind of force LGD to be like deep on your side and like overplay as they did on the mid tier 1. If they're static on like a Roche, that's not a position that you can take a fight in if you
break onto the bear.
It just gets shredded.
Yeah, attempting to TP out, that is not going to happen. Tai Long easily claims it, and now the tier 2 in his sights. Smoke from Mouse, looks like they may want to fight. Hook shot. Onto the other side. Looks like on the other side of the wall, actually. Yuma's in a bit of trouble in no man's land. He's getting burnt to the wrist. He does not have the Aegis because that is on the Huskar instead. So, Mouse, they get something. They lose the Lone Druid, but they get the Ursa, which at this stage of the game, they would actually take that trade every time. Yamich jumping in with a big punch. That's the Aegis down as well. So LGD, they do get the tier 2, though. And now Mouse on the run. We'll be able to claim this creep in all likelihood, as Aghanim Scepter is officially up for Boom, so...
That was really good for them. Like, sure, you did lose the tier 2, but you kill Yuma, who was having a banger of a game, and you take out the Aegis, like, nearly immediately. Because with this Aegis, I'm pretty sure they would have gotten all the tier 2 towers and your outposts. So any type of delay for Mouse is super, super good. Well, I need to keep paying attention to mid 1's net worth, because mid 1 needs to have a good game here for them to kind of, you know, bring them into the game. For now, he had to go for the Shard, bit of defensiveness, and he's queuing up a Shadow Blade, so wants to get the Silver Adulator for the break and the movement speed cap.
Yamich gonna run right into the clockwork, getting the... Okay, the hook shot comes out. That's the death of Theolokar. Mid 1 gets an easy pick off there. And the assassin on the KJ will be able to walk it off. Why do those pits look so big? He doesn't have anything that increases, does he?
It was just like when there's like some high ground, low ground on some of the areas, it looks like ginormous.
See, this is where you go for the chasm item.
I mean, you'll get it. Yeah, you'll get it later anyway. You're gonna build into like a Shiva's Guard, and maybe I was also thinking like Yule Scepter could be quite good in like this type of matchup. You're playing against Ursa, you're playing against Darkseer, which is also pretty nice. But you know, obviously there's only so many items you can really go for, and I like what Boom has queued up at the moment. Something else we heard them talk about on the panel: healing, like owning healing restoration, is not that easy nowadays. And first of all, this item builds out of Ghost Scepter, incredible against Huskar and the Bear. And you know, lowering their healing and HP regen against Huskar and Winter Wyvern is insanely good.
Yeah, that's true. Love that item.
Yep. It is definitely underbought, as Crystallis gets a very much needed injection of gold as he's bottom on the net worth.
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, I'm sure it'll be a little bit better for him. He won't have to be near his bear. He'll get to just stand on the other side of the map, as we all love to see for the Lone Druid.
Also got my eyes on Yamich. Like this guy on Tusk, it's one of his absolute Siggy heroes. And of course, as we know around this time, Shannon, you get the Greedy Enchantment. And Yamich, he's a big fan of the Walrus kickity-kick,
oh, yeah.
Which they're gonna need. You're gonna need some bing-bongs, flip-flops in this game to shoot people out of position.
I do love flip-flops.
Yep.
Can't complain about that.
Same.
I mean, especially if you're defending high ground. The kick is insanely good. I don't even know how you... Feels like it's so hard to play against.
Because they're like... When you look at Mouse's scaling overall, it's not bad, like at all. And the high ground defense is very good. You have Sniper, you have Underlord, you have Jakiro and Tusk later with a couple of items. And I like what they're doing currently. They're holding a pretty good position on the map, hoping that LGD kind of bite on this.
But maybe going through the gate here is... I mean, usually the first team to get Roche will get Tormentor. I don't know if that's going to be the case here.
He's just toying around with it. You know, he's shooting wrong. He knows what's up.
Yeah, faking the gate. Is he going through? No, Mouse just sitting here.
Keep waiting, everyone. He's definitely coming.
Patience is a virtue. Oh, they're going to go through instead now, and they're going to get hit by Cox.
It's a reverse Uno.
Oh, Theolocore able to horsey away, gets snowballed into the punch. Is that enough? Tai Lung going to join the party as well, though. And there's the Underlord ult with the Aghanim Scepter. Theolocore is going to get healed at the last moment. The Macro Pyre right on top of him. Chrysalis Bear looking for a target, only can find the Wyvern, as Theolocore eventually does die.
The bear.
As the bear, absolutely. Crystal is eaten up, coming in from the other side with a shield rune. And now the mass exodus for Mouse. They will get out successfully, but this means Tormentor is LGD's. That was some hilarious back and forth.
This is why I love Dota sometimes. They're like, yo, screw this guy. He keeps pressing the gate, and then suddenly you go through. You go way too deep. Like, Yuma had an insane initiation here. Chrysalis didn't even get his ult off. Like, he still died in the transformation form. It's KJ. Will get a free shard on his maxed out heal. 8k lead now on the board, and a full BKB to boot on Whisper. He is not dying anytime soon on this Darkseer.
Yeah.
Unless I am full on caster cursing him.
You're not Cinderin, so
that's
you don't have to worry about that.
I'm not as powerful.
And this gank is successful on the Troll Summoner from Mouse.
250 gold, we'll take that.
So Shadowblade mid one, you said that you think he's going to go Silver Edge right off the bat?
I believe so. Like, the grenade might just be enough. Obviously, you can go for the Pike here, but the thing is, you didn't really go a full scaling item. Like, if you wanted to farm more, you would have gone Maelstrom or, of course, the Specialist Array. But now that you're going Shadowblade, I think the Silver Edge would help you unlock, like, a bit of fighting. You can break the Huskar, and if you start on them, they can't really get surged out, so I would like that.
It feels like if you went for a more normal build, it would... I feel like it doesn't work with Lone Druid as your other core.
Like a more farmy build?
Yeah.
That's a good curse.
Yeah, curse onto the creep to hold the Tusk in place. Yamich is dead. Yuma eats him up.
As he did place a ward right before dying, so if they paid attention to his inventory, hopefully they had their eyes open to check out that there was an observer ward
Hard
placed.
to keep your eyes open with the lights, apparently.
That's true, but that's why we pause at the start of the game to turn them off.
Yeah.
So what was this pause for if they're still blind? Might as well just leave them on.
Not true.
I guess 33 wouldn't be happy about that.
I mean, this would be a great opportunity to get some sunglasses sponsorships for these teams, you know? They'd look a lot cooler.
True.
They wouldn't look nearly as nerdy.
But then they would hide their emotions even more. I don't think we need that.
They have no emotions.
Okay.
That's what we learned. Except for KJ, of course.
Shout out to KJ.
The god himself. As a smoke now from Mouse, or from LGD rather. 9k lead. Roche, we won't know for another minute. As a Blink Dagger online for Whisper. And the bear gonna run right into Crystallis, absolutely destroyed. And now the hook shot, finding Panto, easy secondary kill. My goodness. Poor Crystallis cannot get off the ground right now.
They have no counterplay.
He still doesn't have the Ags. I feel like we talked about that so long ago.
Yeah, the problem is they have no counterplay to this jump. There is no Force Staff. There is no BKB piercing anything unless Yamich is here to punch the bear in the face. This is just a quick 1-2 punch, like Yuma just having an absolute freebie of a game.
Yeah, and this is all set up by Theolocore. Rocket Flare is insanely powerful just for the vision alone. As the tier 2 will be claimed from LGD now, and we'll see how fast this Roche ends up spawning. Of course, like we've talked about time and time again, the Huskar Ursa. I mean, who do you want to see the Aegis on if LGD do in fact get it?
Probably the Huskar, I think, on the second one. Like, at the start, I think it could have been good on Ursa to like keep clearing up the entire map, but you have all of the towers down. So I think you can look more so, like, they will give it to whoever they feel like will break the high ground more. Is it more about the idea of Huskar can actually hit the tier 3s later? Or do you just want to give it to Ursa so he can go ham and kill heroes?
Right.
And honestly, I think you can make a case for both.
I mean, how do you like their push in general? It's a bit underwhelming,
not incredible, especially against the Radiant heroes. Like, Sniper's just going to start peeping you. There's pits on the ground. There's Jakiro just throwing spells. So they should be more playing around map play, I would say.
Oh, we have a curse. As Sniper going to ham on the Tusk right now. But he just two-shots the Wyvern. KJ just gets destroyed. Tyling with a BKB, though. They're going to focus on mid one. Easy kill into Panto as well. Nothing comes for free. 3 dead already from Mouse as Boom. Nowhere to go. Battery Assault slows him down, and that's going to be 4 dead. Double kill for Whisper. LGD just way too easy of a fight for them.
Yeah, and suddenly the high grounding and the pushing is becoming real easy. 4 heroes are dead. I'm trying to think what Mouse saw that they walked up that high ground. Maybe someone from LGD was showing on the map, I assume. No, but Whisper was also in that fight. So yeah, I guess LGD just kind of getting a good jump overall there. As Yuma, he's hunting.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still not finished. My goodness. 400 away from the Aghanim Scepter on Chrysalis. Is he still bottom net worth on the core side?
I believe the answer is yes. I am not impressed with first pick Lone Druid at all.
Yeah, we've cast, I think, 3 or 4 of these now, and it's been countered very easily, it seems.
Yeah, I guess this is just good positioning from KJ. Like, he's on the outskirt of this high ground ward that they have, and even though not everyone from LGD were here, with the timing of the curse, they all just get to walk over.
Yeah, Ghost Scepter definitely good for the right clicks of Huskar and Ursa, but not so much against Life Break.
Yeah.
There's a reason there was that meme build with E-Blade.
True.
On Huskar himself. He just literally one-shot at one point in Dota's history.
I don't know if Huskar needs any more things that he currently doesn't have. Already hate that hero as is.
Hate's a strong word.
I hate Huskar. Huskar.
There's the Ags.
Tinker. These are like Dota's
Tinker I would
toxicity.
agree with. KJ, oh boy, they're going to find mid one. They have the vision. Curse is there, only on a solo target, but Whisper's going to try to connect. The hookshot hits inside the cogs. Now the vac wall right on top. Mid one is dead right off the bat. They get the Jakiro as well. And they have lost KJ, but that's the majority of the team now for Mouse in the grave. So you get this Roche for free. This is the banner as well.
It's so annoying. Like, I'm just trying to think if I'm mid one, how annoying is it that both my cores, like, they don't really want to play at the moment. In the terms of that, Underlord is global, the Bear is global. So while you're smoked up with 3 heroes, your supports aren't going to walk in, so then it's you. Look at this, like, solo sniper. Also, great reaction by KJ to get the curse into the immediate full embrace. Like, he gets cursed, walled, hookshotted, and Huskar's on top of him. What do you want from Lil Bro? He can't do anything.
Yeah, in hindsight, it does look weird that you have a sniper going first. Typically, it would be your offlaner, but because Underlord has Ags, you're not going to be playing like that. And maybe at this stage of the game, they were expecting the lone Druid to have enough farm to be that guy anyway, or at least the Bear itself.
Like, or also at that stage, I think you have to give up Roche. Like, if you're Radiant, if you're Mouse, you need to think about a win condition. I don't think your win condition is ramming your head into a 15k gold lead team that has a full-on positioning on the Roche pit. I think you need to play for later timings. Like, Lone Druid just got an Aghanim. He doesn't want to fight. Crystallis wants more items. If you're mid one, I believe you want more items. If you're Yamage, they need to start dreaming big, because doing these type of plays, I don't know if that's good for you.
Yeah, they do find Tai Long in their jungle. KJ nearby, though. As Assassinate hits, but not going to be any follow-up here. Obviously, the Silver Edge is something that Tai Long does have to be a little bit scared of. But yeah, I mean, you say dreaming big, I say dreaming defensively.
Yeah,
just like sit in your, like, exactly. It's all about high ground defense, because we talked about how great their team is in theory at
like,
that.
I think start dreaming of, like, big items. You know, you have the high ground defense with the sniper. If the game delays and you get the kickback into potential stuff, like, you need to continuously think about a plan of how you can win. And currently, I'm not seeing, like, a real idea.
Yeah, Yamich is going for Yule, so it's not an Aghanim Scepter as his next pick. I mean, obviously, that's a huge purchase.
I teased you about the Specialist Array.
Oh,
it's coming.
baby.
As Whisper, giving him a couple gold, so we're getting 250 gold closer to what we want to see.
Okay.
Also, how is Whisper's net worth this ginormous? Check him PC. Bro is up 4k gold on Yuma.
What the hell? I feel like we have barely even talked about Whisper this game. So it has Shiva's Blink, BKB, Helm of the Overlord, no big deal. 3k into a refresher now.
I guess it's just the idea also of having a Dominator guy in your team. First of all, Dominator is a great item, as is Overlord. And I think when you play against Lone Druid, that you can constantly put either just a creep there to deal with the incoming waves, which is, I assume, what he's doing. Or you have other cores that just threaten to kill the Bear, which both Ursa and Huskar do. I think it's a great answer to this hero.
We're going to see a nerf for Helm of the Overlord. Feels like it has been extremely strong at this tournament. The Olakor getting gone on by mid one, but now Whisper shows up, and like you said, top net worth in the game, so he's going to get the solo kill. Very nicely done. They'll take that.
Run damage.
Yeah, tempting too. He'll be fine. Yuma, what does he have right now? Does have the basher, so if he had the blink up, would have been able to get that in all likelihood.
Yeah, that is a dead bear.
Yep, bear is dead. Is that bear number 1 or 2 here? It's going to be down for 30 seconds, so 1.5, let's call it.
Kind of close. But I do like the macro movement from LGD. Like, when you have this much map control and you have the outpost control, you want to push them out on the opposite side, which in this case is bottom. Once you force them to TP base, you can do exactly what they did. You flush them out of bottom, you double TP to the outpost, and now suddenly you have great map control. And what do you do here? This is a great timing of the banner and the double siege wave. By the way, great change that we have double sieges earlier, not at 35 but at 30. Like that one.
Good job, Ice Frog.
Good job.
Deadlock, that is.
Why deadlock? Keep it up.
Don't worry about it.
Talk about
Inside
that, like
joke.
arena.
Viola Core on top of Phanto right now as we're going to see the Fiend's Gate come out.
That's a kill.
And Boom a little bit late to the party, but he'll be able to go back through that Fiend's Gate into his base, but his carry, or his mid laner rather, in mid 1, getting gone on and destroyed.
Nice.
Along with Yamich as the BKB pop from Tylon. He's just standing his ground as a vac wall comes out on 2. Along with the curse, he's going to reposition with the Hurricane Pike. Ice Path nicely placed as Yuma's just going to jump in with that BKB and destroy Boom and likely destroy their hopes for game number 1. That's a full lane, and it should be way more than that as well. 24K lead, LGD. About to finish this game in style.
They're so far behind. And LGD has very good spell casting, everything they're doing. KJ, again. Whisper also, for the people that didn't clearly see it, he has a refresher orb. He got double wall, double vacuum in this entire... This might be one of the fattest darks here I've ever seen.
Anybody want to finish
by the way, guys, it's a melee rank. So
anybody want to click that? All right.
Yeah, Whisper will take an ancient creep or any type of creep. He will take a Johnny and send it over there. No, Yuma's got it.
All right, that's an ancient creep.
He's
right
controlling
there.
him. All good.
Probably. So 2 lanes and the tier 3 top. They're going to back away for the time being, a soft reset as it were as the Aegis expires, but 30K lead for LGD.
I always like to say, when you out GPM the clock, or when you're close to it with a 1K gold lead, you know, so a 30K lead at 32 minutes, the game is like, it's incredibly hard. It's near
if they take a fight right now, they will
1%.
out GPM it. Yeah.
All right, show me the 1%, Gabe and then Mouse, because I'm ready to see it. Hydra's Breath might put it from 1 to 2%.
Yeah, they don't have enough data on Hydra's Breath.
That's just double the win rate.
I mean, it probably rounds up as well, surely. NA company after all.
True. NA maths.
Yeah, they're going to go the discipline route. Of course, again, this is an elimination series, so got to play it a bit safe as Tai Lung will get the shard, so that's the Cauterize old facet.
It's honestly pretty. Also, like at this point, like you're so, everything they get is just like it's just luxury at this point. He's got the Aghanims queued up for now, which of course, you know, more control, everything is great. People start getting like maybe some BKBs, they want to get away from you. And also like Crystallis, he wants to go for a Silver Edge. Of course, anything at this point won't feel great. You have a very huge deficit you're playing into. They want to go for a potential bait on the bear. Honestly, I wouldn't really mind that play. The only problem is if LGD are just like, yo bros, we're knocking up on your high ground, then you're going to have to go back anyway.
Yeah, do they even fear the bear at this point? It's a Shadowblade, Mjolnir, Axe.
They definitely don't.
Yuma, he's actually setting up for it. Rocket Flare into the bash. Yuma gonna get gone on though. They get the Fiend's Gate out as well. He's gonna pop the BKB along with the Enrage, but Bid 1 is there. They get a huge back wall into basically everybody. And surely this is the end of the game. It's LGD easily winning this fight, trying to go through the Fiend's Gate again, but it's not to be. Gonna get life broken. Oh, he actually is going through it. Now the cogs at the last moment push him out. Yeah, where's the gate even go? Is it the base?
It was great in the Radiant base.
That would have been a nice play.
Barely timing out. That's, yeah, LGD, any play they go for, it is honestly quite hard for Mouse to just stop it. Even there with the Blink Punch. If any spell even clips mid one, he's dead. Yuma going for the bear-on-bear action.
Yep, this is the not-so-great bears. They're going to call it GG, and that does it for game number 1. LGD completely stomping.
Yeah, just gotta feel good if you're LGD. You're 15-1 on Yuma, 8-0 on Whisper. I think their supports in the early game got a lot going. Same with KJ. Just very nice spell usage overall. And I think if you're Mouse, honestly, a lot of the games just haven't felt that good. I think first pick Lone Druid also hasn't felt amazing.
It's not just them, though. Several teams have first picked Lone Druid, and it hasn't worked. I mean, maybe it's confirmation bias for the games that we've been casting, but it's been pretty rough for the Lone Druid overall.
Yeah, and they're just ending up with, I would say, a draft that's like very much overlapping in what you want to do. Like both Lone Druid and Sniper are very slow. And against LGD, you know that these guys are going to run you over if you give them any opportunity or any space on the map.
Yep, Tai Long ends the game 6-2 on Huskar. Yuma 15-1 on the Ursa. And he started out 5-0 in the first, I want to say, 6 or 7 minutes. He was very, very hot to start the game. And of course, Whisper was kind of uncontested on the Darkseer, basically the whole game. Ends 8-0.
No, he had a banger performance, and these are just the type of performances you gotta try to slow them down from it. And also, like the Lone Druid against the Huskar trade, that's not a favorable trade for you at all. So if you're Mouse, I'm expecting them to do a little bit of a switch up here for game number 2 and give a little bit more aggression here to fight into this LGD style.
Yeah, it felt like even on paper, even if things went relatively okay, the Sniper and Lone Druid kind of feel like the same type of hero archetype in a way, as opposed to like some sort of Ember type mid, which we've seen mid 1 absolutely destroy on many a time.
Yeah, and it's also, I think LGD just kind of cornered them. And, you know, kudos to them. They played very well. Tai Lang as well on his Huskar. He's incredibly good at this hero. And I just think, you know, showing some very calm gameplay, very calculated, nice, disciplined, like what I'm seeing.
All right, Shiva!
Thank you, Sunsfan and Kezu. This was a quite one-sided ordeal, and yeah, Seb decided didn't want to watch this one anymore. We got a replacement. Upgrade, some might say. Hey, Slacks, how you doing?
I don't think anyone would say that I'm going to upgrade from Seb, but it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Sheever. Yes, what an incredible, holy moly, that was a game. Now, your boy here knows bad games. That was a bad game. That was rough. But yes, you know, you got to fight for your life there. Not too great from our boys Mouse, but I believe I'm a big Mouse lover, okay?
Who's getting reported from the team?
Oh,
like, you love to report people, don't you?
I am not a reporter. If you report people, the reports against you stack, okay? They are more powerful, so do be...
No, I meant you're a reporter because you, like, report stuff from Dota scene.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, that is also true.
Just kidding. You know what I meant.
Shut up, Lacoste. It's such a pleasure, such an honor to be here with such incredible people. Lacoste, what'd you think of that one, big boy?
Didn't look good from the start. Like, we had some like very issues with the rotations and everything. They understood what the matchup is going to be, that they need to help him out relatively early on, like the Sniper against Huskar. We talked about the small items that they need to buy. This Orb of Frost, they bought one Sniper, which they upgraded into Orb of Corrosion, an item that we usually don't see. And we saw another small item on Jakiro, who also thought that it might be able to reduce some of the healing, but not really. I mean, when you think about it, it's a good upgrade. We talked about that it could be a very good pickup, but overall, throughout the whole game, I feel like LGD Gaming, they were kind of full pedal to the metal type of a style of Dota, and we haven't really seen Mouse do the same thing, because this is the type of a team that will try to fight you early on. The game was kind of okay-ish for the first 3-4 minutes, and then they got outnumbered in every single fight.
Yeah, it was really rough, Sheever, because you see these heroes, and these are not new heroes for either one of these teams. Like, you know that the Huskar has a chance of coming out. It got banned 9 times before this series against this team. And you also know their main strategy. They got an Ursa, they got a Huskar. You know what they're going to try to do, and the fact that you're not able to answer that is not really a great sign. I think the biggest upset for me in this game, and what I was surprised in, is that Mouse did not pick anything that was crazy. Like Lone Druid, the most picked hero in the entire group stage games by many of the teams that have been eliminated, they're not switching it up, and it just looked like they were lacking a bit of that confidence. So, but hey, that's game 1 problems. Always game 2, baby.
That's true. The trade for the first pick was definitely not worth it on hindsight, because we heard even Chrysalis said, yeah, the Huskar, you know, we like to play the Huskar. They like to play the Huskar. We'll want to play the Huskar, and then, yeah, they give it to LGD, so they thought that was a good trade. Was not a good trade. LGD, though, they were cruising this game. I think they had an absolute blast. Of course, Whisper never dying in this first game must have been a big confidence boost as well. I feel like Lacoste, they weren't really pressured.
Not at all. Not in all these lanes. Like we talk about Darkseer, this seems to become hero or like off lane of the tournament pretty much, where the hero doesn't necessarily need to play the lane. He's like level 1, I collect some of the XP and see you later, nerds. I am out. I'm going to be jungling. You see him on top of the network, top of the CS chart as well. Then he comes back. He can creep skip and having a great timing. Like also this time around, it's not just the helm of the Dominator. It's also full helm of the Overlord, making sure that you are getting extra bit of a value from from those creeps and always have that ghost push available. Very nicely done from Whisper. This is one of his best heroes as well. He has massive hero pool that he can bring to the table, but this one definitely being up there.
You got to be careful, though, with Darkseer. You never know when the patch could come mid-series, and then his vacuum gets another second off cooldown. I mean, this guy, I've not seen a hero systematically nerfed since TI1 so many times. So you got to say that. That's why they're bringing it out in this pocket game. They are up for elimination. They're willing to destroy the hopes and dreams of every single Darkseer player out there just to survive, and you got to respect that.
And you got to respect it, and it worked out very well for them. We talk a lot about the Sniper Huskar matchup before the game started after the draft, and Lacoste got some insight on that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it started really okay-ish for him. Like, love the build on Sniper, triple slippers, Orb of Frost immediately. But they said no. Like, we're not going to be playing this matchup evenly. And early on, like, they already killed him once. And 6 minutes in, they are going to be bringing extra numbers. And look at the positioning. King Jungle's coming in. Theolikor from a different side, denying that amplified damage route, got baited. And also, Ursa, you might have decided, you know what? I'm also going to be joining in this fight, making sure that we are bringing in numbers. And every single time, like, it's very important to try to ruin this hero as much as possible in the early stages of the game, making sure that he is not getting the farm. So getting an early kill and Yuma immediately going back to farming, and the same thing is gonna happen again. But they killed its tower relatively early on in the draft, so they planted an observer ward here on the hill, and it does allow them to kind of scout things out, kind of providing the vision for the team. I don't know if we have the clip ready. And yeah, so it gives them full sense of security, and playing a little bit too aggressive because they killed that tower early on, and then they are drawn into a really bad fight. This is Sniper we're talking about. This is not your Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit who's like level 6, so has some kind of an escape mechanism. So the only thing that he can do is kill the courier and be like, you know what, I'll respawn in 25-30 seconds. So pretty difficult overall game for them, like even at this point of the game. And there's gonna be another Yuma classic, I would say, where rest of the team, they are gonna be smoking up, and they are making a little bit of maneuver there because they are splitting up. You see that Theolikor and Tai Long, they're playing together. They're gonna be able to get a pick off, and then KJ on Winter Wyvern is gonna be connecting from the other side of the map. So they're kind of pinching, knowing exactly where Crystallis is going to be farming, and Yuma with the Twin Gate rotation kind of seals the deal for this gank as well, making sure that they are getting extra value on the kill, like on the map, and immediately as soon as they get the kill, goes through the Twin Gates, goes back to farming. So very efficient, like first 6 or 7 minutes coming out from them.
Yeah, I feel like maybe after seeing that, was there even a chance for Mouse to properly come back into this game? Slacks.
Absolutely not. I mean, once you're standing in front of that double damage, 4 of you are running towards it, and KJ just one-shots it, that's a GG no-re. I mean, if Ame was still in this tournament, he would have quit immediately after seeing that, and I can't blame the guy. You know, sometimes in Pro Dota, this is a real thing. You just gotta say, you know what, guys?
It's over.
It's
just
over.
Start
you know
a new
what?
one.
On to the next, and I do believe, no joke, that we will get a next. I don't think there's going to be a shutout. I believe in Mouse. I'm a Mouse believer. And yeah, you sucked. Let's just get through that one. Yeah, game 1 was no good, but you come back for game 2 with something spicy.
Slacks, what about the bear? I think this is also a bit of a statement saying like, my bear is stronger than your bear.
In nature, bears eat each other all the time.
I don't think they do.
100%. Polar bears are the only creatures that will hunt humans on purpose.
That is correct.
It has nothing to do with bears eating bears.
And if you put a polar bear next to a black bear, it will eat the shit out of it. And it will enjoy it.
But they don't normally. That's different.
We don't have to get into semantics about the bears. He's not even a bear. He's a man who transforms into a bear, so we're not even going to talk about the biome issue.
He has a pet bear.
Okay, he'll eat the pet too. You think a polar bear cares? Anyway, what I'm saying is, obviously, we're not going to be seeing the Lone Druid again. That would be psychotic, and that's the reason we're on this tangent. They are going to pick something cool, and it's not going to be Sniper, because that was from psychotic to schizo. We don't want to see Sniper again, obviously, against a Huskar, but I have faith in Mr. Faith, immortal faith, that he's going to be back there just getting those guys ready to go.
Is the Huskar, was this the main problem, Lacoste? Do you agree?
I don't even know what he said when he started talking about polar bears, black bears being on Antarctica or something. Like stop listening.
How easy is it to shake off this loss and think, We know Huskar is strong. We want Huskar as well. We gave away Huskar. Trade wasn't good. Just ban Huskar, go Nyx.
Maybe. I think maybe the combination of the heroes, it felt like they needed to counter like 3 different heroes in the like 3 different lanes, and they ended up with a bit of a like 2K draft even for Mouse to pull off.
This guy's good. That was smart. That was good. Wrong, though. Very wrong. Absolutely. You know, they don't have problems. This is when you get in your enemy's head. Game 1, elimination series, you know, you pick some silly stuff. They're coming back, man. It's not one guy's fault, all right? This is a strategy. I'm telling you, this is it. They're so confident. You win that game at your LGD, these guys have no idea what's going on. You'll see, Shiver.
We might see. I
hope so.
also think LGD, with this win, has gained a lot of confidence. One of the things during group stages that we were worried about was that, for example, Tai Lung wasn't going to be able to step up on the main stage and suffer from these confidence issues. And then we saw him in the 1v1. And we realized, you know, that confidence issue solved. He proved himself. So he is doing fine. The team's doing fine. Of course, from that game, if I was to point out one MVP, it would be Whisper, not dying a single time, having a great Darkseer game. And speaking of Whisper, he is also the one that even before the series got the chance to talk to Purge.
Hello, I'm here with Whisper from LGD. First question, just curious how your tournament performance is feeling so far from your perspective.
¿Cómo sienten que les ha ido en el torneo desde tu perspectiva?
Creo que muy bien, creo que hemos tenido muchas recaídas contra varios equipos, creo que nos golpeó un poco fuerte el juego contra OneWin, perder el BO2 y no recuperamos muy bien para Yandex, pero vamos a intentar dar lo mejor de nosotros por el resto del torneo, ¿no?
I think we've been doing really good, but we really took a heavy blow in our game against OneWin, and we tried to recuperate a little bit with our game against Yandex, and for now we're only trying to do the best we can for the rest of the tournament.
Makes a lot of sense. You've had a lot of hero variety so far. You've played Snapfire, Enigma, Pudge, Batrider, like a lot of different heroes. I was curious why your variety is so wide right now. Are you just experimenting with different heroes, or are you just trying to create like different draft situations every game?
Has estado jugando con muchos héroes diferentes, Snapfire, Pudge, Enigma, etc. Quiero preguntar si es que es porque estás probando diferentes builds, estás tratando de tener diferentes situaciones para el draft, o a qué se debe la gran variedad de tu hero pool.
Creo que desde siempre he jugado como intentado jugar bastantes héroes diferentes. Creo que Kotal Offlane, diferentes héroes también así que no son usuales de ver, creo, en el rol. Pero no es porque quiera cambiar algo en el draft o alguna cosa, simplemente como que me gustan mucho los héroes y como juego muchos rankings y demás, pruebo muchas cosas, ¿no? Y a veces funcionan, a veces no. A veces algunas cosas que funcionan en ranking tal vez no funcionan en torneos, pero no pierdes como mucho intentando, ¿no? Creo que es una de las razones. O sea, simplemente jugar los héroes que yo sé que puedo hacer todo el juego, ¿no? No jugar un héroe que no conozco muy bien y estar ahí como fedeando, ¿no?
I think I've always played different heroes. For example, I've played Keeper of the Light and the Offlane, and I do play a lot of pops. So sometimes I grab something I do in pops and try to do it in professional matches. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works. But I always try. It's not that I'm trying to do various situations for different drafts. I'm just trying to play the heroes I know I'm comfortable with. I prefer that over playing heroes that maybe I don't really play that well, or I'm not really comfortable with, and then I'm defeating. So I just play this variety of heroes because I feel comfortable with them, and that's how I've always been playing.
I guess if that's where you feel strong, that makes sense. You guys had an off day yesterday. What was your prep like against Mouse? Did you just watch replays, do normal stuff, play some scrims?
Ayer tuvieron un día libre. ¿Cuál fue su forma de prepararse para jugar ahora en contra de Mouse? ¿Vieron replays, jugaron scrims? ¿Qué hicieron?
Pucha, jugamos, no recuerdo la verdad, no tengo ni idea. Creo que jugamos un scrim, no me acuerdo muy bien, creo que fue un muy mal scrim, creo que nos fue muy mal. Pero más que todo como que creo que una cosa que nos detiene mucho es mentalidad. Creo que tenemos muchos problemas a veces con actitud de uno del equipo y eso va pasando al otro. Es como una bola de nieve, ¿no? Entonces creo que ese era el mayor problema que teníamos, no tanto de scrim o jugar, o sea, no tanto macro, no tanto gameplay, más que todo mentalidad, y creo que ayer fixiamos un poco de eso. Creo que nos concentramos más ayer en arreglar los problemas internos del equipo más que probar otras cosas.
To be honest, I don't remember what we did. I think we played one scrim and we did really badly. But we don't really have a gameplay issue. We have like personalities issues. There are big personalities clashing, and then there's a problem with one player, and that player goes to another player, and it turns into a snowball. So yesterday we focused more on fixing the internal conflicts and issues with the players themselves rather than in the game.
It's very, very important to solve that, so it makes sense why you'd focus on it. Okay, well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your match.
Thank you.
We're ready for game number 2 of LGD versus Mouse here on the main stage for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. And I think Whisper was very open in that interview about a personality issue, and that was their main issue during the group stage, where, they came third in the group of death. So they did well. Not as well as they would want to do, but Lacoste, that's big news. That's slightly worrying, because I don't think that was on our bingo card for this team.
No, definitely not. It looked like, the team's doing well, the vibes are good and everything with the newest addition to the team, but apparently not. Like, sometimes things aren't as they seem. Like, for example, I think Slacks is a good example. You would say that this guy is, very normal, good human being, but then you get to know him, and then you realize he's even better. But, yeah.
Thank you so much. I really love being gaslit on this panel, but yeah, that was actually insane. A player just saying we have internal issues, personality issues. That's what the ex-wife said to me. There's no fixing that before she walked down. That's what she said. So I can't believe they just said that. That's really cool.
And trying to fix that in a day as well.
In a day?
Just yesterday.
A personality issue?
How are you going to do that?
Electric stimulation.
I think that's a therapy, yeah.
Yeah, right to the frontal lobe. Put those things on and zip-it-zap. Here we go, my friends. Hoodwink gonna be picked up first.
You know what good way of fixing that is?
What's that?
Winning. Because every team does well when they're winning.
It's easy, Shiver. It's easy when you win. If you're losing, this is when the problems start to arise. Everything's good when things are going good. And let's see some of the openings. LGD opening up with Hoodwink.
Yep.
Love that hero. Why? I think this is the highest winning support. We saw it being one of the most contested ones as well. It feels really good, super strong laner, and this is the type of a strat that I think for Mouse, opening up with Keeper of the Light, this is something that Yamich plays extremely well, and it also complements the hero pool from the mid lane, from mid one. What he likes to play as well, to have a hero that's gonna go in with him and making sure to lower the cooldown. We're talking about pretty much all of the 3 spirits, Puck as well, and also having in mind, this is a hero that potentially it can be played from the mid lane. This is something that mid one did before as well. They did lose that game against Nemesis, but it is what it is. The ideas are definitely up there. So I want to see something maybe more stable coming out from them, considering that they did lose 6 out of their last 7 games.
Gracious me. Hey, you guys want to know a cheat code? Something that y'all haven't been picking up on the panel?
Okay.
I've been watching a lot of panels here, been looking at a lot of data, and let me tell you, the item of the game, the meta right now, you guys haven't figured it out? Let me tell you. Heart of Tarask, baby. Heart of Tarask. That's all that matters.
If you're a Centaur, yes.
No, if you're any hero right now. Shiver, this is the first tournament since 2014 that 2 hearts have been purchased in 2 different games. Did you know Naga Siren's win rate went up 5% this week? Why? Heart first, then Bloodstone. This item, there's something about it. PL's win rate is going up too. If someone on your team can buy a heart, they're probably going to win. It's broke.
2014 is also the first time these 2 organizations faced each other.
I made up my fact. Is that one real?
The last time Mouse versus LGD was a matchup, obviously with different iterations. Yeah. 2014.
That's crazy. It's all coming back. Time is a flat
Full circle.
All right, Monkey King. That is not a heart purchaser, so they've lost, but good try.
It is a Crystallis hero that he's very comfortable on.
That is very true. However, Shiver, we gotta do crazy stuff.
But he's in the trees and Hoodwink's in the trees and he can scout the Hoodwinks. Nice.
All right. Yep. That lore checks out. What do you think about Monkey, Lacoste?
I think this is a hero that is not really meta by any means. It's a hero that can, like in the right hands, be like a menace to deal with. It gives them quite a lot of speed, gives you quite a lot of momentum. Very good against most of these tanky offlaners as well that don't want to be laning, but this is a very good response. I like Largo a lot. I think this time around, LGD, they're not a type of a team that I think would be flexing Largo. I think you need to have a flex, but after seeing Monkey King, you can trade against him really well in the lane. You have the lick to remove his extra bit of a damage, remove his Jingu, keep him inside of the Frog Stomp with the Hoodwink, so not going to be an easy lane for him by any means.
Now, a very smart pro player once said to me, the weakest hero in the game at laning is Largo. This was last patch. Do you think that this still applies? You think Largo is weak in laning? Or
oh, absolutely not. Like, I don't know if that guy who told you that saw some of the games as well where mid Largo almost like beat Lina. Which is one of the lane dominators, so probably wrong. Maybe delete that guy from the friend list.
That was CCNC, so guy has no idea what he's talking about. What can you do? Oh no, is that Lone Druid on the other side?
I think you got
here?
scammed. You got one of those fake ones that add you on Steam that you already have him, so you probably accepted the fake.
Did he recently ask you to join his tournament?
He did. I can't log back into Steam, but
did you check your items? Are they still there?
Oh no! Oh my God!
We got a Lone Druid that is kind of worrying though. For Mouse, I feel like this time around it feels more thought through compared to the first pick last game from Mouse.
That's interesting. I mean, the Lone Druid we have talked about several times on the panel about how not effective it is as a first pick, but this is a very different setup. However, does Lone Druid have a good time against Monkey Coddle?
I think there's a chance. I don't know how crazy they want to be if they have this flex available. It's not happening, but this is something that people did once Lone Druid was like straight up becoming meta. This is something that ATF did run from the offlane because they wanted to find a way how to deal with this hero, and because he is a hero right now, his Spirit Bear, you can lifesteal off of him, like you can get the Jingu stacks. So they tried it. I believe they lost that game, but in this one they're gonna keep keep that monkey in the hands of Crystallis, of course, and the Centaur is gonna be another pickup, which is gonna give them save, gonna give them extra bit of a, top of that, you have an extra save once you get the Aghanim Scepter, and you were right. The heart build.
Guys, I'm not... Did you know that Heart of Tarask is one of the only items in Dota 2 that does not share the cooldown if you're attacked?
Yep.
Did you talk about that, Shiver?
A little bit, yeah.
Talk about it again.
It's the only item that the effect works twice if you have 2 items.
You heard it from the Queen, ladies and gentlemen. That is a Heart hero right there, and they are looking good. Grimstroke? Holy bananas. What the heck does that guy do here? You can't make a copy out of Lone Druid that's good with the ink.
But at least you can link a bear with something, might be slightly annoying.
And, I mean, they don't have too many good spells to throw into the mix.
I have another reason.
Solar Bind is okay-ish, but a double edge, quadruple edge.
And Vampiric Embrace, very good against Largo, because generally his attack speed is slow, so if you want to kill the wife of Grimstroke hugging you, then it's going to take a little while.
Thank you so much for that, Lord.
So I don't think they're going to be running Grimstroke plus Keeper of the Light support duo. It just doesn't feel like that's the thing.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of leaning towards the idea that they're going to be playing this Keeper of the Light potentially from the mid lane, but I don't like it as much considering that there is also Largo available who can lick it off. So picking up Puck here, knowing that, I mean, they have a little bit of a flex if they still want to be running Monkey from the mid lane, which has been good in the past. This matchup definitely more favor, like how the time went by. I feel like Monkey lost that little bit of edge that he did have.
25% win rate on Puck.
Yeah, terrible win rate.
Well, guys, come on. That's the I'm pretending that I'm Nisha. I mean, just because one guy makes a hero look good, everybody thinks he can play it. Not so much these days. You know what? I did want to bring up one thing. Did you notice not a single spirit has been picked or banned here? I think that's extremely fascinating. A lot of the spirit heroes are very good right now, and we're just glossing over that. But yeah, I'm a little worried about Mouse's draft. I'm not going to lie to you. This Centaur has a lot on his shoulders, you know? He's your initiation. He's your tank. He's doing a lot of stuff. Any one of these other heroes is super, super bad if they get run at and caught out. So he's got to save people. He's got to tank. He's going to be in the front. That's a lot of work.
I might need to buy 3 hearts.
Oh, that will do it, Shiver. That will end the game instantly. New way to win.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to overwork him, especially if he gets agged. He's going to be the workhorse.
Thank you very much. That's what we like to call an alley-oop there. My boy got ball knowledge as we are going to our last ban. What are we missing here, fam?
I feel like we're missing on the side of LGD one of the supports. It depends, though. They could play Largo as support if they really wanted to.
Sure.
So we'll see where they go with that one. We did see a support Largo earlier on. On the side of Mouse, we are looking for either a support or a hero for mid one in the mid lane.
Ah, you're really thinking about that flex Keeper of the Light mid. That would be dank. I don't believe that's going to happen, but it would be pretty crazy. All right. Let's be see here. Now, I do have to say, I personally get tilted when I see a Grimstroke and there's not a lot of single target abilities. We have one at the moment.
Yeah.
And that one is double-edged, so that's not good.
Vampiric Embrace, you can do that too.
Oh, that's true? Nope. But I don't count that one, you know, because it's the same guy. I will say, though, Centaur, another reason that he's so strong, recently in the qualifiers, the damage amount total ever was broken by a Centaur recently, and still lost that game. Ouch. So, yeah, what can you do? Anyway.
Tank too much damage. I could be okay with some like casual Enchantress, maybe even Grimstroke for LGD because of the...
That Grimstroke is already
not Grim, sorry, I'm thinking about the Ringmaster. Sorry, Shiver.
Sorry, which hero did you say?
A Ringmaster or Enchantress. Yeah, then I could find quite a lot of value from both of these heroes because of the, of course, the spell mechanic, and I feel like Enchantress, she has abysmal win rate as well, but this hero, I feel like in the right hands could work out really well. This is the old school classic counter to Centaur. It's very good against Monkey King as well because of the, you know, just having that extra bit of a catch. You catch him with any kind of vision, with the glimpse, is going to get him killed.
Yeah, it is actually one of the traditional counters versus Monkey King. You can Q him and then see where he jumps to. The glimpse is so far. And then also you can get some vision with that trap. So very, very smart pick there. I'm really liking LGD's draft. But they can still solve it. There is room, there is time to get somebody here on Mouse, but it better be a good one.
Yeah, they got still 40 seconds to think about it, so no stress for them, but the options might be limited. What does well against Puck? Is Keeper of the Light good enough against Puck?
It's out of the equation immediately as they saw that Puck. They removed Tiny, which... good amount of teams ran from the mid lane where you pick up a Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter, BKB, Casual Crystallis, or you can go for the Echo Saber back. But Night Stalker is one hero that Mouse did run one time, and it did feel really good against Puck in the mid lane. This is something that people started, this was a bit of a new trend, maybe like a month or 2 months ago. And Pangolier, not sure if I like it too much. Like, if he's the one getting initiated on, he's gonna suffer quite a lot. It's very annoying for him to play against Disruptor, to play against Puck. The Lick is also very, very annoying for him. Good thing is they have no BKB piercing ability, so once he gets the roll out, I don't think they can stop him. And this is not in a traditional sense, like a range carry, even though we are in the range carry meta, something that he's going to be afraid of, something that can gun him down once he's rolling. So overall, doesn't seem too bad. I think they had got a lot of issues in that first game, but fixed good amount of stuff in the second game.
Doesn't have a single target extra though, so I see you're still frowning for the combo with the Grimstroke.
Yeah, what are we doing here, guys? I mean, he ain't got no... We got double edge. Good luck. No, I mean, there's a lot of comfort heroes coming out from Mouse. I mean, these are guys that they have played so many times. They are so happy on these heroes, but I do worry, who do you jump on LGD if you're Mouse and you're like, oh, yeah, this is a good idea. I mean, one wrong step, you're getting Disruptor ulted. It takes a long time to kill that bear. Largo's tough. Hoodwink's elusive. It's tough. I mean, I don't think they have the kind of lockdown really needed to do much about this.
Yeah, they gotta do well in the laning stage and not let go of a lead they might be able to get from there. Interesting to note as well is that the Grimstroke will be position 4.
Yeah, this is something that Yamich plays.
Yeah.
Keeper of the Light plus Monk. I mean, they could still swap things around because I don't think this lane has any synergy whatsoever. Monkey doesn't really need mana in the lane, so I assume it's going to be Coddle played with the Centaur in the lane and have Grimstroke. But then again, like, you're also losing some of the value. Plus, maybe they're thinking we are going to be running this as a 4 because it's very annoying for him to play into Largo, and I think that this is going to be the lane that I'm going to be looking at the most. This Largo plus Hoodwink, how much they're going to be able to achieve against this Monkey King that we don't see too often.
Well, right now, LGD is 1 game up in this best of 3 with elimination on the line against Mouse. So Mouse has to really pull out all the stops to make sure that they can stay alive in this EWC. Let's see if they can with Soundsfan and Kezin.
Welcome, indeed. Yeah, an elimination match potentially for Mouse if they lose this one. If they do force a game 3, then one of these two will be eliminating game 3 instead. That's how the best of 3 works.
That's
in
crazy.
case you're wondering. Yeah. LGD versus Mouse. Another set of interesting heroes. The draft totally different. We're seeing the Lone Druid on the opposite team taking in the separate phase of the draft. It wasn't a first pick. Do you think? And we've seen Yuma do really well on this hero, but the hero itself has looked kind of meh. But again, that's from first picking it. Do you think this is a better position for LGD?
This is definitely better than the last game. I do also think that Mouse found a couple of good answers. I mean, first of all, they have Crystallis Monkey King. Like, I would consider Monkey King to be quite good against Lone Druid. You can get some easy stacks against the Bear later. You have good team fighting. Also, I would say Centaur and Pango, quite good overall. And Mouse backs against the wall. Crystallis Monkey King. This guy has like 2,300 games on Monkey King. If you want him to perform, this is the hero you're going to give him.
Bushwhack's going to miss, as Crystallis will have to run away in tree form, getting chased by a frog. That's the state of Dota right now.
Very nice.
So let's talk about a few of these heroes. So Disruptor was the big kind of question, maybe not question, it was a very big surprise, though. We're not really seeing this hero at all as KJ picks it up.
Yeah.
Panel kind of talked about how it's really good against Monkey King. What do you think about this hero right now?
I think it's not easy to make work. He is, of course, very unique and very special, right? The glimpse, I would say, overall, it's quite valuable in this game. If you ever find the Monkey King, it's also good against Caudle. It's a hero that generally wants to play on the outskirts, run away from you, and most importantly, against the Centaur, you know, against the Stampede, Kinetic Field, glimpse him back. It's very nice for the lockdown. But when it comes to the damage output for LGD, not the biggest. Definitely need Largo to have some levels, and then later maybe look at the Hoodwink Shard. So we'll have to see how the lanes go.
Hopefully at some point this game we can get a zoom in on the Centaur set. Obviously not right now because there's action, but just put it on the highest priority list for production.
Not right now, but the highest priority.
Yep, highest priority outside of actual kills on creeps here in the lane. You see, we don't want to miss first blood. There's going to be a lot of angry people, but very important to see this. Centaur set, of course.
Of course, one of the best ones, but there is something missing. Apparently, you still love it.
Of course, it looks even better without the head.
I am liking this early lane swap, though, as
first glimpse of the game onto Panto with Blood Grenades. They got to pop that Fairy Fire. They're going to try to turn it around to KJ instead. The Blood Grenade applied. Looks like he'll be okay, but the root now applied to Boom, getting forced out in that half donkey costume that he has on right now.
Okay, lots of trading here in the early game, but definitely a big win for LGD, especially in these early plays. It's very heads up if you can have a healing salve available already, which they did. Yamich is in trouble.
Frog stomp into the lick as Yamich looks to be taken out by Whisper for first blood. So it ends up happening in the bot lane instead. Again, let's go through the list here as we start out this early game. How good is the Frog this game? Because I'm looking at the dispels. The main one that I see, I guess Phantom's Embrace and Shield Crash are the two big ones?
Like the big ones is definitely, I would say it's Inkswell and Jingo Mastery for starters. Shield Crash is pretty nice.
Well, Jingo you take off of allies, right?
No, you take off the buff of Monkey once he's got the 4 hits off.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, because Jingo is undispellable. There's nothing that gets rid of it. With the stacks that you apply.
I see, so the stacks are the ones that are undispellable.
Exactly. Once Monkey has the buff, that's the stuff you're gonna lick off, which you feel quite happy about that one. Also Solar Bind later as a Glimpsy Glomsy happening.
I'm saving him there a bit. And we've seen some great combos with Caudle this tournament. This does not rank very high for me.
Yeah, it's
not bad.
It's decent. Pango, Caudle, we know it, but yeah, it's no Ember. It's
the Pango, sure. I'm talking about this lane specifically, though.
Oh, this lane? I mean, yeah, it's not that great. I was gonna say earlier, I like the swap up. I think Monkey King wants to play with a more aggressive hero with the Grimstroke, and Caudle is, I think, able to nullify this lane and the pressure quite a bit with the Blinding Light. But yeah, not the most pressure up here. The only thing is, now that you put Grim and Monkey into the safe lane, Whisper has 2 heroes that he can dispel later, right? The Inkswell and the Jingle Mastery.
Yep, very true.
But maybe you can try to make him like choose between one or the 2. One of the bad news, though, I don't know how LGD got off a double camp on the easy camp here, so that's definitely hurting Mouse a little bit, that they've been pulling this easy camp over and over.
Yeah, and we can talk briefly about the Grimstroke as well and how well that fits into the game. We see, I mean, for me, the biggest picks is it always comes down to the Inkswell targets, which you have Pango, you have Centaur to some degree, and obviously Monkey King melee, although it is long-range melee. So how does this hero feel to you? Because obviously Slacks, this is kind of my mentality back in the day. Well, there's no soulbind targets.
No,
it doesn't really matter. It feels like the
kind of like I would say it's like the black hole of Enigma. It's a bonus. The hero's all about the other stuff. If you get a nice soulbind off, it's juicy, it's nice, we like it, exactly. But it's you're not really playing for it. Just Silence, super good against Largo. You know, Brother can't really keep playing his stupid song. You have to kill the Phantom's Embrace. You have good Inkswell targets. Level 15 talent is very good with the bonus spell damage that you're going to be pumping out. And the Dark Portrait against the Barrio.
I have yet to see this, and I do not believe you.
Why do you not believe me?
I just don't believe you that it works.
Yeah, just like last game, how you didn't believe me that Darkseid can get an illusion off the bear. He can.
I didn't see it.
And Monkey King can get Jingle Stacks off the bear. Open your goddamn eyes.
Well, that one I agree with. Yeah, I just know that it's a case-by-case basis. Now, how good is that? Is a real
hold that
question.
thought.
Chrysalis will be able to stay alive a little bit longer. Gets off the Boundless Strike, trying to kill off KJ before he untimely died. The Jingle is actually up, so he's getting some good HP back, but the Bushwhack comes out from Theolacor to finish the job, and now Whisper, Frog, trying to chase down Panto, looking for a Frog Stomp. Panto wanted to run back in, but realizes that he might die if he does that, so chooses not to do that in the end. Illuminate coming out. It's Whisper. This is so much action. Pops the Fairy Fire as Yamich gets killed under the tower. Double kill for Whisper. All the experience goes to Panto in the end.
Honestly, big plays, because Panto TP'd in with a Lotus. Without that initial heal burst onto Crystallis, I think he would have died quite early on. And I'm loving some of these early skirmishes. Also, when you get to play Largo with a Face Boost Rush, you get to keep wonking people in the head with it. I'm a big fan.
That leaves Boom at the top for a little solo XP. He got some nice XP last game as well after getting it off to a pretty rough start as Crystallis even coming out, showing himself to the bear.
Jingle Stacks.
Yep, the Jingle Stacks are there. This is proof as is he actually just going to die here? He gets glimpsed up and just taken out. What? What just happened? Not on the same page as Mouse, and now you can see the surround tactics onto Boom. He's definitely next on the list. Good blocks from KJ on the Disruptor. Popping the Fairy Fire as well for Boom, but he still dies anyway.
Yeah, that was
mid
weird.
lane, we see the Stroke of Fate on Tai Long, gets the Illusory Orb off. Waning Rift to the high ground.
Will be an active rune.
Yeah, he's just going to get Swashbuckle from the side, though, so no way to dodge that anymore, using all those spells to just get away.
Panto's angry, I'm all for it. He goes bottom, turns around to stuff, comes to the top rune, gets the kill onto Tai Long as well, because they really need that, because I don't know what happened in top lane. That was a little bit of a cringe play going on, which, honestly, it happens. But you don't want to be pulling this out in an elimination.
I don't think I've ever heard a catch. That was a pretty cringe play. It
happened, dude.
That's really good. A Bushwhack now onto Boom. Under the tier 1. Hoof Stomp only onto the bear, and he gets glimpsed back. We're seeing the power of KJ on this Disruptor.
Kill the bear.
So Centaur dead to rights as, yeah, Yuma, his bear will tumble to Pantos. That's a lot of gold going in the pocket of him. As bot lane, going onto the Frog. Pretty tanky target. The Bushwhack comes out. The Jingu Stacks are online as well. Whisper not going to be able to get any TPs to help out, but he's pretty fast. Gets off the lick and kills off Yamich. Getting the Urn Charge, but no. He does fall in the end, but it's going to be the cost of Monkey King. It's, again, he's going to... Beautiful dodge from Tai Long. They kill off poor Monkey King for a third time, I believe, is Tai Long. He's going to get taken out by Mid-1. In the meantime, double kill for the Pango. Just non-stop action here. As now mid-1 outnumbered. KJ out of mana, gets the shield crash off, getting a nice barrier. Swashbuckle. What the hell was that?
Disruptor in
and he's going to get away.
Oh, God. I love myself.
This is an incredible start to game number 2.
I love myself some Dota 2.
None of that was not cringe.
No, this was amazing. Well, it depends who you are. You're a fan of a good Monkey King performance, and this maybe isn't your forte right now. But Whisper kind of owning, you know, the Jew King back and forth, got the Urn Charges, the Phase Boots. Yeah, Crystal says he needs to recover, because he's low on the CS, he's low on the levels. But we will watch Mid-1's fancy footwork here.
Needed one more hit to get the Jingu Stacks, but...
Oh, he barely got the last hit there.
Man, oh man. Third death for Crystallis in this game already. How good of a comeback hero is Monkey King generally? That looks like a bug.
No, I love Disruptor in it.
That's
It's so funny. Yeah, Whisper. He's got to shake it off because he was doing some good stuff in his bottom lane. And okay, Monkey King. It's like most of Crystallis' hero, they want to play from ahead. They're designed to play from ahead. You know, Monkey King, Razor, he plays Bloodseeker. Honestly, he plays all the dirty heroes. But the good thing for him is that even though he's died a couple of times, his net worth is pretty good. He's getting some recovery on the levels. I do like it more when he plays the aggressive Monkey King. You know, the Desolator, the Mage Slayer. We saw him the other day, didn't work out. He also bought Battle Fury once against Spirit, didn't work out. Good dodge on the Bushwhack.
They're hunting. If they get a single Thunder Strike on him, then he just dies pretty much. Because you just open yourself up to Glimpse until he gets a BKB eventually. Yuma being pursued by mid one on a killing streak right now. Going to force out the ult, but the silence comes out. Doesn't matter. Transformation happens anyway. Also doesn't matter for Yuma getting off that ult because he dies to the 3 members of Mouse.
Very, very nice move here by the Mouse side. I like that they're using the 2 supports to play through the other 2 cores, you know, allow Crystallis to recover.
Yeah, what did he use ult on?
He must have needed it to like stay alive. You know.
Oh, he gets bushwhacked in the tree line. Now they get the vision. Frog Stomp to follow. That's a dead Monkey King. So Crystallis gets glimpsed up. Is that possible to dodge still with Mischief?
No.
The glimpse?
No.
It used to be at some point.
I think there's a chance that you can maybe dodge the incoming damage, but not where you're gonna get glimpse. It doesn't matter what you do. You can have 10 million Monkey King games or 1. Doesn't matter how well you time it. But there was a nice pickoff. They must have seen him jump in between the trees. As LGD, they've got the whole family in the mid lane, so 10-minute rune should belong to them.
Yeah, they smoke up. Inkswell onto mid one. And a dodge that is Tai Lung. He's going to get silenced up, though. As mid with a nice swashbuckle to try to finish the job here. Bushwhack just in time, but Tai Lung still taken out by the shield crash. Now we see the first soulbind of the game onto 2. The Bear and Lone Druid himself. That is going to be the death of Yuma. So nice job from Mouse. Despite the numbers being there initially for LGD, it's not over yet. A big swashbuckle, double kill for mid one. Crystallis doing some nice blocks onto Whisper. As nice boom, Inkswell. The creep is there. Going to get the Inkswell stun in addition as Whisper takes a tumble. So Panto and company, they get 4.
Mouse are back, and I'm all for it. They're playing really, really nice sidestep there by Yamage. Second nice sidestep I've seen today on the Sharpshooter. It looks like they're not done yet.
Oh yeah, it's a big boundless strike with the Jinko stacks already up. But they get the coil onto 2. He's actually stunned off the tree, going for the Wukong's command, but again Crystallis falls. As this game is a complete shit show in the best way possible. 3 dead for Mouse now, and it's probably going to be 4 in the form of Panto. Trying to get this kill onto Theolacor, something to take home, but it is not to be. So double kill for Tai Lung. It's feed for LGD. Immediate respawn into TP into feed for Mouse.
I was just about to praise him and be like, Slackful's right. You know, game 1, they're kind of trolling on purpose, give the enemy team like some confidence, and then later sharded up. I don't know what happened here. It looks so. I don't really mind this aggression, but the thing is that earlier Tai Lung, he didn't get to use his coil at all. So on this respawn, Theolacor also living, he gets to evade the last hit from Panto. I still think Mouse are doing a very good job. Like, obviously this play right now, not good, not at all. But you have the Fusel Blade, you've got some other stuff. They're still strong. I don't know why you're laughing. They're doing well, okay?
I mean, I love games like this. This is so entertaining. Mid one. Oh, is it going to be the turnaround now onto Tai Lung? It is. Which means Crystallis is about to feed somehow here as well. Theolacor will be the one to fall. So 2 dead for LGD as you can see Panto dying on the other side apparently. Boundless Strike finding KJ in the tree line, so it's LGD's turn to feed away. 3 kills. Whisper. Stun, not going to be there in time. He goes through the gate. He's going to be pursued though. Indeed, Swashbuckle and Inkswell, that should do the job. So that's 4 dead now for LGD.
Yeah, who's laughing now? You were laughing, we go straight into
Give it 30 seconds. Give it 30 seconds. All right, coils back up.
Okay, at 30-minute mark, we better have some dead heroes on Mouse, otherwise you're a dumbass. Because no, they're doing good. They're using mid one, I think especially, is really leading the charge. And I like the switch up a lot. You know, from game 1 to game 2, I just think that these type of heroes fit him a lot better. You can see it. He's 7, 1, and 5. He keeps playing around with the 2 supports. Early defusal.
Going for the bear. Yuma farming nearby. Will have to move his real hero soon enough. Won't be able to kill it though. Didn't want to overextend. They have a little bit of a... Well, you can understand based on
what happened.
What happened, 2 minutes ago?
Well, 30 seconds, timer is over. Mouse are all alive.
Sorry about that. give or take a minute here, depending on time zone.
You're going to keep upping the 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Crystallis, keep going back. That's good. I'm not invested in this game.
Still working on that Battle Fury. I mean, that's the thing. He's trying to join all these fights. Obviously dying quite a bit. Is Battle Fury the right item if you're going to be doing this? Is he actually going to settle down and farm?
I think so. I would have definitely liked it. I think when you play with this draft, like you have Pango, you have Monkey King, you have a lot of minus armor you can play with. It's also very good against Lone Druid. Lone Druid doesn't have a lot of armor until way later in the game. Same with all of the Dire heroes. But we will see what he can get going. Maybe he gets the type of space.
Ilong's going to show himself, but here's the counter action. They get their Static Storm onto 2. Mid one dead. Looks like the Grimstroke is next, still inside the coil. That's not 4. Might be 3, though, with that glimpse coming out on the Pantho. Now it just needs to be Krista.
It took 1.5 minutes, not 30, so that's about 3 times as long.
That means Mouse are improving.
Yeah, but LGD, right place, right time, 2-man coil into the 2-man Static Storm. Definitely can't really afford all those heroes to be in that. Like, mid one needs to be alive, or if he gets gone on, you need Panther to kind of squeeze out some heals with the Illuminate or like a fully charged Holy Rocket. And yeah, Whisper, after having a super gamer performance in game 1, now going for the Vessel into the Radiance. So he wants to, make it happen himself, be a big boy.
Radiance, really? Okay.
I've seen it a few times in like the mid Largo. Let's see if he swaps it around. As for now, he took it away and he wants to go BK.
Oh, boo. And watch this replay. It was a good bait from Tai Long. He set the trap and Mouse fell for it.
And that's also like the combo of Puck and Disruptor together. Like, even if you use the Stampede there, they're not able to run away. They're going to be coiled. They get kinetic fielded. Even if they do, you can get glimpse back. I mean, you can definitely tell that they're feeling the pressure. It is somewhat of an even game, but Yuma hasn't really done much in this game yet, as he is a Lone Druid. So he'll be a factor later.
Tai Long with the Witchblade, about 300 away from a blink now, so wants to get ultra aggressive. Mid one, his counterpart in mid, is going for the Agnum Scepter, still 1,500 away for that. Obviously has the Diffusal already. Yeah. Is this a game where we see a Disperser? Is there any reason to go for that?
It's quite good, but more so later on. Let's see if they can chase down Tai Long here.
Abby gets Boundless struck. Nice Static Storm. The Kinetic Field only holds 1 in as Crystallis with the Wukong's command. As Tai Long does get off the Illusory Orb in time, so should be fine here. KJ not so much. Just the one sacrifice for LGD, not too shabby from their perspective.
Still good, but I feel like maybe if you can time the Inkswell there before he gets to kill the Silence, a potential kill on Tai Long there, who looks like he will get himself the hands on the active rune. Still looking at mid one myself. I think he's having a quite good performance. 900 gold away from the Agnum Scepter. The only thing is that it's not that easy for them to make plays. You're not going Blink Dagger early on Centaur, which has been somewhat normal.
There's the coil onto 2.
Good heal.
Nearby as well with a good bushwhack onto the Pango. Sharpshooter misses though. Good sidestep from mid one. That's going to save his life. He's going to try to turn around the Tai Long instead. Very low on mana. He's actually going to go for the roll. Phase Shift will initially dodge it, gets the blink away.
Okay, so no roll for a bit. At least they do survive as Panto. He can, of course, dish out a lot of heals, right? With both the Illuminate and the Holy Locket to try and keep mid one alive.
This is a 17-minute Battle Fury for Crystallis. Has not really been participating in the fights after all of these deaths, which I guess is a good news considering.
Well, at this point, when you have Fury, you definitely need to farm. The only problem is that I'm never a big fan of Fury into BKB, because it means you're going a farming item into like a semi-fighting item, but at that point, you're still not strong enough, so you need to wait for like your 3rd item and your 4th item. I definitely would prefer this like Desolator into BKB route and, play with your team and also adjust and have the same impact at the same time as mid one. Like when he gets this Agnum Scepter on the Pango, he's incredibly powerful.
Yeah. And they get a hard on to Boom as well. Of course, this is the item of the tournament according to Mr. Sir Action Slack.
Who only speaks the truth, of course.
That's right. Love seeing it, actually.
It's just a good item. I think especially now, I like some of the changes they've done to it. Also, probably Centaur has to be one of the best heroes that you can get it on. Perhaps want to go back to the Fury. I would assume that one of the ways to think about it is the fact that the game is going to drag on anyway. They can make moves as 3 or 4, and this way he gets to scale into the game.
Yeah. going to go for the Stampede to try to take out Theolacor. Will be an easy kill. And this is definitely a game. Now that mid one has Ags, I assume Shard is next. It's just way too good of a Shard game.
It's
Coil,
I don't mind if he would go Blink. I think like Blink into Shard or Shard into Blink, because he is the only fight starter, at least from what I understand in this game.
That's true, because you're going hard first on Centaur.
Yeah. We will see, because now Boom is of course queuing up the Blink Dagger, as Whisper's just kind of, walking face first into them. He's got the BKB.
Yeah, they find Panto in the kinetic field. We'll have to use it here shortly. They kill off the Horseman, and they're going to get Crystallis as well. So trying to farm the enemy creeps with that Battle Fury. They're going to lose 3 for it. So another questionable decision from Mouse.
Good to be this good.
It's a great play from Whisper to run in with his BKB, because he knows that they can't die, but you need to go hit some creeps. You bought Battle Fury and Monkey King. You cannot die first in these type of engagements. If you're LGD, you're incredibly happy. And I think Mouse have some of these mistakes where they do overstep a little bit in some of these fights. The good thing for them is that mid one was, he's chilling. He's not dying in this type of play, but then the problem is, why do you want to be 3 people here? Because LGD, they will happily oblige to this play and just kill all of you.
Yep, absolutely. The good news for them, I mean, maybe it's not that good news, but...
Let me hear this one.
So Crystal is bottom net worth of the course. Lone Droid's not that far ahead.
True.
It's only 1,500. But the problem with that is once he gets Ags, he's going to be getting more farm. Like, it's basically almost impossible not to.
Yeah. Not for sure. At least for now, they do have decent scaling into the Lone Druid as well. Like, we've seen the power of Pango. I would also consider Centaur to be a quite good scaler, like into Lone Druid. Later when you have Heart already, he has the Shard. You can get a lot of stacks on the Bear permanently.
Yep, KJ found, will be killed. Yuma nearby. That's exactly what you want to see from your supports, though. Tank the gank, as it were. 20-minute mark, though, so Mouse going to take this opportunity to go for the Tormentor.
Let's see, Whisper's eyeing them, and remember, it's daytime. He sees everything on this low ground.
Yeah, they're on the high ground right now.
Radiant are scanning.
This mid one's going to run right into Tai Lung. It's going to be spotted initially, gets licked up, already at half HP. They're going to use the Stampede. He's getting super low, though. The Coil has several heroes to follow, but the Wukong's command comes out. The Frog taking a lot of damage, has to attempt to run away as Whisper, barely with a trickle of HP, lives. They're already 2 dead, though, for LGD. If that Mouse, I mean, they are hurting, so I'm not even sure. Oh, look at this. Tai Lung trying to finish the job onto the Monkey King. It's a lot of damage, but not quite enough to kill him off. They can't go for Tormentor, though. They're way too low.
Yeah, if they had any more time on Panto's ult, they probably could heal up and make it happen, as Tai Lung is still playing around with them.
If Crystallis dies to a random illusory over, I swear to God.
He'll be fine. I have faith right now. They are getting healed up.
Yeah, that is
And there was a good fight, and this is why small things matter. You know, the Essence Ring on mid one with the Mystical Enchantment, they're all healing each other. That's okay. They're taking a lot of damage on this. They don't have auto heal anymore.
And they're going to try to delay this as much as possible. No Coil up. And they've done a nice job of making Mouse get off of that for now.
No, Yuma is very happy if nothing happens, as he's waiting for his Bear cooldown, which is soon going to be back up.
KJ on the outskirts looking for a good static storm target. Obviously, if they're all grouped up next to the Tormentor, it could be incredible, but it's all about timing here. And they're too far away, so this will be a Tormentor for Mouse. And Panto will receive the shard. So
that's very nice.
Double Soulbind.
Solar Bind.
Solar Bind. They have Soul Bind and Solar Bind.
And a little bit more heal on the Luminate, which is nice. Tai Lung.
Crystallis. He's ticking pretty low. KJ gets off the Static Storm. They don't want to get that the last hit, but the Illuminate comes out for the heal, so he's going to be A-OK. As the Soul Bind now onto 2. The Boundless Strike going to keep them both in place inside the Wukong's command. A good turnaround here from Mouse. Getting much needed heals for Crystallis, so they take out the 2 supports. And now they sport a 4K lead.
Yeah, Panto's having a very, very good game on this Kato. Early Glimmer, early Holy Locket. You also see like all the heals just coming out. So even though you are going on the Monkey King there, it's just kind of too much HP for you to punch through.
Oh, okay. What was this?
BKB works.
Yeah. Maybe it was forced out by mid one.
You see it here again.
Replay here.
Yeah, it's just all of the heals, also like good Soulbind. Definitely think that the support duo here of Mouse and mid one are kind of holding the game in like a very good grip for them.
Whisper is in fact going Radiance. Very cool.
Yeah, honestly, I don't mind it. I think, first of all, the evasion is quite good in this game, and just a little bit more scaling, making sure that you're also a big threat for the enemy draft is nice.
Smoke from Mouse.
They did scan it out, I believe, on the Dire side, so maybe Yuma has a read here.
And his bear scanned out now too. He has Mjolnir, Ags, and working on Shard, I do believe.
They did kill the Parasma of Tai Lung, which definitely hurts you a little bit here, especially when you're down, like you're down 3k gold. And while Caudle doesn't really catch Puck, he's very annoying when the game reaches like this 20-minute mark, right? The Glimmer, the heals.
Oh, do they have the connection? Oh, the Inkswell doesn't hit, but doesn't matter. They have enough damage either way. Boom getting the last hit. Big kill for Mouse.
Yeah, and this is the type of Mouse we want to see. You know, when this team was on point, it was mid one leading the charge with the two supports. They are kind of replicating that at the moment. Crystallis and the Bear having a bit of a 1v1.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Arcane Rune there for mid one. When it comes to the Roche play, which team has the advantage, would you say?
I would give it to Mouse just because you have minus armor. Yeah, as mid one collects himself a freebie on the King in the jungles. So definitely should be like Mouse favor. Not only do they have better heroes, they're also ahead in the game currently.
I'm gonna put it to the test right here. Looks to be free as well.
Yeah.
Now, do you put it on Crystallis? He's the lowest net worth core.
I don't think so. I think you keep giving it to mid one so he can go ham. And I would even go as far to say, are they killing it in time? That'll be fine.
Yeah, they should get it.
Throw some stuns in there. Seems like we've got an L read here by me, as they will give the gem instead to mid one.
It might be them with the L read. We'll see.
I guess we'll find out. The rationale.
So what does that mean exactly? Because he's not that farmed. He has BKB Battle Fury. He wants to farm. This Aegis provides him that space, or is he actually going to join his team to try to get some outer towers?
I mean, I would assume that it just allows him to farm more aggressively and then, to connect to his team. And they're playing with the idea that mid one is rather unkillable, you know, with the supports behind him. As long as this Aegis gets used in an aggressive manner by whoever holds it, I believe it's okay. It shouldn't make the biggest difference. As long as this Aegis is used to, like, you know, push the map forward.
All right, well, Radiance online for Whisper. And of course, not a traditional offlane item for the Froggy Man. But obviously went the BKB and Spirit Vessel first, so he is quite farmed.
No, definitely so. And there's a little bit of a damage problem for the LGD side. I would say at least for a couple more items coming out. Like, again, have to talk about Pantos Caudle, who's dishing out a lot of heals. You're also playing into a Centaur who is hard, 3,600 HP already. So I think until you get a little bit more going on your heroes, it's not too easy to kind of punch through them.
This does feel like a game where the supports, if you're from LGD's perspective, you need to take out first, if you can.
Honestly, it's like very often the case, especially in like these mid-game fights, because the supports are kind of that keep the fight going. And LGD, now that you have a couple of items on Yuma, as KJ is in the vicinity.
Oh, and spotted.
Will be going down here.
But it's another game where the offlaner's not an initiator of any kind. So you have the mid laner that's like your pseudo-initiation. You have a Blink Dagger now on KJ, I suppose.
Yeah,
whereas Mouse is just, you know, much more standard. Obviously, the Blink came out later for Boom, but he has it in addition to the Lotus. Is Tai Lung?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Not mid one's just fishing. You know, doesn't really have any vision. He knew that the puck was around with some of the orbs. Going for a BKB next. I like that one.
Chrysalis Jingu taken off. Already at half HP. It has the Spirit Vessel applied as well. Is it going to go on top of mid one? Sharpshooter's going to miss. Crystallis on the run. That's first life down already, and that's very little commitment needed from LGD. Mid one, Swashbuckle's there. Crystallis pops the BKB into the Wukong's command. That means LGD is going to run out of it, and Crystallis will as well. So we'll use it defensively.
Well, it's a good punchback from LGD, right? Kind of maintaining your map control. You push them out of it. That's a BKB charge out. Rolling Thunder is gone. Anti-Aegis as well. So Whisper kind of showing off the power of his Radiance here. Now also with the Kaya. Giving yourself some more mana regen, some more spell amp. Very happy about this item combo.
will be going for the Aghanim Scepter, which obviously a lot more standard. Although there's been games where we've been seeing Froggies not go for it.
No, I do
and
think
if they do, it's
here.
much later.
Yeah, I do think it's good here. Like, just choosing between like movement speed, healing, giving some more bonus damage to all of your heroes, I think it's quite nice because you are dealing with a little bit of a damage lag. I think on the next 1 or 2 rounds of items, you can kind of power through the Kato heals, the hard on the Centaur, and like the 2k, 3k HP that they have on the heroes.
What is the Sacred Relic for?
That's a nullifier, I think, on mid one. So he's swapping it up from the BKB to the nullifier just to... It is very aggressive, and honestly, I don't mind this mindset at all from mid one right now. I think you can tell that he's a little bit amped up. I think after this game 1, just making sure that you can power through all these dire heroes. And most importantly, also the A on this one, the stupid Puck hero.
So Eon Disc and Glimmer, is that all I'm missing? So it's basically just for the Eon Disc.
It's mostly just for that, just to make sure that you can't really keep this going all the time. It's just annoying to play against this hero as Yuma.
Okay. Coddle, goodbye. Good knowing you. Counter initiation from mid one onto the Panda, not going to happen.
Up top though.
Yeah, Crystal's going to find himself a Froggy with the Centaur nearby. Whisper pops the BKB. Nothing's going to keep him alive through all that. So very big kill for Mouse. Whisper, top net worth on his team. Not for long, though. As Yuma fast approaching.
I mean, they have a lot of damage into this Frog still. Like, if... Until later, you know, it's not that hard for them to... Look at... I mean, he's like two-shotting this guy. One roll, shield crash, some lucky shot, and one auto attack, and that's kind of all he needs.
Yeah. Interesting. He's opting to go Scotty next on Pango. That's cool. Very interesting. How does that work against Froggy? Does it not do that much anymore? I can't remember how the heal reduction works.
No, you're still like reducing it, and I think it's quite nice. But the only problem is I don't think you need it on both heroes, because I see also that Crystallis is buying it. Obviously, Pango still as might be another freebie. Theolicore. He's got a Glimmer if he intends on using it.
Yeah, sharpshooter gets him some distance. Oh, pops a huge Lotus. Jeez. Back to full mana as a gank onto Yuma's bear looks to be successful.
Okay, it's pretty nice.
Only reason I'm a little bit surprised is because I feel like Basher is just... Who's it better on than Pango? It's just almost a guaranteed bash
it's
for
like
these Swash.
Ursa and Pango who are like insane Scotty heroes, I agree with you.
Oh, we have Coil top lane. Nightfall away. Should be good to go.
Still 90 seconds on the deck where LGD can go kind of rampant on the map. They are going to wait for potentially, you know, you've got the gem now on Tai Long. You can squeeze out the map a little bit. That's an angry Centaur.
He wants the bear, but he gets feared away. So now the Stampede on cooldown for a bit.
Still a big fan of the Centaur hero overall. We've been seeing it in more and more games, and top net worth. You have nice items to build. He always looks like you're just having a good game. Of course, you can go the greedy enchantment, which is quite nice. Top net worth.
Yep,
and he's very good in this game. Like also, I believe he has a Shiva's Guard flying out. Very good against the bear. Like super, super nice. Also just easier for you to catch up to heroes.
Man,
you're very annoying.
What a timeline we live in. Centaur can be top net worth in the game.
And it's not even that difficult to get it going.
And we haven't gotten a zoom in on his cosmetics yet, which I'm sure we will soon. Very important. There we go. Get a good angle there. Yes.
Yeah. If they go to game 3, he will equip the helm. I'm quite sure.
No way.
Yeah, it's a game 3 type of thing.
Tai Long. They found him initially, can't lock him down. The Static Storm now applied just to the Pango. Yuma gonna apply some pressure with the bear. Wukong's command coming out from Chrysalis. He's taking quite a bit of damage. You get the swash though. That's gonna be death number 1 for the bear in all likelihood. Coil's not enough to save him. So Coil expended just to exit here.
They don't have enough damage to power through these Radiant heroes right now. Also, like, it's not just the heals, it's also that when you run into Mouse, they own the entire area of the teamfight. You have Monkey King, ult, and also the Rolling Thunder. It is incredibly difficult for them to just deal any type of damage. Another Tormentor going their way. Potentially Yamage.
Indeed.
It's of course quite nice. Get a little bit of a heal going. And we've seen like any type of small heal can really make a big difference. Did swap up from the Scotty to the Basher. It just first of all, your Monkey's already buying it, and I think the Basher just makes more sense.
Yeah.
Glimmer into the roll.
All right, Theolacor gets clipped by the shield crash. No true connection, but the nullifier applied. Not going to go any further. Stampede used, though. That's going to be used to kill off KJ. A 6K lead for Mouse, as they're in a pretty good position now. Roche, pretty late spawn, though. Small silver lining for LGD, I suppose.
They're just looking for some of the next round of items. You have Yuma who's queuing up the BKB, does have it completed. You leave Tai Long with the Octarine core. Some of the bigger ones you're looking at, of course, is always, like, when you play Disruptor, you are thinking about the Aghanims, which is one of the best Ags and one of the most game-changing Aghanim Scepters.
Nice cancellation there. So Yuma's Bear out again, and 50 seconds for no Bear, so he's not getting any farm in the meantime.
Yeah, and you don't really want to engage a fight when you have only one Bear anyway, so this is like going to be 2 minutes of Yuma not really wanting to fight even after finishing the BKB. Tai Long with a good dodge. Of course, it's not the hardest against Centaur.
When the Bear's up, it will have BKB, though. And now it's starting to hit, well, not quite critical mass, but it is top net worth on their team. In fact, all 3 cores for LGD, similar net worths. In fact, all cores in the game.
Yeah, I mean, all the cores now at this point are having a very good game. I think they couldn't really ask for that much more when it comes to like their overall items and everything.
I mean, the big separation is really the supports, and obviously the Coddle is just going to be farming more than most supports do.
It's just really hard for Disruptor to really, you know, keep it up there when it comes to the net worth. Next Roche should be kind of what we're looking at. And of course, if you're LGD, you're kind of also happy if the game slows down a little bit, get to like a couple minus on your lone druid. We all know that Puck scales very well. And the Aghanim Scepter on KJ will be a huge game changer if they do get there.
Smoke from Mouse. Find the connection onto the Squirrel. Frog not able to help Squirrel out in this case. In fact, might lead to the Frog's death instead, but the TP's coming in on top of the outpost. Mid one faking out the Rolling Thunder. LGD will exit. Mouse just getting every pickoff now as their lead continues to grow. So 8K in their favor. What is the key for Mouse to finish this game?
Yeah, I think getting the next Aegis, clearing up the map more and more and more. The high ground is not that good, which means they have to just keep playing kind of on map pressure, kind of closing it out for LGD. They have had access to a gem for quite a while, but this next Aegis should unlock quite a little bit here for them. Maybe, you know, some of the tier 2 outer towers, you get the outposts, you keep claiming a little bit more on the map. As Roche goes for the Belch.
They will get it for free unless Thailand wants to do something crazy here.
And start poking.
Now he's going to head to the north, so all the goodies for Mouse. It's going to be Aegis and the banner.
I like that they're giving it up. Like sometimes you have to give up something and it's A-okay. You got to amplify damage rune on Tai Long. You pushed in top lane all the way. Basically all the lanes are pushed in, which means now when Mouse are done, they kind of have to split up a little bit, push in the lanes here and there.
Silver Edge just about to be finished here for Yuma's Bear. And what's the item after that? We've been seeing Butterfly occasionally. Do you want to see Basher or something like that?
I don't like Butterfly. I think you need to be able to deal some damage. I think Basher could be okay.
Well, that's a long TP.
Maybe even an MKB or a BKB, because you're playing into like Pango team fight, Monkey King team fight. There's also Blinding Light to make you miss.
Yeah.
But a couple of good neutrals, of course, coming out also here, especially for LGD. The double Conjurer's Catalyst on the 2 spellcasters are big ones.
No more greedies?
No, only on their supports, of course. I mean, KJ will not give that shit up. If I'm playing Disruptor, I'm going to some stupid neutral camp, I'm pressing Thunderstrike, and I'm holding Greedy forever. Until I have like my Axe +1, and then it's like, okay guys, spell amplification, here I come.
Okay. Yeah, Static Storm, aka AoE Doom, always a crazy, crazy Ags. Definitely always rated it very highly in terms of the rank list.
Yeah, you
top
have
5
to.
easily.
You have to. It's a game-changing Aghanims from a support. You don't have too many of those. Definitely something, if you are Mouse, you will be talking about it, you know, potentially later. I would say Boom is the only counterplay they really have for that. Wind Waker's potential card.
All right, high ground attempt.
Very aggressive go.
Already half HP is the Monkey King. Crystallis in a bit of trouble inside that coil. Not able to dodge out that sharpshooter. They're going to burn life number 1. really it was just Coil and Sharpshooter. Rolling Thunder from mid one onto the backside. They're going to turn the sights now onto the Bear itself. Already at half HP, popping the BKB as Boom gets moved inside the Wukong's command. The Bear does fall. As LGD trying to reset now. Wukong's command not going to last that much longer, and the Bear has to walk all the way back. It is a successful defense, though, from LGD.
It's very good for them. It's not just a defense. That's a very fresh Aegis. Like, they still had a couple of minutes to boot on that one. So it's a lot of pressure that you're kind of taking away. Can allow you to, you know, potentially run out on the map a lot earlier and more quickly. Suddenly, if you run into a Monkey King or into a fight, you don't have to immediately retreat. And they are going for a smoke. Shouldn't be the hardest to read, I believe, for Mouse. You did just pop a couple of spells aggressively, and you only see the puck on the map.
Yeah, Tai Long, Octarine Core, so the coil's already up. Stampede up, though, in 6 seconds. But very defensive play from Mouse. Good read from them.
And we'll see both the supports, of course, going for their own Aghanim Scepters, which means you will see the Dark Portrait.
Hell yeah.
If he's building it, you must believe in that it works. Otherwise, you think that he's stupid as well.
Well, he wants the Radiance from the Frog.
Oh, yeah, very important. The 40-minute stolen Radiance.
Well, okay. In theory, it should work because he's a hero. I'm just saying it's, you know,
I'm glad you've joined all of us.
I want to see how strong it is.
Okay.
Yuma's Bear is found. Hoof Stomp, looking for him. They'll get it.
It dies so quickly.
Yeah.
Even just a double Solar Bind, yeah, you can take off one, but then there's just another one coming out from Panto.
It's pretty worrisome, though, for the side of LGD, because it's not like this Bear is going to build that much survivability. It's going for damage right now.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. It's just why we see this. First of all, the hero wants to play more on like map play overall, you know, pushing the side here and then playing for like pickups, which we haven't really seen too many of that. And he is struggling. And we've seen the hero struggle in countless games now. Gotta make you think, if we're going to game 3, I don't think we'll be seeing the Bear.
Well, it depends on who's picking.
They've both picked it.
Yeah, I know. But
and I don't like it. I don't know if they like it either.
These teams have egos, Kazu. You've been on a team before, these captains. You
of
know?
Course.
I mean, how often does a coach think that their draft is incorrect?
It happens.
No, it does not. Never.
It does happen. I will not stand for spreading fake news. It does happen.
When you're a coach, you're concocting just the perfect draft, and then a player always screws it up.
It's always gameplay related. You're right.
The players are always like, it was the pick, but no, it's their play.
But when you're watching like 6 different series, and the same hero keeps taking a big, large L, eventually you gotta ask the question.
This one isn't as hard of an L, though. I feel like LGD still have a good opportunity to bring this back.
Well, you cannot spell LGD without L, so
that's
I'm not
true.
Sure about
That is a good point. As we can see right there, the L very easy to decipher in that hieroglyphic logo.
Of course, we see the players get a bit of a breathing space here in this tech pause.
Yeah, they don't know what to do when the game isn't on.
That's true.
Very uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're probably spamming the keyboard. Or if this was the World Cup, this is a hydration pause. Very important.
What's hydration? If you're a pro player,
that's true.
Gotta get rid of that carpal tunnel.
Wouldn't know about that.
Gotta get rid of that neck beard. Nothing to get rid of there. Beautiful, man.
KJ is just overall beloved.
Absolutely.
It does give you a bit of breathing space, and I think if you're LGD here, like you're behind, I would say it should favor them to like kind of understand, okay, how do you stem the bleeding? How do you come back? What is like one of the next things you kind of want? Of course, I mean, it's good for both teams. Kind of depends on who's really talking about, who's coming up with a plan. But Mouse, they have an 8k lead. I think everything is kind of simple for them. It's more an LG, like making the right choice. I would say it benefits LGD a little bit more, because if they mess up, I think they can get out of this game very quickly.
And Whisper right now, so he's about to pick up his Blink Dagger just 100 away or so. And then he's opting, at least in his quick buy, going for an Eon Disc, despite there already being a Nullifier. What do you think about that? Because jumping, I mean, he's been getting blown up. Every hero has been getting blown up. As long as Mouse are there in numbers.
I guess he just wants to make sure that he lives through like the initial stun. You can get off the BKB and then like kind of start running away. Which is okay, but the problem is also they're playing without an AC against like Pango, Lear, and Monkey King. You should eventually be looking for that one. Maybe that's like a Yuma item because Largo and Puck don't really build that one. So now, of course, we are back in the game.
But like you said, Mouse, in terms of going high ground, not the greatest lineup.
No, we saw it earlier. Like, they walked up with an Aegis and immediately paid the price.
Even if, I mean, Monkey King with Ags and a bunch of, being 6-slotted essentially, can definitely pack a punch.
Yeah.
Not a traditional building killer.
Once you have like level 25, and like obviously the refresher on Monkey King is luxurious, but once you can just throw out a ring and start hitting down the racks like through a glyph and stay there, obviously then you're very good. Or if you kill a couple of heroes with the Aghanim Scepter and the Daedalus at this point. Like now Chrysalis is really strong. Yeah. I think until this point he was like kind of strong, his ulti was good, but now if you're not paying attention, you're dying to the Monkey King ult in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. Scotty Daedalus now, it's going to be Satanic as his quote-unquote final item, but it's aligning now with Disperser for mid 1.
Yeah.
And a Wind Waker for Panto. So very, very... I mean, we've seen so many incredible Wind Waker plays throughout this tournament alone.
And I believe if you're LGD, one of your heroes, you need to buy a Nullifier. Because what they're going to have to play for is like a coil into the Static Storm with the Aghanim Scepter from KJ. And one Wind Waker will put an end to that fight. You will have to itemize for it because I think LGD, they have only this all in play later. So you got to think ahead, get the Nullifier against this Wind Waker.
Should mention, KJ is 200 away from this Aghanim Scepter.
Yep. Shout out to Greedy Enchantment for that one.
He's had a lot of dead net worth in this game.
Oh yeah.
But it's about to all come to fruition for LGD, but can they pull it off? And it's going to align, well, he's going to have it well before this next Roche, which is good news for LGD.
The cores on Mouse have been honestly itemizing quite well. I think mid one's overall itemization was quite good. Of course, I did question the Fury at the start, but at this point, Chrysalis' build is very strong, and also Boom with the Hex. There are no Linkenses on the Dire Draft. Sure, Puck has an A on this, but you can just keep popping it with the Blink Hex from Boom. But yeah, eyes on KJ now with the Aghanim Scepter.
Do they want to go for surprise fight with a smoke to reveal it? Or do they assume, I mean, LGD obviously are just waiting for the next Roche, even though it is kind of far away.
They could still look, and they currently are. I believe that there's also
a smoke.
There's a Blink Dagger on the bear, so Yuma can immediately follow up with his Blink Bear. You can also break the coil, which is quite good in late game, of course, with the Savage Roar.
They're coming in hot. LGD.
Let's see.
He's going to be spotted with the Shivas. Waning Rift applied. Panto in the tree line as well. They get the coil onto mid one. He just simply rolls up and rolls away. As the bear just going ham, but there's the Wind Waker on the Coddle, now taking a lot of right-click damage from Chrysalis. He's going to be able to take out the bear. Panto, though, is the trade. And now the Rolling Thunder applying to the Squirrel. Lick is not going to be enough from Whisper. So 1 for 1, support for support. As there's a Static Storm onto just the Monkey King. We can't get anything up. He's able to get his right clicks at the very least, trying to heal up, but he's still silenced up, feared up now, and dead. Monkey King down and out as mid 1, and Boom trying to salvage this fight. They get a Nullifier applied to Tai Lung into the hoof stomp, into the Basher. Tai Lung, though, phase shift. The beautiful Theolacore stun coming out as well. Tai Lung gets the heal up with the Lotus. And now they're going to turn this around onto Boom instead with the Shivas applied. And that's a full team wipe in favor of LGD off the back of a surprise Aghanim Scepter onto Chrysalis.
Oh, LGD definitely got the better out of that one. A little bit of outplays going on. Nice buyback as well from Theolicore. So much attention on like this early bear that also kills the Coddle. And you can just see the 2 spellcasts. They just went fully ham. 8,000 damage a pop on both Whisper and Tai Lung there. The bear just kind of going to town. And Tai Lung did a lot of poking. Sure, you have the roll coming out here and you get one of the supports. I think Boom and Mid1 definitely put in a lot of work in this fight. But this, just, not healthy enough on Chrysalis, even with a lot of the help and some of the Jingu hits. It's not enough to live through this. It was close.
Yeah, now that we look back, the Aghanim Scepter made absolutely no difference, but he already popped the BKB way before that.
No, he still had it. He only popped it right after.
Oh, really?
It did make a difference.
Oh, okay.
I think without this, you get off your BKB.
I thought he died while feared. Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, it's only at the very end, because, I mean, now, sure, Boom, you have 7,000 HP, but it's not much to play through. And this is what LGD have been waiting for.
Oh, this is, if they actually scout Roche, he's up in 5 seconds.
Oh, they got so much out of this. Entire map is pushed in. Roche respawn here as well. 1, 2 towers, 2 bounty runes, you get an observer ward, like everything going their way.
This has been flipped upside down. Look at that graph. That is a cliff.
Yeah, that's a deep dive, if I've ever seen one. He went from a 63 win percentage to dropping it 75% the other way. Ooh, yeah, this one hurts.
Now they see that Roche is on the move. But luckily for Mouse, silver lining, they are all up and running again.
And they're getting some big stuff. 25 talent on Whisper. Tailang is level 27. We saw that Yuma is queuing up also the Nullifier, and I think he nearly has it completed. I mean, this is the worst. Like, he just got the shard on the bear, which is... that's a sad story, but sadly that does happen.
Is that the reel-in?
It's fetch. The problem is that your hero, your bear is uncontrollable. Like, he's just dragging a guy in.
Right.
You can't auto-attack. I think if they change something there, it could be quite good.
Yeah,
okay,
give
let's
him
see.
Lasso.
True. He's got Blink Lasso, literally.
Blink shitty Lasso.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Mouse are going... They did scan them out.
LGD, boom, looking for the... Oh, it's a beautiful hook stomp onto two, onto both support, deleted right off the start of this fight. Do they still want to continue here? The Coddle's going to feed away as Boom trying to apply some pressure to Yuma's bear by popping the BKB. You can see KJ buying back, still has that Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter to work with. Now 2 dead for Mouse in terms of the support heroes. 1 buyback incoming, big Wukong's command coming out, and look at this frog just melt inside the ring. So 1 buyback on each side. The Mouse getting the better of this exchange.
I mean, it's still a big one, right? Whisper out for 90. Theolicor, you know that he doesn't even have a buyback available. So that's over a minute where he's out. Tailang definitely can still look for a little bit of a poke. Does have to respect the Hex. But other than that, he's very, very strong on the puck.
Yeah, does he need to go for Lincolns or something? I guess the Eon Disc is effectively that.
Yeah, it's kind of that. It would still help you later. Yes.
Oh man, he's being so annoying. So is the bear. Under the cover of that Silver Edge now.
Well, if Roche isn't dying, if LGD get to keep doing this where the bear is just like poking a little bit, you keep orbing it out, they're very happy with this.
And there's the bear showing again with that Mjolnir, so another wave partially killed off. Actually could have gone for it because now Mouse has their sights set on Roche, who they make... You can see he exits the pit because of the illusory orb, so more delay tactics from LGD.
They should definitely force this, and eventually if you blink Shivas onto this high ground, you can force this Aeon Disc.
Yeah,
I think
out the roar now.
You have to kind of go and zone this puck a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Tai Lung is being such a menace right now. The question is, where is Boom with that sheepstick? Yuma can apply all this pressure as well without even being in base. Just hit that high ground if he really wants.
They do have Coddle available now, but Mouse have dropped a lot of pressure on this map.
15 seconds away from Whisper coming back, and the tier 3 is getting taken out top. They're going to force the fortification. Bushwhack's not going to hit. Boomerang applied. There's the coil coming out on 2 crystals already with the BKB. Static Storm is just going to walk right through it. Rolling Thunder now for mid one. They're getting nothing out of this as Mouse. They have to kill some heroes. Finally, the Boundless Strike onto KJ. Getting glimpsed away at the last moment. Gets bashed up, though. So that's the death of the support. Now, you can see the double kill from mid one as Yamich taking a lot of damage from this frog. He pops the BKB along with the Eon Disc. Attempting to walk it off, though.
Mid tier 3.
He just came back, and yeah, Yuma just killing these buildings. No problem at all. Nullifier applied to the puck. Again, just delay tactics from LGD. They eventually get the Aegis, but at what cost exactly? They get the bash at the last moment with the Abyssal Blade. Tyler, illusory orb, phase shift, blink away, waning rift into the pit. The Monkey King soldier sees him. As he gets to the high ground now with the illusory orb, he will survive as the Yuma Bear continuing to go for buildings. So we got the melee top, almost the second one in the mid lane. So who wins this fight exactly?
This was really strange, because at first I'm like, Mouse are not really doing much. LGD really got to delay. I don't know if the Aegis matters that much. So top Brax, double Glyph is gone.
Bear gonna force something out. Oh my god, is he gonna die here? Are you serious? That is the Aegis already out. That is unreal. Hoof Stomp catches the frog, then try to turn this around on the bear, and again, look at the damage being applied to Core Crystallis. Finally, the bear will be vanquished. But my goodness, that took so much effort from Mouse.
Okay, he does live. Obviously, the trade is way better for LGD, because I think the award for shortest Aegises in a series kind of goes to Crystallis here.
Yeah, for real.
Both the last one and this one nearly dropped immediately.
This is interesting. He goes for Boots of Travel too right off the bat for the Largo.
Kind of like that, you know, more movement speed, you TP faster, which is quite nice. You can always go on everyone else. If you have a buyback available, you can go there too. I wonder what Yuma saw in that like the last fight, I love his, the fact that he didn't really go anywhere with his bear. You only want to push. But at some point he did put the bear like a little bit away from hitting racks, but either way, 2 tier 3s, a range racks and a melee racks. It's quite big for him.
Yeah, almost got that second melee racks too.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful now. Like, Lone Druid shreds buildings, and you've used your new glyph as well. Yep, 25 talent available as well. It's got the refresher queued up on Yuma for a couple of more bears if you want to later.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter now consumed by Tai Lung.
Yeah, he is getting incredibly strong. Don't really know what he wants to go for next on the puck. There's a BKB option. I really like the Lincoln still, even though you do have the Aeon disc. I think the Lincolns can kind of cover the Aeon a little bit, because then when the Hex will kind of get soaked up by it. You could go for a refresher later as well on the puck, just some double coil going your way.
And the fact that you have to worry about this bear at all times is super annoying for Mouse. As they go through the gate. And now, see if they connect with LGD in the cover of the smoke.
This is a very tense game.
The bear, gonna pop it onto Boom, gonna pop that Shiva's, no vision.
They got the blink on
Manto in the sights though, yeah, it's gonna pop that Eon disc. Tai Lung surely should be safe here. Such a hard hero to control. At the very least, they take out the Eon disc. Yuma, bear. They get the hoof stomp. Nice Fear comes out. Blinding light, cheap stick. That's going to be death number 1 of 2.
Yeah, and they made him use the BKB on the bear as well. So still quite a big timing. Got some active runes going there. Mid one queuing up a Bloodborne, which is interesting. And Theodekor in some trouble.
Yes, he is.
Let's see if he can shoot himself over the edge. He cannot.
80 seconds without the hoodwink. You're right, this is very tense. It's interesting because based on how gameplay has been in terms of the meta with like Roche kills, it's so weird to have this big pause, if you want to call it that, where Roche can't spawn for like 6-7 minutes.
It's like so long that Roche just can't spawn, like even from this point onwards. Like we're just waiting multiple minutes. Of course, LGD, I think they're quite happy with this, right? You want to keep pushing out the whole map as it's being used.
This will be the second bear, so he's going to be down for quite a while if they can finish him off. Looks to be the case.
Yeah, that's over a minute.
Very nice.
Okay, Tai Lung, he's got huge cojones. He just bought a rapier, like straight up on puck.
Okay.
He's got an amp damage rune, Divine Rapier. You're going to croak a brother up with Catalyst. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big, juicy boy.
So damage rune pops the Shiva's in its place, or swaps it rather. Yeah, this is dirty.
Yeah, you better.
Scepter's going to go to work here.
You better pay attention to this man. If you're coiled up with this Divine Rapier available on him with the amp damage and croak, you are dying fast.
Mouse, you've tried to go high ground before with an Aegis, mind you.
Are they just doing it like this? Like running up like that?
Put the Roche banner down, Static Storm already, but the Wind Waker going to be applied to the Monkey King. Mid one with the Rolling Thunder on the outskirts of this. Where's the puck is the question. Still waiting for that coil. There it is. Only onto the 1 with the BKB pop from Chris. He's going to use the Wukong's command, but there's a fortification. He's going to nullify most of that. Sharpshooter not going to hit anything. They're going to get the tier 3. You can see the bear in the bottom lane, so he can apply a lot of pressure. There's Whisper with a big blink into a lick, into a double lick, in fact, into forcing Stampede.
They're going to keep chasing.
The horse is very scared of the Frog Tongue, popping the BKB to avoid that glimpse now. It's Whisper continuing the chase. Yeah, the bear is just going ham in the bot lane, going to force out the TPs. You can see Chrysalis able to get out just in time. Boom, not so lucky though. Not sure what the high ground plan was for Mouse.
No, not really.
Didn't work out at all.
Especially with Crystallis. I don't know if he's looking for interest or what, but he's got 10,000 gold saved up.
What?
Yeah, you got to spend some gold if you want to go for some of these plays.
He's going Rapier then.
He's got it. I guess he's eating.
So he wants to consume, have Divine, and buyback.
All right, all right.
And now we have Refresher for Lone. So Lone Druid himself is starting to get items. That's how you know how late the game is. So he'll be able to have 3 bears, essentially.
Pretty much. They still have Glyph available, at least on Mouse. I think something Mouse could look for is like set up a trap against it, because you need to keep tabs on the bear. All that matters is like this bottom lane, if he can keep clearing the tier 3, so placing some observers and sentries on the bot half of the map, just to find this bear, I think would be incredibly big for them.
Yeah.
Probably mid one also. I think a Wind Waker or like a BKB, anything to help you play against this Static Storm would be quite nice for you. Also, Yamich, he's definitely eyeing this Dark Portrait. We've been talking about it, and eventually he had to buy back, and he gave up his greedy enchantment because he's looking at bigger things. He took the enchanted Bobre Curva.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
To start going for the late game, as did Theolicor. All the supports are dreaming big. I like it. You know, KJ can keep upping the Timeless on his Bobble.
A little bit sad we won't be seeing that on Tai Lung, though.
That's true.
When I think of Bobble, I think of Tai Lung.
You have to think of Tai Lung, Zeus just killing everyone. At least he's still going, you know, for the big plays with the Rapier on him, as he is the top network slot of the game.
So last step for the Spirit Bear is to consume Ags, and then he goes Butterfly, which is a bit awkward for Chrysalis, because it's not like he can fit... I mean, I guess he can eat Ags for an MKB, but what else would you go for, I suppose?
I mean, I guess the Ags at this point is already the Divine Rapier slot, right? So MKB is annoying.
That's true.
Maybe this is where the Bloodthorn can come in from mid one, who just, you know, was fishing a bit with the roll here. But of course you can dispel the Bloodthorn in multiple ways later on the bear. We hear a coil.
Yeah, coil, okay, mid one, almost killed off just from the right clicks alone. My goodness, this Rapier is going to work.
He does
they get the Glyphs on a boom, he pops the BKB, you're right, 90 seconds, no Pango. Now the Divine Rapier coming out for Chrysalis. They're left in a 4v5 situation. Question is, does LGD know that there's no buyback?
You have to assume that he has it, right? Like, you see him buy Boost of Travel 2 on Pango. That doesn't really... It's not the item you like really buy out.
Yeah.
So they should assume he has buy. They should have seen the Rapier now if they do click Monkey King on the minimap, as Chrysalis showed himself.
Tai Lung's so annoying.
I mean, there's a reason that this guy is seen as one of the new prodigies in the scene.
Yeah. Some pressure now to the Centaur.
Yamich
at half HP, despite having an infinite amount, seemingly.
I think Yamich sold an item he had for the Aghanims. I don't know if he had Blink or Lens or Glimmer.
Another tier 3 bites the dust, and so just the racks are available for the taking. And of course, like you said, if they knew that Pango didn't have buyback, they would be going in really hard right now.
Well, they can just keep
playing a blitz. The coil now onto the Grimstroke. You can see how much damage that does as Yuma's Bear. Static Storm are going to be applied. Give him some space, but nobody's inside of it, I don't believe.
They're getting toyed with right now.
Yeah, they're just being pulled left and right at the seams as Boom has to use a Stampede just to get away. Still 18 seconds for mid one. As the building's getting... They're not getting destroyed that fast, as finally the range racks will fall to the creeps.
Well, the thing is that eventually you will have to commit.
There it goes. So mid lane now in favor of LGD. It's going to cost them a bear, but he's got more where that came from.
LGD are playing this quite nicely, I'm not going to lie. If you're Mouse, you have to set up observers and sentries. You need to kill this bear before he comes close and blinks on your racks. Because he can just
smoke up.
He can just blink BKB and kill it. You don't have a glyph.
Oh, this illusion room could be huge, actually. Although they are smoked.
And the illusions kind of suck. So, not that strong.
In terms of them using spells on it, potentially.
True. Baiting.
Yep. KJ spotted. Destroyed by the Boundless Strike. Does have buyback, though. Will use it instantly. The coil being applied to the Grimstroke. Dying very shortly. Tai Lung, not that low yet. Double kill for him. As you have to be careful with that bear going for that Mega Creeps. This is going to force out the TP from Chrysalis now. There's Tai Lung forcing mid one back. Bushwhack not going to hit. It's another BKB TP away from Mouse.
Man, Whispers and Tai Lung's damages in these fights are insane. The Catalyst with the Croaks, the 15 Talon where you deal max health DPS, it's honestly just kind of nasty. Every fight is like 5k, 6k, 7k, 8k damage. As we hear, we have the White Hole on Panto.
That's right.
To start protecting the Rex from the bear.
And this is going to open up Roshan, and this is with all the goodies now. So LGD in a pretty damn good spot. The silver lining for Mouse is they only have to defend one building.
That's true. At this point, it's easy to choose where you need to be. Oh, it's difficult. Okay, I like the Abyssal Blade on Crystallis. You need to stop this stupid bear. And you have multiple problems. That's the other thing. I don't know if you want to be on Spell Rapier here.
Yeah, what's that about?
I think that's a misclick.
Okay. Did he fix it?
Yeah, I think because you need to stop the bear from hitting the buildings, and you need to stop Whisper and Tylon from killing you as heroes. Okay, Boom is trying to go for the card to try and save some people from the static storm. It's not easy at all.
That's so hard.
Yeah. I feel like you kind of need like an Aether Lens or something to really do that reliably. Because if you're KJ, obviously you can like put it more to the side, like where they're closer to their teammates, and it's even harder to save.
Well, I guess if you're not getting hit, you can BKB, blink in, save. But
yeah,
easier said than done.
Absolutely.
All right, so how does LGD close this out now that everybody's going to be grouped up in the same spot?
They can just keep doing what they're doing right
it's tier
now.
5 time. We forgot to mention that. So we got some Minotaur horns now for Tylon and Whisper, so extra BKB timing.
Yeah, Book of the Dead on Lone Druid, quite nice. Let's see if anyone gives up the enchanted baubles, and this is one of the cool things about Lone Druid. Of course, you get the same neutral on both your guy and your bear. So you have 18 billion Necronomicons running around.
Oh my. And what can Mouse do here? This seems so insurmountable.
You have to be ready.
Bear jumps in, already gets the buildings to half age. This is just mega creeps. You see the illusion coming out. See how strong that bear is. So that's mega creeps now for LGD. They can slow play this if they want. Coil was expended though. And now you use the creeps to your advantage.
They're just slowly getting whittled down. Like, they can just keep toying with them. Puck, you know, Tylon, he keeps going in and out. He's got all the slots he wants. There's Necro Books on one lane, Bears hitting you on the other. You eventually, if you're Mouse, you eventually have to commit, which is difficult, but you need to look for a jump and then kind of commit all your stuff on it.
Now you got Divine Regalia now for Chris, looking for an enormous Boundless Strike crit as they find the Pango. Static Storm in there. Gets pushed away though.
Mid one.
Trying to finish the job. Pops the BKB, gets a refresher off, looking for another coil. The damage on the Monkey is too much. Divine Rapier hits the deck as Tylon can take it if he wants. It's still sitting on the ground.
Okay.
Who's going to grab it?
Any Rapier enjoy?
Tylon?
Yep.
All right. He gets a second Rapier to his name.
Okay, 20 seconds on next coil. Fight before or stay the hell in base.
Yeah, Crystal is now
rebuying a Rapier.
Doesn't have a slot filled at the moment. As Yuma's Bear continuing to rain terror upon Mouse.
Uh-oh, 5 seconds for coil.
And a banner placed as well. Just on the outskirts here, the creeps have to be pulled in. Another Rapier, this time for Whisper, so the spell damage variation.
Oh yeah,
Again,
I like
the
this.
Centaur hooked up. Look at the damage applied to him right now. The coil onto 3 heroes on the backline doing absolute work. It actually deletes Yamish mid one. Has to use the roll-up to try to get away, but the sharpshooter deletes him at the last moment. No buyback for him now as Boom bites the dust as well. Double kill for Tai Long inside the Wukong's command. They have no follow-up. They do get the puck, but that's just the Aegis. Meanwhile, Crystal is left all alone, and that is a dieback for him. 3 members left for Mouse as Tai Long gets away, and this looks to be it as LGD come out and LGD eliminate Mouse.
Honestly, LGD just looking quite good. I love watching Whisper play and Tai Long. They always pull up some type of performances that you don't really see like all the time. You know, Tai Long in so many of these late game fights and games, he just goes ham, ends up with a double Rapier. I think all of LGD playing quite well. And Mouse, in one of the games where they played better, they eventually find themselves dropping the ball, getting picked off. LGD get the space they want, and they just strike back.
Yeah, what an awesome game, though, from both sides.
There was so much back.
The game was pretty long, but you remember the first 20 minutes, there was like 4 different fights, which just went, one team fed 4, the other team fed 4, just back and forth, just such a close game. And, I mean, there was a point where we thought Mouse, they had a 10K lead, they were pushing high ground, and then it just flip-flopped just like that.
Yeah, I feel like they were doing a good job, but then eventually maybe misreading some of the overall situation of the game, holding a lot of gold and maybe rushing the high ground when you could have just waited out a bit. But yeah, LGD overall getting the things they need. They get the KJ Aghanim Scepter, they play it chill, they play it cool, make a good comeback. And honestly, I did expect LGD to at least, you know, go through a couple rounds, put up a good fight. Because this team, they're good and they're really fun to watch.
Yeah, before we go over LGD a little bit more, but Mouse, mid 1, 16-5 on Pango. That's one of the better Pango performances we've had at this tournament.
Yeah.
In quite a while, in fact. Just excellently played, just wasn't enough this game. But Tai Long ends the game for LGD at 15-5 on the puck. Ends with 2 Divine Rapiers, as we're seeing. This was the sequence where there were 4 kills for one team, 4 kills for the next. just back and forth. It was like an ARAM.
This was
game.
some overthrow, like all 5v5 mid just keep fighting it out. But Tylon cracked the 100,000 damage mark in this game as well.
Oh, wow.
And overall, like, sometimes with Largo, you don't really see his impact. I think in this game, you really did. Whisper popped off the constant buffs as well on his entire team, allowing Tylon to also, you know, pop off in this game overall with the Croak. So yeah, honestly, huge shout out and kudos to them. And Mouse just kind of falling short, just not looking like their prime form at all.
Yeah. But LGD is. They're powering up quite a bit. They've looked really good in this tournament overall, especially the games that we've cast. Whisper, like you talked about, has been the X factor in many games, and this is no exception. The Radiance, kind of unusual for an offlane, especially as a third item Radiance, actually working out quite well. But the bear actually worked out.
No, it did. It took quite a while, and I think his team put in, honestly, some very, very heavy lifting as they needed. But yeah, LGD, good recovery, nice gameplay.
Let's go to Milos for an interview.
Thank you very much, my friends. It is South America that takes it in this one. A huge moment for the region as Yuma is joining me for this interview. A quick question. Game 1, 35-minute smooth sailing. Why was it so efficient in that first game?
I mean, I think they gave us Huskar, so it's I think it's the classic, if we get away with it, we'll finish it quick.
They can't keep getting away with it. Well, game 2, they put up a much bigger fight. It was chaotic, to say the least, back and forth the whole time. It started off with little pokes to getting very aggressive, then to ratting, and then to big team fights. So tell me, were you guys, because you usually like to get into fights real early as fast as possible, was there some hesitation, or was it just part of the plan to slow it down and pick it back up, whatever's needed?
No, I think we played pretty bad the first like 20-25 minutes of the game. I think we should not be giving them as many fights as we did, but eventually we're just like, guys, like we need to stop trying to fight them when they're stronger and just need to split and play the lone druid / POC gameplay, and eventually we'll win.
And that's the question of, well, Maus tried to play it in the first game, didn't work out for them. Why did it go well for you in game 2? Because you kind of gave them a schooling in this one.
Was it really a schooling? We're trying to be positive about it, my friend. 60-minute game. No, I mean, I think we just played better today than them, and we executed it slightly better.
Is that why it just worked for you in general?
Yeah, I would say, yeah. We learned from the losses against Yandex.
It's crazy what playing against very experienced teams will teach you and kind of help you out in your own gameplay, huh?
That's true, yeah.
Well, lastly, speaking of experienced teams, you're going to be playing BB Team next up in the bracket. So my question to you is, do you have any fighting words for them before that game?
Any fighting words?
Or just words in general?
No, let's just make it a good showing, and maybe the games will last 2 hours. We'll see. But yeah.
We're here all night, and however long it will take. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the huge win. And for now, we have to bring out the rest of the team, because this is part of how things work, is that we crush your opponent's key, and you get to do it. Who do you think wants to do it from the team, or would be you? Let's ask him. Come on over. KJ, come on over. Who do you think wants to crush Maus's key?
Me.
Tylang's got it ready to go, so let's take LGD over to a crusher. Let's give him one more hand. LGD victorious today. What a game. Game 2 especially had everybody on edge, back and forth the whole time, and it's time for a door to open up. Let's get in. No, you're gonna go in this. Yeah. And you'll see how it works. The key of Maus is already in the machine in our crusher. And along their hopes and dreams, it will also be smashed. Tylung, you pull it towards you. There you go. There's a bit of mechanics, a bit of tech in this one. There you go. All the way, push it away. No need for a Spirit Bear in this one. Crush it! My God, really gets you up in it. That is it, LGD take down Maus, and that is a continuation for our Latin American team. Our panel is ready and set. And is that Slacks? Did you betray me?
Well, Slacks, I'll let you take this one.
No, I didn't betray you, baby. Somebody had to come up and look at that key. Look at those crush streams. Look at his reaction. He didn't react at all. He just killed a team's dream, and look at his face. He's laughing. He's laughing. That's their dreams you're crushing, and you're laughing, dude.
Yeah, he wasn't really good at pulling because this is the core player we're talking about, but he was really good at pushing that, and he crushed it, really.
He literally did. I want to talk about this game we just witnessed, though, because this game too, you must say that they are kind of not so good in the first 20 minutes, but those first 20 minutes, that's about 2 kills a minute. I enjoyed that.
It's kind of crazy. I think this is how Maus won, like that previous Wallachia that they participated in at the end of 2025, quite some time ago. But this has been their playstyle ever since they have been formed, where they're just completely running at you, not allowing you basically to breathe. And this is something Yuma talked about in an interview, saying that we need to slow things down. Like, we have this play, and they showed it throughout the whole game after they got Aghanim Scepter on Lua Druid, making sure that there's always something to play for, try to outnumber them. By outnumber, I mean like outpush the lanes and make sure that they can't really contest this, and they couldn't, lacking some catch, like forcing Centaur to pick up Hex, which is not an item that's kind of traditional on the hero. It did some work, but not enough. LGD, they said, you know what? We had enough of these shenanigans. We don't want to be like playing Dota on your terms.
Yeah, and I mean, Maus's strategy throughout much of the year has been early game domination, get the heroes that we like, and maybe not too many synergies, but everyone's just going to play their heroes well, and we're going to run at you early game. So LGD, it did kind of look like a pub game for the first 25 minutes, just teams diving towers, killing each other, but honestly, die. But they had a really good balance of let's fight, okay, this is no longer working, let's step back, let's rat, and then at the end of the game, Ray Pierce just coming out, taking that fight again. It was really a clinic from LGD. They should be super proud of what they did in this game. They gave them the heroes they wanted. They fought them on their terms. They fought them with a hero they just pooped on the first game, and then they ended it out. So, I mean, really, really impressed by LGD in this series.
Yeah, very much so. I very much enjoyed that when they were fighting and they were allowing Maus to, do their fighting thing. They're like, you know what, we'll fight you and we'll drag that fight out. But in the meantime,
oh my God,
my bear is just in your base. Killing your buildings.
Papa Bear is pounding on the door and nobody answering. All right, he is eating all the cookie. That was rough stuff to watch, because it's at that point you're in the Roche pit. You're like, guys, this isn't working. We have to get out of here. We're popping BKBs, but they just did not let him breathe in this game.
They did not. You heard the story about the rabbit and the turtle, but have you heard the story about the bear and the frog? Because it seems like in this one, bear was playing on a different terms, playing on the other side of the map, while frog was keeping them quite busy. I don't know what the moral of that story is. Probably ban the bear or like try to counter him, because this one, it looked good for the first like 20, maybe even 25 minutes. Like especially in the first between 15 and 20, they looked extremely strong with the Coddle, with the amount of heals that they did have, plus also Glimmer Cape on top of that, like Essence Rings that they did have. They were very, very tanky, but they just said, yep, nope. Do you want to play Dota on these terms? Nope.
I mean, it is really cool for LGD. It's so great to see their journey from heroic to ex-heroic, losing their org, then getting picked up by such a big tournament. I mean, it's fantastic. But I have to say, as somebody that has supported Maus for the entire year, big fan of that team, something's just not working, man. I mean, they got everything that they needed. Didn't make it to TI, not the placing that they were hoping to have here today. So I love these guys. I think they'd had a really, really great year, but something's got to change after that, man.
It does. We're first going to also take a look at, from this game, something that went right for Maus. Because you mentioned a lot of regeneration. No, he's saying no. You mentioned a lot of regeneration.
It was at the time, yeah. They looked good, with the turnaround plays, fighting inside Wukong's command, maybe some like turnaround plays that they did. But the game lasted again for another 60 minutes, and this was pretty much the turn point of the game when it took a pretty wrong turn turn. Sorry, it's been a long day for Mouse because they're kind of forced to use the Rolling Thunder immediately after the coil, and then I think LGD realized we need to take out this Coddle straight away. Like, we need to kill him, and they're also using quite a lot of resources, using the roll, using the Stampede as well, and also using the BKB on Monkey King almost immediately. So he's forced to kind of, like, this is Aghanim Scepter, so he doesn't even get to use it straight away. That's my bad. And then uses it after, dies immediately afterwards. And it does feel like they can't really take the fight anymore because, again, Tai Lung, he's just toying with them at this point of the game, making sure that they are getting these two-man bushwhacks, something that Yolikor really shined in this last game. And also afterwards, as long as they kill this Monkey King, it does feel like their damage output is extremely limited. So they were unable to like get much done out of this one. And there's going to be, Shiver, another great point, because there has been a very long Roche team fight while the Bear was taking all these barracks. They're like, okay, we get the trade. Like, we get something out of this. Sure, you got the Aegis, and then Invisible Bear hunts you down, takes off that Aegis. So quite a lot of effort for nothing. They're at least going to be taking down the Bear, getting some XP, getting some gold, but this is pretty much where the game kind of said, yeah, LGD, we see what type of a game they want to be playing, and they don't have the answers for it on the side of Mouse, unfortunately.
Very sad.
Yeah, I mean, Mouse has always been, this entire season, their best when Midwood is leading the charge. He's in the front, they're taking somebody out, and they're moving. And we saw that in the mid-game, you know? Midwood was just able to instantly blow people up. But once that HP started getting up, once they couldn't immediately eliminate somebody, Tai Lung on the puck is just so much better at that. Getting in, dealing damage, getting out.
He really won on the puck. Can we just take a moment?
Yeah.
That hasn't been happening a lot. He has got had a 25% win rate. He won. Able to beat the odds. Not enough to get MVP for him, though. It was a tight contest. But I think Tai Lung was at least third. You know, good for him. But it was not in. We talked about two players in particular that we thought would be the MVP of this series.
Yeah.
Whisper was one of them. But at the end of the day, it's got to go to the Bears. There was one guy that played Old Bears. Yuma got MVP.
There we go. A man that certainly deserves it. I mean, you can see from game one, seeing this poor little guy get smacked around, absolutely horrific, this Bear action. I mean, you should really get the Ursine out of this draft if you're up against these guys next series, boys. No Bear is safe from Mr. Yumas.
Yeah, he got all the bears. He got that, you know, we say we got that dog in him, but he got that bear in him.
Sorry about that, go ahead.
No, he definitely had the best performance, I would say, of them all, especially those like earlier rotations when he was playing Ursa in the first game, making sure that he's ganking Sniper 5-6 minutes into the game, twin gate rotation, making sure that they are going to be punishing the enemy carry, and also speeding things up. In the second game, like he realized, he talked about it in an interview where they just needed to realize, I'm not sure whose call it was, probably his, saying that I can win this game. Well, pretty much 1v5 or 2v5 in this case, because he does count as two heroes.
Okay. That can't be real. I mean, it's still the same hero.
Still counts as another hero.
Sure, whatever you say, Lacoste. You're a much smarter man than I. But I will say, yes, I agree with your assessment over there. Scary Barry coming through, looking strong.
Yep.
I'd be surprised if he got that again. I mean, Lone Druid, there's not too many teams that are still playing Lone Druid. These guys are the reason that it is still so scary.
Yeah, I think maybe some teams that we already see have made it through to the playoffs might be the ones you might not want to pick it against, because a lot of the higher up teams do seem to have some answers, but you could tell Mouse did not in this game too, and that's why they will take their leave. The key has already been crushed. We can take a look at what's been happening today, because that is the end of the games today. We had two series on this stream, and gonna be slightly biased here, but that first series, oh my gosh, Flax, that was a banger.
That was a banger. You know, clear your schedule if you missed that first series. No spoilerinos, but I guess it's right there. If you can't read, let me tell you, that is a good one to watch. That is pure Dota, baby.
Yeah, that was
we are
good.
Just in it to win it. People are like, babe, come to bed. Why have you been watching this series for 5 hours? I don't have time, babe. I gotta see what happens here. It's only been 80 minutes, all right? Leave me alone. So yeah, absolutely.
It was a great series, Lacoste. Maybe some mistakes here and there, but that makes it more fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first game was extremely good. The second one even longer, but also showing that the Mirana can look like almost like the MVP of the game as well.
Yeah,
like,
she's back on the menu.
She's definitely back from position 5 only, exclusively. If you played as 4, probably
only if you're top.
You can't get MVP if you played as position 4. So I think a lot of the teams are probably listening. They're like, yeah, you know what? We want that 5 Mirana.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more, right? Do supports even exist in this game? It feels like now it's basically like
everybody is the core,
right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you know what? Give me enough time. I'll buy some magic rapiers. We'll see what happens. I think she did something like 2,000 damage in one fight.
2,000 damage, I thought you were going to say like 200,000 damage. She did 70,000 damage in that game.
70,000 damage. Holy moly.
But the game was very long, so I feel like those numbers, we can't really glean too much from them.
Shiber, that's almost 1 damage per gold they were ahead. That's not okay. That's not okay at all.
Let's see, now you make it seem real bad.
That's gambler. We can't have that again. Ice Frog said no on that.
Any other cool lessons we learned from today's Slacks?
Jesus. Yeah, when you go into work thinking it's going to be a quick little day, you could be very wrong. All right, that was, yeah, absolutely great. I mean, never count one of these teams out. I'll say that. That's the lesson to learn. Even though these guys were not in the top of the brackets, they all fought tooth and nail. And I would say this is EWC. This is where people show up to play their best. Nobody is looking weak in this tournament.
Yeah, I think the format has something to do with that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Spooky.
It's that time of year, especially with single elim format. We are seeing some teams really powering up. Like we saw even Extreme Gaming powering up. We had to say goodbye to one of them, unfortunately, but Team Liquid looking like, again, like a top contender. This is the type of, environment that does power them up pretty strong, and they do feel like they could potentially do the whole run. You know, there's only 4 series left for them potentially, 3 BO3s, 1 BO5. It's
Sounds
pretty
so
much
simple.
anyone to grab, Shiver, but we have still a lot of strong teams left in the tournament, so gonna be very exciting.
We do, and for us today, thank you so much for your words today, gentlemen, because we are done for the day on this stream. We will, of course, be back tomorrow for more Dota to hear you guys survive today.
God,
it is a survival stage after all, but the survival stage is not yet done. It will continue tomorrow, and if there are any matches or any games that you missed today, thank you for that, then don't worry, we are not going to leave you empty-handed. We will be back tomorrow, but for now, we are going to leave you with the SDC recap of the day.